The frequent outbreaks of sunspots have caused serious damage to the Earth's ozone layer and a sharp rise in global temperatures. The human mortality rate soared to 50%, and countless small countries even disappeared into history. I struggled for 3 whole years in this apocalyptic catastrophe. The alternating environment of extreme cold and scorching heat almost destroyed me. But fortunately, the superpowers granted by the system allowed me to barely survive. However, when I thought I was about to see hope after finally holding on, I never expected that I would be betrayed by the woman I loved most. As resources became increasingly scarce, Fang Qian, the woman to whom I once helped unconditionally, actually threw herself into the arms of Captain Wang Long. With just an expired sausage, Wang Long could get whatever he wanted from her. And I have devoted 3 years of hard work to her and donated all my resources to her, but I have never received any response from her. Until she found out that I had a secret space system. Fang Qian actually teamed up with Wang Long to plot a conspiracy to take away everything from me. She lured me into a closed room, and Wang Long and his men tied me up and tortured me severely. After 7 days and 7 nights, they still got nothing. In anger, Fang Qian simply asked Wang Long for my head and even planned to make soup with me and share it with everyone. I died with a heart full of hatred, but when I opened my eyes again, I was reborn on the eve of the doomsday. It is still the same space system, but this time its ability is limited to storage, and the direction of future evolution is still unknown. Maybe it's a space tear? A space jump? I'm not sure. But this time, with the memories of my past life and deep hatred, I vowed to control my own destiny and never let myself fall into Fang Qian's trap again. Before the end of the world came, I immediately went to the bank to withdraw all my savings in order to buy the survival supplies needed for the end of the world. Just as I took the money to the supermarket and queued up to pay, a system prompt message appeared in front of me. I was stunned and almost thought I was dazzled. This was not an ordinary perception ability, but my spatial ability had been upgraded, a new skill, spatial perception. I can clearly see every inch of my space and can fit everything within that entire range. Is this the legendary spatial perception? My supernatural power is really getting more and more amazing. In my previous life, my space was only a few square meters, and it was barely enough to store food and necessities. But in this life, it has expanded to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. What does this mean? As long as something is within my space, it cannot escape my radar detection. Thinking of this, my brain heated up and a bold idea popped up. Go to Russia and put the entire Lake Baikal into space. In the past, Lake Baikal was the largest resource-rich land in the apocalypse and became the only survival base for the wealthy from all over the world in Russia. I was short of money and couldn't go to Lake Baikal. I couldn't cash out my stocks, cash was worthless, and they only accepted gold bricks. I watched Russia become the sole superpower with its bases at Lake Baikal and in the Arctic Circle. They have water and fish, so they can survive the end of the world. As long as the temperature rises, the Russians may become the masters of the earth. According to the memories of the previous life, 1 year after the end of the world, the extremely cold climate will freeze 90% of their population to death. In the 3rd year, floods will break out, Lake Baikal will burst its banks, and Russia will almost be wiped out. I sneered and decided that in this life, I would empty Lake Baikal in advance and see what those Russians could use to show off their power. Just when I was so excited that I could hardly control myself, I suddenly had a severe headache, as if someone was tearing my head apart. My eyes went dark, and I realized that this was the backlash caused by my lack of mental strength. Forcing myself to perceive such a large space directly drained my mental strength. Covering my head, I slumped on the sofa with stars in my eyes and took a deep breath. This time I understand that although the space is large, it cannot be expanded to the limit at will. Without strong mental support, I will have a mental breakdown sooner or later. Considering living alone after the end of the world, I also plan to get a dog as a pet. I named my pet Abe. Abe is a purebred Tibetan Mastiff. He is 1.3 meters tall at the shoulder and weighs 180 kilograms. I bought it from Tibet last year for $3 million. This guy is not smart. He only recognizes me as his master. Abe is a smart guy. He will understand what I mean as soon as I think about it. January 1st, 2050, 2 a.m. I packed up everything in the old villa, including pots, pans, sofas, and floors, and emptied the old villa. Next, I buried a lot of explosives in the basement of the old villa just in case. I opened Abe's dog cage. This guy had been hungry for several days. He looked listless and thin. I took Abe into the safe house and threw him a leg of lamb, and then he started wagging his tail. I locked the titanium alloy door. It not only requires a key, but also a password, and it can only be opened after successful facial recognition. Once this door is closed, no one can open it except me. Want to force your way in? Then be prepared to be burned. I sat in front of the window, took out a bottle of red wine, and drank it quietly. I had to make sure whether the end of the world would come or not, and I wanted to see it with my own eyes. If the apocalypse doesn't come, I'll have to flee to Myanmar. I owe so much money, and if I'm caught in jail, it'll be impossible not to reveal that I stole the things. If you want to escape from prison, you have to use space. Once you use space, you will be exposed, and then you will no longer be a simple scammer. The authorities might slice me up for research, and Russia and the United States might even launch atomic bombs on me. If the end of the world doesn't come, I will change the script when I arrive in Burma. I will establish a warlord, have 3,000 beauties in my harem, and be loyal to my people. It would be nice to be a king of the mountains and a local emperor. With my current stockpile of weapons, it would be easy to defeat the Burmese government, let alone a few warlords. If I had bigger ambitions, I would unify Southeast Asia and strive to unify the world. If there are no weapons or supplies, can I just sneak over there and steal them? It should only be a matter of time before I unify the earth. After thinking of an alternative script, I sat by the window, drinking red wine, staring out the window with a nervous heart. It is impossible not to be nervous. I'm looking forward to the arrival of the end of the world, but I am also a little afraid of it. This world is so beautiful, but it will turn into a living hell after the end of the world. Even if there are always endless supplies, it still cannot change the ugliness of human nature. There are two things in the last days that we cannot look directly at: the sun and the human heart. I have a deep understanding of this. At 2:30 in the morning, I stare at the dark sky outside with wide eyes. Swish! Suddenly, a fierce white light illuminated the entire night sky. The entire solar system was illuminated as if it were daytime. Here it comes. Sunspots are erupting. Cease. In just a moment, snowflakes began to appear on the screens of all the mobile phones and computers above my bed, and all electronic devices failed. This is the horror of solar sunspot explosions and magnetic storms. I know that from this moment on, human technology will regress 100 years. Solar spot eruptions and magnetic storms have damaged 1/3 of satellites, and signals will be severely damaged. Even satellite phones will be affected. And it will become more and more serious from now on. After the end of the world, no country will be able to continue to manufacture new satellites. Not only are satellites affected, the magnetic storms caused by solar spot explosions have been destroying the Earth's ozone layer since then. From tomorrow's sunrise, the sun's energy will shine on the Earth without restraint. From now on, sunlight will be deadly to humans. I drank a glass of red wine, my heart full of anticipation for the end of the world. We can still have a banquet tomorrow, but when people realize how terrible the sunlight is, no one will go out during the day anymore. About a minute later, the white light in the sky disappeared. This is the horror of the sun. In just this minute, countless creatures must have died on the other side of the earth. Many people in Huanhai City saw the light that was as bright as day for that minute. Although they didn't know what was going on, they didn't take it to heart. Most people don't know that 2:30 in the morning is the time when most people fall asleep. China was lucky and blocked the first wave while the United States on the other side of the world was in chaos. That minute caused all electronic equipment around the world to fail completely, and countless vehicles lost control and crashed into each other. Power outages, explosions, fires, crying. The other side of the earth had become the end of the world. The new president hadn't found the lost aircraft carrier yet, but he looked dozens of years older when he saw this scene, like a 200-year-old man. Is God going to destroy America? What's wrong with this planet? The top leaders of the United States watched everything that happened on the streets. In just this 1 minute, the losses to the United States were impossible to count. This is why I have to go back to China. I can't stay in Russia either. There will be extreme cold next year. Finally, after the United States' full-scale repair efforts, more than an hour later, the communication system began to recover bit by bit. The police station, fire station, and hospital phones have been bombarded with calls from citizens. There are vehicle collisions, injured people, and fires everywhere. The entire United States is in chaos. Of course, China was also affected. Many vehicles lost control and crashed off the highway viaduct, resulting in many car crashes and casualties. But 3 o'clock in the morning was not the busiest time for traffic, and communications were interrupted. So many people had no idea what was happening in the world in their sleep. After I finished drinking the red wine, I felt relieved. With China's repair speed, communication should be restored before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? Seeing the end of the world coming as expected, I felt relieved. I don't need to go to Burma to start a warlord uprising. I can just stay at home and live a quiet life. I don't need to rush to pay back the loan I owe to the bank. As for the high-interest loan I borrowed from you, if you still have the life to pay me back, I will definitely pay you back. I was tired after a day of drinking, and after a few drinks, I lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Living in this safe house, I felt much more at ease. I slept soundly, and China's network began to gradually recover. Today, China has become the country's exclusive network. The satellite has been severely damaged, and foreign countries cannot be contacted for the time being. Even the authorities don't know what is happening on the other side of the Earth, and satellite phones are not working now. There are endless discussions and messages for help on the internet. There are too many traffic accidents, and the police force in Huanghai City is now completely insufficient. Not only is Huanghai City short of police resources, the entire Chinese country is the same, with out-of-control vehicles crashing into each other everywhere. On January 1st, 2050, I slept through the night and turned on my phone, and the network was back online. I took out a dozen beers and a few skewers of grilled kidneys from my space and checked Weibo and Tieba forums, which were almost overwhelmed by what happened last night. Soon, all social media platforms posted the same message and the official announcement was made. People of China, please take note. At 2:30 a.m. on January 1st, 2050, Kyoto time, a solar sunspot eruption caused global communication equipment to malfunction. The authorities are making every effort to rescue the accident caused. From January 1st, 2050 to the early morning of January 4th, 2050, all personnel in China will take a 3-day collective holiday and avoid unnecessary travel to avoid affecting the official rescue work. To ensure the normal life of residents, all food sales outlets must operate normally and are not allowed to raise prices without permission. Violators will be held accountable. Do not gather or go out unless necessary to prevent secondary injuries caused by crowded crowds. The authorities will make every effort to repair water, electricity, gas, and communication systems to ensure that residents' normal lives are not affected. Due to the severity of the disaster, please do not call the police unless it is necessary to avoid wasting police resources to rescue the affected people. At 6 o'clock on January 1st, 2050, the Kyoto Disaster Relief Command Center of China issued a statement. I shook my head after reading it. The Chinese government did respond quickly to earthquake relief, but it still underestimated the impact of this natural disaster. Buzz! My cell phone rang. It was the manager of Tianhai Hotel. Mr. Lin, can we still deliver food to you today? We have prepared it here. The communication failure has little to do with the hotel kitchen, but you have also seen the notice, right? Don't go out unless necessary. The manager's voice was full of apology. She didn't know what to do. This was a huge order of 45 million. She could only call to inquire about the situation. Send it here. There are not many people affected by the disaster here. You have to trust the authorities. This is the last supply I have. I can't possibly not want it. If I want to eat it in the future, I will have to cook it myself. The manager replied, Okay, Mr. Lin, we will deliver it in 30 minutes unless there are any accidents on the way. Hearing this, I shook my head. These guys are really obsessed with making money. They don't know how terrible the lethality of ultraviolet rays is after the ozone layer is destroyed. Tomorrow morning, all Chinese people will know this. I took out a bottle of sunscreen from the space and applied it to the exposed skin on my face and head. This small bottle of sunscreen can save lives over time. After applying sunscreen, I prepared my parasol and sunglasses. I didn't want to die young, so I had to prepare everything. When I went to the United States, I paid special attention to the sunscreen produced by the cosmetics factory. Compared with domestic products, the sunscreen produced in the United States is obviously of better quality. I stood at the window and looked outside. Your good days are over, but mine have just begun. I am like an ancient emperor overlooking the country. I don't care whether the ants under my feet see me or not. I am invincible. So what else should I be afraid of? As long as I want, I can release billions of water at any time to wipe out the entire Huanghai City. Even unifying the Earth is just a matter of time. It all depends on whether I want to. At this time, Xiao Xiao, who lived across the street from my house, was lying on the balcony of his house, looking at me with a high-powered telescope. Because the glass in my house is too thick, the view from a distance of dozens of meters is still blurry. But with a woman's intuition, Chow Chow guessed what I was holding. Sunscreen? Sunglasses? Parasol? It's January now. What does Lin Feng prepare these things for? Chow Chow put down the telescope, a little confused. Chow Chow, what are you looking at? It's vacation now. Why don't we go to the beach to play? At this time, Chow Chow's best friend and classmate Li Ying came over. She came to Chow Chow's house to celebrate New Year's Day, but she didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Why go to the beach during this disaster period? Haven't you heard any official notice? Do you think we should stay at home unless necessary? Chow Chow rolled her eyes at Li Ying. Let's go. Let's go. The beach isn't far away, just a few dozen kilometers. We don't have to take the highway. We can just take a taxi and get there. Li Ying began to act coquettishly towards Chow Chow, who felt helpless. Li Ying is a beautiful and kind person. She has no bad intentions, but her brain is a little slower than normal people. People didn't even know how many people were affected by the disaster last night, and you still wanted to go to the beach? Anyway, the winter vacation isn't over yet. It's March 1st. I'll go with you when things return to normal. You go to the supermarket with me today. I want to buy some things. Li Ying smiled and spoke when Xiao Xiao agreed. Okay, that's what you said, but you have to promise me. Take your brother with you when the time comes. Xiao Xiao pinched Li Ying's nose, then said with a smile, I knew you had bad intentions towards my brother. What a pity. My brother has a girlfriend. I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Li Ying angrily punched Xiao Xiao's chest cutely with her little fist. Xiao Xiao's family has good genes. Xiao Xiao is 175 centimeters tall. Xiao Feng is 190 centimeters tall, and Xiao Feng has a good job, earning several million every year. If Li Ying didn't have any thoughts, it would be abnormal. Speaking of Xiao Xiao, she is really imitating me. She took out her summer parasols, sunscreen, and sunglasses and planned to spend the remaining 300,000 yuan on these. Li Ying next to her asked her what she was doing with these in the middle of winter. Xiao Xiao wanted to put sunscreen on her, but she refused for fear of ruining her makeup. Then Xiao Xiao put on his glasses, took an umbrella, and took Li Ying out. As soon as we went out, we found that the weather in January was extremely hot, over 20 degrees. Xiao Xiao was smart enough to open an umbrella and felt much cooler. When the two girls arrived at the supermarket, Xiao Xiao began to frantically purchase sunscreen and other things. She spent nearly 100,000 yuan on supplies and had them delivered to her door. Li Ying asked her why she bought so much, and Xiao Xiao said it was an investment and there would be profit in following her, and she wanted to pull Li Ying in as well. Li Ying didn't dare to do that because she had saved her little money to buy cosmetics, bags, and other things. She thought that women should dress themselves up, and making money was not as fast as hooking up with a rich man. Xiao Xiao didn't force it. She felt she could afford the compensation since her brother was rich after all. The weather is getting weirder and weirder. On New Year's Day, many people are at home preparing for holiday meals. The authorities do not allow prices to be raised privately, and people have no intention of stockpiling supplies. When Xiao Xiao and Li Ying came out of the supermarket, the temperature had risen again. They were feeling very hot, but because there were surveillance cameras on the street, they did not dare to take off their down jackets. When they got home, they took off their clothes. The house was heated, and it became even hotter. Both girls have nice figures, but I don't have the energy to care about that. I have to plan for the days ahead. After I finished collecting the food and drinks, I browsed the forum. There was nothing new. Some people were posting pictures of their dinners. Some were crying about accidents that happened to their family members. It was pretty much the same as before. But if they wait another 2 days, they will know what true despair is. The next day, the ultraviolet rays outside exceeded the limit, and I couldn't go out, but I wasn't worried because I had everything I needed. Because I was well prepared, last night I, the king of gouging, drove a small underground plane and stole 8 wind turbines. It's better to be prepared. Solar power generation may not be enough after the cold wave comes. I have 800 acres of backyard, so shouldn't I make good use of it? I have a large generator, but it burns oil. These 8 big fans are more reliable. No one knows about these things except me. I always act in the middle of the night. Who can watch me 24 hours a day? Let's talk about that girl Xiao Xiao. She was really tortured by Li Ying. In the early morning of January 2nd, Xiao Xiao was awakened by Li Ying's screams. Li Ying's face, neck, and hands were covered with red spots, which looked scary. Li Ying was extremely panicked because she was relying on this face to marry a rich man. What would she do if it was ruined? Xiao Xiao was still rational and wanted to send her to the hospital, but she thought the hospital would be full, so she decided to check online. After checking, She found that there were cases similar to Li Ying everywhere, with people's faces rotten and pus and blood flowing, which turned out to be ultraviolet burns. Those who went out to dance square dance, run, do disaster relief, deliver goods, or deliver takeout yesterday were all infected, while those who were playing games and watching TV series at home were fine. Xiao Xiao was fine, and she was quite glad that she didn't listen to Li Ying and go to the beach to sunbathe. She thought of me and felt that she had escaped the disaster by learning from me. Li Ying also blamed Xiao Xiao for not telling her the truth, but Xiao Xiao had asked her to apply sunscreen before, but she herself refused to do so. Xiao Xiao didn't bother with her, but the girl became wary of Li Ying, thinking that her saintly character wouldn't allow her to survive more than 3 episodes in the apocalypse. Xiao Xiao is really smart and has some apocalyptic awareness. Xiao Xiao also suspected that the world was about to end, and she thought of me, thinking that I was like a male protagonist in the apocalypse, as I was frantically hoarding supplies and building shelters. She contacted her brother Xiao Feng, who told her to stay at home, saying that many workers on the construction site had their faces damaged by ultraviolet rays and could not even get into the hospital. Xiao Xiao asked Xiao Feng to store water and food as well, as she had a bad feeling. Xiao Feng replied that he had money and asked Xiao Xiao to take care of herself. Xiao Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she took out the telescope to see what I was doing. This girl really recognized me. When this natural disaster strikes, stealing 8 wind turbines is no big deal. Human lives are the most important thing now. January 2nd was a real mess. The official grassroots staff suffered the most. Most of them were severely sunburned, and 80% lost their ability to work. The hospital was full of injured people and was overcrowded. There was a serious shortage of sunburn medicine. After all, it was winter and the hospital didn't have that much sunburn cream on hand. It wasn't often used. Huanghai City Hospital was even more unlucky. I had robbed almost all of it. The wounded were sent in, but had no medicine and could only wait to die. This was the main reason why the authorities later lost control. 80% of the staff lost their ability to work, and 30% of them died from the infection due to untimely treatment. This sunburn should not be underestimated. In 60-degree hot weather, it can be fatal. If not treated in time, the disease can cause mild disfigurement and peeling, or even death. Those old men and women who dance square dance, and those who joined the violent walking groups also suffered. They are probably about to die at home. They were so noisy in the past, but this time God is punishing them. I checked my phone and saw that the owner group was very lively. Someone offered 10,000 yuan for a tube of sunburn cream, saying that his son's face was sunburned and there was no medicine at the hospital. There was also someone who was shouting that sunburn was not a big deal, but he was scolded to death. That person's mother got sunburned from square dancing and was almost dying, so she offered 20,000 yuan to buy one. Some people even took the opportunity to curse those who danced square dance and those who walked violently, and they almost got their addresses asked for. Most people in the group don't have sunburn cream, and even if they do, they only have a little. Now everyone knows how important this thing is, and their family members may need it, so no one is willing to sell it. Besides, the dead guy is furious. Now the official authorities are half paralyzed, and it's useless to call the police. No one wants to cause trouble. I used a telescope to take a look at the entrance of the community. There were quite a few smart people holding umbrellas, or rain umbrellas if there were no parasols, going to the supermarket to buy food and sunscreen. Xiao Xiao stocked up yesterday and bought almost all the sunscreen. Even if they didn't have sunscreen, they didn't go back empty-handed. They bought rice, flour, fruits, and vegetables in the 40-degree heat. These people are older and more experienced. After experiencing the epidemic, they know that there may be a major epidemic after a major disaster, so there is no harm in stocking more. There is an official price limit policy now, and it is only the 2nd day of the natural disaster. Although the price of supplies has increased a bit, it is still acceptable. Everyone is moving large and small bags home. I shook my head slightly, thinking that they would only live a little longer. This natural disaster was much more serious than they thought. What they should stockpile the most was weapons. Once the young people were starving, no matter how much supplies they stockpiled, they would all be snatched away. I put down the telescope. There are no new messages in the group. The internet is full of help posts from family members who have been sunburned and some unscrupulous bloggers posting tips on sun protection. I was not interested. I turned on the air conditioner and drank cold beer. The temperature in the room was 23 degrees, very cool and comfortable. Even if the air conditioner fails to work at temperatures above 50 degrees, I still have a solution. I have 30,000 square kilometers of Lake Baikal and 5 meters of ice in my space. Just take a piece of it and put it in the room to cool it down. My safe house is insulated from cold and heat, like an insulated box. I can't use up all this ice in several lifetimes. Just when I was enjoying myself, my cell phone rang. It was Annie Wong Guafin from the neighborhood committee. She told everyone not to worry and to trust the authorities, saying that experts said the temperature would drop after a few days. She also criticized the elderly who were grabbing supplies, saying that this was not an era of scarcity and that people should not waste money buying so many supplies, which would add pressure to the official rescue. I laughed when I saw it. This Aunt Wong is not a good person. In her previous life, she hid a lot of official relief supplies and killed many people. It's the second day of the apocalypse now. We can still spend money to buy supplies today, but it will be 50 degrees tomorrow and 60 degrees the day after tomorrow. By then, there will be nowhere to buy anything if we want to. How can money be more important than life? In this hot weather, air conditioners don't work well. Water and fans are the key. How many people will die of heat stroke? I'll just watch quietly. Before long, she will become the public enemy of the community and prevent people from buying supplies. She will be in trouble then. Other owners refuted her in the group. Some said that after experiencing the epidemic, they had to stockpile supplies. Otherwise, what would they do if they ran out of food? Some people said that it was so hot that it was difficult to go out and that they had run out of food at home and had to stock up. Others said that it was not excessive to buy a few buckets of water, as they had to drink water in this weather. And some people scolded the experts, saying that what they said could not be trusted. I looked at the news and didn't want to say anything. There are so many tricks involved, but I don't want to talk about these. Whatever happens, even if I have all the food reserves in the world, I can't feed the world's population for a few years. Because super strong ultraviolet rays not only kill animals, but are also fatal to plants. From now on, the Earth will not be able to produce food, so you can feel the despair. At this time, Wong Guafins at all members turned the group upside down. She directly sent a voice message to the group, yelling that everyone was rebelling and causing trouble for the authorities and the neighborhood committee. He also said that if everyone continued to scramble for supplies, prices would be out of control within 3 days and no one would have anything to eat. She also threatened that she would go to the gate and take note of anyone who looted supplies, and after the natural disaster was over, she would call the police and accuse them of disturbing public order. After hearing this, I have to give her a thumbs up. This is a really ruthless move, and she raised the banner so beautifully. As soon as she said these 3 words, the group fell silent again. The Shishan Villa area is adjacent to the ordinary residential area, with more than 100,000 people living there. But no one dared to accept the big hat of disturbing public order. In a society ruled by law, no one wanted to be the first to offend her. But after a while, one of the owners sent a video. I opened it and saw an old man in the shadow of the supermarket, sweating profusely as he moved things onto a tricycle, which was already full. "Hey," someone shouted in the group. "Wong Guafin, this is your old manly dagwa. Your own old man is like this. How dare you control us?" This time, the group exploded again. Everyone began to accuse Wong Guafin of double standards, saying that her family used the car to load supplies but did not allow others to buy. Some people even said they would file a complaint against her. Wong Guafin actually just wanted to stock up more supplies before prices went up. Ordinary people don't know that the authorities have already notified us that the natural disaster is serious and that there will be water and electricity restrictions within 3 days. She asked Lee Dagwa to buy water and food, hoping to get more before everyone knew about it. Just when she was panicking, her daughter-in-law Zheng Shuya came in and gave her a dirty trick, asking her to shift the conflict to me, saying that I had used countless supply trucks to transport things in the backyard of the villa area a few days ago, and that I was the profiteer who looted supplies and asked everyone to turn their attention to me. When Wong Guafin heard this, she thought it made sense, so she shouted in the group, saying that her husband bought the supplies to help needy families, and that I was the one who was looting the supplies, and asked me to help my neighbors get through the difficult times. I laughed when I heard it. This is such a dirty trick. He has his own problems, but he still wants to throw dirty water on me. I was free anyway, so I wanted to tease her. I said in the group, "Annie Wong, my family can't even afford to eat. Your husband has bought so much. Can you support me a little? I will pay you back tenfold after the natural disaster. I am a poor family now, and I asked the neighborhood committee for support." Wong Guafin and Zheng Shuya were stunned when they heard this. They must be thinking that I have so many things in the warehouse, and yet I still want support. Then I posted a video of an empty warehouse and a police filing certificate, which stated that I had lost materials worth 10 billion yuan and that a case had been opened for investigation. The owners were very excited. Some of them gloated over my misfortune, saying that I was rich and unkind and deserved to have my things lost. Some even lamented that I had lost so much, enough for the whole community to eat for a long time. And some said that if I lost all these, no one would have anything to eat. I said in the group, I still have 2.7 million yuan, and I don't have a parasol at home. Aunt Wang, can you ask your old man to bring me some food? I am willing to pay you for running errands. 5 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, 5 yuan for a sausage, and 5 yuan for a bottle of water. I also sent the balance of my bank card. Those owners who bought houses with loans all lamented that I was a lean camel that was bigger than a horse. But Wang Guifan replied that I had money and was not from a poor family, and asked me to go by the house myself in the evening. Then, families in real need asked Wang Guifan in the group for help in delivering food. Some had taken out loans to buy houses and had no savings or surplus food. Some were in poor health and could not go downstairs, and some were not used to cooking and their takeout had stopped, so they all asked her for help. Wang Guifan was so angry that she turned off her phone. She didn't care about these people. Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, the group started to curse her again. Wang Guifan was so angry that she wanted to punish me, but I didn't care because they didn't scold me now. Just when I was engrossed in watching the game, I didn't expect that girl Xiao Xiao was peeking at me with a telescope and even called me a hooligan. Humph! I guess she saw me watching the cheerleading team. The little girl was blushing and must be shy. She lives only a few dozen meters away from me. She can see my first floor from the second floor of her house. Although the glass in my house is thick, I guess she still saw some blurry images as if they were coded, but she could guess what the content was. She must be wondering why I am like this, worth hundreds of billions, yet I still do such a thing. Xiao Xiao is a very innocent girl. She has never even held a boy's hand and has always been protected by her brother. She thinks I am a pervert and thinks she cannot be like me. Her goal is to make more money than me, not to become like me. Then she went about her own business, preparing to reinforce the warehouse downstairs from her house. The warehouse had an anti-theft door, but she felt it could not prevent robbers and needed to be reinforced. She did not plan to tell anyone, including Li Ying. She was quite smart. She found an excuse and told Li Ying that wine could invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, and drinking some with breakfast was good for the face. She then took out several boxes of wine that her brother had used for social events. Li Ying felt her face was much better and she was relaxed, so she agreed. The two of them ate and drank, and soon Li Ying was drunk. Xiao Xiao helped her to bed and took the key and went downstairs to the warehouse. The warehouse was located in a building in Shishan Villa, close to the villa area. It was in a remote location, and there were banners and phone numbers about the decoration and construction hanging outside. Most people would not think there was any food inside, so Xiao Xiao was quite reassured about this. She went into the warehouse and used the welding machine and steel bars left over from her brother's construction to reinforce the door. This girl came from a poor family, but she knew how to use a welding machine. After spending a day welding the door shut, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao must be wondering why I was looking at those things. In fact, since she met me a month ago, I have been stockpiling supplies and saying that the world is about to end. I guess she is also wondering in her heart. Humph! I said before that she was worth 2 sausages and Li Ying was worth 1. I guess she is now thinking that she has a warehouse full of food and doesn't care about my sausage. After Xiao Xiao finished reinforcing the warehouse, he wiped off his sweat and went home. Li Ying was still sleeping, but the burn on her face had healed a lot. Xiao Xiao sat there and began to think. The temperature outside today was 40 degrees Celsius. Huanghai City had never been this hot in January in the past 10,000 years. As a fan of the end of the world, she must have felt that something must be wrong and was worried that the end of the world was coming. After all, she had participated in the design of my safe house. She had made up her mind to let Li Ying go home tonight, and she thought that she had to send her away even if it meant spending a huge amount of money on taxi fare, as she still had 2,000 yuan in her card. After Li Ying woke up, she stretched and asked Xiao Xiao how she was doing. Xiao Xiao said that she would take a taxi to take her home after dinner. Li Ying agreed, thinking that her parents would be worried after living here for a few days. While Xiao Xiao was cooking, Li Ying was playing with her phone and saw a message from her mother. Her mother was worried about her and said that there were many people in their residential area with low quality and the supermarket was emptied. She told her not to go back and also asked her to buy some more things at Xiao Xiao's house and go home after the disaster was over. Li Ying replied that she would take a taxi back home after dinner. She still had 38,000 yuan in her card. She passed by the supermarket to buy some food for her family. She thought the disaster would be over in a few days. As a result, her mother replied, telling her not to come back because there were hooligans blocking the entrance of the community and trying to steal things. It was useless to call the police because the police station's phone was unreachable. She also said that it was okay for her parents to stay at home for 10 days or so, and told her to go to the supermarket to buy things when she had money and not to be stingy with the money. She also transferred 20,000 yuan to her. Ling was very happy to see the money. She thought she could buy more bags and didn't want to go home. She thought Xiao Xiao bought so much food, which would expire if not finished, so she could help eat it. Then she told Xiao Xiao that she was going downstairs to buy something. Xiao Xiao didn't refuse. He thought she was going to take the things home, so he let her go. Ling went downstairs wearing a mini skirt and black stockings. Even though she was sunburned, this girl did not forget to be beautiful. The neighborhood was very hot and stuffy at night, about 30 degrees, but there were people everywhere, all of them in a hurry, carrying large and small bags and rushing home. Ling snorted coldly, turned her hips and walked away, saying that the other person was an idiot for buying so much food. Little did she know that the world was about to change. The owners of the small supermarkets in the community were so happy that they sold out all their stocks. Even expired canned food, ham sausages, and instant noodles were bought at high prices. The large comprehensive supermarket outside the community was in a state of panic, with the food section, fresh produce section, and grain and oil section all packed with people. The government does not allow prices to rise, but merchants have come up with a trick. A shopping bag costs 100 yuan, and one bag is required for each item. Even a head of garlic must be put in a separate bag. They also say that this charge is reasonable. This kind of thing happened everywhere in the hard-hit areas of China. Many anchors and bloggers even live broadcasted the entire process to attract attention, but no one cared. It was useless to call the police. Why? Yesterday, 80% of the police officers who participated in the rescue were seriously sunburned. 1/3 are lying down, and those in poor health have died. The police system is paralyzed and they can't save people. So how can they have time to take care of things like this in the supermarket? The road was in chaos, with many people and their cars lying on the highway and under overpasses. Those who were lucky died without any pain. Those who were unlucky died after being stuck in the car for 2 days in the sun. And those who were even more unlucky got stuck in the car and fell into the bushes, unable to get out, and eventually died of thirst or heat. China has begun recruiting volunteers. There are too many disaster victims, and the police force is insufficient. Volunteers will participate in the rescue. 3 meals will be provided. Those who have joined the party will be given priority. Those with criminal records will not be accepted. They will rest during the day and rescue at night. Many young people signed up, thinking about defending their country, and there were also many people who had no food to eat. However, this group of people were lazy and undisciplined, and the rescue progress was very slow. They just came here to eat. As for Li Ying, she twisted her hips and went to the comprehensive supermarket. She did not go to buy food, but ran to the imported leather bag area. The food section was packed, but the bag section was deserted with only one salesperson. The salesperson was very enthusiastic when he saw someone coming, but there was only one person who came in a day. Li Ying quickly picked out a limited edition bag from the LU brand, which cost 58,000 renminbi. The salesperson was both the salesperson and the cashier. After collecting the money and giving the receipt, Li Ying was very arrogant. She tore up the receipt, put her bag on, and left. She didn't even want the receipt, saying that she would not return the money after buying it. She twisted her hips and went back to Xiao Xiao's house. When she arrived at the gate of the community, it was even more chaotic. At first, people bought things in an orderly manner, but later when prices went up, everyone panicked and bought more as prices went up. Now even people with money can't buy anything, and those without money have started robbing. Fortunately, these people only robbed things and did not beat people. At least they were rational. Li Ying was holding her bag, very nervous, afraid that someone would snatch her bag. As a result, someone really tried to steal the bag. A man rushed over, snatched the bag, and ran away. Li Ying shouted robbery at the security guard, but the security guard ignored her and even scolded her, saying that she always scolded him for being a stinky gatekeeper, but now he didn't care. Li Ying had no choice but to chase after him. The man ran a few dozen meters and stopped. He opened the bag and found nothing. He cursed angrily and spat into the bag and threw it into the trash can. In his eyes, the bag was useless because he couldn't eat or drink anything. Li Ying chased after her, feeling extremely distressed. The man became even angrier and slapped her in the face, knocked her down and kicked her. This man is a gangster named Song Chao. He has no savings. Food is expensive now, so he has no way to make a living if he doesn't rob. He kicked and cursed, saying that lawyer Zhang San said that eating giant pandas at this time was not illegal and it was an emergency risk avoidance measure. Li Ying was beaten so hard that she begged for mercy, saying that there was food at home and she would give it to Song Chao. Only then did Song Chao stop. For him, nothing was more important than food. Song Chao wanted to eat, saying he wanted a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages. Otherwise, he would beat her. Li Ying quickly agreed. Song Chao was about to hit her, but he stopped when he saw that she agreed. Li Ying walked along with a feeling of grievance, and someone picked up her 58,000 yuan donkey brand bag when they passed by a trash can. She felt so distressed that she would not have pursued him if she had known this would happen. She had never suffered such grievance before, as she had been spoiled since childhood. When they arrived at Xiao Qiao's house, Li Ying asked Song Chao to say that they were a friend and said that there was someone else in the house and he had to find an excuse. Song Chao agreed impatiently and said that as long as the food did not kill people, it was an emergency measure. Song Chao actually didn't want to do this. He was just very hungry. He felt that if he only snatched these few things, even if Li Ying called the police would probably not bother to do anything. Xiao Qiao came to open the door, and when she saw Li Ying like that and a strange man, she felt a little nervous. Li Ying said that this was a friend who came to borrow food because his family had run out of food. Xiao Qiao was a little skeptical, but she felt that it was 2050 already, and the world wouldn't end just because of solar sunspot explosions and global communications blackouts. She couldn't just kill them because of this. Otherwise, she would become a mental patient. It was normal for neighbors to borrow things from each other, so Xiao Qiao went into the house and brought out a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages. Song Chao was overjoyed. He took it and said he would return at double the amount after the disaster was over. Li Ying was a little embarrassed and asked Xiao Qiao how much it cost, saying that she would give it to her as compensation. Xiao Qiao didn't say anything, but she wanted her to leave tonight. Li Ying said that it was not convenient at home and wanted to stay at Xiao Qiao's place for a few more days. Xiao Qiao was a little conflicted. Reason told her that she couldn't keep Li Ying, but emotionally she felt that they had been best friends for so many years and she had to help her when she was in trouble. Xiao Qiao couldn't be as cold-blooded as me. In the end, Xiao Qiao agreed, thinking that the disaster would not get out of control, and it was only January 2nd. Even if it was the end of the world, it couldn't happen so quickly. Who wouldn't have some food stored? She didn't know that my rebirth had a butterfly effect. I spent tens of billions to buy out all the supplies around Huanghai City, leaving Song Chao and his men with nothing to eat and resorting to robbery. Li Ying was very happy and said she would help Xiao Qiao with housework, laundry, and cooking. The two of them had a simple meal, including shredded pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with persimmons. The vegetables had to be eaten first because they were not ready for long. The two of them drank some wine. Li Ying had a low alcohol tolerance and was drunk by Xiao Qiao again. When Xiao Qiao saw Li Ying's bag, she checked it on her phone and found out it was a limited edition bag of the LV brand worth 58,000 renminbi. She thought Li Ying was out of her mind. Her family is ordinary and her parents earn money with difficulty. It is a waste to buy this bag. However, Xiao Qiao also thinks that this is Li Ying's freedom and she has no right to interfere. Xiao Qiao sighed, still not believing that the end of the world would come. She took out her night vision binoculars to see what I was doing, thinking that if I sold supplies, she would sell them too, so that the supplies would not rot in my hands. This sight scared her. There was a fierce looting at the entrance of the community. Someone was lying in a pool of blood. It was getting more and more chaotic outside. Someone was robbing with a weapon. Xiao Qiao's house is on the second floor, and there is a warehouse downstairs. She suddenly panicked and regretted not buying a high-rise building, fearing that her supplies would be discovered. She didn't even bother to look at me, and hurried downstairs to the warehouse to get the welding machine, steel bars, electric drill, and other things to reinforce the house. She felt that it might be too late if she delayed any further. Xiao Qiao was really busy. She moved the tools and materials upstairs and first reinforced the door. Although the anti-theft door was of good quality, she felt it was not safe, so she welded an iron fence inside. She was also smart and knew that if she left it outside, people would easily see that there were supplies in the house, which would be troublesome. She spent 2 hours fixing the door and then started fixing the security window. Her best friend Li Ying was fast asleep and couldn't help at all. Xiao Qiao spent the whole night to reinforce the doors and windows. Fortunately, she was studying architecture and had a brother who was an engineer, so she had all the tools and materials. At 7 o'clock in the morning on January 3rd, Xiao Qiao finished his work and picked up the telescope to look in my direction. I was having breakfast, eating Alaskan king crab. The crab shell was more than 1 meter long. I guess she must have been envious looking at it. I ate a few bites and threw the rest to Abe. Chow Chow must have been very angry because she had never eaten it before. She turned to look at her best friend and wondered why there was such a big difference between them. They were both dogs. Then she stopped looking at me and prepared to eat breakfast. It was hot, and the vegetables in the refrigerator were about to rot, so she planned to eat vegetable salad and mix cold dishes. At this time, Ling woke up and asked Xiao Xiao why she ate vegetarian food every day when there was meat in the refrigerator. Xiao Xiao must have rolled her eyes in her heart. It was already a certain time, and some people were out of food, but she was still picking on them. Xiao Xiao still remembered that I said in the group that 10 billion supplies were lost. Seeing that I was still leisurely eating king crabs, she thought that I definitely didn't lose them. She thought my 5-story steel fortress must be filled with supplies, and that her own small warehouse was a little shabby. However, she felt that once order was restored, she could make some money by selling supplies, and she also lamented that she could avoid taking detours by following me. Xiao Xiao was worried about her brother Xiao Feng, so she sent a WeChat message to Xiao Feng to ask about the situation. At that time, Xiao Feng was eating instant noodles in the shade of an unfinished building. More than a dozen people had died in front of him, and a group of workers were also eating instant noodles with fierce looks in their eyes. Xiao Feng told Xiao Xiao that he had stored a lot of supplies and asked her not to worry. He also asked Xiao Xiao if her home was in danger and whether he wanted to take her to the construction site. In fact, Xiao Feng didn't want to bring Xiao Xiao here. The supplies he bought at a very high price of 10 million were seen by the construction team next door. The two sides fought and many people died. Although they won, the construction site was not safe. Xiao Xiao felt relieved when she heard Xiao Feng say there were 100 million supplies. She also thought that when I sell the supplies, I will tell Xiao Feng to sell them together, and we can make a lot of money. She didn't know that this idiot Xiao Feng spent most of the 100 million on buying land, and the supplies bought with 10 million were not much. If there were really 100 million in supplies, Xiao Feng would have taken her away long ago. Xiao Xiao told Xiao Feng that she had also bought a lot of supplies and asked Xiao Feng to tell her if he needed any food. Xiao Feng was relieved after hearing this. He had many brothers now and could not go home. The supplies he had were not enough to eat. He worked his way up from a construction worker to a contractor, and he knew that workers had a hard life, so he couldn't bear to ignore them. Moreover, he had killed someone last night, and he didn't want to bring Xiao Xiao here unless it was absolutely necessary, for fear of implicating her. A worker asked Xiao Feng what he would do in the future. After all, someone had died. Xiao Feng asked everyone to store water and fill up all the containers that could hold water. He also asked everyone to wash the iron buckets on the construction site and store water in the corner, so that if someone came to rob them, they would be in the right to take action first. He also had people bring in excavation equipment and pile drivers to drill wells. They were told to wear sunscreen and go into the building to rest when it was hot. They had to dig 10 wells before the water was cut off, otherwise they would all die of thirst. These workers use water and yellow mud to apply on their bodies to protect themselves from the sun. Although this method is dirty, it is quite effective. Fortunately, we have all the equipment and can dig a well. Although the water in the well is black and muddy, it is better than no water at all. What Xiao Feng did was quite courageous. If I had seen it, I would have praised him. Water is extremely important now. Killing or not is a trivial matter at this time. If you don't kill a few people after a while, you will be embarrassed to say that you have managed to get by. In fact, the disaster in Huanghai City was so serious this time, and I played a big role. I bought up almost all the food in the surrounding area, which caused the situation to deteriorate so quickly. Xiao Xiao's best friend Liang is such a spoiled girl. She has princess syndrome. She was dissatisfied after taking a few bites of the cold dish breakfast that Xiao Xiao made, so she threw down her chopsticks and stopped eating. Xiao Xiao frowned but said nothing. It was obvious that Liang didn't understand the current situation. Xiao Xiao finished her meal in silence, even eating the half bowl of rice left by Liang. After finishing her meal and cleaning up, Xiao Xiao remembered what her brother said and filled all the water containers in the house and the bathtub with water. There was a truck of mineral water in the warehouse, but she didn't plan to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. When Xiao Xiao returned to the room and saw Liang holding her cell phone with a pile of snack bags next to her that had been opened and only a few bites taken, she couldn't help but accuse her of wasting food. Xiao Xiao is really angry. People are fighting over a pack of instant noodles. She asked Liang to stock up on supplies, but she didn't. She spent 58,000 yuan to buy a pack and still wasted it. Xiao Xiao regretted keeping her. She was not born to be a princess, but she was full of princess syndrome. Xiao Xiao knew that it was not easy for her brother to make money, and he had to save money to buy a house and a warehouse. But what about Li Ying? How could her parents raise her like this with the little money they earned? Li Ying was still acting cute and coquettish, saying that Xiao Xiao had changed and she didn't care about her before. Xiao Xiao took a few deep breaths and held back because of their long-term friendship. Xiao Xiao thought that since there was no official news, the disaster might be over in a few days, so she should just hold back. Then Xiao Xiao made 3 rules with Li Ying. First, food should not be wasted, and one can only eat another thing after finishing one. Second, you're not allowed to waste water. You have to pour only as much as you drink. Third, you are not allowed to bring friends to get food. Yesterday was the first time and the last time. Li Ying was stunned when she heard this. Then she started crying and packed her luggage, saying that Xiao Xiao yelled at her to leave just for a few bags of snacks. Although Xiao Xiao was about to explode, she still couldn't bear to watch Li Ying die. After all, it was 50 degrees outside, and it would be so hot without air conditioning. Xiao Xiao yelled at her, and suddenly remembered my attitude towards Abe. She seemed to understand me a little. Why keep her if she doesn't listen to me? Xiao Xiao has gone from belittling and questioning me to understanding me now. Her next step is to become me and surpass me. However, this takes time, and she still can't bear to be cruel to Li Ying. Li Ying was actually pretending. She didn't want to leave. She knew there was almost no food left at home, and Xiao Xiao had some, so she wouldn't leave. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to agree to have meat for every meal. This was the bottom line of her tolerance. At this time, Xiao Xiao's cell phone rang. Someone in the group said that his father died last night, and he couldn't contact the crematorium and the hospital, so he asked what to do. Someone joked about serving it cold, but that person got anxious. Another person also posted a picture saying that his mother died the day before yesterday, and he didn't know what to do because the house would stink if he kept it in the hot weather. I originally wanted to tell them to put the body on the top floor to dry in case of emergency. This is a common practice in the end times. The ultraviolet rays are strong and can roast a person in 1 day and dry him in 3 days. When not in use, it can be eaten like ham, but it is a bit sour. But after thinking about it, I decided to delete it. I don't care whether they live or die. Later, a doctor named Liang Qiyu spoke up and suggested putting the body on the top floor where ultraviolet rays can kill bacteria. Waiting until order is restored before dealing with it is indeed a good way to deal with corpses now, and it can also be used in emergencies. I still recognize her professionalism. But there was a filial son who still wanted to dig a hole and bury his father, as he felt that putting him on the top floor was unfair to his father. Chapter 43. Hurry up and give your share. Just then, Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee spoke. This is a residential area, not your home. Are you going to bury it? In the flower bed or in the green belt? Do you want everyone to dance on your father's grave after the disaster is over? You are harming others and yourself, being disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Wang Guifan, who has not been seen for a long time, is back in action, and now she has entered the invincible mode from the moral high ground. When the owners saw Wang Guifan talking, they wanted to scold her because it was this old woman who didn't let them stock up on supplies. By the time they wanted to stock up, the supermarket was already emptied. I have money, but I can't spend it now. Why doesn't this old man die earlier? However, the topic now is too heavy. So many people have lost their loved ones. Isn't it disrespectful to the deceased to scold Wang Guifan at this time? The dead are the greatest. I'll scold her another day. My dear owner, I understand your feelings very well, but I am also giving advice based on medical advice. Burying the dead in the community affects the normal lives of all the owners. This is unreasonable and illegal. In addition, the land area of the community is limited. If all the owners bury the dead, the land area is not enough, and a large number of bacteria will breed, which can easily cause an epidemic. Take my advice. It is better to put them on the top floor, record the identity information, time of death, and cause of death, and take them to the crematorium for cremation after order is restored. Dr. Liang Qiyu was still patiently persuading people whose relatives had died in the group, but most people still did not agree with Liang Qiyu's approach. Although Liang Qiyu's words were convincing and well-reasoned, who could be so cruel as to drag their own relatives to the rooftop to be exposed to the sun? The atmosphere in the group dropped to freezing point in an instant. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was so weird. Xiao Xiao put down her phone, glanced at Li Ying, and then added her to the owner's group. Look for yourself at the current situation outside, and you will understand why I have set 3 rules for you. Li Ying looked at her phone and then flipped through the group chat history. In an instant, Li Ying's eyes widened. Now there is no place to bury the dead? What on earth are the officials doing? Can they still do their job? If not, they need to change the leaders. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly and sent 2 exclusive red envelopes in the group to the 2 owners whose father and mother had died. 10,000 yuan each. Although I, Lin Feng, will not eat at your table, I will give you some psychological comfort. Please accept my condolences. The dead are the greatest. This is a small gift from me. Please accept it. After a while, the 2 received the red envelope and saw that it was 10,000 yuan. This Lin Feng is really rich. 10,000 yuan is enough for a one-stop funeral service. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your concern. My father would know your kindness if he were still alive. Mr. Lin and the others all say that you are rich but unkind, but from your actions I can see that you are definitely a profiteer with a conscience. No, a businessman. I can sense your good intentions. Just look at Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee. She is a decent person, but a bad one. She pretends to be dead when something happens. She jumps out when nothing happens. How could God be so blind? He didn't let this old man's family die first. Where's Wang Guifan? Hurry up and give your contribution. Aren't you representing the official authorities? Come out and fart. Because of Lin Feng's 20,000 yuan red envelope, the group immediately praised Lin Feng for his wisdom and generosity. They also started to criticize Wang Guifan as a despicable person. Many people sent me photos. Someone in their family died too. Please give me comfort, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng was bored, so he gave a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to anyone who posted a photo of a dead person in their family. Anyway, the balance in the card was just a string of numbers, and it wouldn't be long before 10,000 yuan wouldn't be enough to buy even a sausage. Lin Feng was sending out red envelopes of condolences like crazy in the group, just for fun, and this made Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee very angry. The group of people who received the red envelopes thanked Lin Feng for his generosity, while cursing Wang Guifan's neighborhood committee for being nothing. Lin Feng, you are uncomfortable with me, aren't you? You think you are great just because you have money. You think you could do whatever you want just because you have money. Wang Guifan turned off her phone in anger, not wanting to hear anyone scolding her anymore. Zheng Shuya frowned slightly and said to Wang Guifan, Mom, why are you so angry? Our family has stockpiled 3 tricycles of supplies, which are enough for a family of 4 to eat for 2 months. Lin Feng is rich, but there is no instant noodles at home. He will starve to death in a few days. When he asks for help in the group, we can teach him a lesson, right? Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Wang Guifan nodded. It is indeed true. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. I wonder how long you, Lin Feng, can still be so arrogant. You don't know until you go out. The price of a sausage has been raised to 100 yuan. It has increased 100 times, and you still can't buy it. Are you still throwing money around like crazy in the group? You are such a big spender. Okay, I won't argue with him. I'll go cook some noodles for breakfast. We can afford it, with sausage and eggs. Wang Guifan found her confidence, while Zheng Shuya looked at her phone with a smile. Zheng Shuya, 28 years old, is a model with good looks and figure. She has been married to 33-year-old Li Wu for 3 years. Due to her age, she no longer works as a model and is now a full-time housewife. Li Wu is a well-known gangster in Huanghai City who has connections in both the black and white worlds. Zheng Shuya, a mediocre little model, couldn't resist Li Wu's financial offensive, so she married Li Wu. Looking at Lin Feng, who was throwing money around crazily in the group, Zheng Shuya's eyes were full of disdain. This group of rich people like to show off their abilities at times like this, leaving screenshots as evidence and posting them online to increase their popularity. But you know no one will remember you, right? You're going to run out of food soon, when you're about to starve to death. Who of these people who received your red envelopes can help you? Zheng Shuya put down her phone and ignored Lin Feng, who was throwing money around crazily. No one knew the reason, and they just happily accepted Lin Feng's red envelope of 10,000 yuan and cursed Wang Guifan at the same time. Lin Feng spent a long time giving away money, but there was still 1.06 million left in his card. No one sent photos of their dead family members? This is Lin Feng's bad taste. Since you have money but basically can't spend it now, just have some fun. It's more fun than Candy Crush anyway. Lin Feng picked up a king crab leg, took a bite, and this time he was really full. Just throw the rest to Abe. How willful. Standing at the window, taking a look at the building opposite. How many days can this chow chow last? You won't be fried, killed, and eaten in 3 days, right? After thinking about it, it doesn't matter. Shishan Villa is so big. Aren't there plenty of women? One Xiao Xiao's death is not a big deal. Lin Feng didn't know yet when he looked towards the door opposite. Xiao Xiao was using a telescope to look at his blurry figure in the window. Xiao Xiao was looking at his phone while looking through the telescope. Is Lin Feng's money hot to the touch? In just a short while, he paid out more than 1.5 million? What is the purpose of this? Xiao Xiao scratched her head. She also wanted to learn from Lin Feng and send red envelopes to the group. But now the balance on the card is only 2,000 yuan. And there are more than 150 people? Is she going to give 10 yuan to each person? What else is she going to give? It's not embarrassing enough. Anyway, she does whatever Lin Feng does now, but she just can't understand what Lin Feng is trying to achieve by doing this. Xiao Xiao gave up sending out red envelopes because she had no money and no ability to do so. Let's continue learning from Lin Feng. I've been right in following Lin Feng for so many steps. It turns out that rich people's perspectives are different from those of ordinary people. When do you sell supplies? I will sell it too on the day you sell it. I still can't believe that I can't make money. Chapter 44. The Value of a Sausage. Bye. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Lin Feng opened his phone and saw a stranger requesting to add him as a friend. I clicked on the avatar and took a look. Did the photo look familiar? But I couldn't remember where I had seen Lin Feng before. Since he was bored anyway, Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and agreed directly. Mr. Lin, do you remember me? Have we met before? I'm Yin. Before Lin Feng could speak, a message from Li Ying came through the dialogue box. Lin Feng scratched his head. To be honest, Ying, I seem to have some impression of her, but not much. Who are you? After typing out the two words, Lin Feng was not at the point of scolding anyone casually. The apocalypse had just begun, so it was better to be tactful. The avatar is very beautiful, with long hair and a short black skirt. She is Lin Feng's ideal woman, at least 9 points. What if that girl is too hungry to bear it and comes to him to research software hardening engineering? Mr. Lin, you are such a forgetful person. 1 month ago, night market, sausages. Li Ying quickly mentioned the key words, which made Lin Feng suddenly enlightened. The woman who was 165 centimeters, 66 centimeters tall, dressed up in fancy clothes, and ate her own sausage. Lin Feng thought about it and felt okay. The makeup is too heavy. Who knows whether it is a human or a ghost hiding behind the wall? If this is a ghost, wouldn't it be a big loss for my sausage? Are you a virgin? Come and keep me company for 1 night with a sausage. Lin Feng, will keep my promise to you. Li Ying was dumbfounded when she saw Lin Feng's message. Is this the world of the rich? You've given out millions of red envelopes in the group, and now you want to get me a sausage? Am I sick or are you sick? You are insulting me. You should have offered at least 10 million. You have already given out the 1 million red envelopes. Do you still need the 10 million? 10 million per night. How many bags of cosmetics can I buy? If you buy a second-hand car, you still have to register it for depreciation. What's more, I, a living person, have turned it into a second-hand car. Li Ying pouted and looked at her phone, very angry. She thought Lin Feng would flatter her with her beauty. Unexpectedly, seeing you sending out red envelopes like crazy, I was planning to marry you. You actually gave me a sausage. Furious, typing and calling Lin Feng a jerk. When the call was almost over, Li Ying clicked delete again. It's normal for rich people to have some special quirks. I'm not angry. I'm a virgin, but isn't one sausage too little, Mr. Lin? I saw you sending out red envelopes worth millions in the group. If I spend 1 night with you, my life will be ruined. Can you give me a fair price? Li Ying was indeed a virgin. It was not that she didn't want that, but she just couldn't find a suitable buyer. Now that she has found a wealthy buyer, she has to raise the price. The price Li Ying has in mind is 10 million. As long as Lin Feng gives me 10 million, I don't care how many people come tonight. Are they real people? Looking at Li Ying's message, Lin Feng clicked on the avatar and looked at Li Ying's circle of friends. There are many photos in the circle of friends: stockings, fishing nets, traveling, the seaside, and the Mabe Desert. It has to be said that Li Ying's circle of friends successfully attracted Lin Feng's sexual interest. Lin Feng has lived 2 lives as a man, a gentleman who keeps his abilities hidden and waits for the right opportunity to act. Lin Feng is still a virgin, but he requires the other party to be a beautiful virgin. Is this request too much? After all, Lin Feng has a mental obsession with cleanliness, and secondhand ones are too dirty, so Lin Feng doesn't want them. Moreover, after the end of the world, the surname disease has become rampant. 9 out of 10 people have the surname disease. Lin Feng can't bring himself to do it unless he finds a clean virgin girl. King Go Lin Feng have stockpiled so many supplies. If this person dies of illness, wouldn't that be too sad? Exiting the circle of friends, Lin Feng sent a message. 2. Li Ying. Li Ying was confused when she saw the word Lin Feng. You said ham sausage a month ago, and you are still saying ham sausage now? Is there nothing else in your eyes except sausage? I have hundreds of thousands of snacks at home now. Which one is not more delicious than ham sausage? Mr. Lin, stop teasing me. You live in a mansion worth hundreds of millions. You drive a sports car worth 30 million, and you only give me 2 sausages? Aren't you going too far? Li Ying was really angry. 2 sausages are not enough to fill me up for a meal. This is simply an insult to me. Lin Feng looked at the messages on his phone and then looked at Li Ying's circle of friends. To be honest, Lin Feng was also looking forward to his first time. After all, the first time was so beautiful, and Li Ying was not bad looking. In a few months, it will be harder to find a virgin girl who hasn't been raped than to find a storage center that hasn't been robbed. As long as a woman is a little bit pretty, she will be raped. They will not let go of even an 8-year-old girl. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to compromise. After all, it won't be long before Li Ying, a virgin, will be raped sooner or later. What if she gets sick? Wouldn't she lose another chance? Do I, Go Wang Lin Feng, have to read study materials for decades without putting them into practice? Just give me a straight answer. A box of sausages. If it works, it works. If not, keep your virginity. Contact me when you can't stand the hunger anymore. Although Lin Feng was a little anxious, his bottom line could not be changed. There was only 1 box of sausages, no more. Otherwise, every virgin girl will raise the price to me, Lin Feng. Will I, Lin Feng, lose everything? How many times can I go to prostitutes with those 100 million sausages I stockpiled? Crack, crack, crack. Li Ying took a few photos of the supplies in the house, including sunscreen, mountains of snacks, and 5 freezers of frozen meat, and sent them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took one look and instantly became furious. You don't have any shortage of food? Why did you add me? Are you kidding me? Send me your address. I'm going to kill you right now. Lin Feng was really angry. These supplies were enough for one person to eat for several years. You add me, but you don't want my sausage. Are you kidding me? I just showed you my interest in you. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Li Ying looked at the message sent by Lin Feng. She didn't know where she went wrong. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked pitiful for a moment. I just want to tell you that I have enough food. I don't want sausages. Yesterday, I just gave someone a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles. What's the use of those things for me? Li Ying rubbed her eyes. It was the first time she added such a rich person, and she felt aggrieved. You can obviously send out red envelopes worth millions in the group. Why do you only give me a box of sausages? Are all rich people so irritable? Why are you yelling at me? I don't want sausages. I want money. Give me 10 million. I will spend a night with you. This is my first time. Do you think you can get rid of me with just a box of sausages? Looking at the message sent by Li Ying, Lin Feng's eyes turned dark, and he was speechless for a moment. Where did this stupid coin come from? It's been 3 days since the end of the world. You still want money? Lin Feng wanted to delete and block the person, and was about to click the blacklist button, but after thinking about it, he gave up. I'd better keep it. After all, it's not easy for a virgin girl to add me on her own initiative. What if I can use her in the future? Wouldn't it be nice to put it at home as a gun mount? You wouldn't be so bored at home alone, relying on the 5th girl, right? I opened the mobile banking app and took a look at the balance. 1.06 million. After thinking about it, I sent a message to Li Ying. 1.06 million, that's all the money I have. Spend the night with me, and it's all yours. Li Ying looked at the phone with tears in her eyes, then shook her head violently. This is the only chance in my life. And you cut the price directly from 10 million to 1.06 million? Are you bargaining too hard? Chapter 45. There is always someone who will do the business. 8 million. One price. No less. This is the only time in my life. You can't lower the price to the death. Looking at Li Ying's message, Lin Feng's scalp numbed by Li Ying's showmanship. This girl looks pretty, but she is completely brainless and only cares about money rather than her life. Lin Feng has already overdrawn his bank account due to online loan sharking, and now he really can't get the 8 million. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't mind spending the 8 million to study the engineering of human body software hardening. From now on, money is shit. It's too hard to even wipe your butt with. But I met such a weirdo. He wants money more than life. It's just 1.06 million, not a cent more. Villa 108 in Shishan Villa District. If you can come, come. If you can't come, just stay and wait to be targeted. After Lin Feng replied, he threw his phone away and was really too lazy to pay attention to Li Ying. I'm giving you a box of sausages, and you won't do it? When you are gangbanged, you will regret it. Thinking of those borderline photos, Lin Feng felt a surge of anger in his stomach. They're all normal men. It would be abnormal if they didn't have any ideas. Turn on the 3 projector and study some European and American learning materials today. Li Ying, you can come if you want or not. Anyway, I still have the 5th girl, and the craft cannot be neglected. Of course, safety comes first. Becoming a thief in the last days? The consequences would be disastrous. Whoever thinks his life is too long, let him give it a try. Don't you know about syphilis and AIDS? Lin Feng went to study his ancestral craft, while Li Ying was crying in the room, holding her cell phone. What's wrong with rich people? They just randomly send out red envelopes worth millions in the group chat. And you only give me 1.06 million when it comes to me, a young girl who has never been married? This is too much. Li Ying also threw her phone aside and didn't want to reply to Lin Feng's message. This is simply an insult to her personality. Xiao Xiao had been busy for a whole day and night and was feeling sleepy in her room. However, since she couldn't go out during the day, it was a good time to sleep. However, when he heard the noise in Li Ying's room, he got up and went to see what was going on. Li Ying buried her head in the quilt and cried bitterly. Xiao Xiao didn't know what was going on. Ying, why are you crying? What happened? Although Xiao Xiao was angry, she still felt soft-hearted and came over to comfort her best friend. Xiao Xiao, all men are bad. Li Ying threw herself into Xiao Xiao's arms and cried her eyes out. Xiao Xiao didn't understand what was going on. She touched Li Ying's head and didn't know how to comfort her. After all, she had no experience in love. Seeing that Li Ying was crying so sadly, he carried Li Ying to her bed and kept patting her shoulders. After shooting for a while, Xiao Xiao felt sleepy. He had been busy all night and it was time to go to bed. Li Ying cursed Lin Feng in her heart for being rich and unkind, while complaining about the unfairness of her fate. Why wasn't I, Li Ying, born into a wealthy family? If my parents were rich, would I sell my dignity and bargain with others to sell my virginity? Li Ying was wiping her tears on the bed, feeling aggrieved. She didn't know why Lin Feng was unwilling to give her 8 million. It's only once in a lifetime. Li Ying will never agree to a price lower than this. Not interesting, just average. After looking at European and American learning materials for a while, Lin Feng turned off the projector. Open the owner group on the phone and look through the owner information, mainly to see who is the beauty in the circle of friends. If she is a virgin, then you can make a deal. 80% of these owners are over 30 years old. After all, the housing prices in Shishan Villa are not cheap, and the villa area is even more expensive. Only the female doctor named Liang Shuyu looked good, but I didn't know if she used beauty filters or not. She looked to be in her 20s. Doctor? It's a bit useful. I can't go to the hospital when I get sick or injured in the future. Add me as a friend. If you don't agree, forget it. Lin Feng clicked to add, and Liang Shuyu agreed after a few minutes. Hello, I'm Liang Shuyu, a surgeon at the Huanghai Second People's Hospital. How can I help you? Lin Feng saw that this guy seemed to have a lot of patience adding her. Did he just copy and paste it back? Lin Feng thought about it and didn't have much to ask. It was only 3 days into the apocalypse, and it wouldn't be a good idea to directly ask people whether they wanted to eat sausage or study human software hardening engineering. Replied, I'm Lin Feng. I see you're having a hard time. If you run into any difficulties in the future, you can contact me. After saying that, Lin Feng began to look at Liang Shuyu's circle of friends, mainly to see if she had a boyfriend and photos of her male friends. After searching for a long time, I found that Liang Shuyu's circle of friends was very clean. From junior high school to high school, college, graduation, and work, there was a record every half a month or so. There is no black fishing net, just a simple record of life, which is completely different from Li Ying. Li Ying is obviously trying to hook up with rich men, while Liang Shuyu is really recording her life. Mr. Lin Feng, do you have sunburn cream? Burn cream is also okay. I have a patient with severe sunburn who came to me to ask for medicine, but I don't have any in stock at home. I can pay for it. What's your price? Seeing Liang Chuyu's message, Lin Feng touched his chin. It turned out that he still needed to find out more. Isn't the business here? Dr. Liang, I have sunburn cream and burn cream here, but you have to answer me a question first. Are you a virgin? Liang Chuyu on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. How could a patient ask a doctor questions like this? After thinking about it, she realized that there is a severe shortage of sunburn cream and burn cream, and her boyfriend is now a security guard after retiring. He was severely sunburned during the disaster relief work, and now there is no medicine available in the hospital. Mr. Lin Feng, I have a boyfriend who is a transporter. He got severely sunburned on the first day of disaster relief. Name a price and sell me a tube of sunburn cream. You can also contribute to the official disaster relief efforts. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng lost all interest. There's nothing wrong with him, the doctor said. He's 24, and it's normal for him to have a partner. Nowadays, many young girls go out to rent a room when they are 14 or 15 years old. It is nothing wrong for them to have children at that age. Lin Feng lost interest and ignored Liang Qiyu. There are countless people suffering from sunburn all over the world. Even if I, Lin Feng, donated all these 100 million sunburn creams, it would not be enough. I'd better keep them for myself. Liang Qiyu waited anxiously with her phone in hand for half an hour, but Lin Feng just didn't reply. Liang Qiyu was worried because her boyfriend was severely sunburned. If he didn't get treatment, the wound would become infected and he would die. Chapter 46, Expensive Sunburn Cream. Liang Qiyu is a doctor. Although she is on vacation at home, she knows the situation in the hospital best. 1/3 of the official rescue workers have died. Otherwise, why is it that we can't get through to the police or get into the hospital now? What the hospital lacks now is not doctors, but medicine. So Liang Qiyu was refused when she wanted to go back to the hospital and was asked to stay at home on standby. Because the patients in the hospital have nothing to eat now, we can only wait for support from higher authorities. The superiors are unable to provide support. All of China has been affected, except for the sparsely populated high-latitude areas in the north that can still protect themselves. The south has been hit even harder, and the temperature is now over 60 degrees. Vegetables, fruit trees, all plants in the field, including weeds, were sun-dried to death. Livestock. Now they have basically turned into bacon. The high-temperature weather also causes occasional wildfires. Now people are unable to put out the fires and can only wait for them to burn out naturally. The mortality rate in the southern low-latitude areas is higher. I dare not publish these things. I am afraid of causing panic among the people in the north. As an official, Liang Qiyu certainly knew all this, so she had to take the sunburn cream from Lin Feng. This concerns her boyfriend's life. Mr. Lin Feng, I don't know why you asked this question, but I am a virgin. How can you sell me your sunburn cream? I really need one. Liang Qiyu really had no choice. If she didn't ask her boyfriend, he would be in trouble. Even if it is cured, it will most likely be disfigured, but Liang Qiyu is not a woman who only cares about appearance. The scar on her face is a medal, which represents honor. How could Liang Qiyu dislike it? Lin Feng was delighted when he saw the news. Sure enough, there are still women who can stick to their bottom line before marriage. If you stay with me for a night, I'll give you a sunburn cream. This is a deal, and you can choose to refuse. Feel free to contact me when you've made up your mind. When Liang Qiyu saw the news, she was stunned for a moment. Lin Feng, are you still a human being? You are simply taking advantage of the situation. This made Liang Qiyu angry. Even if Lin Feng wanted her house, she would not hesitate. How could a house be more important than life? But Lin Feng wants her to be the first time. Liang Qiyu is a woman of principle. She was so angry that she picked up her phone and wanted to block Lin Feng. But just when Liang Qiyu was about to click to block the user, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Now only Lin Feng has the sunburn cream. Will there be no chance to block Lin Feng? At this moment, the community group was in a panic. Oh my God! It's 50 degrees outside. Why is there a water and power outage? Damn it! It turns out there's a power outage. Why is it so hot at home? Isn't this going to kill us? How can I survive in such hot weather without water and electricity? I heard the news. Due to the hot weather, the water and electricity supply are under great pressure. Starting today, water and electricity will be cut off at irregular intervals. Water and electricity will be limited to 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. every day until the disaster is over. What the hell? There's a 50-degree power outage, and I can't get out. Are they trying to kill me? I can't survive. The room temperature in my house has reached 45 degrees. I live on the top floor. I'm almost dying from the sun. Now I can only sit in the corridor and open the window to enjoy the breeze. Liang Qiyu looked at the messages in the group and realized that what happened in the south had gradually begun to spread to the north. It won't be long before the disaster in the north gets out of control, because insiders know very well that the magnetic storm caused by this sunspot eruption destroyed the ozone layer. Without the protection of the ozone layer, the Earth will be unsuitable for human survival. And this is just the beginning. The recovery of the ozone layer is extremely slow. It may take several years or even hundreds of years. No one can be sure. In order to prevent greater panic, the authorities did not dare to release the news, and only insiders knew about it. However, it is no longer important whether the official news is released or not. People are not stupid and can guess what is going on. It cannot be concealed. Liang Qiuyu became even more panicked. Wasn't her boyfriend doomed? Liang Qiuyu returned to the house, found the property certificate, and took a photo of it. One was sent to the group, and the other was sent to Lin Feng. Does anyone have sunburn and burn medicine? I need it urgently. I'm willing to exchange this house. My house is on the 3rd floor, 80 square meters. I bought it at 30,000 yuan per square meter. The decoration cost 200,000 yuan. It's worth 2.6 million yuan. I'll only exchange it for a tube of sunburn cream. When this news came out, the group went even crazier. No one answered Liang Qiuyu. Everyone knew that once you get sunburned, sunburn cream is a life-saving medicine. When comparing money and life, no one will choose money. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Feng sent a WeChat transfer message in the group, transferring 1 million to Liang Qiuyu. Dr. Liang is in trouble. I am willing to help. This is my last 1 million. I am willing to donate it all to Dr. Liang. In an instant, the group was in an uproar. Although they know that donating money now is useless, they are still reluctant to donate money if they are really asked to do so. That's all I earned with my hard work. What if the disaster is over? How can I live without money? Mr. Lin is so righteous. No wonder Mr. Lin can make so much money. Unlike Mr. Wang from the neighborhood committee, he is worse than a dog. Why are you comparing Mr. Wang to a dog? Aren't you insulting the dog? Wang, can you please say something? You should share the supplies you stockpiled with those in need, right? Are you talking nonsense? In an instant, everyone's criticism was directed at Wang Guifan again, which made her so angry that her gums were almost broken. Lin Feng, you're not done with me, are you? I'll wait until you run out of food. I want you to kneel on my doorstep and lick my shoes. Wang Guifan is so shameless. Lin Feng did nothing, but Wang Guifan put all the blame on Lin Feng. Liang Qiuyu took the 1 million from Lin Feng and continued to raise the price. A house plus $1 million. I just want a sunburn cream. It's not that Liang Qiuyu loves money. She accepted the money just to save her boyfriend. As a result, it didn't work. Sunburn cream is in short supply, so few people stock up on it. Half an hour later, Liang Qiuyu was looking at her phone with tears and red eyes. At this time, a voice message came from her mobile phone. It was from her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua. Qiuyu, I seem to be dying soon. From now on, you must live well on your own. Make sure to wear sunscreen before going out during the day. I can be seriously sunburned when it's 30 degrees. It's 50 degrees outside now, and it can kill you in a few minutes. Live well. If there is a next life, I will definitely marry you. I'm sorry that I can't accompany you for the rest of my life. I will bless you in heaven. Whoa! After hearing this voice message, Liang Qiuyu lay on the table and cried inconsolably. On the one hand, it's her lover's life. And on the other hand, Lin Feng, who was taking advantage of the situation, asked her to stay with him for a night before giving her the medicine. If I were dying and had to have you sleep with someone for the night, would you save me? How come this question, which was originally asked jokingly between lovers, has now become a reality? After crying for a long time, Liang Qiuyu made a decision. Although the first time is important, the life of your loved one is more important. I accept that I was able to save your life for the first time. Chapter 47, A Big Hurt. Lin Feng, send me a photo of sunburn cream. If you have it, I'll go right now. There's no time left. Liang Qiuyu sent a message to Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng sent a photo of an imported sunburn cream. Although it was all in foreign languages, as a doctor, Liang Qiuyu was sure that this was the most effective sunburn cream. Lin Feng really had it. Villa number 108 in the Xishan Villa district, the 3rd floor of the square next to it. I'll give it to you if you come. Lin Feng crossed his legs, feeling very happy. My brothers and I have suffered so much together, and now we can finally enjoy ourselves. Good days have finally begun. Not every woman is as stupid as Li Ying. She values money over life. Okay, I'll go now. You save the sunburn cream for me. Liang Qiuyu got up, quickly applied sunscreen, took out a parasol, put on sunglasses, went out and went to find Lin Feng. In order to save her boyfriend's life, she accepted it. The temperature outside was 50 degrees Celsius. In an instant, a heat wave made Liang Qiuyu dizzy. There is no one outside, and everyone is hiding in the shade to avoid the sun. Afraid of sunburn, Liang Qiyu wore long pants, net shoes, and gauze gloves. As long as the parasol covers her face, it should be fine. Liang Qiyu arrived at the door of Lin Feng's villa with sweat dripping down her face, and she almost died of heat along the way. Liang Qiyu was shocked when she saw Lin Feng's family's villa. Are all the villas of rich people so outrageous? How much money does it cost to build one? No wonder they have no interest in my little house. Compared to this, my little house is just rubbish. Seeing the doorbell in front of the iron gate, Liang Qiyu pressed it. Ding dong. When Lin Feng heard the doorbell, he stood up and looked at the surveillance camera and immediately saw Liang Qiyu's appearance. Although she was wearing sunglasses, her fair, oval face showed that she was a beauty. It seemed that the photos in the circle of friends were not photoshopped. She is very thin and bony, 160 centimeters tall, and weighs less than 100 kilograms. Lin Feng was so happy that he rubbed his hands, then went downstairs to open the door. My brother's good days have begun from today. Liang Qiyu stood outside the door and knocked on the iron door with his fingers out of curiosity. It turned out to be solid? Isn't this made of iron? Is this made of titanium alloy? Liang Qiyu was increasingly shocked by Lin Feng's arrogance. The doors were all made of titanium alloy? Is it really that outrageous? Bye. Just then, Liang Qiyu's cell phone rang. When he opened it, it was a friend request. Liang Qiyu was stunned when she saw the friend request information, because it said, I have sunburn cream. Does what you said in the group count? Liang Qiyu agreed to add him without hesitation. And the person who added him was a girl from the profile picture? After all, a girl couldn't take his first time, right? As soon as I agreed, the girl actually sent me a picture of sunburn cream. And it's not just one, it's a whole bunch. Use one. There are 9 left. Then the girl said, I can sell you one, but we have to sign a contract. You give me 1 million plus your house. Sign with your fingerprints. You can't go back on your word. After seeing this news, Liang Qiyu was so excited that she almost cried. It turns out that there are still good people in this world. Okay, I'll go home and get the property certificate and write the contract. Where is your home? I'll come find you right away. Make sure you leave one for me. Liang Qiyu's family conditions are not bad, and she can earn money again if she loses it. And she has a good job too. My boyfriend Zhou Kaihua is a security guard and has a stable job. The authorities will definitely not ignore it. I live in 201, Unit 2, Building 1. Bring your contract, property certificate, and ink pad. Seeing the address, Liang Qiyu seemed to see the light of hope. What a good person. Okay, I'll go right away. Make sure you save it for me. Liang Qiyu left decisively. That bastard Lin Feng should keep the sunburn cream for himself. As soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he saw Liang Qiyu's back as she left. Hey, the door is open, come in. Lin Feng was very happy. After all, it was a deal and both parties were willing. Besides, isn't happiness for 2 people? It's not just me who is happy, right? Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Liang Qiyu turned around and walked over quickly. Bang! A big slap landed on Lin Feng's face. Then Liang Qiyu even spat on Lin Feng's face. Bah! You bastard! Save your sunburn cream for the dogs. Scum! You are such a piece of shit. How can there be scum like you in this world? So disgusting. Lin Feng was stunned by a big bag. Are you asking me for my address just to give me a big bag? Are you bored? You risked your life to slap me in such hot weather. Even if the deal between us fails, we still have friendship. Do you really want to offend me, Lin Feng, to death? Lin Feng wanted to rush out and pull her in, but he hit the wall. Then he tied her up and used her as a gun mount at home. Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon. How dare you insult me like this? I must take revenge on you. Liang Qiyu is only 160 centimeters tall and weighs less than 100 kilograms. Lin Feng grabs her as if she is playing. However, as soon as he raised his foot, Lin Feng calmed down. I didn't plan to go out today, so I didn't put on sunscreen or take an umbrella. If I get sunburned, I'm gonna get skinned if not die. Fuck you. My pants are almost off. Just give me a spanking. Lin Feng didn't dare to chase him, because if the ultraviolet rays hit his face, he would be ruined. Lin Feng didn't want to be disfigured. Looking at Liang Qiyu walking further and further away, Lin Feng felt more and more suffocated the more he thought about it. Lin Feng, have never been insulted so greatly. Do you know how much psychological damage you, a big bitch, have caused to a 21-year-old kid like me? Lin Feng took out a drone from the space and followed directly. Damn it, you don't want to do fair trade with me. Don't let me know your home address. I'll let you know what a wall is tonight. Lin Feng controlled the drone to follow and closed the door. It was too hot that day, and it would be useless to keep the air conditioner on for a while longer. All households did have power outages, but Lin Feng's household would never have power outages. Back in the house, Lin Feng took out a bottle of iced vodka and took a big gulp. The more Lin Feng thought about this, the angrier he got. How could the business be going well? You turned against me just like that. If you don't agree, don't come. I didn't force you to come. Lin Feng has some humanity, but not much. Try to trade as much as possible. In-depth communication will make everyone happy and save trouble. But those who break the deal must be severely punished. I will give you 10 times the reward for this big fight. Then I, Lin Feng, don't want to save face. He controlled the drone and followed from a distance, still above Liang Chuyu. It was impossible for Liang Chuyu to look up unless he wanted to save his face. After following for a while, Liang Chuyu entered Unit 3, Building 3. After determining the approximate location, Lin Feng flew the drone into the corridor to see which room she entered. Tonight I, Lin Feng, will let you know how much damage Dabadoo has done to me, Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew the drone to the 4th floor because the windows there were open. There is a power outage and the elevator cannot be used. Liang Chuyu must take the stairs. Lin Feng is here to wait and see. Waited for 3 minutes? Still not here? Does this guy live below the 3rd floor? Controlling the drone to go downstairs, he saw that the door of room 303 was indeed closing. Lin Feng confirmed that Liang Chuyu lived in room 303, Unit 3, Building 3. You are such a jerk, Liang Chuyu. You wait till the sun sets. If I, Lin Feng, don't teach you a lesson, you probably don't know what cruelty is. Lin Feng took a sip of vodka and became angrier the more he drank. Lin Feng didn't want to do the wall climbing thing. He wasn't ready for that yet. But this Dabada hit his dignity. Must slap her. Fight back. Chapter 48. It's hard to guard against thieves within your own family. After controlling the drone back, although Lin Feng didn't need this drone, he would save money if he could, as he wouldn't be able to buy one in the future even if he had money. Lin Feng controlled the drone and walked towards home. After a while, the drone discovered from afar that it seemed that someone seemed to have come out of the building again. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng flew the drone back, or was it Liang Chuyu? But this time Liang Chuyu had an extra red notebook in his hand. Lin Feng enlarged the screen and took a look. Property certificate? What does she do with it? Lin Feng controlled the drone and followed, only to see Liang Chuyu coming to Unit 2, Building 1 with the property certificate. Taking a picture from the stairs, Liang Chuyu came to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door gently. Then after a while, the door opened and the woman in black stockings and with red spots on her face seemed like someone I had seen before somewhere. This distance can be seen without a drone, because Building 1 is right opposite Lin Feng's house. I took out the binoculars and looked over. This woman? It looked like Li Ying. Liang Chuyu took out the property certificate and handed it to Li Ying, then signed a contract and took out his phone to scan the code. It seemed like he was transferring money. Then Li Ying took out a tube of sunburn cream and handed it to Liang Chuyu. Liang Chuyu held the sunburn cream and cried while bowing to Li Ying to express his gratitude. Damn, this Li Ying isn't a fool. She's mentally retarded. She even sells sunburn cream for money. Lin Feng was so angry. You ruined the business that I had just acquired. Note the location of Li Ying's house. Building 1, Unit 2, 201. These two women are probably waiting for my revenge. Lin Feng, take them all home tonight and tie them up to use as gun mounts. After taking back the drone, Lin Feng was already furious. This time he wasn't angry at Liang Chuyu, but at Li Ying. Without Li Ying's interference, this business of mine would never have failed. Okay, don't you have a lot of supplies? Don't you like selling? I'll help you promote it. Lin Feng took out another mobile phone, logged into his secondary account to pay a blood reward to ensure his safety, and applied to join the owner's group. Goong Lin Feng would never let others know that he did this. Isn't this just looking for trouble? You can automatically join the owner's group once you apply, and you will be kicked out only if you make inappropriate remarks. It is very convenient to join the group. Lin Feng picked up his phone, opened the group chat, and directly sent the screenshot of the photo to the group, along with the photos of supplies that Li Ying had taken and sent to Lin Feng. Building 1, Unit 2, 201. I saw her selling sunburn cream, and she has a bunch of supplies at home. If anyone in your family is in need of supplies, go ask her. In one word, the group went wild. Is this true? Owner of Building 1, Unit 2, 201. Please say something. My son is severely sunburned. I need sunburn cream urgently. How much is one? Sell me one, please. I want one too. Name your price. Oh my God. So much food. Can you sell me a box of sausages? Now a sausage costs 100 yuan. A box of 50 sausages costs 5,000 yuan. I'll give you 10,000 yuan for a box. Sell it to me. Li Ying received the property certificate and looked at the million balance in the card. She was extremely happy. A tube of sunburn cream for so many things. Where can you find such a good deal? Of the sunburn creams, Li Ying used one and sold one to Liang Chuyu, leaving 8. If all of this is sold, it will be worth tens of millions. Lin Feng, didn't you refuse to give me even 8 million? I sold more than 3 million for one bottle of sunburn cream. I make money faster selling sunburn cream than selling myself. I can only sell it once. I can sell sunburn cream 9 times. Xiao Xiao was tired after a night of sleep yesterday and was still sleeping in the house. The bedroom door was closed and the second floor was not too hot, so Xiao Xiao didn't even know there was a power outage or water shortage. Li Ying opened the owner's group and found that it was full of requests to buy. Maybe it was Liang Chuyu who said that, but Li Ying didn't care. This was advertising for herself, which was a good thing. I still have 8 tubes of sunburn cream here. 3 million each. Use 3 million worth of cash. House certificate. Even a sports car is fine, but you have to sign a contract and put your fingerprints on it. First come, first served. Quantity is limited. Other supplies are also for sale. Ham sausages are 20,000 a box. Instant noodles are 20,000 a box. Li Ying's selling out. The group went wild. I'm going now. Please keep it for me. Damn it. I have to go. I have a spare $3 million sports car. I have an empty villa at home. It's worth 10 million. Leave me 2 tubes of sunburn cream. There are many rich people in the Shishan Villa area. When you see someone selling supplies, put on sunscreen and umbrellas and go out. If I lose money, I can earn it again. If I lose my life, money is useless. My life is precious. When Li Ying saw that the sales were so hot, she quickly sent a message in the group. Line up one by one. No noise. No loud noise. If any of you makes a loud noise, I won't sell anything to you. Okay. I'll transfer the money to you directly. I won't say anything. As long as you sell it, I'll kneel down and call you grandma. I won't make any noise. Anyone who can be sold these days is already a good person. Good people live a peaceful life. Why would I cause trouble for a good person? Bodhisattva. You are the Bodhisattva who came to save us. The owner quickly agreed, and Li Ying had already opened the 2 doors. This means that you must be on guard day and night, but it is difficult to guard against a thief in your own home. Xiao Xiao worked so hard to weld the iron door all night long, but it was useless. As soon as she fell asleep, Li Ying opened it. Soon the first rich man showed up. He transferred 10 million to Li Ying. He bought 2 sunburn creams and some supplies. He left after taking them. The second rich man also showed up. A contract for a sports car worth 3 million plus keys. 2 million in cash, a tube of burn ointment, and 2 million in supplies. The third one was a mother who took out her home's property certificate and exchanged it for a tube of sunburn cream. She had no money to buy supplies. She was the mother whose son was sunburned. How pitiful are the parents in the world? In order to save the child's life, she even gave up her house. Don't worry about whether the price is expensive now. The problem is that you can't buy it with money. Lin Feng was watching through the telescope, laughing so hard. Holy shit. Haha, I'm dying of joy. This woman is a ruthless person. She's really selling out? This woman is so ruthless that she dares to sell herself. Just sell yourself. I want to see how much you can get from selling yourself in the end. The first few people had money and houses, so their transactions were relatively honest. But the people behind, those who have no money, are not so obedient. If you don't want to die, get out of here. We just want food that won't hurt anyone. I'm almost starving to death. I'm taking emergency shelter. Safe haven guy Song Chao is here again. Last time, I ate up a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles from Li Ying directly. There is no reason. Song Chao was alone and had enough food for a few days, but he told his friends that he had food, and all of them came. 13 people. They were all brothers. How could Song Chao not let them eat? Can so many people eat that little stuff? After eating, Song Chao was trying to find a way to get food, and then he saw that Li Ying's family in the group had so much food. Song Chao directly called on 12 of his younger brothers, armed with kitchen knives and machetes, and came over with their faces covered. The 13 guardians of Shishan district are not just that famous for nothing. Chapter 49, Girlfriend Breakup. Why are you here again? Didn't I give you sausage and instant noodles? Liang was also very scared when she saw Song Chao and so many people holding machetes. After all, her face was still burning with pain from being hit by Song Chao's big knife. Bang! As expected, Song Chao slapped him in the face again. You have so much food at home, and you only give me this much. You're treating me like a beggar. You really deserve a beating. Liang was slapped so hard that she sat on the ground and cried silently, while those rich people held their heads in their hands. Their lives are precious. Brother, we have nothing. Please don't cause any deaths. Can we go? The rich lady in the lead was very panicked when she saw Song Chao and the others were all armed. Her life was precious. If she didn't buy anything else, she would lose her life. Get out of here. I'm here to evacuate my family. I'm not stealing money. I'm not killing anyone. Lawyer Zhang San said it. It's not against the law for me to kill a Siberian tiger and eat it. Song Chao, the risk-averse guy, is still very principled. Just tell them to get out. A group of rich people ran away with their heads in their hands, swearing that they could only buy things through private transfers in the future. It's so fucking exciting to go shopping in a group in such a grand manner. This is experience. Brothers, move it. Move the freezer too. Just food. Don't hurt anyone. We are seeking emergency shelter. This is not robbery. The 13 guards in Shishan district are still very principled. They don't fight or smash things. They just move things. Downstairs, there were 2 small trucks with broken windows. Why were the windows of these trucks broken? Those who understand will understand. Taibao was very quick, but the noise from pulling the refrigerator was so loud that it still woke up Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes, opened the door, and was stunned. Have I traveled through time? Is this still my home? How did you get in? This is my home. Please get out right now. Xiao Xiao was very angry, but it was useless to be angry now, even though Xiao Xiao had practiced Taekwondo and Sanda. My dear little beauty, I advise you to be honest. Go back to your room immediately. We are taking emergency shelter here, but I have so many brothers that I don't mind paying you to have sex with me once. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was speechless. How can you be so confident about robbing a wheel tip? Looking at the 13 armed men in front of him, Xiao Xiao still didn't dare to take action. Go back to the room, close the door, and lock it. I took out my brother's 2 samurai swords from the bottom of the drawer. They were sharpened and were prohibited weapons. It wasn't that Xiao Xiao wanted to fight Song Chao to the death. It was just a few 100,000 worth of supplies, so there was no need to fight for it. They would leave after moving them. But Xiao Xiao also needs to take a weapon to protect himself, right? If they really want to attack, I can't let them succeed even if I risk my life. Xiao Xiao was so angry. How did these lunatics know that I had supplies? And even if they were smashing the door, there should have been some noise? Was my iron door welded in vain? The bedroom door was locked, so they would have to kick it several times to break it in. Xiao Xiao picked up the phone and wanted to ask Liang what was going on now, since she had just taken a nap. As a result, when I opened WeChat, I saw 999 unread messages in the owner's group. Clicking back to the original unread page, Xiao Xiao was so angry that she exploded. Liang sells things. Photos of transactions. There are also photos of the supplies in the house. It is obvious that this angle was taken by Liang herself and sent to others. Liang, I treat you as my best friend, but you actually want to kill me. Xiao Xiao was really furious. She seemed to understand why Lin Feng wanted to kill Abe. This disobedient person and dog. They really can't be kept. After about an hour, there was no movement outside. Xiao Xiao waited for another 5 minutes to make sure that there was no one there and that they had only opened the door after taking emergency shelter. At this moment, all the food in the house was moved out, and the mice would run away in tears when they saw it. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this. I just saw that prices are high now, and I can make some money by selling some things. Didn't you buy these things for 300,000? I'll compensate you. I'll transfer 1 million to you. As she spoke, Liang picked up her phone and transferred money to Xiao Xiao, crying. Bye. Xiao Xiao picked up the phone and saw that Liang really transferred 1 million to her. But Xiao Xiao saw in the group that Liang sold 1 tube of sunburn cream for 3 million. 9 tubes for 27 million. You give me 1 million now? Are you sending away beggars? Liang, from now on, please leave my house. We will no longer have any ties, and you should stay away from me when we meet. I have a bad temper and can only tolerate you this once in my lifetime. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and kill you the next time we meet. Having said that, Xiao Xiao didn't even take the money and directly blocked Li Ying. Li Ying looked aggrieved and came over crying to beg Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, don't be angry. Didn't you say that hoarding supplies was also for making money? Now that you've made money, isn't our relationship of so many years worth less than this little stuff? Besides, I've given you 1 million. You're not losing out. I didn't do anything wrong. They stole it. It's none of my business. Li Ying hugged Xiao Xiao's legs, but Xiao Xiao didn't indulge her this time. She kicked her far away. Get lost. Don't force me to chop you up. I don't want to kill anyone yet. Xiao Xiao pointed a samurai sword at Li Ying, which scared Li Ying so much that she grabbed her bag and crawled out of the door. Bang! With a loud bang on the door, they broke off all ties from then on and went their separate ways. Xiao Xiao was so angry when she saw the mess in her house. Tears of grievance fell down her face. After all, Xiao Xiao was a woman. She had never seen such a situation before. It's nonsense to say she's not afraid. There were 13 men with machetes. If they really raped her, how would she live the rest of her life? Fortunately, it is only the third day of the apocalypse, and these people still have some humanity. If we wait for a while, it will be hard to say what will happen. The living room, kitchen, and all the food were looted. Not even a grain of rice was left behind. They even took away the 5 freezers full of frozen meat. Wow, wow, wow. Xiao Xiao sat on the ground helplessly and cried loudly. She finally understood why Lin Feng gave her sausages when they first met and said that she was only worth 2 sausages. If they use violence, they won't even have to give them a sausage. Xiao Xiao cried for a while, then got up and went back to the house. Fortunately, there was no place to put the sunscreen, so there were 3 boxes in my bedroom. There were also some snacks that Xiao Xiao liked in the bedroom, enough to last for a few days. Things in the warehouse downstairs must not be moved unless it is absolutely necessary. If it is discovered, will I be able to keep it safe next time? Xiao Xiao now completely hates Li Ying in her heart. I treat you as a sister, and this is how you treat me? If she hadn't followed Lin Feng to stock up on things, Xiao Xiao felt that she would have been killed by the wheels by now. After thinking about it, I picked up the telescope and saw what Lin Feng was doing. Following Lin Feng is the best decision. Chapter 50. Lin Feng also knew that the serious disaster was caused by him. Xiao Xiao picked up the telescope and happened to meet Lin Feng's eyes. I've confirmed through eye contact that you are the right person. Xiao Xiao was so embarrassed. Why was Lin Feng peeking at her? Was she discovered imitating him? Lin Feng was even more embarrassed. Are you greedy for the sausage I bought? Why do you keep peeking at me? Is it wrong to be handsome? Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at his crotch and then felt the cool wind blowing on his crotch. Lin Feng shook his head, not daring to think about it any further. He was afraid that he would become weak if he thought about it any further. I can only give you 3 stars for the way you handled this matter. It's obvious that Li Ying is a white lotus who only cares about money and not her life. Now no one cares if she kills people. You should keep her for the new year. Although Lin Feng designed a plan to trick Li Ying, he still felt it was not satisfying enough. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng felt much better. Li Ying, this white lotus, now has nothing to eat and has been kicked out of the house. Her fate will only be worse than death. Oh, blame me. If I hadn't bought up almost all the food around Huanghai City wouldn't have been hit so hard by this natural disaster. In my previous life, I could still buy food with money a month in advance. Why is it so early this time? But it has nothing to do with me. I paid. This is a transaction. It's consensual. One is willing to buy. The other is willing to sell. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng still had some conscience, but not much. He could have robbed it, but he still paid. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw a friend request. I knew it was Xiao Xiao from the profile picture. After all, the eye contact just now was quite awkward, but Lin Feng was thick-skinned and agreed directly. Do you want to eat some sausages? I can give you 2. Lin Feng also sent 3 smirking emojis, which made Xiao Xiao angry. Who's going to eat your food? I'd rather die of starvation than jump off here. Xiao Xiao also sent 3 cursing emojis, but Lin Feng was not angry at all. There is no need to ask. You can see that Xiao Xiao is a virgin and a chaste woman with a bad temper. She will feel a sense of accomplishment only when she can tame a strong wild horse. Don't be so anxious to reply. Who can escape the law of true fragrance? Has everything been snatched away at home? Contact me anytime when you want to eat, and I'll save it for you. As he said that, Lin Fengzhen posted a photo of a box of ham sausages and added 2 boxes of boiled eggs. 1 plus 2 sometimes equals, you bastard, you profiteer, you hooligan, you are shameless. You took advantage of my misfortune and flirted with me. I interrupted you. Xiao Qiao was furious and angry. She just said something cruel. This made Lin Feng feel a chill in his crotch and opened up Lin Feng's past scars. This little wild horse has a stubborn temper. It seems difficult to tame it. Don't reply or provoke her. What if she pretends to compromise? What if she learns to be like Feng Qian? After all, Lin Feng had just been hit by a big punch, so he still had some memory. It's better to wait until she is willing. Starve her for a few days and she will be willing. If people are extremely hungry, they will eat anything. Feng Qian has the most say in this matter. Lin Feng put down his phone and didn't reply to the message, while Xiao Qiao squeezed her phone angrily and didn't intend to compromise. Xiao Qiao and Lin Feng actually wanted to ask if they could exchange supplies for a room in his safe house. Even if it was Lin Feng, there was no way he could refuse these nearly 20 million supplies, right? It is too unsafe for a girl to live alone, and if these supplies are exposed, I will be dead. It was obvious that Lin Feng didn't want to let himself in, and he shut Xiao Qiao up with just a few words. Xiao Qiao gnashed her teeth in hatred. Aren't you lonely living alone in such a big safe house? No wonder you always read study materials alone. After thinking about it, Xiao Qiao blushed again. If she moved in, would Lin Feng, who was so lustful, do anything to her? Xiao Qiao is very confident about her figure and appearance. Doesn't she think that Lin Feng, a pervert, would not have any feelings for her? It seems that living in a safe house is not the safest. Lin Feng is the biggest danger. Woman, you still have to rely on yourself. Xiao Qiao has made up his mind. Just rely on yourself. As expected, people's IQs are really different. Xiao Qiao decisively discovered that Lin Feng was not reliable at all. Xiao Qiao picked up the electric pickaxe, returned to his room, locked the door, and planned to dig a hole directly into the warehouse. Draw the curtains. Don't let Lin Feng see. Push the bed open. Turn on the electric pick. The power is out? There was indeed a power outage, but Xiao Qiao lived on the 2nd floor, so it was quite shady and cool, so she didn't feel too hot. Today, the temperature on the top floor is not much different from the outside, except that there is more shade and cross breeze. Xiao Qiao rubbed his chin and said, let's wait until the call comes. This hole must be drilled. If I go downstairs to get the supplies and move them upstairs, I will definitely be discovered after a long time. I broke through the warehouse and the 2nd floor to ensure my own safety. Fortunately, he did not tell Li Ying, this white lotus, that he still had nearly 20 million in supplies. Otherwise, there will be absolutely nothing left today. Xiao Qiao was at home preparing to break through the floor to get spare supplies, while Li Ying was sitting in the corridor on the 1st floor, excitedly checking the balance on her mobile phone. 18 million. I actually sold it for so much money. And I also got a villa, 2 sports cars, 3 houses. I'm a multimillionaire now. The sun hadn't set yet, and Li Ying couldn't get out of the unit. Xiao Qiao was really lucky this time. If Li Ying heard the noise of the electric pickaxe, what would have happened? Maybe Xiao Qiao is the chosen one. She is so lucky. Humph. Xiao Qiao, you are really stupid. Prices are so high now, and you don't sell your stuff, and you blame me? You'll never get the chance again if you miss this opportunity. You're breaking up with me? I'm a multimillionaire now, and I don't even bother to care about you. And that Lin Feng, you wouldn't even give me 8 million when I asked for it. What's the point of being so arrogant just because you have a few bucks? I've even raised the price this time. No one can touch me without 100 million. Li Ying played with the keys in her hand. Xiao Qiao, what if you don't let me live in your house? Now I have a villa. I'm too lazy to live in your house. What's so good about living in a broken high-rise? A successful woman. Of course, she carries a brand-name bag. She drives a luxury car. She lives in a villa. I, Li Ying, am now the most successful woman. I have everything I want. After a while, it was dark, and Li Ying called the person who sold her the car to ask where the car was. After asking clearly, she drove the car to the villa. Although Li Ying did not have a driver's license, the community was not far away, so she could still drive there. Looking at the 2 sports cars and the villa behind her, Li Ying felt that her life was worth it. I am now a wealthy woman with tens of millions in savings and luxury cars and villas. When we entered the villa, it was extremely stuffy. Moreover, Li Ying was very thirsty as she hadn't had any water for the whole afternoon. Come to the kitchen, turn on the faucet. No water? Open the fridge? Nothing to eat. Then turn on the air conditioner? No power. Liang was a little panicked. When she was at Xiao Xiao's house, she had no worries about food and drink, so she didn't take it seriously. Now I live in a villa, I have an RV and savings, but I have nothing to eat or drink, and it's so hot. What should I do? Liang decided to go to the supermarket outside the community to buy some food. I now have 18 million in savings. What can I buy with the money? Chapter 51. The Joy of Buying for Free. Liang got up and went outside the community at night. The road was pitch black, with only a few solar street lights lighting the way, apart from the moonlight and starlight. At this moment, the streets were silent, without any sound, not even the chirping of insects, frogs, or the wind. The deathly silence was creepy. Many of the cars on the street had their windows smashed, and occasionally you could see some blood. Liang even saw a dried corpse that had turned black from the sun. Wow! Liang was so scared that she screamed and ran away. She had been spoiled since she was a child. When had she ever seen such a situation? What on earth do the government do? Can they do it? If not, quickly replace them with new leaders. Liang complained as she ran. She didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. It's the bad habits that Xiao Xiao and Li Ying's parents spoiled her into. She is not destined to be a princess, but instead suffers from princess syndrome. According to Lin Feng, it was a harmonious society that saved you. Otherwise, people like you wouldn't survive for more than 3 days. When she turned a corner, Liang saw a big travel bag. Driven by curiosity, Liang decided to go and take a look. This travel bag looks like a famous brand. Maybe there are valuables inside? When she opened it, Liang was stunned. Vomit! When Liang saw what was in the bag, she vomited immediately. Friends who like to kill people know that if you see this kind of bag on the roadside, you must be careful because it contains either RMB or renminbi. Liang looked at the rotten limbs, broken arms, intestines, and internal organs and vomited twice, then stood up and ran away. I finally ran to the supermarket, only to find that the door had been broken and it was pitch black inside, which was really scary. Gurgle! Li Ying's stomach protested after not eating or drinking for the entire afternoon and having just vomited. Turning on the flashlight on her phone, Li Ying decided to go in and see if there were any staff members selling food. Wasn't it the same last time she came? Ugh! What the hell is that? It stinks. As I entered the supermarket, a foul odor hit me in the face. Li Ying walked over to take a look and was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. There were so many dead bodies lying all over the place. Due to the hot weather, they had already started to rot and were emitting a strong stench. What on earth is going on? Is the world really going to end? Although she was scared, Li Ying was still hungry, and she was both thirsty and hungry. I plucked up my courage and dodged the corpses to reach the food area, where there was nothing but empty shelves. I walked around for a long time, but there was no one there, let alone a salesperson. Li Ying felt a little regretful. Was it wrong for her to sell food? After wandering around, we came to the imported leather bag area, where there was clearly no sign of having been robbed. Hundreds of thousands of high heels and millions of bags are just sitting there gathering dust, with no one interested in them. Seeing these shoes and bags, Li Ying's eyes were filled with greed. There is no one monitoring at this moment. If I take it, it will be mine. Thinking of this, Li Ying found a fire axe and started smashing the glass display cabinet. Crash! As the glass shattered, Li Ying was overjoyed. It's all aha! Li Ying finally experienced the joy of buying for free. Her hunger and thirst were instantly gone. She found a woven bag and started to pack the handbags. High heels, cosmetics, various brand-name clothes, skirts, and stockings that she could never afford before. Anyway, there is no surveillance, and no one is in charge now. If I take it, it is mine. Li Ying filled a big bag with more than 100 kilograms of food. But Li Ying actually carried it on her back. This is the legendary weak woman. If you ask me to carry 100 kilograms of rice, I can't do it. But if you ask me to carry 100 kilograms of gold bricks, I can not only carry it, but I can also run. Li Ying carried such a big bag out of the supermarket. As long as she carried it to her home, these things would be mine. As soon as I went out, I met a man with a camera on his head and a machete in his hand. Okay, my friend in Zishampia de Indio's live broadcast room got his first order tonight. I'm lucky, but it's a young girl. Give her some small gifts. If you want to watch my live broadcast, give her a 666. If you want to rob her, give her a little heart. If you kill her first, and then the girl, give her a rocket. She must have a lot of good things in such a big bag. Free small gifts. Go ahead. I have to say this guy knows how to live stream. In a flash, the live streaming room was packed with viewers. Anyway, everyone is stuck at home with nothing to do. Let's go out and give some small gifts. In an instant, tens of millions of viewers crowded into my Zishampiaduandio live broadcast room. After all, who dares to broadcast this live? I am the first person in China to broadcast live in Shishan Piaduan. Big brother, I didn't mess with you, did I? If you want high heels, there are plenty of them in there. What are you doing? Lian was really panicked. How could she not be afraid when faced with a camera hanging above her head and holding a machete? Don't be nervous, sister. Millions of friends in the live broadcast room are watching. If you take the initiative, I won't have to be so cruel. Then I'll just block you first. After all, the body is a little too big. I can't do it. Friends in the live broadcast room, don't be impatient. After all, I was not one either. It's a bit hard for me to accept it all of a sudden. As he was talking, the anchor had already approached Li Ying with a machete. Li Ying was so scared that her legs went limp, and she knelt down. At this time, Lin Feng, who was bored and browsing his phone at home, also entered the live broadcast room to watch the fun. When I looked at the door of the supermarket opposite, I saw that woman. Isn't she Li Ying? Instantly, Lin Feng's evil taste came into play, and he directly swiped 10 rockets. 1,000 each. $10,000 was swiped out. Hey guys, if you do a good job in live streaming, I'll give you rockets. Lin Feng typed with a wicked smile. It wasn't me who did it. I was just watching the fun. What did I do wrong? Are you blaming me, Lin Feng, for going out instead of staying at home late at night? Don't you know that when the end of the world comes, as long as you avoid people, you will avoid more than 90% of the dangers? All right, big brother, I'll satisfy you. Rockets can't let big brother win for nothing. Go ahead, brothers. Having said that, I walked up to Li Ying, put the knife on her neck, and then took off my pants. Don't be nervous, sister. This is the first time for everyone. I'm live streaming right now. As long as you meet my requirements as the top brother in the live streaming room, I won't kill you tonight. Li Ying looked at the scene in front of her, her face instantly filled with resistance. Tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Brother, I was wrong. How much money do you want? Isn't it okay for me to give it to you? Li Ying saw that this person was obviously live streaming. Isn't this just asking for money and gifts? I give it to you, and you let me go. I have 18 million now. Sister, it seems that you still can't see the situation clearly. If I kill you, won't all your money be mine? Besides, I do live streaming mainly for excitement. Money is useless to me, and I can't buy anything now anyway. Cooperate. Don't force me to kill you. I've only been live streaming for 2 days. I don't want to play so much now. As he said this, he put the knife hard on Li Ying's neck. This scared Li Ying so much that she never dared to go out at night again. No wonder there was no one along the way. Is this how all your anchors play now? Is there still law? Is there still law? Chapter 52. Reading novels together. Li Ying nodded while crying, and then had no choice but to compromise. Oh, yes, that's it. Cooperate. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Li Ying had no choice but to do as she was told. Li Ying felt desperate. Li Ying felt that she was completely dirty. Lin Feng's evil taste came. He swiped 10 more rockets. Big brother on the list gave me 10 rockets. Please cooperate with me. Li Ying had no choice but to obey orders. She really regretted it. Why did this happen to her? What did I do wrong? Who did I offend? Seeing this, Lin Feng swiped 10 more rockets. Then he typed, "You two should read a novel and cooperate with each other." Seeing this request from the leaderboard leader, I scratched my head and asked in confusion, "Brother Bongda, your words are very meaningful." At this time, some knowledgeable people started to explain it. After seeing the barrage, I also understood it. Fuck, so this is what reading novels means? I thought I was enough? It seems I am still not enough. I actually feel out of tune with you because I am not enough. It won't be long before I will definitely get along very well with you because I am enough. Give me some small gifts. Let's read novels together. Let's go. Instantly, the live broadcast room became more popular than ever. Free gifts were given away like crazy. Anyway, they're just here to watch the fun. What does it have to do with them if something really happens? Where are the super moderators in the live streaming room now? It's not certain whether the super moderators are dead or not, so who cares what they broadcast? As I said this, I threatened fiercely in Shishan Piaduanding. Speak up. I'm just reading a novel. Don't force me to kill you. Li Ying cried, but crying was useless now. She could only cooperate. Then I started reading the novel obediently. A moment. Li Ying bit her arm in pain. After she experienced it herself once, she completely regretted it. Lin Feng played a song at this time, Chrysanthemum Terrace. Your tears are soft and hurt, and the pale crescent moon hooks into the past. The night is so long that it condenses into frost. Who is in the attic in cold despair? The rain gently taps the vermilion window, and my life on paper is blown to pieces by the wind. The dream turns into a wisp of fragrance in the distance, and your image drifts away with the wind. The chrysanthemums are withered and all over the ground. Your smile has turned yellow. The fallen flowers are heartbreaking, and my worries are lying quietly. The north wind blows loudly in the night, and your shadow cannot be cut off. I am left alone on the lake, just when I was on the top of Shishan Mountain, and no one could stop me. A machete chopped down directly from top to bottom. His silver spear was cut off in an instant. Blood splattered all over Li Ying, and the live broadcast room instantly went crazy. Fuck, what are you doing? I didn't provoke you. I don't know you. He held the broken gun in his hand, feeling heartbroken. What was going to happen next was supposed to be the most enjoyable moment. Unexpectedly, it turned into the most painful moment. You mean my broken penis in Shishan, right? Didn't you ask me, a stinky loser who can't afford to give gifts, to chop you down along the network cable in the live broadcast room yesterday? I'm here to chop you down now. I've wanted to chop you down for a long time. Don't you want your penis to be broken? I'll satisfy your request. As he said that, the man swung the machete and chopped at me wildly. The weapon was broken, seriously injured at the moment. I couldn't stop the man's crazy attack at all. So don't mess with a mad netizen online. He might hack you through the internet. He's not kidding. After a while, as blood splattered on the camera, the picture in Shishan Pyodandio's live broadcast room completely disappeared. Fuck, live streaming is risky. Be careful when doing it. 666. I'm really a man in Shishan Pyodian. He's actually live streaming his life. What a tough guy. I originally wanted to learn how to live stream, which is fun and profitable. After seeing this scene, I admit that I was scared. I'd better stay at home and wait for official rescue. I died at the most satisfying moment. My life in Shishan Pyodian was worth it. I am a real man in Shishan. If I say I will break my dick, I will break my dick. This is what a real man does. He will keep his word. Lin Feng was so angry when he saw this scene. I wanted to send some rockets to kill Li Ying, this white lotus, who knew that an angry netizen would suddenly appear in the middle of the road. After turning off the live broadcast, Lin Feng only had 20,000 yuan left in his card. These 20,000 yuan are definitely not enough to spend. How can these 20,000 yuan be enough to reward live broadcasts in the future? After thinking about it, I decided to call Wu Yong and check whether he was dead or not. As soon as the phone was connected, Wu Yong's voice was heard. Fuck, boss. You are definitely the greatest trader I have ever seen in this century. When will we start selling our supplies? Prices are skyrocketing. They have increased more than 100 times. If we sell these 12 billion, it will be 12 trillion now. Boss, you are now the richest man in the world. Hearing Wu Yong's words, Lin Feng was a little confused. From the tone of his voice, Wu Yong was living well and comfortably? Not panicked at all? What does my becoming the world's richest man have to do with you? Why do you sound more excited than me? Boss, I saw you hoarding supplies, so I did the same. I took the 50 million I had and added the last 80 million in the company's account, a total of 100 million. And I took the initiative to go all in. I admit that I gambled, but the facts prove that I was right. Boss, please let me know when you sell the supplies. I don't want to miss the highest price. Lin Feng. To be honest, Lin Feng called to ask for money, but he didn't expect that Wu Yong could be of some use. This old guy is quite smart, isn't he? He has stockpiled 100 million worth of goods. How long will it take to finish them all? I'll let you know when I sell them. Where did you store the goods? Is it safe? It's a mess out there right now. Call me if you need support. After all, Wu Yong has goods worth 100 million in his hands, so it is impossible for Lin Feng to have no ideas. Rather than waiting to be snatched away by others, it is better to be snatched away by me, Lin Feng. Besides, out of that 100 million, there is 80 million for me, Lin Feng. I'm in Villa number 206 in Shishan Villa District. It's in a remote location, so it shouldn't be a problem. I've reinforced the villa. There are 18 company employees, my wife and children in the villa, a total of 21 people. We've also bought weapons, but it's really uncomfortable to have no water or electricity. It's so hot in the villa. After hearing Wu Yong's words, Lin Feng picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. Should he wipe them out tonight? Wu Yong doesn't know yet that the biggest danger in this world is Lin Feng. You told Lin Feng where the supplies were? That would probably mean you're not far from death. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that Wu Yong was a bit smart, and without his help, he would not be able to make 12 billion. It doesn't matter what his 21 men need. Just wait until they can't hold on any longer before taking action. Lin Feng has some conscience, but not much. Chapter 53. Preparing for the harem. Okay, don't waste food. Take as much as you can eat, and eat only those that are about to expire. Store more water. It's best to dig a well in the villa. You should be able to dig out water if you dig 5 meters deep. Create a group and add me to it. By the way, transfer all the money in the company account to me now. I can use it. Lin Feng decided to help Wu Yong and the others. Otherwise, he would not even have anyone to talk to in the future. Wouldn't that make life too boring? Abe and Lin Feng are already supported. Is there still a need for Wu Yong to eat? Okay, boss. What project are you going to invest in? Can you tell me? Wu Yong thought Lin Feng had another good project, so he hurriedly asked, fearing that he would miss out on the fortune-making project. Wu Yong has long been convinced by Lin Feng. He will do whatever Lin Feng does. He will definitely not lose out. Lin Feng thought about it and decided that he couldn't say that he wanted to rush to the rockets, become the top of the list, and give rewards to the anchor, right? I'm such a big boss. Isn't it too cheap of me to let you know that I have this hobby? I don't have any good projects. I just ran out of money to stock up on supplies, so I'm saving some cash for emergencies. I'll let you know when I have a project. Wu Yong nodded when he heard this. It was normal for the capital chain to be broken after hoarding so many things. How many times had his capital chain been broken? If it weren't for Lin Feng's 50 million, Wu Yong's capital chain would be broken now. How could he have the money to stockpile supplies? Lin Feng is my Wu Yong's savior. Okay, boss. I'll do as you say. Don't forget me when you're selling the supplies. I'm absolutely loyal to you and will stand by you till death. Okay, right in the middle of the villa. You guys are all sitting around doing nothing anyway, so just dig 5 meters down. Tie a rope around your waist and don't fall down. Having said that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. A boss should have charisma and definitely not talk too much nonsense. 10 minutes later, Wu Yong transferred 960,000 yuan to Lin Feng. This money was not only from the company's account, but also from the collective money of all of them. Anyway, it's useless for them to ask for money now, so they might as well show their loyalty and follow Lin Feng to enjoy the good life. Lin Feng took the money and didn't say anything. Anyway, most of the 80 million was used to buy supplies, which was 1,000 times better than giving rewards to the anchor, and it was not a loss. 2 minutes later, Wu Yong created another group and added Lin Feng into it. There are 18 employees, including Wu Yong's family of 3 and Lin Feng, a total of 22 people. Hello, boss. Thank you, boss, for saving my life. Boss, if you need anything, please tell me. I will definitely go through fire and water and die without hesitation. As soon as Lin Feng entered the group, everyone started to greet him. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Wu Yong's efficiency is still quite good. Their attitude is worthy of recognition. Change your profile picture to a photo of yourself. No photos allowed. Use your own name as your screen name. Mark whether you are married or unmarried. And your age. Change it now. Lin Feng held the phone and started giving orders. Within 5 minutes, everyone had changed. Lin Feng took a look and saw that there were more girls than boys in the group. And both girls were very beautiful. One is Sun Feng, whom Lin Feng has met before, the female salesperson. The other one was Wu Daiwei. Lin Feng clicked on her profile and took a look. He was stunned for a moment. This Wu Daiwei is Wu Yong's daughter, as there is a photo of Wu Yong's family of 3 on his circle of friends. Wu Daiwei is 18 years old. Is she still in high school? But from now on, there is no need for her to go to school. Just stay at home. It seems that I have to support you, Wu Yong. Ah, Wu Yong. Ever since I took one look at your daughter, I knew that I had decided to make you my father-in-law. Although Lin Feng has no conscience, Wu Yong is not only useful, but also has a beautiful daughter. So Wu Yong himself must protect them. However, the child is only 18 years old and has just reached adulthood. Lin Feng is a little hesitant to do it. He decides to raise him for a year or 2 first. Lin Feng has some conscience, but not much. Okay, I'll go to your place later and give you some things. During this epidemic, you should combine work and rest. Otherwise, it will be boring with so many of you. As he spoke, Lin Feng turned off his phone and took out a pistol, 100 rounds of bullets, a set of mahjong, a set of chess, and a box of playing cards from the space. Several medical books, several martial arts books, and several sharp and tang swords. They can't get sick just by being stuck at home, right? Carrying large and small bags, Lin Feng left the safe house. Of course, I have to bring something with me to visit my future daughter-in-law and father-in-law. How can Lin Feng feel comfortable leaving with nothing in his hands? In this situation, the only person in the world who dares to walk out of the house in such a brazen manner is Lin Feng, right? After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at Wu Yong's house. Wu Yong saw Lin Feng coming through the peephole and quickly opened the door to welcome Lin Feng into the house. "Hello, boss." Everyone bowed in unison and respectfully. No need to be polite, just stand up. Lin Feng asked them to stand up, mainly to see if there were any pretty girls. As soon as they stood up, Lin Feng noticed that besides Sun Fengfeng, Wu Daiwei was indeed pretty. There was also a woman who actually made Lin Feng look up at her. "Oh my god, what's your name? Beautiful lady? How tall are you? I have to lift my head to look up at your face." This woman had a Lolita face, but she was 1.95 meters tall. She was half a head taller than Lin Feng, who was 1.85 meters tall. "Hello, boss. My name is Jiang Qingxue. I graduated from university. I'm 22 years old this year. I am 182 centimetrów tall. I'm only 195 centimeters tall, with high heels." Jiang Qingxue hurriedly greeted them. Without the boss's tricks, they might all be hard now. Sun-dried. Crunchy. No high heels from now on. I don't like looking up at people. Lin Feng's words scared Jiang Qingxue so much that she quickly took off her high heels and stood on the ground, making her a little shorter than Lin Feng. "Okay, boss, I got it." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, walked over and patted her shoulder, and asked doubtfully, "You're so tall? It's hard to find a partner, right?" Jiang Qingxue nodded, her cheeks slightly red, and said, "Yes, boss. I've been much taller than other boys since I was a child. There are more girls than boys in the medical major in college, so no one has ever pursued me." Lin Feng was very satisfied his guess was correct. The first time Lin Feng saw Jiang Qingxue, he had to look up. Men are all very proud. Who want to find a partner who can only kiss you when you have to stand on a stool? That would be too damaging to their self-esteem, right? Don't worry, you are still young. "Boss, I know a lot of people. When the disaster is over, I will introduce you to some high-quality human men." Of course, the high-quality human male Lin Feng is talking about is himself. However, with so many employees watching, Lin Feng still had to save some face and did not negotiate the price directly with Jiang Qingxue. Otherwise, employees would think they're following the unspoken rules in the workplace. "Thank you, boss. I don't have any requirements for a partner. Money is not important, but he can't be shorter than me. At least he can't be shorter than me when I'm wearing flat shoes. Otherwise, if he's in danger, who will protect him? Or will he protect me?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "You and I both wear flat shoes. I am 185 centimeters tall, taller than you, so I meet your requirements. I promise it's higher than yours. Let's add each other on WeChat and chat when we have the chance." In an instant, everyone looked at Jiang Qingxue with envy. As expected, there are usually only two ways for women to change their destiny. Either give birth to a good child or marry well. It's obvious that Jiang Qingxue has both of them. I'm so envious of her. The person introduced by the boss? Can the quality be bad? "Thank you, boss. Sorry for your trouble." Jiang Qingxue was also very happy. With her initial height, she had already eliminated 90% of the men. How could a 1.7-meter tall man not feel inferior when he saw her? Wu Daiwei. Chapter 54. Is this world really going to be destroyed? Okay, I'll give you some benefits, food and drink, and a balance between work and rest. Don't worry about your salary. 10,000 a month. Paid vacation. From now on, the girls will read medical books in the mornings. The boys will practice boxing and fighting in the mornings. You have free time in the afternoons. Supervise each other. There will be rewards for reporting. As he spoke, Lin Feng threw the two big bags in his hands to the ground and turned away. "Boss, of course you have to have charisma." "Slow down, boss." A group of employees bowed and saw him off. "This boss is so nice. He even gives paid vacations. Then we don't have to worry about having no money to eat after the disaster." But they don't know yet that when there is danger, Lin Feng is the most reliable supporter. When there is no danger, Lin Feng is the biggest danger. After Lin Feng left, Wu Yong took the lead to see what Lin Feng had brought tonight. Mahjong, chess, poker, these are reasonable. After all, you can't go out at home, so you have to have some entertainment. Medical books and martial arts books are fine. This is the boss's assignment, but if you learn more, you can use it yourself. Besides, you have paid leave, so it's not too much to study for a whole morning. Dan Zhao, a sharp blade? Nothing wrong with that. In such a chaotic world, you should have some weapons to protect yourself, right? You are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. As for this pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition, why do we feel that things are getting more and more complicated these days? Ahem, this is a replica gun. I'll keep it, and you guys can share the others. Wu Yong still had some brains. Even if Lin Feng didn't say it explicitly, he knew that the gun was for his self-protection, so he quickly put it away. Although the employees are less experienced, they are not stupid. It is reasonable for the boss to have a few guns since he is worth hundreds of billions, right? They are all employees, and now they have paid vacation wages. They did not expose Wu Yong's lies, which would be bad for everyone. The supplies the boss sent are so important. They solve my urgent need, especially that pistol. Having a gun or not having a gun is totally different. Lin Feng was mainly afraid that his supplies would be stolen and his selected young wives would be raped. So he gave Wu Yong a gun for self-defense. If there really is a robbery, and with so many of you with weapons and guns and the distance is so close, and you still can't stop it in 5 minutes, then you deserve to die. After arriving behind the wall, Lin Feng opened up the space and dug down. The digging reached 5 meters directly below the villa, and the space was used to dig directly down to a depth of 3 meters wide and 100 meters. If you don't dig 5 meters deep into such a big well, you deserve to die. Get up, fill the excess soil back, and go home. I have given you everything I deserve, but you still died. There is nothing I, Lin Feng, can do. All right, listen to the boss's instructions. Dig here. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman. 1 hour per person. Dig 5 meters down. Take protective measures. Don't fall. Starting tomorrow, women will learn medicine in the morning. Men will learn martial arts. You can do whatever you want in the afternoon. You will get a paid vacation of 10,000 yuan a month. We will provide food and accommodation. I hope it's not too difficult for you. It's not difficult. I have to say that Wu Yong is still very capable of leadership. And what about these conditions? It's more than what you can earn at work. Anyone who doesn't do it is a fool. Everyone packed up their things and started taking out their pickaxes and shovels, working in groups of 2 to dig down. Anyway, I can take over after an hour, so this job is not tiring. Lin Feng has given you everything he should give. The water will come out at a depth of 105 meters, as well as weapons and 100 million worth of supplies. If you die again, it will have nothing to do with me. Lin Feng doesn't know any of them, and he doesn't want to pull them into his safe house. What if he falls asleep, and someone like Li Ying appears and sells him out while he's asleep? This is why Lin Feng did not consider bringing Zhao Jun, Wu Yong, and others into the safe house. My own space is useless to others. Can I, Lin Feng, still sleep well when someone is at home? Who knows what you will do after I fall asleep? Lin Feng returned home and looked at the 980,000 balance in his card, which was enough for him to give gifts to the anchor Hua Hua for a few days. I flipped through the channels, but there was nothing interesting to watch. It was nothing like the exciting live broadcast I experienced at Xishan Piao Duandiao. But Lin Feng is not in a hurry. If there is one me who is breaking the Xishan Piao, there will be 10,000 me who are breaking the Xishan Piao. From now on, it's only a matter of time before I broadcast live on Xishan Piao Duandiao. Watching live broadcast is always more exciting than 3D projection. Lin Feng knew that from then on, no one would do live broadcasts anymore, because everyone alive is used to it. Lin Feng had nothing to do, so he just lay down. Another day passed like this. Lin Feng lived a carefree and comfortable life, while Li Ying was naked, kneeling at the door of the supermarket, unable to calm down for a long time. Everything that happened tonight has completely changed Li Ying's worldview, and she has been completely burned to death. Damn you, Lin Feng. Damn you, Qiao Qiao. If you, Lin Feng, gave me 8 million, I wouldn't sell the supplies. If you, Qiao Qiao, didn't kick me out, would I be insulted so much? Would I be killed by the blood drought? Damn it, you guys are really damnable. It was obvious that Li Ying's brain, which had been working poorly to begin with, was completely burned out. Does this have anything to do with Lin Feng and Qiao Qiao? You brought this upon yourself, didn't you? Isn't it good to stay at home? Qiao Qiao has agreed to support you after 3 rules. Do you have to sell all your supplies to go out and have fun? Are you a bad player but love to play? Do you start to criticize your teammates when you are in trouble? You are awesome. Li Ying knelt there for half an hour and was unable to get up. One is painful, the other is scary. I was shaking with pain and couldn't even get up. Fortunately, no one came in this half hour, and Li Ying got up tremblingly. He pulled the broken, blood-stained gun tip from the steel door and threw it aside in disgust. She burst into tears due to the pain. The absolute defense of the steel door was pierced through so hard that she had difficulty walking. I lay on the ground for another half an hour, and the stinging sensation finally subsided a little. I got up tremblingly, put on my skirt and high heels. Even this small action took me 20 minutes. I can't wear underwear and stockings at all now. It hurts so much when I put them on. Liang was so angry. If it weren't for Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao, how could I have encountered such a thing? You guys really deserve to die. But I can't die. At least before I kill you. I absolutely cannot die. With trembling legs, she opened her bag. She picked out 2 pairs of the most expensive high-heeled shoes, 2 of the most expensive bags, and some of the most expensive clothes, and walked towards the villa, swaying them across her shoulders. That's nothing. I'm still a virgin. My bottom line has not been broken yet. I can still take revenge. This is the White Lotus Liang. The intestines can be broken. The blood can be shed. But the bag cannot be lost. Moreover, even after going through this, Liang still thinks she is very clean. At least I am still a virgin. There was no one along the way. After all, at this temperature, as long as there was food and drink, everyone stayed at home and no one wanted to take the risk of going out. Liang staggered back to the villa, locked the door, entered the villa, put down her bag and high heels. This cost several million. She took a few deep breaths, but the hunger in her stomach and the instinctive thirst in her body began to erode her will. Even the tough girl who carried 100 kilograms of shopping bags had moments of weakness, and this moment was when Liang was the weakest. Water! I'm so thirsty. I want to drink some water. Liang stood up, staggered to the faucet, and turned it on. Not a drop of water. Even at night, the temperature has reached 40 degrees. It's January in Huanghai City, the north. How can it be so hot? Is this world really going to be destroyed? Chapter 55. The real end of the world is about to begin. Liang sat down on the ground powerlessly. Looking at the empty faucet, she felt despair. Picking up the phone, she asked the owner for help with her last hope. She was the owner who helped so many people during the day. Can anyone give me a sip of water? I can buy it with money. The price is negotiable. Many people in the owner's group saw it, including Xiao Xiao and Lin Feng. However, no one answered. That living bodhisattva has blessed many people, but now no one blesses her. It's a one-time deal. You sell it to me, and I don't have to sell it back to you. Song Chao looked at his phone with disdain. Song Chao and his 12 brothers were grilling meat from the refrigerator. It is very easy to grill in this weather. The temperature is about 40 or 50 degrees. Just grab some plastic wood, put an iron plate on it, sprinkle some salt, cumin, and chili powder on it, and it will be a great experience. We, the 13 guards in Shishan District, were just taking emergency shelter. We didn't steal. We didn't smash. We didn't kill people on the wall. We were just trying to avoid danger. We just want to live. What crime have we committed? After a few hours, Liang was thirsty and hungry. She felt she could not hold on any longer, so she sent another message in the owner's group. I'm very hungry now. Can you people who bought my supplies give me some back now? I'll pay you twice the price for a bowl of instant noodles and a sausage. Please. I'm almost starving to death. Can you please give it back to me? I'll pay you. Liang still didn't realize what she had done wrong. And those rich people who bought sunburn cream and food at high prices were even less likely to say anything. They're not stupid to pay such a high price to buy them. They must pay a high price because they can't buy them. In that year, because supplies were too abundant, everyone got into the habit of buying their meals as they ate. After all, you can spend money to buy fresh food. You can just buy groceries after get off work. Who wants to eat old frozen food for the sake of health? After all, they still can't forget the Hextech Black Technology food safety incident in 2030. No matter how advanced and hardworking you are, it's okay for me not to eat, right? As a result, now there is a problem. They can no longer enjoy the technology and hard work. Moreover, Lin Feng bought 10 billion worth of supplies near Huanghai City. He almost bought out all the food around Huanghai City. This was the direct reason why many people in Huanghai City were out of food for 3 days after the natural disaster. Lin Feng still had some conscience. He could have robbed it, but he still spent 10 billion. Liang looked at the group with no one answering, and her face was filled with despair. You were so enthusiastic when I sold you out, but now that I'm in trouble, you all dived and pretended to be dead? After thinking about it, Liang decided to compromise with Xiao Xiao. Although there was no food left in Xiao Xiao's house, Liang remembered that Xiao Xiao had saved a bathtub full of several buckets of water. Even if Xiao Xiao has nothing to eat now, as long as she can drink some water, that's fine, right? Xiao, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I'm almost dying of thirst. Can you give me a sip of water? Liang knew that Xiao had blocked her, so she used a small account to apologize sincerely. Buzz! Xiao glanced at her phone and still felt extremely angry. I gave you food and drink. I gave you the opportunity to stock up with me, but you spent money to buy a bag. You sold my supplies. I almost got hit by a wheel. Is this how you treat me? Do you still have a conscience? Xiao was so angry that she blocked the small account as well. Now Xiao finally understood why Lin Feng killed the dog he bought for 3 million just because it wasn't obedient. It's already this bad. What's the point of me having you? Liang is still trying to add Xiao, but she finds that all the contacts are in Xiao's blacklist. Xiao, I thought we were good friends who shared weal and woe and life and death. How could you treat me like this? You are so heartless. Don't blame me for being ungrateful. Liang was furious as she looked at the phone screen that rejected the message. This was the reason why Lin Feng gave Xiao 3 stars. Your kindness to such people is cruelty to yourself. Do you think you are noble? Is it humane not to kill her? You are noble. You are amazing. This time, you two can have fun while you are at it. I'm just here to watch the fun. Xiao was really angry. After blocking her, she had no intention of unblocking her. No matter how many small accounts Liang used, it didn't work. Just then, the phone rang. Xiao turned on the faucet, and sure enough, water came. Although the water pressure is not too strong, there is still water on the second floor. After filling all the containers with water, Xiao went to his bedroom with an electric pickaxe. Xiao, who was full of anger, pried open the floor and used the electric pickaxe to madly attack the ground under the bed. After a while, it was broken. After half an hour of playing, I finally made a hole the size of a person. Xiao followed the hole to the warehouse downstairs. Seeing so many supplies safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao picked up the steel bar welding gun and frantically reinforced the already reinforced gate. This time, even the small door that can be opened with the key was welded shut. Xiao didn't even leave the gate. After a night of welding by Xiao, the entire warehouse door on the first floor was completely welded to the wall. Xiao's situation has completely escalated after what happened to Liang. Anyway, just weld it up first. Whatever you want to do. If you have the guts, blow up the building. Destroy it. Hurry up. I'm tired. Xiao had been busy all night and slept at home during the day anyway. Now that no one was home, she could finally have a good sleep. Take out a few bags of chicken legs and give them to Fonzie. Giving Liang food is no better than feeding a dog. Anyway, the supplies are enough for the time being, and Xiao has no intention of abandoning Fonzie. I went back to the house, laid the floor to cover the hole, turned on the air conditioner, and let the cool breeze blow for a while. Before the house could cool down, the power went out again. Xiao knew that this was just the beginning. It wouldn't be long before the water and electricity would be completely cut off, right? Open the window and let in some hot air. If you don't open the window, you will suffocate. Coming to the bathroom, looking at the tub of water, Xiao really wanted to jump in and take a cool, refreshing bath. To wash off the stinky sweat, well, you better keep it for drinking. Take an iron cup, scoop a cup, put it under the sun, and it will be sterilized in a few minutes. Xiao felt even more uncomfortable as she drank the hot water. The tap water had a rusty smell and was hot. If she wasn't so thirsty, she wouldn't have wanted to drink it at all. After drinking a glass of water, he fed Fonzie. Xiao lay on the bed, not feeling like eating anymore, so she decided to take a nap. Now is the 4th day since the end of the world. Many people's lives are similar to Xiao's, and their work and rest schedules have been reversed. In the early stage when there is stored food, most people choose to stay at home. In the later stage when there is nothing to eat, the chaos will really begin. When the end of the world comes, as long as you avoid people, you can avoid more than 99% of the dangers. The real end of the world is about to begin. Chapter 56. Except for my parents, all of you in this world deserve to die. Xiao was busy all night last night, and Liang was also very busy. After the water and electricity came back, Liang excitedly drank 3 glasses of water, then rushed into the bathroom and took a shower. Liang felt disgusted that she didn't wash the dirt and blood off her body. At least I kept my bottom line, and I was still a virgin. After taking a shower, the pain from the steel door didn't seem so intense. After drying her body, changing into the brand name clothes she brought back and putting on high heels worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Li Ying felt that she was still the noble little princess. Although she was no longer thirsty, Li Ying was hungry. After thinking about it, Li Ying took out the 3 property certificates and planned to take possession of the house. Taking back the house was not the purpose. Li Ying now had a place to live, and she mainly wanted to take the opportunity to order some food. Li Ying, with her thin arms and legs, is not capable of robbing anyone. It's good enough that she doesn't get robbed when she goes out. Li Ying will remember what happened in Shuezhong Handoxing for the rest of her life. This time, she will never dare to go shopping in the supermarket alone in the middle of the night again. Following the address on the property certificate, Li Ying found the house and knocked on the door. Who is it? What's going on? Hearing someone knocking on the door, the people in the room became nervous. Li Ying, didn't you sell the house to me? I'm here to take possession of it. When the man in the room heard about the housewarming, he became unhappy. I give you the house? Where am I going to live? After checking through the door mirror and confirming that Li Ying was a woman and had no weapons, he opened the door. Beautiful lady, you have to give me some time, right? The court's compulsory execution still has a period of execution. You're taking possession of the house on the same day. Aren't you too impatient? Of course, Li Ying knew she was anxious, but her stomach was even more anxious. Whoever is hungry will feel uncomfortable. If you don't give me a house, then you can give me some food as rent, right? Anything is fine. I'm not picky about food. Are you not picky about food this time? Have you forgotten the time when you ate one bite and threw it away at Xiao Qiao's house? My family is out of food. There's nothing to eat. The man obviously didn't want to give it. Whoever gives it now is a fool. I don't know how many days my family can survive. Give it back to others? Then give me the house. This is my house now. Hearing what Li Ying said, the man was not happy. If I give you the house now, I will have no place to live. Aren't you going to force me to death? Get away from me. You can sue me wherever you want. If you win, I will destroy your house. During the day, he called Li Ying Bodhisattva, but now he has turned against her. You are so unreasonable. The house is mine as agreed upon. It's written in the contract. You want to break the contract. Li Ying's brain is really hopeless. She still expects others to keep their promise? Don't push me too far. I can't live without my house, so I'll stab you to death first. Get out of here. If you dare to come and take my house again, I'll stab you to death, believe it or not. As he was talking, the man showed his vicious side. He took out the fruit knife he had prepared and was about to stab Li Ying. This scared Li Ying. She ran away. She didn't care about the house anymore. The steel door didn't hurt. She ran very fast. Oh, how can this person be like this? Does he still have integrity and credit? Wait until the police station opens. I will definitely call the police to arrest you. Li Ying was so tired that she was out of breath. She was really exhausted after that night. After all, it was a bloody battle. Although I ate some porridge, it didn't satisfy my hunger. We came to the second house, the home of the mother who sold her house to save her son. Big sister, Li Ying, I'm here to collect the house. She knocked on the door, explained her purpose, and stayed away from the door. She was afraid that someone would suddenly open the door and stab her. Girl, you saved my son's life. I promise to give you this house, and I will not deny it. When the disaster is over, I will immediately give you the house. Can you give me some time? The mother looked embarrassed, and it was obvious that she was also an honest and decent woman. Okay, but you have to give me some rent, 3 loaves of bread, or instant noodles a day until you move out. Seeing that the other party was easy to talk to, Li Ying directly put forward her conditions. Girl, my family is out of food. There are 5 of us in our family, and we only have a few pounds of flour left. If you don't believe me, you can go into the house and look for it. When the disaster is over, I will definitely demolish the house for you. As she spoke, the woman made way for Li Ying to enter the house. Li Ying thought about it and decided to go into the house to take a look. She was hungry. After searching through all the drawers and cabinets for a long time, there was only half a bag of flour left. Nothing else. Looking at that half bag of flour, there are probably about 5 pounds left. Li Ying can't cook, and the villa has only been decorated. There's no pot. How can she eat when she takes it back? Then give me this half bag of flour, and you can live in the house first. After thinking about it, Li Ying was still hungry and decided not to go empty-handed. Girl, this is all the flour we have. If you take it away, our family of 5 won't know how to survive. We are very grateful that you saved our son's life, but you really can't take this away. You are going to starve our family of 5 to death. The man, who was in his 30s, grabbed the flour and refused to give it to him. Now, every household is short of food. Food is life. Then you guys just dump the house for me. Li Ying is confident and righteous. I am right, so what am I afraid of? Oh my God, I can't live anymore. Anyway, I'm already so old. I'll trade my life with hers. I will never be a burden to you. Seeing Li Ying being aggressive, the old lady and her family chased after her with a kitchen knife and chopped Li Ying. I'm almost starving to death, so I won't burden my son and grandson. Li Ying was so scared. Are people so crazy nowadays? They fight to the death at the slightest provocation. I don't want it anymore, okay? Don't cut me. I'm leaving. I won't come again. Li Ying ran quickly. An old lady couldn't catch up with her. She ran back to the villa. Because of what happened with the first two houses, she didn't dare to ask for a third one. Why are rich people so trustworthy? It turns out that poor people have no manners. Li Ying was so angry. The villa and luxury car were coming so easily. Why was it so difficult to order food? I can give you the villa because I have many villas. But I can't give you the house because I only have one house. I can't even give you food because that's my life. Sitting on the ground, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I checked my phone and sent group messages, asking who had extra food so I could buy it at a high price. They were all relatives and friends, so someone should be able to help me, right? Besides, I still have 18 million. Can't I just buy it at a high price? After waiting for half an hour, no one replied to the message, and the message fell on deaf ears. Bye. After a few minutes, there was finally news. Li Ying picked up the phone excitedly. It turned out that money could buy everything. Ying, didn't you buy food with the money Mom gave you? We still have some rice at home, but it's only enough for your dad and I to eat tomorrow. If you don't have anything to eat, go home. Maybe the disaster will be over in a few days. Sure enough, the only person in this world who can help you when you are in trouble is your mother. After thinking about it, Li Ying decided that she still couldn't go home. I have nothing to eat when I go home. The high-end residential areas are so chaotic. It must be even more unsafe at home. It's okay. I just want to know who has more food so I can buy some for backup. Don't worry. I'll fine. That's good. If you have any problem, call me. I only have you as my daughter. It's better for me that you are all right. Seeing the news about her mother, Li Ying's tears flowed again. Except for my parents, all of you in this world deserve to die. Chapter 57. Not even worth a sausage. As she cried, Li Ying suddenly remembered that it was okay to not have food, but she couldn't go without water, right? I ran into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. The water pressure was much lower than at the beginning. At first I could barely take a shower with it, but now it was just dripping. Li Ying turned on all the faucets to drain the water. She regretted it even more now. Wouldn't it have been better to turn on the water before going out? Given the current situation, I'm afraid there won't be enough water to drink tomorrow. Li Ying feels so wronged. What should she do now? I opened my phone and checked with my friends one by one. Who could save me? Suddenly, she saw Lin Feng. Didn't he say that if I stayed with him overnight, he would give me a box of sausages? If I eat them sparingly, it should be enough for a long time, right? Finally, Li Ying had nothing to sell and decided to sell her first time. Lin Feng is indeed the king of prophecy. After more than a month, she really sold her first time for a sausage. There was a gleam of hope in Li Ying's eyes. She only hoped that Lin Feng would keep his promise and give her a box of sausages. Bye. Of course, Lin Feng didn't sleep. He was playing standalone games at home, drinking wine, and feeling as carefree as a god. Lin Feng, are you asleep? I'll stay with you for one night, and you give me a box of sausages. If it's okay, I'll go now. Lin Feng took a look at Li Ying's message and frowned in disgust. He watched the live broadcast of Li Ying being trapped in the blood from beginning to end. The gun tip is broken on your steel door? If I, Lin Feng, can still go down to Kuanchang, then am I, Lin Feng, too perverted? Forget it. I feel sick just looking at you. The images in your live stream are too dirty. I have no sexual interest in them. I would rather feed the sausage to the dog than give it to you. Lin Feng had no good feelings towards Li Ying. At first he thought she was pretty and had some sexual interest in her, but now he has no sexual interest in her at all. I didn't block Li Ying, and I didn't think it was necessary. What if I suddenly wanted to tease her again? Anyway, I was at home with nothing to do. Li Ying looked at the message on her phone and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Were there so many people watching that live broadcast? Lin Feng actually knew about it. Then you should know after seeing this that I am still a virgin, right? And I have taken a shower. I am not dirty. I don't want a box of sausages. I just want one, okay? I will go to accompany you every night. Just give me one sausage, every time. Please, Lin Feng, give me one sausage. I am starving. Li Ying collapsed. She really collapsed. She wanted to sell herself for 100 million yuan, but she couldn't even sell a sausage. Even if you give me a sausage every day to play with you, I still feel sick now. It's so hot. Has the gun tip rotted in your steel door? Fix it quickly, or the steel door will be doomed if it really rots. Seeing Lin Feng's insulting words, Li Ying burst into tears. It was not until this moment that she completely regretted it. She really shouldn't have sold Xiao Xiao supplies. If those things were still there, Li Ying would never tell anyone. Not picky about food. Eat whatever you give her. Whoa, am I going to starve to death like this? Is there no one who can help me? Whoever can help me. I will do anything you ask me to do. Li Ying lay on the ground and regretted her whole life. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine or if in this world. Bye. Just then, Li Ying's cell phone rang. Li Ying glanced at the screen of her mobile phone and instantly saw hope of life. Sorry, I just drove to pick up my boyfriend, and I wasn't looking at my phone. Thanks to your sunburn cream, my boyfriend is doing much better now. I have a lot of food at home, and the official relief supplies have arrived. My boyfriend received a lot of food because he was injured on duty. If you don't mind the compressed biscuits being unpalatable, you can come to my house. When Li Ying saw Liang Chuyu's message, she sat up instantly. Pack your things. Hurry and go to Building 3, Unit 3, Room 303. It turns out that good deeds will be rewarded. Ciao ciao. Lin Feng, you guys treat me like this. Just wait and see. This matter is definitely not over. Arriving at the bottom of 303rd floor, Unit 3, Building 3, Liang Chuyu and her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua were carefully carrying compressed biscuits upstairs. Zhou Kaihua was very weak. His face was sunburned and his hair was shaved. He had to rest after moving a few steps, but he still persisted. When daybreak came, I couldn't move even if I wanted to. Brother, let me help you. You go back to the house and rest. Seeing the food, Li Ying regained her energy. Not to mention carrying one box to the 3rd floor at a time. Even carrying 10 boxes to the 3rd floor is not a problem. Who is this? Zhou Kaihua asked Liang Chuyu, and Liang Chuyu smiled and said to Zhou Kaihua, this is Li Ying. It was her burn ointment that saved your life. When Zhou Kaihua heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and put down his hands from his waist. Li Ying looked down at Zhou Kaihua's waist and was instantly overjoyed. He's a security guard, and he even carries a gun. If I cling to his thigh, who in this community dares to bully me? Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao, you just wait. I will shoot you to death when I get a gun. Without you, Li Ying, wouldn't have been broadcast with blood in my blood. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone find out. It's very dangerous. After Li Ying was robbed and her blood was dripping from her body during a live broadcast, she gained a lot of experience. She went upstairs obediently carrying the compressed biscuits, not daring to make any noise. Liang Chuyu is very grateful to Li Ying. Without the sunburn cream Li Ying gave her, Zhou Kaihua would have lost his life if the sunburn had become infected. Moreover, Liang Chuyu knew that the authorities would soon send relief supplies. Li Ying was a little girl and her lifesaver. How much could she eat? Lin Feng also knew about the rescue supplies. However, Liang Chuyu knew very little. The authorities had only sent out relief supplies once, and only this time. Later, the authorities just gave up and kept the war supplies to support the army, hoping that after the natural disaster, the army could use force to suppress the disobedient forces. But Lin Feng didn't know what happened later. The official army rarely appeared. They probably hid in caves in the mountains to escape the summer heat. 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, 5 kilograms per box, were moved in a short while. These 50 kilograms of 400 compressed biscuits are enough for the 3 of them for 1.5 months, even if each person eats 3 pieces a day. Liang Chuyu is a doctor, and she also has it. Zhou Kaihua has made great contributions to disaster relief, so this batch of supplies is for 2 people. After a few people moved the things upstairs, Li Ying stared at the compressed biscuits and swallowed hard. Li Ying hadn't eaten for a whole day, and she felt like she was starving to death. Are you hungry? Come, have a piece. It may not taste good, but it will satisfy your hunger. Liang Chuyu saw Li Ying's eyes, opened the box, took out a bag, and handed it to Li Ying. Thank you. You are such a good person. Li Ying tore open the package and took a bite. This bite, she almost knocked out her teeth. The official compressed biscuits are like this. They are war reserve supplies. They're just for fighting hunger. What kind of taste do you want? They are so honest. It's hard to chew, right? Smash it up and soak it in water. It tastes terrible, but it helps to keep you full. Zhou Kaihua went into the room and took out a hammer, then weakly crushed a piece of compressed biscuit and put it into a bowl filled with half a bowl of water. After a while, it became a bowl of soup. Li Ying swallowed it up in big mouthfuls. This was definitely the most unpalatable thing she had ever eaten, but this time it tasted so delicious. No way. I'm hungry. Chapter 58. You must sell yourself at a high price. Liang Qiyu got the burn ointment and went to rescue Zhou Kaihua. He was busy all day before returning home. He didn't even see Li Ying's message until he got home. How could he have time to check the group? It's like your parents are rescuing you. Do you still have the mood to watch the group chat? Besides, messages in serious groups are all do not disturb. Who would sit in the group and read every message every day? No need to go to work? Can you live without eating Northwest Wind? Can reading group messages support a family? If so, why does Liang Qiyu go to work? Isn't it enough to just lie at home and read group messages every day? Why go to work? Why don't you live at home? I heard that it's a mess out there. How dangerous is it for a girl like you? Liang Qiyu found it strange that Li Ying didn't eat for a day. When she took the sunburn cream, she saw a lot of supplies in the room. There shouldn't be a shortage of food, right? That's not my house. It's my friend's house. I made a small mistake and made her angry, so she chased me out with a knife. Li Ying avoided the main point and refused to tell the reason why she was kicked out. Alas, a great disaster has befallen us. People are no longer the same as they used to be. You would even kick out your best friends just to save a little food? You are such a scumbag. Liang Qiyu was so angry. How could such a good girl like Li Ying be kicked out? Are all people like Lin Feng? They have the ability to help others. But not only do they not help, they also take advantage of the situation to rob others. Is this still a human being? It's okay, sister. You saved my life. We'll take you in. In a few days, the authorities will send out relief supplies after they count the number of people affected. Everything will be fine. You have to have faith in the authorities. Zhou Kaihua went home to recuperate because of severe sunburn, and he was equipped with a gun because the situation was too chaotic and they were afraid that he would be in danger. Once the injuries are healed, we will wait for notification and go back to report. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Li Ying bowed obediently to express her gratitude, but her eyes were always fixed on the gun on Zhou Kaihua's waist. It's almost dawn. Let's get some sleep while the temperature isn't too high. Fortunately, this is the 3rd floor, so the temperature won't rise too quickly or I won't be able to sleep in the afternoon. Liang Qiyu knew there would be a power outage, so she set the air conditioner to the lowest setting and didn't turn it off at all. Now the room was very cool, and she was tired after a day and wanted to go to bed. Zhou Kaihua was also very tired. After all, he was very weak now. Which room are you sleeping in? I don't snore, so I won't disturb you. Li Ying asked Liang Qiyu. Liang Qiyu's house was 80 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. She didn't want to lose her job, so she quickly opened her mouth and asked in a polite manner. We'll sleep in the master bedroom, and he'll sleep in the 2nd bedroom. Liang Qiyu said this, and Li Ying was stunned for a moment. Aren't you 2 boyfriend and girlfriend, and are you going to get married soon? Why don't you sleep together? However, Li Ying did not ask any further questions. She just nodded and followed Liang Qiyu to the master bedroom. Lying on the bed, Liang Qiyu fell asleep soon. Yesterday, she went to deliver medicine to Zhou Kaihua. She was exhausted after taking care of him for a day and a night. Li Ying got up quietly, went out, closed the door, then went to the mirror and looked at her face. Li Ying's face wasn't severely sunburned. After applying sunburn cream and taking care of herself for a long time, it's basically healed, just a little red. Li Ying opened her bag, took out her cosmetics, and started to put on makeup. After putting on eyeshadow, lipstick, and foundation, she turned into the noble little princess again. Arriving at the door of the 2nd bedroom, Li Ying gently pushed the door open and asked softly, Brother Zhou, are you asleep? I can't sleep, and Sister Qiyu is asleep. Can I talk to you? Zhou Kaihua didn't sleep, but he had taken off all his clothes and was only wearing a pair of large shorts, which made him feel a little embarrassed. I haven't slept yet. I'm going to put on some clothes. It's too hot today. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Zhou Kaihua hurried to put on his clothes, while Li Ying went into the house, closed the door, and said gently, It's okay. We're men, so what's there to be shy about? Don't wear it. It's too hot. He gently stretched out his hand to stop him, and Zhou Kaihua felt embarrassed and put down his clothes. I have to say that Zhou Kaihua, 25 years old, used to be a soldier for many years. After retiring, he became an escort. He has a muscular body and sharp features. I'm afraid my face will be disfigured in the future because the sunburn is too severe. Well, That's just you. If Chuyu sees me, she'll call me a hooligan again. Zhou Kaihua was a little reserved, while Li Ying was more curious. Are you two going to get married? Aren't you and Sister Chuyu going to get married? Why are you sleeping in separate rooms? And why did you call you a hooligan? Li Ying's words made Zhou Kaihua sigh. Alas, Chuyu is a good girl in every way, except that she is very conservative. We have been together for 6 years. I was a soldier for 3 years and retired for 3 years. She only let me hold hands a few times, and we have never kissed. She said that we are not allowed to cross the line before we get married. When Li Ying heard this, she knew the opportunity had come. Brother Zhou, isn't Sister Chi too much? She won't let you touch her even when you're getting married. Can you bear it? Now there's a disaster, and your wedding is nowhere in sight. As long as you recover from your injury, you'll have to go to the front line for disaster relief, and it may take years. Why don't I persuade Sister Chuyu to sleep on my side, and you two can sleep in the master bedroom? When Zhou Kaihua heard this, he was also a little annoyed. He was a normal man, 25 years old, and still a virgin. It's fine if you don't have a partner, but you have one, and you're getting married soon? How can this be called a relationship? Forget it. She's very stubborn, and there's no way she'll agree. This is also her requirement for a partner. She won't even look at a guy who isn't a virgin. She has a serious misophobia. Zhou Kaihua's tone was clearly complaining, and Li Ying knew that her chance had come. Brother Zhou, lie down and let me give you a massage. You've worked so hard for the country and the people, you should take a rest. As she spoke, Li Ying gently pushed Zhou Kaihua onto the bed and began to massage his body with her small hands. Zhou Kaihua wanted to refuse, but this feeling was too comfortable. Looking at Li Ying's face, the painting is so beautiful. Big eyes, double eyelids, pink eyeshadow, a pair of charming phoenix eyes. Which man can resist this? After massaging for a long time, Zhou Kaihua swallowed his saliva and became more and more excited the more he looked at it. An unknown flame emerged from his abdomen and stared at Li Ying intently. He has been holding it in for 25 years, and if he has no ideas, he's like a eunuch. But Zhou Kaihua was still rational. He closed his eyes and didn't want to look. Neither of them noticed the drone slowly coming to a stop outside the window, flashing a camera. Didn't expect it? I, Lin Feng, am here again. Unexpectedly, when Lin Feng arrived, he saw a paid program. Li Ying saw the opportunity and took the initiative to attack. Lin Feng, didn't you even refuse to give me a single sausage? When I get the gun, you'll see how I deal with you. The sunset is beautiful, but it is near dusk. The following is paid content. You can only watch it by giving gifts. Chapter 59, Beauty Scheme. The two fought for a few minutes before the winner was decided. Zhou Kaihua put on his shorts and sat on the edge of the bed smoking a cigarette. But now that things have come to this, what should I do? I'm about to get married. Wouldn't that be unfair to Liang Chuyu? Brother Zhou, don't go back to the government. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. I have a villa, 3 apartments, 2 luxury cars, and 18 million in savings. I'll support you in the future. Zhou Kaihua was stunned when he heard Li Ying say this while hugging his shoulders. A 20-year-old beauty and a rich woman? Did I, Zhou Kaihua, save the Milky Way in my previous life? How come such a great thing happened to me, Zhou Kaihua? How could Zhou Kaihua know that the price of goods had collapsed during his hospitalization? He ate government rations instead of buying them with his own money? But I also have feelings for Liang Chuyu. Even though we haven't been that way, we have been together for 6 years, right? Can you let me think about it? I don't know how to tell Chuyu. Smoking a cigarette, Zhou Kaihua fell into deep thought. Now that the 3 of them were living together, this matter would be exposed sooner or later. Brother Zhou, Sister Chuyu will never accept what we have done. You know her better than I do. Why don't we take the supplies back to the villa while she is asleep? I will give her a house and 1 million as compensation. This way, she won't be hurt too much, and you won't have to feel guilty. It will be good for everyone. As she spoke, Li Ying took out a property certificate in her cell phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Liang Chuyu via WeChat in front of Zhou Kaihua. Zhou Kaihua couldn't hold back anymore after seeing this scene. I, Zhou Kaihua, must have saved the galaxy in my previous life. There really is a beautiful rich woman who likes me. She's willing to spend a fortune on me. 1 million for a house. Transfer now. That's it. Put on some sunscreen and let's pack our things and leave. Leave half of the supplies for Chiu, and we'll take the rest. Zhou Kaihua was also immersed in the beauty of his first time and couldn't extricate himself. He didn't know when he would be able to indulge in that with Liang Chuyu. But following Li Ying, I could be a groom every night. Li Ying is not bad looking either. Moreover, Liang has a villa and a luxury car worth more than 10 million. Only a fool would choose Liang Qiyu, who refuses to marry or let anyone touch him. Brother Zhou, I think we should just leave one box for Sister Qiyu. Didn't you say that the supplies would be distributed in a few days? Can't she just get the supplies herself? There are more of us. What if there is not enough food? Liang knew that eating was the most important thing now. So how could she possibly leave half for Liang Qiyu? That's fine too. The official supplies will arrive in the next few days anyway. Leave a box for her. Zhou Kaihua agreed without thinking much. It was just a compressed biscuit, and it didn't taste good. Zhou Kaihua almost vomited after eating it. Okay, Brother Zhou, it's hot outside. Drink more water before going out. I'll be sad if you get too hot. Liang would never say that there is no water at home, and she has to wait until midnight for water to come. You still care about me. Zhou Kaihua, don't know how lucky I am to meet a beautiful soulmate like you. Looking at Liang, Zhou Kaihua still felt unsatisfied. You are so mean. Let's talk about it at the villa. I will change into black stockings for you to see. In a word, Zhou Kaihua became more determined to go to the villa. That man can resist the temptation of black stockings. The two of them drank a lot of water, then put on sunscreen and tiptoed downstairs to carry the compressed biscuits. The villa area is not far from here, so sunscreen is still useful for this few minutes walk. When Zhou Kaihua drove to the villa area and saw the villas and two supercars in the yard, he was so happy. Liang really has a villa and a luxury car. She made a fortune. From now on, I am financially free. Who the hell would go to the government to fight for my life? After moving the supplies into the villa, Liang smiled at Zhou Kaihua and fulfilled Zhou Kaihua's dream of wearing black silk stockings. Zhou Kaihua was so shocked by this that he couldn't control his firepower. Men want to fight. Let's fight. Liang immediately joined the battle, and the war between the two lasted for a long time. Looking at the huge villa, Zhou Kaihua felt that he had reached the peak of his life. It's all until the two men were exhausted. They lay on the ground to rest for a while and fell asleep due to exhaustion. At the same time, Liang Qiyu also woke up. The temperature in the room rose, and Liang Qiyu woke up from the heat. When I got up and looked, Liang was gone. Liang Qiyu didn't think much about it and went out to check. Then there was no one in the room. Where could Liang go? It was so hot. She couldn't go out? Kaihua? Ying? Are you in the room? The only room left to be found was the side bed, so Liang Qiyu knocked on the door politely. Liang Qiyu is not the type of girl who would think too much. Maybe the two of them were chatting in the room? Waited for a long time, no sound? I'm in. I told you softly, but still no response? Liang Qiyu turned the door handle, and there was no one lying on the side? Then Liang Qiyu panicked. The bed sheet was covered in blood. It was a mess. Could it be that the two of them were in danger? However, the red book on the bed looked familiar to Liang Qiyu. Isn't this his property certificate? When I opened it, I found that it was really my own property certificate and the transfer contract written by myself. Liang Qiyu panicked even more. He picked up his phone. He wanted to call Zhou Kaihua. What on earth had happened? When I opened my phone, I saw that Ying had transferred 1 million yuan. Sister Qiyu, I'm sorry. Brother Zhou and I are leaving and will never come back. This million and the property certificate are your breakup compensation. Don't be too sad. Lock the doors and windows at home and be safe. Brother Zhou and I are true love. Thank you for your help. Liang Qiyu. Ying, what do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Liang Qiyu was so angry that she sent a voice message directly, but the system prompted that your message had been rejected. Zhou Kaihua, won't you explain to me what happened? Then I sent a message to Zhou Kaihua, but it was still rejected. Looking at the bloody bed sheet in front of him, even if Liang Qiyu was an idiot, he knew what was going on. My mentality is really broken. Our 6-year relationship is not as good as the one-day acquaintance between you two. Damn it, Zhou Kaihua, you're a bastard. I sold my house to buy you a tube of burn ointment. I was almost beaten to a pulp by that bastard Lin Feng. You actually turn around and kick me out for a woman. Men are really no good. So disgusting. Liang Qiyu was so angry that she tore the bed sheet into pieces, opened the window, and threw it out. Then he threw everything Zhou Kaihua had used in the house out of the window. Liang Qiyu has mysophobia. She feels disgusting. Chapter 60. Always imitated, never surpassed. Lin Feng was bored at home, so he released a drone to see everything that was going on in Liang Qiyu's house. Originally, they wanted to raid Liang Qiyu's house tonight and capture her to use as a cannon mount. But when we looked through the drone, we saw the passionate scene of Liang fighting. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't miss the live broadcast, so he watched it with the drone, drinking cold beer and eating skewers with great interest. As a result, after the live broadcast ended, Liang took Zhou Kaihua and ran away with the supplies. Lin Feng felt so happy. Before I, Lin Feng, could come to your house tonight, Liang directly stole all of Liang Qiuyu's crystals. Liang, you are awesome. You are even more awesome than Lu Bu. Whoever keeps you here will be in trouble. Lin Feng took a sip of beer. He admired Li Ying's clever move. As expected, he really sold himself at a high price, and Zhou Kaihua also has a gun? Lin Feng was not panicked at all. No one could break the steel door of my house, let alone your gun. I don't care if you shoot me with your Italian cannon. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and decided to tease Liang Qiuyu. After all, the smile will not disappear. It will only transfer to my Lin Feng's face. Bye. Just then, Liang Qiuyu's cell phone rang. I picked it up and took a look. It was a message from Lin Feng. How can you be so unethical? Throwing things downstairs? You are throwing objects from a high place. I will report you to the property management company. I will revoke your medical position. Liang Qiuyu was already angry. Now she is even angrier. Lin Feng, how did you know I threw something downstairs? Did you install surveillance cameras in my house? Liang Qiuyu went completely berserk. Lin Feng's news just added fuel to the fire. How can you, a doctor, speak so harshly? Why are you so angry at me? Did your husband run away with your sister-in-law? Lin Feng smiled wickedly and asked me to give him a big bag. I will not be so angry as to kill you. Get out! Get out! Get out! Liang Qiuyu was so angry. Isn't this just rubbing salt into my wounds? He threw the phone onto the bed. Then Liang Qiuyu started searching through boxes and cabinets. How did Lin Feng know about my family? Was it a coincidence? Or did he install a camera? I searched for a long time, even looked for the socket hole, but there was no pinhole camera. At this time, Liang Qiuyu's cell phone rang again. Why are you so angry? If you have any problems, come to Lin Feng. Although I was very upset when you gave me a big bag last time, seeing how miserable you are now, I won't go to the wall tonight. I like your appearance as a chaste woman. Don't worry, we are just a business relationship, and there is absolutely no mixture of any male and female feelings. Contact me at any time if you have any difficulties. Liang Qiuyu was so angry after seeing this news that he almost died. Block him. This pervert must be blocked. I feel sick every time I think about this. Liang Qiuyu not only blocked Lin Feng, but also blocked all the male classmates and colleagues on his phone. This incident today was a huge blow to Liang Qiuyu. 3 years of service. 3 years to become a regular employee. Although we haven't met many times. But that's 6 years. How many 6 years can a person have in his lifetime? 6 years of youth. 6 years of love. Even if you raise a dog for 6 years, you wouldn't treat me like this. Whoa. After blocking all men, Liang Qiuyu collapsed on the bed and cried. I just want to find a man with whom I can live my life together till old age. Why is it so difficult? Is there no good man in this world? After crying for a while, Liang Qiuyu was tired. Go to the living room and lock the door. He entered the kitchen, took out a bottle of strong liquor, unscrewed it, and took a big gulp. Ahem! Is this wine? It turns out it's so unpalatable. Liang Qiuyu never drinks alcohol. This was her first time drinking, and she choked to tears. She bought these liquors for disinfection because she couldn't buy medical alcohol, but she didn't expect to drink them. He coughed for a long time with tears in his eyes, then stood up, got a cup, poured a little, and drank it slowly. Now Liang Qiuyu has been devastated and wants only to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Ah, you're already so miserable? There's no need for me to go to the wall against you. Why do you want to test human nature? Just make a deal with me. If you're happy, I'm happy too. Happiness is a matter for two people. Isn't that good? Lin Feng shook his head and took back the drone. Lin Feng still has some humanity, but not much. After all, as a bootlicker, Feng Qian's blow was too great for him. Let's talk about comparing misery. I, Lin Feng, am much more miserable than you, Liang Qiuyu, okay? I licked you for 6 years. At least you're still intact. How did Feng Qian treat me? She eats anything when she's hungry. Who could be worse off than me? Retrieve the drone and recharge it. Lin Feng looked at his phone. It had been 4 days. Why was there no movement from Feng Qian's green tea watch? I looked through Feng Qian's moments. On the first, she had a seafood dinner with her bestie at home. On the second, she had steak with her bestie. On the third, she ate pasta at home. Today, she hasn't posted anything on Moments yet. It was the same in my previous life. Fong Qian and her best friend Wang Qing always had a lot of high-end ingredients on sale at home, but they didn't come to me until they were all gone. It seems I was too anxious. Putting down the phone, Lin Feng knew that it was only 4 days. Only those who didn't store food would rush to grab food. Those who stored food still had surplus food at home, so there was no need to rush. Just wait for 10 days or half a month, and then you will know what horror is. Today, the highest temperature in Huanghai City has reached 60 degrees. The temperature at night is also 40 to 50 degrees. The streets were empty during the day, as no one could withstand such high temperatures and sunburn from ultraviolet rays. Only at night, some people who were too hungry to bear it at home would go out to look for supplies, but it was basically a waste of energy, as the supplies on display had basically been sold out. Of course, there are also some idle hooligans who go out to cause trouble on the streets. They have nothing to do anyway. The rest are some anchors who broadcast live to attract fans, and some anchors who imitate me in Zishampia to Andio and broadcast live. Now reality has become an illegal place, not to mention the internet, where no one cares. But I became famous after broadcasting the song, Duan Jiao, at Shishan. There have always been people imitating, but no one has ever surpassed. Live broadcast. Live broadcast with your life. I am worthy of being the #1 live broadcaster in China when I say Zishampia to Andio. Chapter 61. I'm broken. I'm really broken. Oh, boring. Lin Feng threw his phone away and lay on the bed feeling very lonely. Eating, sleeping, playing games, and watching live broadcasts every day. When will this life end? Let's see what Xiao Xiao is doing. Is he out of food? He's just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Thinking of this, Lin Feng picked up the telescope. Xiao Xiao's house was just opposite, which was very convenient. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had already gotten up and was looking at Lin Feng with a telescope. Lin Feng doesn't have the habit of drawing the curtains. And Xiao Xiao is obviously very hungry. He wants to eat grilled sausages, right? It seems that we can develop a trading relationship. You're peeking at me again? Do you have so much free time? I know I'm so suave, handsome, and elegant, and I've charmed millions of girls. Tell me when you're hungry. You're peeking at me every day. Aren't you afraid of getting sty? Xiao Xiao received the message and said, "Pooh. I'm investing. I'm also observing the enemy. Who cares about your sausage? I still have nearly 20 million worth of supplies. I can afford to fight you. I can eat you to death. Why don't you come over to my house tonight? I see you're pretty lonely too. You spend every day at home reading study materials? Let's practice with each other. I'm a delicate girl, and I don't dare to go out. The world is too crazy right now, and I'm scared." Later, Xiao Xiao also sent 3 pitiful expressions. Xiao Xiao did it on purpose. Anyway, she had a telescope and could see whether Lin Feng had any weapons with him. If Lin Feng came with a weapon, she would not open the door. If Lin Feng came without a weapon, Xiao Xiao planned to cut Lin Feng with a samurai sword. Nature is very good at curing disasters. Cut it off to cure it forever. As long as you don't have Kuan, there's no need for you to stay at home and study materials every day, right? This way, when I live in your safe house, I don't have to worry about what you do to me. We are all sisters. What else can you do except make me drool? Lin Feng looked at the news and instantly became alert. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Lin Feng is not stupid. He can accept Xiao Xiao scolding him a few times, but she actually wants him to leave the safe house and find Xiao Xiao? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng, never take the initiative. I never refuse. I never take responsibility. Even if you come to my house, you have to move on your own. If you are so hungry that you can't bear it anymore, just come to me. I'll treat you to a meal. I have to say that Lin Feng drives faster. Xiao Xiao's face turned red when she saw the message. After all, although Xiao Xiao had never eaten pork, she had also seen pigs run when she saw Lin Feng's study materials. This made Xiao Xiao so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say for a moment, and the wheel of the car fell on her face. After thinking about it, Xiao Xiao regained his senses. He sent a message to Lin Feng. Although he didn't know why Lin Feng knew so much, it was obvious that Lin Feng knew much more than he did. Lin Feng, let me ask you something. If you know the truth, can you tell me? Is it really the end of the world now? When will this natural disaster end? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Xiao's message and made a decision in his heart. Should I be a good person and tell her the truth? Or should I be a bad person and give her some hope? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to be a good person and tell her the truth. In 3 days at most, the natural disaster will be over. You have to trust the authorities. They won't fall easily. We have survived the 8-year war of resistance. You can't stand it after just a few days. You have to hold on. When Xiao Qiao saw Lin Feng's message, she was so angry. Can't you just tell the truth? Anyone with a little bit of common sense wouldn't think that this natural disaster will end in 3 days. Get lost. Your words are like farts. Only idiots would believe you. I'm 175 centimeters tall, fair skin and beautiful face, long hair, slim body, big and brainless. Don't you want to take me to your safe house? Aren't you lonely at home every day? It's better to live with 2 people than alone, right? As she spoke, Xiao Qiao sent another full-body selfie to Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng isn't coming, then I'll go over there myself. As long as I go in and kill Lin Feng, that safe house will belong to me, Xiao Qiao. I designed a safe house. There's nothing I can't use. A safe house worth 100 million, 20 million in supplies. I, Xiao Qiao, can live in it until I die. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Qiao's selfie and swallowed. It's impossible to say that I'm not moved. Liang gets 9 points with makeup, but Xiao Qiao gets 10 points even without makeup. The gap is not a little bit. Liang got 9 points because 9 is the maximum she could get, and Xiao Qiao got 10 because the full score is 10. Then Lin Feng shook his head. The word lust is like a knife hanging over your head. I, Lin Feng, have upgraded from a licking dog to a fighting wolf, so I can't let myself downgrade at will. You can come over if you want. Pay a deposit to show your sincerity and let me see your granary and your seafood. Once I'm sure you can come over directly. Xiao Qiao was stunned when she saw the message. Lin Feng, how do you know my granary? I do have a granary, but I don't have any seafood in it. This Lin Feng? Is he trying to trick me? Even my brother doesn't know about my granary, so there's no way Lin Feng knows. Xiao Qiao is not Liang. She is much smarter, otherwise she wouldn't have survived until now. I don't have a granary or seafood. If I had them, would I still be short of food and drink? Lin Feng looked at the phone and shook his head helplessly. Why is Xiao Qiao not as smart as Liang? Just search Baidu and you'll know. Take a picture of your face and show it to me. If you send it to me, I'll believe that you're sincere in doing business with me. Otherwise, forget it. Xiao Qiao searched on Baidu and blushed instantly. I am so freaking mad. How can there be such a mean and shameless person in this world? Xiao Qiao was so angry that her teeth were itching. How could you be so unscrupulous as to ask me for my nude photos? There was no other way. In order to have a safe house and to castrate the bitch Lin Feng, Xiao Qiao endured it. Fighting alone, Xiao Qiao felt that she could still subdue Lin Feng. All the karate and sanda she had learned over the years could finally come in handy today. Draw the curtains to prevent Lin Feng from seeing. Xiao Qiao suppressed her nausea and used software to search for pictures on the internet. She picked a picture of a woman with a figure similar to hers and put her own face on it. This almost made Xiao Qiao die of anger. Am I not insulting myself? Send it to Lin Feng. Xiao Qiao swore that she must kill this bitch. Is your sincerity enough this time? Can you let me go to your safe house? I really want to make a deal with you. I'm almost starving. Just give me something to eat. Lin Feng looked at the photo and shook his head slightly. This photo is too fake. I glanced out the window and saw that the curtains were drawn, so I couldn't see anything. Then let's have a video chat. Let me see if you're really worth a sausage first. You have to let me check the goods, right? Xiao Qiao. I'm fucking devastated. I'm really devastated. Why do such shameless people exist in this world? Even a missile can blow through the steel door of Lin Feng's house. I'm afraid even missiles can't blast away Lin Feng's shamelessness. Xiao Qiao was speechless. There was no way that Lin Feng would come out. Then we can only find ways to protect ourselves. He threw down his phone and ignored Lin Feng. Xiao Qiao began to think about what to do in the future. Going to the kitchen, picking up the whetstone, wetting it with water, Jojo began to sharpen the 2 samurai swords at home. The only weapons I have at home are these 2 samurai swords. I sharpen them to be sharp enough so that I can face the next environment. The supplies on the 2nd floor have been looted, so you have to protect the supplies in the warehouse on the 1st floor. If that is also robbed, then just slit your throat with a knife. It will be less painful if the knife cuts the neck quickly, so it is better to be prepared. Chapter 62. Prelude to the First Conflict. I have to say, if a person has no shame, he is invincible. Lin Feng's skin is thicker than a city wall now. How could he not guess Xiao Qiao's little thoughts? Seeing that Xiao Qiao didn't say anything, Lin Feng decided to continue to stimulate her. I've already seen the photos. Why should I be embarrassed to start a video? You're not sincere enough. I'm very disappointed in you. If you don't even start a video, how can we be honest with each other and have in-depth exchanges, friendly cooperation, mutual benefit, and win-win results in the future? Xiao Qiao was so angry when she saw Lin Feng's news. If Xiao Qiao hadn't designed the safe house herself and knew how strong it was, she would have wanted to go over and beat Lin Feng up. Xiao Qiao threw away her phone and ignored Lin Feng. It's fine that this guy is hiding in his turtle shell, immune to all attacks. He is so mean and shameless. Okay, Lin Feng, I'll fight you. Let's see who can outlast the other. Buzz! Xiao Qiao scraped it with her fingers and felt relieved when she heard the sound of the knife. After sharpening the knife, Xiao Qiao picked up a bag of dried squid and took out his anger on the squid. Out of curiosity, Xiao Qiao wanted to know what Lin Feng ate. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. Lin Feng was at home, bored. So he took out a 1-meter square block of ice and carved an ice sculpture. Then various seafood slices are placed on the ice sculptures to eat sashimi. The outdoor temperature has reached 60 degrees now. The air conditioner has lost its cooling effect. But where did you get such a big piece of ice? Oh my God, I can't even bear to take a shower. I'm all smelly. This guy is making ice sculptures in a 60-degree weather. Is this the life of rich people? Is he so down to earth? Xiao Qiao suddenly felt that the dried squid in his hand no longer smelled fragrant. Then, Lin Feng picked up a piece of salmon, took a bite, and chewed it twice. Bah! It's so disgusting when it's raw. I'd rather have hot pot. He spit it out directly to Abe, who didn't mind and licked the floor clean while wagging his tail. Then, Lin Feng took out an induction cooker and started eating hot pot. Oh my God! I'm about to explode from the heat. This guy is actually having hot pot around an ice sculpture. Do you really have to be so discouraging? I remember that there was no cold storage in my design. Besides, the cold storage wouldn't work in such hot weather, and Xiao Qiao understood this. The more Xiao Qiao thought about it, the angrier she got. Should I expose Lin Feng? He picked up his phone and started long-distance shooting. If this were to be posted in the owner's group, Lin Feng would be beaten to death. Forget it. Although Lin Feng is not a human, I am not Li Ying. I cannot do such a wicked thing. Xiao Qiao put down her phone and didn't take any pictures. At this time, Lin Feng received news again. Come have a bite. I have jelly and popping candy. Let's play ice and fire together. Xiao Qiao was a little confused when she saw the message and replied, How old am I? I don't eat jelly popping candy anymore. And Lin Feng replied, I didn't tell you to eat it. Come here and I'll teach you. Xiao Qiao. After sending a questioning expression, Lin Feng didn't say anything. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Qiao opened the software and searched what else he could do besides eating jelly popping candy. When I searched for the results, my face turned red. Lin Feng, you are the most shameless person I have ever seen. You are really a toad crawling on a frog. You are so ugly that you are just a flower. Xiao Qiao was so angry. She really wanted to cut Lin Feng with a knife. If you don't want to play, then don't play. This is a deal, not a force. Tell me when you're ready. I have everything you want. Seeing what Lin Feng said, Xiao Qiao was so angry that she laughed. You're just bragging. Do you think you have an aircraft carrier? Lin Feng's next words made Xiao Qiao so angry that she collapsed. Yes, but you are not worth that price. Even if I play you to pieces, you are not worth an aircraft carrier. Change to something else. Pick something you are worth and come back to me. I, Lin Feng, never go against a woman's will. Xiao Qiao. Too arrogant. I've never seen anyone so boastful in my life. Xiao Qiao was so angry that she threw her phone away. Talking to Lin Feng was so infuriating. Usually at school, there are many older boys in the architecture department, and Xiao Qiao is pretty, so there are countless people chasing her. Flowers are spread all over the downstairs during festivals. Xiao Qiao has never met anyone with Lin Feng's attitude in her life. Other men may be perverts, but at least they know how to pretend to be gentlemen. Look at Lin Feng again. Naked lust. He doesn't even try to hide it. You're just like that? Besides having billions of dollars? 185 centimeters tall? A handsome face? What do you still have? What are you still? After thinking about it, someone like Lin Feng should not be short of women, right? What exactly does he want to do? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Xiao Qiao lay on the bed and took out a fan she made herself to fan herself. The temperature has now reached 40 or 50 degrees at night. It is useless to turn on the air conditioner or not. It is not as useful as an electric fan. But there is no use having an electric fan. It is only turned on for a limited time at night, and it makes no difference whether there is wind or not. At this moment, the community is not peaceful. Those who have lost someone in their family can do nothing but watch the corpse stinking in the house. If we don't bury it or deal with it, the strong smell in the house on such a hot day could kill people. Some of them followed Liang Shiyu's advice and carried the body to the rooftop before dark, waiting for cremation later. Others were reluctant to leave their family members' bodies exposed in the wilderness, so they decided to secretly dig a hole in the lawn or flower bed and bury them. There is also a group of people who cannot see the reality clearly. They put the corpse in a separate room and seal the door so that out of sight, out of mind. The group is unusually quiet. Everyone has been having a hard time these past few days. They can't even buy anything, and gradually they become too lazy to ask. At 12 o'clock midnight, water and electricity came. Everyone was used to it and quickly took all the pots, pans, and bowls to fill with water. Xiao Xiao lives on the second floor, so the water flow is small, but it's enough. Since she had saved so much water, and it would be a waste if she didn't use it, Xiao Xiao decided to take a bath. She was afraid she would never have the chance to take a bath again. At this moment, the cell phone rang. Why is the water pressure so low today? I live on the 19th floor, and there's basically no water flowing. I live on the top floor. There's not even a drop of water. Can the residents on the lower floors please consider us? Forget about showering. Leave us a way to survive. There's not much food left. How can we survive without water? Whether you have water or not is none of our business. When you buy a house, you should have considered what to do if there is a power outage, water outage, or fire in the upper floors. That's right. It's so hot. What's wrong with me taking a shower? I didn't ask you to pay for the water bill. You live by the sea. You are nosy enough. Okay, you won't give us water, right? Then don't force us to do it. That's right. Residents of the upper floors, unite. It's going to be 60 degrees tomorrow. There's no water. We'll all die sooner or later. Rather than dying of heat and thirst, we might as well fight these bastards. Lin Feng was eating hot pot and looking at the group. Lin Feng knew that the first conflict was about to break out. It's not a complete food shortage, but a conflict over water between high-rise and low-rise residents. The authorities are doing their best to supply you with water now. The cheating country in the south, a vast expanse of scorched earth and corpses everywhere. The holy water of the Ganges has evaporated. Drinking cow urine is useless. The Chinese government has been very supportive. What else do you want? Chapter 63. The first conflict breaks out. Dang, dang, dang. Xiao Xiao wanted to take a shower, but there was a knock on the door. There is no other way but to go and take a look, otherwise things will definitely not stop. Who is it? What's the matter? Xiao Xiao took out the samurai sword and came to the door. He really couldn't be careless at this time. Hello, we are the residents above you. Our water supply has been cut off. Can you let us get some water? Without water, we will die of thirst tomorrow. There were quite a lot of people outside the door, more than a dozen of them, knocking on the doors of the second floor and asking them to open them. Xiao Xiao is very clear about what happened with Liang. At first you were trying to get water, and then when you couldn't get water, you started to steal my water, right? I opened the door for you? Am I crazy? My water pipe is broken, and you have taken over my house. If you want to get water, go to another resident's house. There was no way Xiao Xiao would open the door for them, so she could only hope that they could go somewhere else, right? The pipe is broken. Let me in, and I'll fix it. Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded by the sound of a word coming from outside the door and didn't know how to respond. I told you to just pry the door open. I'm dying of thirst. That's right. Why waste time talking to them? So many people have died. We won't kill anyone when we enter the house. We'll just get some water. Listen up, everyone inside. If you open the door, we are all neighbors, and we can see each other in the future. We will leave after we get the water. If you don't open the door, we can't guarantee your safety. Xiao Xiao was terrified when she heard the sound outside the door. But Xiao Xiao knew that this door could never be opened. Once it was opened, it would have to be opened every day when it was time to release the water. Isn't it inevitable that I will die in their hands sooner or later? Even if there is a truckload of water downstairs, how long can I hold on? Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. The people outside have started to smash the door with sledgehammers. This kind of thing didn't just happen in Xiao Xiao's building. It happened to all the upper floors. The first floor of Xiao Xiao's house is a warehouse with no water pipes, so they came to break down the door on the second floor. The unlucky ones in other buildings are the residents on the first floor. Of course, there is also the villa area. The villa area also belongs to the first floor. There are also many high-rise residents who smash the gate of the villa area. The chaos has begun. In order to survive, the entire Shishan villa is in chaos. Only the middle-level residents were lucky. They had water even though the water pressure was low, so they didn't have to go out and grab water. And no one would be idle to smash their doors. The water would be faster than smashing the houses of the lower-level residents. Boom! 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 The loud banging sound on the door made Xiao Xiao's hands tremble with fear. They are serious. As long as they enter the house, I will die sooner or later. No matter how bad-tempered Xiao Xiao is, she is still a girl. If she is not afraid, how brave she must be. Seeing that the door had been smashed and deformed, Xiao Xiao was so anxious that she almost cried. This is just an ordinary security door. It can't withstand their smashing. Crunch! Crunch! The iron door creaked as they pried it open. Xiao Xiao held the samurai sword tightly in both hands and was ready. Bump! Finally, the iron door couldn't bear the weight. They pried it open. Ah! Don't push me. Leave my house quickly. Otherwise, I will chop you to pieces. Xiao Xiao stood behind the iron gate. She welded and threatened them with a knife. She just hoped they would let her go. This iron fence. It's Xiao Xiao's final bottom line. A broken fence. I can smash it open with just 2 hammers. A middle-aged man swung a sledgehammer and was about to smash it. Xiao Xiao was already crying with fear. With her eyes closed, she held the samurai sword and stabbed with all her strength. If they come in, they will be dead. Puff! A knife stabbed into his stomach. Then the group of people outside the door were dumbfounded. We just came here to get some water. Do you have to kill people? Dad! A boy of about 17 or 18 came over and hugged his father. As his body fell backwards, blood gushed out, spraying all over Xiao Xiao. The middle-aged man held his stomach, and after a few minutes, his head tilted and he died. I killed someone? Xiao Xiao couldn't believe this was true. She just wanted to scare these people away. I stabbed it blindly with my eyes closed. Who knew it would be so accurate? You murderer! You killed my father! I will fight you to the death. The boy took the sledgehammer and continued to smash the door. And Xiao Xiao, in fear, stabbed with the knife again. Get out of my house! You are robbing. I am acting in self-defense. Xiao Xiao stabbed the boy so hard that he had no chance to attack. After all, the samurai sword was quite long. This made the boy dare not approach rashly, as he would be stabbed to death. Even a wound, in such hot weather, it can easily become infected and fatal. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had gone crazy, a group of neighbors stopped approaching and tried to pry open the doors of the other 2 houses. After a while, the doors of Xiao Xiao's 2 neighbors on the same floor were also pried open. Seeing that other doors were pried open and no one was helping the boy to avenge himself, he quickly squeezed in to get water. What does it have to do with us whether someone dies or not? We didn't kill them. You guys can handle it yourself. 201. You killed my dad. I, Tang Chuan, will never let you go. Tomorrow I will make a longer sledgehammer. Wait for me to get in. I will kill you first, and then you. Tang Chuan has dyed yellow hair and doesn't look like a good person at first glance. He looked at Xiao Xiao with a sinister look in his eyes. Xiao Xiao had already been sentenced to death. Tang Chuan was about to leave, dragging his father's body, but he couldn't do it by himself. There was no other choice. Tang Chuan picked up the sledgehammer and bucket on the ground and went into his neighbor's house. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't despise the poor young people. Wait for me to get the water and make the sledgehammer. I will come to the top of the wall tonight. No, leave some water for me. That's the last bag of rice in my house. What will I eat if you take it away? You are not collecting water. You are robbing. I will fight you. Sure enough, even though they were there to collect water, something bad was bound to happen once they entered the door. The male owner of Neighbor 202 was ready to fight them with a kitchen knife. Puff! But Tang Chuan's father died. He was not a good person. A big hammer. It hit the man's head directly. The man was covered in blood. His head was smashed by a hammer. Then Tang Chuan hadn't killed enough. He just swung the sledgehammer. With one blow, he beat the hostess to death. In the end, even their 3-year-old child was not spared. One hammer, smashed into pulp. This scene really scared the high-rise residents. Xiao Xiao, that was a random stabbing to kill, and you were so cruel. In a flash, the room was flooded with blood. After being hit by a sledgehammer, is this still good? Listen to me, everyone. From now on, I, Tang Chuan, have the final say in this building. You all have to listen to me. Whoever doesn't obey me, I will smash him to death." At this moment, Tang Chuan is like a killing god. His face was covered in blood. His aura was overwhelming. Tang Chuan was originally a gangster. He wanted to be a gangster, but his father wouldn't let him. Now that his father is dead, Tang Chuan is completely free from the shackles. And I, Tang Chuan, avenge my father. It is only natural. Tang Chuan came to the tap with a sledgehammer in his hand, his face covered in blood, and was the first to receive water. No one dared to say no. Anyway, the water supply will last for a while. It's okay for them to line up at the back. Chapter 64. Tang Alliance is established. I've received the call. Send a few people to carry my father's body to the rooftop. Whoever carries it will be the next to collect the water from below. If you don't obey, my hammer will have no eyes. Tang Chuan was very imposing, and his brutality just now shocked everyone. I'll lift it too. Count me in. And me. For men raised their hands one after another to ask for a lift, and Tang Chuan was very satisfied with them. From now on, you four are my Tang Chuan's right-hand men, the four heavenly kings of the Tang Alliance. Anyway, the police are no longer involved in the matter. If you want to survive, you have to listen to me. Leave the buckets here. I'll get water for you. No one dares to move. After Tang Chuan finished speaking, the four men put down their buckets and reluctantly carried Tang Chuan's father's body to the top floor. As for the four kings of the Tang League with their second-year syndrome, even if they don't want to be the kings, the authorities will not ignore them. They should just do some work honestly in exchange for some rewards. Anyway, we didn't kill the person, so it has nothing to do with us, and we can't even be considered accomplices. The four men left, and Tang Chuan pointed at the three bodies. Throw them out of the window. If you leave them in the house, they will stink tomorrow. How will you drink the water you fetch later? After a few people thought about it, they felt that there was nothing wrong with what Tang Chuan said. He opened the window and threw the three people who had been beaten to death out of the window. The rest of you go chop down trees. Cut one for me before the water comes tomorrow. I'm going to break down this little bitch's door. I'm going to torture her to death and offer her to the gods. Without the shackles of his father, Tang Chuan completely let himself go. I'll be sentenced to death if I kill three anyway. I don't mind killing one more. The group of people had no choice but to go outside the community to cut down trees. They didn't even have an axe. The only things they had at home were kitchen knives and fruit knives. Would a decent person living in a high-end community carry those things? After all, when you go out to buy bones or ribs, they are cut up before you bring them back. Why buy an axe? To chop up the sofa? There is no choice but to leave the bucket and go chop down the tree. Tang Chuan also lined up the buckets in a row so that those who were obedient and working could get water first. If you don't work and are disobedient, you will have to leave it to fate whether you get water when it is your turn. After hearing what was said next door, Qiao Qiao was so scared. All they have to do is chop out a wooden stake and smash their own iron fence. I will definitely be unable to live or die. The neighbors of room 203 were also helpless. To save their lives, they could only move aside and let them fetch water and things. They didn't want to experience the bloody incident in room 202 again. You guys in 203 listen to me, Tang Chuan, every day. I'll leave you a bucket of water, and I'll guarantee your safety. How about it? Do you want to join our Tang Alliance? When the family of four heard this, they agreed immediately. Okay, leader, let's join. Can you please leave some food for us? We won't survive for a few days without food. Although Tang Chuan is hot-tempered, he is still a bit shrewd and knows how to win people's hearts. Put their food down for them. No one from my Tang League dares to steal it. Isn't it just that there is no food? After we deal with this little bitch tomorrow, I will take you to steal other people's food. Follow me, Tang Chuan. You won't suffer any loss. When everyone heard this, they hesitated. However, 203's food was still put down. No one wanted to join the Tang Alliance, but without water, they would die of thirst. It is better to just work honestly and wait for official rescue if possible without breaking the law. No one spoke and no one objected. The Tang Alliance was thus established. Qiao Qiao nervously stood guard at the door with a samurai sword in his hand and didn't sleep all night. She thought she could hold on until the day she died of old age, but now it seems that she won't be able to hold on tomorrow. It was not until the early morning when the sun was about to come out that everyone started carrying buckets and tools back home. However, 60% of the villa area was destroyed, and the first and second floors of each unit were almost completely destroyed. Only Lin Feng was sleeping soundly at home. The walls and doors were all filled with high-voltage electricity. After a few unlucky kids were electrocuted to death, no one wanted to target Lin Feng anymore. However, the door of Lin Feng's old villa was smashed open by someone, and water was flowing there. Lin Feng crashed his car into something, so he doesn't even bother to care about that shabby villa. Whoever wants it can take it. I've already mortgaged it to a loan shark anyway. The big warehouse on Lin Feng's golf ball was also pried open, but it was empty. Everyone believed it. Lin Feng's hundreds of billions of supplies were indeed lost, and everyone returned home disappointed. When daybreak came, almost everyone had gone home, water was available, and the riot ended. But Xiao Qiao was still too nervous to sleep at home. Could she make it through the night? Xiao Qiao was terrified that night. This was the closest she had ever been to death. I have to find my brother. I really can't hold on any longer. The blood on Xiao Qiao's face and body had dried up. She picked up her phone and made a voice call to Xiao Feng. But no one answered the call for a long time. I called directly, but only heard the voice prompt. So the number you dialed is turned off. Oh, my brother, what happened to you? Are you in trouble? If you see the message, come and save me. Someone wants to kill me tonight. Xiao Qiao quickly sent a voice message to Xiao Feng, but Xiao Qiao didn't know that something really happened to Xiao Feng on the other end of the phone. The same situation happened at Xiao Feng's construction site. Everyone was short of water, but Xiao Feng's construction site had a well. Although the well water is turbid, it is drinkable. Last night, an even more chaotic armed fight broke out at Xiao Feng's construction site. That wasn't just a minor fight in Xiao Qiao's neighborhood. That was steel bars, steel pipes, electric saws, and hammers flying all at once. Although they managed to secure the water source in the end, Xiao Feng's safety helmet was blown up, and he is now being carried into the unfinished building by his coworkers. It is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Whether he can survive depends on whether Xiao Feng is strong enough. There is not even any medicine on the construction site now, just half a bottle of cephalexin, which is fed to Xiao Feng. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Feng was a man of great loyalty and righteousness and usually treated his brothers well, and if it weren't for the fact that he dug a well for his brothers and shared food with them when natural disaster struck, they would not have fed Xiao Feng this half bottle of cephalexin, and Xiao Feng would be dead now. We definitely can't rely on Xiao Feng, as he can't even protect himself now. Xiao Qiao had a bad feeling in her heart. Xiao Feng, who was a sister Khan, had given her special care. Whenever Xiao Qiao sent him a message, he would always reply. This was the first time in Xiao Qiao's life that she couldn't contact Xiao Feng. Xiao Qiao instinctively realized that something must have happened to Xiao Feng. Chapter 65. First Transaction. Brother, can you say something? If you don't come to save me, you can just send me a message to let me know that you are okay. You are the only child of our Qiao family. Even if I die, you can't die. Brother, if you hear from me, reply me immediately. I didn't spend the 20 million you gave me indiscriminately. The supplies I bought for 20 million are in your warehouse. I welded the door of the warehouse. You go in through the hole under the bed in my bedroom on the second floor of our house. If I can't survive tonight, you must take the supplies and survive, brother. Xiao Qiao was in despair. She knew she was dying and no one could save her. It's so chaotic now. Supplies are life. Xiao Qiao finally decided to leave the supplies to her brother. They couldn't both die, right? The hole was under the bed, and Jojo covered it with wooden flooring, so no one should find it. Now, among my friends, classmates, teachers, and neighbors who would come to help me if they knew that I was in such a big trouble. Xiao Qiao has seen through people's hearts. Even Li Ying, such a good friend of hers, can betray her. He knew that he had caused such a big disaster. No one would care about his life or death except his brother Xiao Feng. I'd better commit suicide. If I'm caught, the consequences will be worse than death. Xiao Qiao looked at the samurai sword with despair on his face. I thought I could use 20 million supplies to kill that bastard Lin Feng, but I didn't expect that I couldn't hold on for just one day. By the way, Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Xiao Qiao actually remembered the bastard Lin Feng. Holding on to the last hope, Xiao Qiao sent a message to Lin Feng. Give the supplies to Lin Feng? See if you can get into his safe house. Of course, Xiao Qiao would not tell Lin Feng where the supplies were. What if Lin Feng turned against her? Lin Feng was notoriously shameless. It would be better for me to commit suicide and leave it to Xiao Feng than to give it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, do you know what happened in the community yesterday? I know where a batch of 20 million worth of supplies is. Can you let me live in your safe house? If you let me live in, I will tell you where the supplies are. We can't finish eating all of them in several lifetimes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Who is it? So early in the morning? Are you annoying? I rubbed my eyes, opened them, and saw that it was Xiao Xiao. 20 million worth of supplies? Just keep them for yourself. Want to enter my safe house? Don't even think about it. This condition is impossible. I won't do it even if you give me 2 aircraft carriers. Lin Feng would never let anyone live in his safe house. So, would he be able to sleep well in the future? After seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was completely desperate. Lin Feng, how much food do you have stored in your safe house? I'm willing to give you 20 million in supplies in exchange for a place to stay, but you don't even care? Putting down the phone, Xiao Xiao picked up the samurai sword and planned to end his life. There is no need to pay attention to Lin Feng anymore. That bastard does nothing good except bragging and amusing himself. Brother, Xiao Xiao is gone. You just live well on your own. Xiao Xiao picked up the samurai sword and was about to slit his throat, but at this moment his cell phone rang. Brother, is it your brother? Xiao Xiao picked up the phone and took a look. It was not Xiao Feng, but that bastard Lin Feng. How big of a problem is this? Tell me about it. You definitely can't get into the safe house, but I know a lot about software hardening engineering. If you have any questions, tell me. We can make a deal. After taking a look, Xiao Xiao was still so angry that her teeth were itching. This son of a bitch is still so mean. I'm gonna die anyway. I have to kill you first. Xiao Xiao was really angry. For a dying person, Lin Feng's words completely angered her. Anyway, killing one person is killing. Killing 2 people is also killing. I finally gave it a try. Kill Lin Feng first, you bastard. Then die. I killed the people who were trying to steal water from the upstairs last night. They wanted to kill me in revenge. I can't stop so many people by myself. I'm dead tonight. Seeing what Xiao Xiao said, Lin Feng believed it. Several unlucky kids were electrocuted to death outside my house. It would be strange if nothing happened to Xiao Xiao's house, since there was water on the 2nd floor. That's nothing. Come over here and play a game with me. I'll give you a pistol and 200 rounds of bullets. It'll be easy to defend your house. You can even shoot everyone in your building. When Xiao Xiao saw the message, she didn't expect that Lin Feng, the bastard, actually had a gun. Xiao Xiao was excited. If she could get into the safe house, if she could kill Lin Feng, not only can I rob a safe house, but I can also grab hot weapons. I have to give it a try. Anyway, I am not afraid of death. Why should I be afraid of Kuan Kuan? Show me a picture of a gun. I don't believe you have a pistol. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe Lin Feng. Lin Feng's words were such a lie. Send a message to Lin Feng and ask one last question. Oh, that's right. Watch. Seeing Xiao Xiao's sincerity, Lin Feng picked up a pistol and shot at the target in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's shooting skills are pretty good. He hit all 3 shots. Although it's not a 10-ring shot, it can definitely kill someone. Real gun? Great. Wait for me for a moment. I'll be right there. Xiao Xiao saw hope of survival and chose to go find Lin Feng directly. Putting down the gun, Lin Feng was full of anticipation. Lin Feng applied sunscreen. In order to prevent Xiao Xiao from giving him a big fight and then leaving, he had to make some preparations. After all, do you know how much psychological damage that big bastard cost to me, Lin Feng? If Xiao Xiao makes the deal well, then I will be honest and trustworthy. If she doesn't make the deal well, Lin Feng will catch her back. Lin Feng has some humanity, but not much. Xiao Xiao got dressed at home, put on sunscreen, took an umbrella, and prepared to go meet Lin Feng. He stood at the door and looked for a while to make sure there was no one there. Then he tiptoed to open the door and locked it. No one would come during the day, and I wouldn't be at home if I broke in. I could just fight back with the gun when the time comes. So, what's there to be afraid of? They endured the high temperature of nearly 60 degrees and arrived at Lin Feng's door. It was so hot that day that they felt their lungs were burning when they breathed. Fortunately, they lived nearby. Otherwise, they would have died of heat. After ringing the doorbell, Lin Feng opened the door. Xiao Xiao clenched his fists. He was about to open the door and start fighting. As a result, as soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he put a gun to her head. Don't move. In an instant, Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. My mentality is broken. Lin Feng, why are you so cowardly? You point a gun at my head without saying a word? Don't move. Put your hands up. The gun is fast at a distance of 7 steps. The gun is fast and accurate at a distance of 7 steps. We're just doing a deal. I don't want to go too far. Means Lodi. Just close the door. With a gun pointed at his head, Xiao Xiao had no choice but to do as he was told. Go into the house and close the door. Raise your hands and wait for the opportunity to fight back then take the opportunity to fight back. Okay, I'll treat you to some chocolate with liqueur filling, and then we'll go to the 5th room. Lin Feng stayed away from Qiao Qiao cautiously, and then threw a piece of chocolate to her. Qiao Qiao picked it up, thought about it, and ate it. There is no need for Lin Feng to poison me. If he wants to kill me, just shoot me. Besides, I have no choice but to eat. The gun is pointed at my head. Qiao Qiao did as she was told. After all, at this distance, she definitely couldn't grab the gun. Chapter 66. Learning and practice are two different things. Looking carefully at Lin Feng's safe house, Qiao Qiao was completely shocked. There is a 5-meter square block of ice in the room. It is cooling down the safe house. It's 60 degrees outside. It's only about 20 degrees inside. All the doors of the rooms are solid steel doors with firing holes. Even if the main door is breached, you can still fight back by hiding in the steel door. This is just the first floor. You should know that Lin Feng's house is 3 floors above ground. There are also 2 floors underground. The steel doors were all closed. Qiao Qiao didn't know what was inside. Maybe it was all ice and supplies? Only the 5th and 6th doors were open. Qiao Qiao was pointed at a gun and walked to the 5th door, where he saw a bathhouse. There are all kinds of toiletries, rockeries, green plants, waterproof tile paintings, and circulating water supply. Like a hot spring? Lin Feng? What's going on? It wasn't like this when I designed it. Qiao Qiao was very surprised. Lin Feng remodeled it himself? The bathroom he designed himself was not like this. But what's the use of this thing? Who would use such a large space to take a shower? Besides, there is such a shortage of water now. I can't even bear to drink water. Aren't you wasting water resources? Ahem, just go in and take a shower. Why do you care so much? Lin Feng's old face turned red with embarrassment. He would never say that this was for the party after the situation stabilized. Qiao Qiao went in, and then Lin Feng locked the steel door with a key from the outside and opened it again half an hour later. Qiao Qiao looked at everything in the bathroom and was secretly surprised. Sure enough, in the world of the rich, even a bathroom is so affordable. The temperature in the bathroom was a little higher, but not hot. Qiao Qiao thought that since he was going to die anyway, he might as well enjoy himself one last time. I took off my clothes and entered the bathtub. In an instant, my body and mind relaxed. It's been so long, and I haven't had such a comfortable bath before. You're hot and tired every day, and you have to be on guard against robbery from your upstairs neighbors at any time. Not to mention the titanium alloy door of the safe house. Even if I only have the steel door, it is enough to defend against most attacks. Qiao Qiao swam happily in the pool like a fish. It felt so relaxing. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and waited for time and turned up the temperature in the bathroom. We have to be on guard against this little wild horse. This woman definitely has bad intentions. What if she is as eloquent as Feng Qian? Lin Feng, who has been fooled once, will never be fooled a second time in his life. At this moment, Qiao Qiao was enjoying a brief moment of comfort while thinking about how to kill Lin Feng and occupy his safe house. With guns, 20 million in supplies, and such a safe place with a cool temperature, water, and electricity, I can live here for the rest of my life. Anyway, I have already killed someone. It doesn't matter if I kill Lin Feng again. Lin Feng, you really deserve to die. Feeling hotter and hotter while taking a shower or swimming. What's going on? Is the air conditioner broken? Why do I feel a little hot? Qiao Qiao felt her body was getting hot, but she didn't take it seriously. She had survived 60 degrees, so this was just the beginning. As time went by, Qiao Qiao felt something was wrong. It doesn't seem like the weather is hot, but Lin Feng deliberately raised the temperature. Damn it, Lin Feng, you really deserve to die. You are so sneaky. I've even come in? Are you guarding me so strictly even though I'm just a little girl? No wonder I made myself take a half-hour bath. So this is why. Qiao Qiao stood up and walked out of the bath, feeling extremely regretful. But now that the situation has come to this, it's too late to regret. After finally reaching the iron gate, he wanted to knock on the door and ask Lin Feng to open it. Lin Feng, you are the most shameless person I have ever seen. You even guard against a little girl like me. Qiao Qiao's face was red. It was too hot. She was almost getting heat stroke, and her voice was beginning to become weak. Lin Feng thought about it and adjusted the temperature of the bathroom back to normal. This temperature would give people heat stroke. Lin Feng stood up, opened the bathroom door, and directly picked up Qiao Qiao, who was so limp that she was about to faint from the heat. At this moment, Qiao Qiao was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She knew she lost. From today on, she will transform from a girl into Mrs. Lin. Lin Feng, I really admire you. Xiao Xiao knew that she had completely lost, and now she could only ask Lin Feng not to play too hard. Don't worry, I, Lin Feng, only do business. I don't use coercion. The goods are genuine and the prices are fair. I will never cheat anyone. He carried Xiao Xiao to the bedroom, threw her on the bed, and drew the curtains. Just accept your fate. There is no way you can win if you go against a shameless person like Lin Feng. It is true that shameless people are invincible, and Lin Feng is really too cowardly. He won't take any risk at all. Xiao Xiao lay on the bed with her eyes closed, not wanting to see anything. She thought that she was in love and had a wedding night, but she didn't expect that this time it would become a one-way deal. Lin Feng was very unskilled in his work. This made Xiao Xiao very angry. The feeling was indescribable and too embarrassing. However, after a long time, Lin Feng still did not take the next step. Lin Feng, what else can you do besides making me drool? Hearing Xiao Xiao's doubts, Lin Feng got angry. I'm just inexperienced for the first time, don't know what's going on, but this doesn't mean I can't do it. This is a matter between two people. It's not just my business. Lin Feng was embarrassed to say that he had no experience. After all, thinking that you can do it and actually being able to do it are two different things. But Xiao Xiao heard the hidden meaning in Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng, you've read so much study material? You still don't have any experience, do you? Faced with Xiao Xiao's questioning, Lin Feng's old face turned red. It turns out that learning and practice are two different things. You actually discovered my secret. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Feng quickly denied it 3 times, and Xiao Xiao was delighted. You've been talking big online for so long. When it comes to a real fight, you're nothing. If Lin Feng was a playboy, Xiao Xiao would feel humiliated. But I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. After all this time, Lin Feng is just an internet braggart? Okay, now it's time to give out gifts. Lin Feng had been talking big for so long, but he didn't expect that someone would take the initiative. Is there still a king's law? Is there still law? Chapter 67. If I can't solve the problem, I will solve the person with the problem. The temperature is too high, the passion is like fire. Fortunately, Lin Feng's magical power protected him. He barely withstood all of Xiao Xiao's attacks and managed to resolve the crisis. After a practical exercise, Lin Feng was sure that he would have no problem at all. It's been an hour, and I've held on, and I finally feel relieved. It seems that losing my brother did not affect my normal performance. Xiao Xiao was so tired that she lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng sat at the head of the bed, lit a cigarette, and fell into deep thought. Should we keep Xiao Xiao? After all, she's my first woman, Lin Feng. It's her first time too, so she shouldn't betray me, right? Lin Feng still has some humanity, but not much. After thinking about it, Lin Feng shook his head. This little wild horse is too wild. We'd better tie it up in the stable and let it cool down for a while. After smoking, he put on his clothes and also put clothes on Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao won't wake up for a while. Apply sunscreen and also apply it on Xiao Xiao. She will be your woman from now on. If she gets sunburned, you will be the one who suffers. Picking up Xiao Xiao, to be honest, Lin Feng really wanted to let her stay. This was the first time for both of them, and even if it was a deal, they would never forget each other for the rest of their lives. But Lin Feng was too cowardly. He would never let Xiao Xiao live in his house until he was sure that she would not harm him in the future. After her hands were covered in blood, and she knew the cruelty of this world. She knew that only by following me could she sleep well, and only then could I take her in. Lin Feng couldn't tell anyone the secret of the space, not to mention one Xiao Xiao. Even 10 Xiao Xiaos couldn't tell him. If Feng Qian hadn't known that Lin Feng had a space in his previous life, would Lin Feng have died so miserably? Why did I die? It's impossible to eat 100 beans without feeling disgusted, right? After leaving the safe house, Lin Feng took out the anti-high temperature tank from the space. Although the distance was not far, he still drove to block the sunlight. Lin Feng is not afraid of this group of neighbors at all. With his spatial perception, he can locate them no matter where they are. The space can collect things and bullets, and long-range attacks are ineffective against Lin Feng. There is nothing that Lin Feng can't solve with a little bit of water. As long as Lin Feng wanted, he could release the water and drown all the people in Huanghai City. Of course, Lin Feng would not be so idle. If he was overwhelmed by the official authorities, wouldn't he just bomb himself with a nuclear bomb? Lin Feng has now stepped into the threshold of invincibility, and this group of ordinary people are simply coming to get killed. I arrived downstairs of Xiao Xiao's house, parked the car, and carried Xiao Xiao home. He picked up Xiao Xiao's key and opened the iron fence. Lin Feng could deform the broken fence with just a few kicks. It seems like she can't hold on tonight. No wonder she compromised. After putting Xiao Xiao on the bed, Lin Feng began to check the situation in the room. After checking, I found that there was water in the house and the bathtub was half full, so the water supply to the second floor would not be cut off in the short term. There is a little food, and it looks like it will last for 2 days. This is just right. When you run out of food, you have to come to me, Lin Feng, to make a deal. But Lin Feng actually saw a dog? A female Tibetan Mastiff? Give it to Abe as a companion. Otherwise, it will be hard for Abe to find a partner in the future. Just as Lin Feng, smoking a cigarette, picked up Fengzi, a few people came to the door. I heard the sound of a car. Is the door really open? That little slut is dead today. And you too. Hand over the car keys outside. And get out. I, Tang Chuan, will spare your life. The visitors were Tang Chuan and his 4 heavenly kings. Tang Chuan raised his hammer with one hand, blocking the door, prepared to use a set of chaotic cloak hammer skills on Lin Feng. If I, Tang Chuan, stole this car, I wouldn't have to worry about getting sunburned by the high temperature or ultraviolet rays. Go wherever you want. There are plenty of supplies. Lin Feng put Fengzi down, took out a pistol from the space, and shot Tang Chuan in the head. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Tang Chuan's head exploded. The Russian pistols were really powerful. One shot splattered the brains of the 4 heavenly kings on their faces. In an instant, the 4 heavenly kings panicked. Damn it, my leader's chaotic cloak hammer technique hasn't been used yet. Damn it, you actually used a hot weapon to sneak attack. You can't play like this. Is there any sense of game experience here? They had joined the Tang alliance unwillingly in the first place. This time, they just scattered and fled. Each went back to his own home. Each went to his own mother. At this time, Tang Chuan's mother, who came downstairs to see the situation, wanted to persuade Tang Chuan to mend his ways. But she didn't expect to see Tang Chuan being shot in the head. You actually killed my son. He was just a child. He just wanted to avenge his father. What crime did he commit? Bang! Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense and fired another shot, directly hitting the man in the head. We are a family. We must be neat and tidy. Friends who like to read apocalyptic novels should all know that if you provoke the male protagonist, he will not kill you no matter what you do. Even if you are starving to death, the male protagonist will give you some death beef jerky to eat and let you live for another 2 chapters. But if you mess with the heroine, no matter how awesome your setting is or how great your skills are, you usually won't survive more than 3 chapters. Tang Chuan, a powerful hero of his time, had the misfortune of choosing Building 1 as his birthplace and was directly given a box lunch. In a flash, the owner of a building heard the gunshot and quickly locked the door of his house. He took out the kitchen knife and rolling pin at home for self-defense. Who the hell is this person? He even has a gun? Is there still a king's law? Is there still law? The public security in China is so good that a gun is enough to scare away 99% of people. Lin Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, wanted to check out the other 2 rooms on the second floor. The house was covered in blood. Lin Feng used his space to collect all the sofas, beds, furniture, and floors in the house. And several people from another family were blocking the door with kitchen knives, not daring to let Lin Feng enter the house. I'll give you a chance to live. Come out quickly and go upstairs. Lin Feng took out a grenade and threatened. It's no use blocking the door. I can blow it open easily. Brother, no. Don't throw the grenade. Let's put down our weapons. Let's go upstairs. The family was frightened, dropped their weapons, opened the door, and went straight upstairs. This guy has a pistol and a grenade. Makes sense, right? Lin Feng went into the house and checked to make sure that no one was there. Then he collected all the furniture and floors in their house. Lin Feng came to the 3rd floor with a cigarette in his mouth. The door to the 3rd floor was closed, and Lin Feng had no intention of entering the house to rob. Block their peepholes, throw down a bunch of broken furniture and floors, block the 3rd floor tightly. Then take out 2 barrels of gasoline and pour them directly on it. Xiao Xiao will be his woman from now on. If he doesn't care about her at all, wouldn't he be too inhumane? If I, Lin Feng, cannot solve the problem, then let's get rid of the person with the problem. He took out a lighter, lit it directly, and threw it on the gasoline. In an instant, the corridor on the 3rd floor began to burst into flames. Oh my God! So much furniture and floor. 2 barrels of gasoline. Are they going to catch fire? After a while, the residents on the 3rd floor saw the smoke coming in through the cracks in the door and were completely desperate. Lin Feng was going to burn everyone in the building to death. Did we provoke you? You are so inhumane. The people on the third floor knew that if they didn't jump off the building now, they would have no chance once the fire got in. Jump off the building without hesitation, no matter how hot it is outside. Will my legs break? The four people on the second floor saw the fire and understood what was going on. Lin Feng, you are too lazy to move our bodies, right? Let us climb up the stairs by ourselves. Do you still have any humanity? Lin Feng returned to the second floor with a cigarette in his mouth. Isn't it just to grab water? Who would fight with Xiao Xiao for water when there is no one around? Anyway, the fire is burning upwards, not downwards, so Lin Feng is not panicked at all. Lin Feng was not panicking. All the owners of the Shishan villa were panicking. People on lower floors dare to jump off the building. What should people on higher floors do? Besides, even if I jump from the third floor and break my arms and legs, I'm dead. There's no medicine now. Getting injured means death from infection. After returning to Xiao Xiao's house, Lin Feng used the space to collect all the door frames of Xiao Xiao's house, then took out a steel door and an electric welder and welded it directly to the wall. This steel door is Lin Feng's backup door. It is bulletproof and has a shooting hole. Even if Xiao Xiao can't hold on, he will still be able to rush over in time after receiving a call for help. After all, he doesn't live far away. The little wild horse must be locked up and her wildness tamed. Otherwise, how can she be obedient? Lin Feng casually threw the bodies of Tang Chuan and his mother out of the window, and then returned to Xiao Xiao's house. He went into the house, threw the key to Xiao Xiao, left a pistol and 200 rounds of bullets, and took Fangzi away. This is not robbery. I changed your door, dealt with all the trouble upstairs, and took away a dog. This is also a transaction. You made a lot of money. After locking the door, Lin Feng, of course, had to keep a key. What if I want to study human software, hardening engineering someday? Shouldn't I leave a door open for myself? Fangzi did not resist being held by Lin Feng. After all, she was only 3 months old and did not bite. Lin Feng sat in the car and waited for a long time. After making sure that the fire would not spread back to the second floor, he drove home. The fire above the third floor was completely out of control, causing the owners of the building to cry and wail in agony. It's already tragic enough to be without water and food. How could there be a fire? Who did this? Is this something that humans can do? Chapter 68. One more chapter will be added when the total number of gifts exceeds 50. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why is a building on fire? Oh my God! A building is on fire. It's already burned to the 8th floor. This whole building is finished. I'm afraid everyone above the 3rd floor is dead. Help! Someone please save me. I live on the 13th floor. I'll die even if I jump off the building. It's so hot today, and there's no water. I'm afraid no one can put out the fire. We can only wait until it burns out naturally. Lin Feng returned home and looked at the owners group. At this moment, the owners group was in an uproar again. Lin Feng shook his head and sent a message. It's better to climb to the top floor and then jump down. This way it will be less painful. After seeing Lin Feng's message, the owner of a 3rd floor building who jumped out of the window but survived the fall spoke up. The fire was set by Lin Feng. He filled the 3rd floor staircase with flammable materials, poured gasoline on it, and set it on fire. He had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Lin Feng, you are a murderer. Did we ever provoke you? Lin Feng, you will not die a good death. I have put on my red clothes and am ready to jump off the building. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. They didn't say that Lin Feng had a gun. If they had said so, who would dare to seek revenge for Lin Feng on their behalf? Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. I dare to kill people, and I dare to click on buildings. Why would I be afraid of ghosts? If Lin Feng doesn't burn down the building, Xiao Xiao will never be at peace. The water supply will become less and less, and more people will rush for water. Lin Feng, your true nature has indeed been revealed. On behalf of all the owners of Beishan Villa, I condemn you. When order is restored, I will call the police to arrest you. Seeing Lin Feng doing this, Wang Guifan stood on the moral high ground and turned on the invincible mode. Wang Guifan finally seized the opportunity to punish Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw it and smiled slightly, not afraid at all. Wang Guifan, which building do you live in? Tell me your address, and I'll set it on fire to send you off. I never leave my name behind when I do good things. Please call me the messenger of justice, the Superman of justice, the Pancake Man. After Lin Feng said this, no one in the group criticized Lin Feng anymore. Except for the owner of a building who was about to die, no one dared to continue scolding Lin Feng. This guy is inhuman. I scolded him so much that he got mad. What if he comes to burn down his own building? He had already burned down one building. No one doubted that Lin Feng would not dare to burn down the second one. We have seen many living bodhisattvas, but this is the first time we have seen a living king of hell. You have been removed from the group chat. Just then, Lin Feng was kicked. Lin Feng was not in a panic either, as he still had a bunch of small accounts in the group. Picking up another phone and checking the situation in the group, Lin Feng really didn't know which building Wang Guifan lived in. Shishan Villa is so big, with more than 100,000 people living there. We can't burn down every building, right? Am I, Lin Feng, too inhumane? Lin Feng still has some humanity, but not much. I'm Zheng Dahai, Lin Feng's neighbor. I'm willing to take the lead in punishing Lin Feng. Who's willing to work with me tonight? Sign up. Meet at my house after sunset. Zheng Dahai spoke up in the group. He didn't want to be a good guy. He wanted to avenge Lin Feng for putting his mother Yu Jing in the detention center. And he also robbed Lin Feng's safe house. Zheng Dahai's family is almost out of food. This is the key point. The two families were very close. Zheng Dahai had already discovered that Lin Feng's family had food and drink, and also electricity. The temperature in the house didn't seem to be high, and was it possible that there was no food stored in such a large area? However, Lin Feng had been giving away money crazily in the group before, and everyone was praising Lin Feng for his generosity. Zheng Dahai had no chance to attack Lin Feng. Isn't this just asking for trouble? I've caught your chance this time. Lin Feng, you're dead tonight. There are so many of us in Shishan Villa. We can drown you with a spit from everyone. Brother Dahai, I have an electric hammer at home. I'll go with you when the power comes on. Count me in. Yesterday, my brother was electrocuted to death by the high voltage on Lin Feng's wall. I must avenge him. I'm going to. Lin Feng is a demon who kills people without blinking an eye. Anyone can kill him. Looking at this group of neighbors with ulterior motives, Lin Feng just smiled. It's not true that you are attacking me under the banner of justice, but the real reason is that you want to occupy my safe house, right? Lin Feng dared to set fire to the building, so he was not afraid of their revenge. It was only a matter of time before they came to pry open the door of his house. Even if I don't burn down a building today, will Zheng Dahai, Wang Guifan, and Fang Qian let me go? Lin Feng took out an ice cream, quietly dived without saying a word, and took a look at their plan. Is there any possibility of posing a threat to him? King Go Lin Feng could not afford any mistakes. After watching for a while, Lin Feng lost interest. It was nothing more than finding a locksmith to pick the lock, smash the window, and use a crowbar. Can you pry open my titanium alloy door with a crowbar? If your crowbar doesn't break, I, Lin Feng, will take your last name. I stroked Fangzi for a while out of boredom, but her belly was just soft. However, it is still not as full as Qiao Qiao's granary, and the feel is absolutely amazing. Lin Feng now regrets sending Qiao Qiao home. Fangzi was very well behaved. She didn't make any noise or cry, and let Lin Feng touch her as he pleased. Abe stuck out his tongue, drooling all over the floor, and looked at Yoshiko like a pervert. As expected, following Lin Feng not only gives you meat to eat, but also a wife. From now on, I, Abe, will be Lin Feng's dog in life. In death, I will be Lin Feng's dog meat hot pot. I will do whatever Lin Feng tells me to do. Lin Feng felt a little strange when looking at Abe. Abe's pair of dog eyes seemed to be full of wisdom. Abe, go get a rag and wipe your saliva. Lin Feng asked tentatively, as if he had thought of something. Woof! Abe wagged his tail, then picked up the rag and started mopping the floor. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Abe couldn't understand such complicated instructions before. What was going on? Did he start to mutate early? It seems that after the end of the world, not only do we have to be cautious when bringing people into the safe house, but even a dog must be strictly checked. Should I kill these two dogs now? What if they open the door for me while I'm sleeping? Abe! When Abe heard Lin Feng's words, he was completely paralyzed. Although Abe didn't quite understand what he heard now, he could still understand a little bit of what Lin Feng meant. After wiping the floor, Abe obediently entered the dog cage and closed the door. It turned out that Abe's dog cage was the safest place in the world. Okay, let's take a look at the mutation. But Abe, I'm warning you, if I find any signs of you disobeying me, I'll turn you into a dog meat hot pot. Abe was lying obediently in the dog cage. How could it dare? Abe, I'm just a dog. How can I have the ability to open your fingerprint and password lock? Seeing that Abe was so honest, Lin Feng also took out an iron lock. It's better to lock Abe up before going to bed every time. This is called prevention. Lin Feng is too cowardly. He doesn't want to take any risk at all. He even guards against the dog. He is really unique. Chapter 69, A Spring Rain, A Dream. Lin Feng looked at the group messages for a while. There was nothing new. They were all old-fashioned methods without any sense of technology. Among those who jumped from the third and fourth floors, more than a dozen were killed, dozens were seriously injured, 3 had broken legs, 3 were scratched, and 1 was fine, who was frantically calling for help and shelter in the group. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to them. Now every family had no surplus food, and no one wanted to help them, including Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee, who had surplus food. There was no other choice, so the 7 survivors supported each other and came to the empty room on the second floor. But there is nothing in it now, as they were all taken away by Lin Feng. There is only a little water at night, and I don't know how many days it can last. As for those who jumped from the 5th floor or above, the lightest injuries were broken legs. The few survivors could not be saved, nor were they able to be saved. Now, they were lucky enough to be alive. The situation has come to this point, and most people are already busy taking care of themselves, so who can take care of others? Even if Lin Feng took out all the supplies, could he save people all over the world? It's better to protect yourself. Xiao Xiao was lying on the bed, feeling hotter and hotter as he slept. It seemed that the room temperature had reached 70 degrees. It must be hot. Lin Feng set the whole upstairs on fire. Now the second floor is like an oven. It's a blessing that there's no fire. Xiao Xiao was awakened by the heat, then stood up and took a look. Isn't this my home? Could it be that what happened between me and Lin Feng was just a dream I had? Xiao Xiao shook his head, trying to get rid of this evil thought. That bastard Lin Feng can only smear my body with saliva. Pacing back and forth at the door? How could he be a virgin when he stays at home every day reading study materials? And I actually dreamed of doing that with Lin Feng? Or was it me who took the initiative? This is so embarrassing. Xiao Xiao got up but found the key on the bed, a pistol, and 200 rounds of bullets on the table. She was shocked. I wasn't dreaming. I actually did something so shameful. How am I going to live from now on? I'm so ashamed. It's not that Xiao Xiao wanted to take the initiative, but Lin Feng's sugar consumption was too strong. She tried to control it, but she couldn't control it. But now I can't stay in the house at all. It's too hot. It's even hotter than outside. Xiao Xiao picked up the pistol bullets and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but when he looked, he found that his door had been changed. Isn't this Lin Feng's steel door? Phew, it's so hot. What's going on? I wanted to go out, but the steel door handle was so hot that I couldn't open it. It's over. Am I going to be left here and roasted to death? Lin Feng, you bastard are so heartless. Just say it's a deal, and it's a deal. After all, I'm your woman. You don't even care whether I live or die. Xiao Xiao was so angry. She picked up her phone and greeted Lin Feng's ancestors. Lin Feng, me, you. Xiao Xiao sent a crazy voice message. Lin Feng on the other end scratched his ears hard. As expected, I really shouldn't have left you in the safe house. Is that your temper? If I fell asleep, wouldn't you have choked me? Lin Feng was very glad that he had made the right decision and replied very calmly. Don't worry, your house won't be burned. Isn't there still half a tank of water in your bathtub? Go in and calm down for a few hours. The temperature will return to normal in a few hours. When Xiao Xiao saw the news about Lin Feng, she was so angry. Have you found a way out for me? You are such a coward. I'm already your woman, but you're still on guard against me. Am I, Xiao Xiao, that kind of woman? There was no choice but to go into the bathroom with my phone and gun and lie directly in the bathtub, which made me feel more comfortable. Fortunately, there was no fire in the bathroom upstairs, so the temperature was a little lower. But it was only a little lower, and it was still as hot as a sauna. The temperature in some saunas is over 70 degrees. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao has been there before and can stand the temperature. And the temperature in the bathroom is only 60 degrees, which is acceptable. Lin Feng, I find you are not a human being. After all, I am your first woman. Aren't you afraid that the drug is too strong, and I won't wake up and burn me to death? Lin Feng looked at his mobile phone. He had never thought about this question. He just made sure that the fire would not spread back to the second floor, and then left. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. What should he say to ease the resentment of this little wild horse? I really did something wrong in this matter. It was a bit of a lack of consideration. After all, Lin Feng had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and was still not satisfied. Taming her and bringing her into the safe house as soon as possible is the best outcome and good for everyone. If you are happy, I am happy too. Let's have fun together. Happiness should be shared by 2 people so that the happiness will be doubled. It's okay. I left because I was sure the sugar effect was almost gone. If you weren't so irritable, I would have wanted you to stay in the safe house. You're like a time bomb. Aren't you afraid that you'll strangle me if I fall asleep? Xiao Xiao looked at her phone, her mouth full of anger. Lin Feng was right. Xiao Xiao really wanted to kill him. Getting myself drunk and cheating on myself for my first time? Is this something a human would do? Oh my, I'm so embarrassed. If other people knew this, how would I live? Xiao Xiao covered her face and immersed her head in water to cool down, trying to calm down. But as soon as I closed my eyes, all of them were scenes of himself fighting wildly and bloodily with Lin Feng. No one knew where Lin Feng got the chocolate with liquor filling, but he actually remembered the whole process clearly. The only good thing now is that this is also Lin Feng's first time. Although this guy is a big talker, he is not a sea king. Is it possible? I can only marry Lin Feng in the future? But will Lin Feng be responsible for me? Jojo stuck his head out of the bathtub and began to think about the future. All women are like this. They attach the most importance to their first time. Some women even fall in love with men who are close to them. She only gives her whole heart to the first man she loves, and Xiao Xiao is no exception. Lin Feng, don't be angry with me. I'm really about to die of your crazy actions. You changed the door for me, which proves that you are still worried about my safety. Let's talk calmly. This is the first time for both of us. I don't think you're a playboy. Let's be good friends and get married if we really have feelings for each other after the disaster. Do you think this is okay? My request is not too much, right? Xiao Xiao plucked up the courage to ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng is good-looking, can make money as money, and has a long-term vision. Apart from his more outrageous actions, Lin Feng is completely the Prince Charming of all women. Xiao Xiao is also a woman, so she is no exception. Lin Feng took a look, and to be honest, Xiao Xiao's request was not excessive, but it was excessive now because this was the end of the world. I've already said it, no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. And changing the door for you is also a deal. I took your dog away, and this door is compensation. And I, Lin Feng, have made up my mind. I have to marry at least 8 wives. Otherwise, I will be sorry for the brothers I once lost. Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao saw Lin Feng's message, she was numb. On the first day they met, Lin Feng cried for his brother. How did your brother die? Is he obsessed with it? Besides, what do your wives have to do with the brothers you lost? Lin Feng, who exactly is your brother? What do your wives have to do with your brother? Besides, aren't you committing bigamy? You are breaking the law knowingly. Then the message Lin Feng sent almost pissed Xiao Xiao off to death. Haven't you met my brother? Besides, what law am I breaking by not getting a marriage certificate? Xiao Xiao. Sure enough, chatting with Lin Feng can make people angry to death. This guy is definitely mentally ill. I have met your brother. When did it happen? Are there any photos? Send me the photo of your brother. Then, Lin Feng sent a photo of his brother, which made Xiao Xiao so angry that his face turned purple. After all this time, this is what your brother is talking about. Just say it directly. Why did you send it to me? Lin Feng. Don't you have any sense of shame? Lin Feng replied speechlessly. Isn't that the photo of my brother you wanted? I thought you wanted to keep it as a souvenir. I also have a video of you chasing me. Do you want to see it? If my brother hadn't been so strong and held on, I would have been torn apart by you. Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Feng speechlessly, her teeth itching with anger. Delete it for me? Lin Feng. How cowardly can you be? Chapter 70. Do you still want to fall in love in the end times? Lin Feng didn't expect that this little wild horse attached so much importance to chastity. It seems that it was right to keep the video. Lin Feng chuckled and found a way to tame her. It's impossible to delete it, and I will set a timer to release it. If I die someday, this video will be posted on WeChat Moments. I have your brother's WeChat. I believe he will definitely see it. And there are cameras not only in the bedroom, but also in the bathroom. They are all high definition, absolutely uncensored. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is really impressed by this Lao Lu. He really has no shame at all. If Xiao Feng saw that he was so proactive, Xiao Xiao would die with regrets. This Lin Feng can't be killed in the future. Xiao Xiao can't afford the risk. This bastard really dares to do it. Shameless, forced, insidious, cunning, and shameless. Why didn't I cut his throat with a knife at the beginning? Why did I suddenly think of robbing Lin Feng's safe house? Who can steal the things of such a despicable person? Xiao Xiao regretted it. She really regretted it. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces. I just want to keep my innocence in this world. Unfortunately, I am destined to lose my innocence in this life. Xiao Xiao stood up and wanted to wipe her neck. As long as I die, can I get rid of the mental torture of this bitch? Bye. Just then, Xiao Xiao's cell phone rang. When she opened it, she became even angrier. Don't think about committing suicide. If I knew you were dead, I would post it to your brother and the entire internet. After all, no one would ask me for the copyright of your image if you were dead. You have such a hot body, so you will definitely get a lot of clicks and I can make some extra money. Lin Feng, you bastard. You won't let me go even if I die. How did I ever provoke you? Do you have to bully me like this? Whoa. Xiao Xiao really cried. She was completely devastated by Lin Feng and felt desperate. Lin Feng was so amazing. He seemed to know everything. He even knew that I wanted to commit suicide. Lin Feng felt a little bit sorry when he heard Xiao Xiao crying. Xiao Xiao is indeed a good girl, smart, brave, careful, loyal, pretty, with a good figure and a face like a fairy. Except for her bad temper, there is nothing wrong with her. If the end of the world doesn't come, he will definitely be responsible for Xiao Xiao and be loyal to her. He will date her, get married, have children, give her everything she wants, and won't do anything to let her down. Unfortunately, the end of this world will take at least 3 years, with no upper limit. I don't know what will happen next. So how can I have time to date you? Dating in the end times? Are you kidding me? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to tell Xiao Xiao some key information so that she could prepare herself mentally. After all, I, Lin Feng, have the responsibility to reproduce the human race. If you, Xiao Xiao, give birth to 1 child a year until you are 60 years old, how many children can you have? I, Lin Feng, have hoarded so many supplies. If I don't feed them to my descendants, who should I feed them to? I can't even finish them myself, right? Don't cry. Let me tell you the current situation. The magnetic storm caused by the sunspot explosion has destroyed the ozone layer, and the ultraviolet rays will kill all life. With the current technology, it is impossible to prevent this natural disaster. This Earth is no longer suitable for human survival. You are in college now. You should know how long it will take for the ozone layer to return to normal, right? The end of the world has come, and it will only get more and more cruel in the future. Since you are my first woman, I can only promise you that no matter how many wives I marry, as long as you don't change your mind to me, you will always be the first wife. Xiao Xiao cried as she read Lin Feng's message. Lin Feng finally told her some useful information that she didn't know. If what Lin Feng said is true, then everything that is happening now makes sense. The ozone layer is destroyed. It won't recover in a few years or decades. In other words, will this life of fear every day continue for the rest of your life? Even if you have 20 million in supplies, you still have to hide in your room every day? What's the difference between this and being dead? This is worse than being in prison. I can't even get a good night's sleep. I have to worry about death all the time. No wonder Lin Feng built such a big safe house. No wonder he was willing to turn the bathroom into a hot spring. No wonder he gave out millions of red envelopes in the group. He knew he couldn't get out. That's why he did so many unreasonable things. Even though it was his first time, he still boasted about himself crazily. He hoarded weapons and supplies, was cold-blooded and ruthless, and killed people without blinking an eye. If the ozone layer is really destroyed, everything Lin Feng is doing now can be explained. Lin Feng, can you give me some time? I'm not sure if what you said is true. If it is true, I agree that you can marry many wives, but I want my wife to be the first one. I won't make my wife the first one for nothing. I will give you 20 million in supplies as a dowry. If this batch of supplies is well preserved, it will be enough for the 2 of us and our children to eat until we die. Xiao Xiao is still very smart, which makes Lin Feng very satisfied. If Xiao Xiao wasn't smart, she would have died long ago. As long as she sees the reality and stops thinking about herself, let her in. Lin Feng smoked a cigarette. It seemed that this young lady really had 20 million worth of supplies. It didn't seem like empty talk. But where is she hiding? Is it the warehouse downstairs? It's probably there. Should I take it down tonight? Otherwise, she has food and drink, so when will she come to me to trade for food? After thinking about it, Lin Feng shook his head. If I robbed all the supplies of my woman, wouldn't I, Lin Feng, be a cruel person? Anyway, you can't run away since you were so close, so you should pay more attention to the situation. It is impossible for you to miss the normal transportation of 20 million worth of supplies. Xiao Xiao is very smart and is a good wife worth cultivating. It is not impossible to let her enter the safe house and be the first wife. As for Li Ying, even if there was no such thing as the blood-stained drought, Lin Feng would only play around and would never let her live in. Li Ying's brain is full of shit. The children she gives birth to will affect the next generation. If you have any problems that you can't solve, feel free to contact me. Once I'm sure you can live in this safe house, I'll let you move in. Of course, you still have to pay me back for my help before you move in. We're just in a trading relationship now. Xiao Xiao's face turned red with embarrassment when she saw Lin Feng's message. Why do you still want to do such an embarrassing thing? But think about that kind of thing in a little bit. Comfortable. Oh my. What on earth is in my head? I have been led astray by this bastard. Sure enough, happiness always belongs to two people. You have to know how to share it with others. Lin Feng took out a cigarette and took a few puffs. Telling Jojo that the ozone layer is damaged is not a big deal, and Jojo will know it sooner or later. Because, according to Lin Feng's memory from his previous life, after the United States saw that it could no longer control the natural disaster, it used up its national strength to launch the last satellite. It was because of that satellite that the global network was able to communicate again. Everyone knew that the end of the world was coming, and the Lake Baikal Survival Base began to recruit people from all over the world. The United States has not done anything human for hundreds of years, so launching a satellite is certainly not human. The United States is in chaos, and they want to drag the whole world into chaos too. The United States did not launch nuclear weapons indiscriminately because China, South Korea, and Russia also pointed nuclear weapons at the United States, which would only make the country more miserable and chaotic. Russia had the most relaxing year this year. The temperature was the lowest in the world, with Siberia only at 50 degrees and the Arctic Circle only at 30 or 40 degrees. Of course, their good days only lasted for this year. This is also the reason why Lin Feng didn't go to Russia to build a shelter. He has to move after living there for a year? Isn't it troublesome to move back and forth? Besides, there are still these neighbors, his uncle, former teammates, and Feng Qian who have not yet been dealt with. If I leave, it will be even more difficult to kill them if they persist until their superpowers awaken. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Lin Feng, will play with you slowly. If I don't torture you to the point that you regret coming into this world, then Lin Feng, will have lived my life in vain. Putting down the cigarette, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If I were to live my life over again, there's no way I'd take any risks. Just in case I run into a problem I can't solve, I can only add a little bit of water. There is nothing that Lin Feng, can't solve with just a little bit of water. Chapter 71. Xiao Xiao's Worry. Really? Is the world ending? Xiao Xiao lay in the bathtub, staring at the screen of her mobile phone, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. However, thinking about everything that happened in the past few days, Xiao Xiao began to believe what Lin Feng said. If the world really ends, undoubtedly only people with Lin Feng's personality can live longer. Think about the things you have done. They were all avoidable. If I had driven Li Ying away in cold blood and installed a steel door like Lin Feng, would so many uncontrollable things have happened later? I think I understand why you wanted to kill Abe and why you didn't let me into the safe house. You still don't completely trust me, right? You're not wrong. I really wanted to kill you when you were off guard, even though this was our first time. Putting down the phone, Xiao Xiao began to think about what to do next. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had some conscience. He replaced the door with a steel one and also left himself a gun. There are 20 million worth of supplies in the warehouse downstairs. Even if there is a complete cutoff of water and electricity, Xiao Xiao can hold on for a long time with steel doors, guns, food, and drink. However, Jojo, lying in the bathtub, still felt scared. What if I catch a cold and have a fever? What if I get heat stroke? What if I get heat stroke? Without medicine and no one around, there is no difference between me and waiting to die. Sure enough, it's impossible for a woman to survive on her own. It's really hard for me. Thinking of this, I remembered Lin Feng's youthful appearance at that time. I talk nonsense every day, rubbing back and forth at the critical moment. Can't even have in-depth communication? Really? Are you afraid of hurting me? Xiao Xiao covered her face and began to imagine wildly. Lin Feng is such a bastard. No matter what happens in the future, I will never forget him. Oh my, I'm so embarrassed. What's wrong with me? Why do I keep thinking about that bastard? What's so good about him? He almost roasted me to death at home. Xiao Xiao covered her face, not daring to think about it. But the memory was too vivid. And that was my first time, so it was impossible not to think about it. After a long time, the fire in one building went out naturally, and the temperature in the house gradually dropped. Xiao Xiao climbed out of the bathtub and looked at the water in it. She wanted to get out, but didn't dare to. I have bathed myself twice in the bathtub, and the water is now very cloudy. But if I do, and there is no water tonight, what will I drink in the future? Oh my god! What's wrong with me? This is just the bathtub water that I usually drain. I was actually hesitating whether to keep it to drink. Jojo broke down. She really broke down. Thinking of Lin Feng's automatically circulating hot spring, it was simply a paradise on Earth. And he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. That safe house has 5 floors. And there are so many unknown rooms. What is inside? Xiao Xiao has always been very curious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Lin Feng. Now that she has seen the tip of the iceberg, Xiao Xiao wants to know what else is inside. That safe house is 50,000 square meters. How much did Lin Feng change? Alas, I hope Lin Feng is lying to me this time too. I hope the world will return to order soon, so that my brother can come back soon. Xiao Xiao looked at the water in the bathtub, but finally couldn't bear to put it in. Let's wait and see if water comes tonight. If water comes, replace it with new water. After leaving the bathroom, he checked the pistol left by Lin Feng, but he didn't dare to shoot to test its authenticity for fear of wasting bullets. However, Xiao Xiao was sure that the gun was real. At least if someone really came to pry the door open tonight, she wouldn't be so helpless. Even if you can't defend yourself, you can always shoot yourself. At least you won't die too painfully. I checked the steel door and found that it was welded very solidly. This Lin Feng still has some conscience, and you will basically not lose money if you do business with him. Just a dog was enough to buy such a safe steel door. After all, keeping a dog is just a waste of food. If Fonzie follows Lin Feng, maybe she can also have the same food as Abe. This is also good. I don't have to eat dog food and jerky anymore. But as she thought about it, Xiao Xiao felt even more aggrieved. Why is it that I, a virgin girl, gave my first time to Lin Feng, but the food I eat is not as good as that of the dog that was taken away by Lin Feng? Who wouldn't feel wronged if this happened to them? Lin Feng, is this what a human being would do? Oh my, I'm already so frustrated by him. Why am I still thinking about him? What's wrong with me? I should try to kill him. Xiao Xiao stamped her feet in shame. There was nothing she could do because she was a virgin. A prostitute will not remember her past guests because every day she welcomes new guests. But how could a virgin girl forget her first man? Xiao Xiao stamped his feet in the house for a long time and then sighed. Alas, I have killed someone and my first time is gone. I should just live one day at a time. What else can I do? He sighed, sat on the ground, and lost confidence in the future. It wasn't until midnight that the water came. Seeing the water coming, Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Drain the bathtub and wait for it to slowly fill up. At this rate, filling the bathtub won't be a problem. After solving the water problem at home, Lin Feng also killed all the neighbors upstairs. Xiao Xiao had nothing to do, so she took out her night vision binoculars and saw from afar that a group of people were coming to the door of Lin Feng's safe house in groups with various demolition tools. Lin Feng, is it because of protecting me that you offended so many people? Xiao Xiao was touched. If Lin Feng hadn't wanted to help her, would he be so cowardly as to set fire to the building? Xiao Xiao was very smart. She guessed right. Lin Feng was indeed helping her, but Lin Feng just didn't care. Anyway, this group of people will come to my house and pry open my door sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. There's not much difference. Everyone follow me. Tonight, defeat Lin Feng. Zheng Dehai gave an order and took advantage of the night to bring dozens of people to the door of Lin Feng's house. Dozens of people were holding tools, some holding hammers, some holding electric pickaxes, and some pulling electrical wires. Anyway, they would never go home until they dug Lin Feng out today. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao was actually a little worried about Lin Feng. Then, Xiao Xiao shook his head violently. Bah! If Lin Feng dies, shouldn't I be the happiest one? What on earth am I worried about? Xiao Xiao didn't know what happened to her. Why did she become a completely different person after that incident with Lin Feng? Is it because you no longer have the decisiveness and ruthlessness you once had? Could it be that I really fell in love with that bastard Lin Feng? After thinking about it, Xiao Xiao still sent a message. Lin Feng, do you want me to help you shoot from the second floor window? Help you draw fire? If Lin Feng died and he really posted the video on WeChat Moments, how would I live? Chapter 72, The First Surprise Attack. Everyone be careful. The walls of Lin Feng's house are full of high-voltage electricity. Don't touch them. Zheng Dehai quickly reminded everyone, and then everyone nodded together to show that they understood. That's it? Boss, are you overestimating Lin Feng? With my sword skills, I can split his broken door open with just a few strikes. One of the younger brothers was eager to try, so he picked up a machete and used all his strength to strike him. Clang! With a crisp sound, the machete broke. The broken machete flew up and stabbed into his throat, bubbling with blood. Everyone. It's obvious that he is hopeless. What is the point of putting so much effort into this poor kid? Zheng Dehai touched the titanium alloy door. The knife only left a white mark and nothing happened. Lao Wang, go ahead. You're a professional locksmith. If you can pick his lock, it'll save trouble for everyone. The team that Zheng Dehai brought this time are all professionals with all kinds of talents. Lao Wang nodded. He has been a professional locksmith for more than 30 years. He has opened electronic locks, mechanical locks, password locks, fingerprint locks. Is there any lock that Lao Wang has not opened? However, when he saw the lock on the door of Lin Feng's house, Lao Wang was stunned. Dehai, this won't work. From what I've seen, this lock should be the most advanced facial recognition lock, plus a swastika mechanical lock, a combination lock, a fingerprint lock, 4 locks in one. If any one of them goes wrong within 30 seconds, the door will be completely locked. With my 30 years of lock-picking experience, there is absolutely no way I can unlock it successfully within 30 seconds. Lao Wang has been Lao Wang for 30 years, but when he saw this scene, he felt helpless. Just drive if I tell you to. Why are you so hesitant? If it were easy to drive, what would I ask you to do? Zheng Dehai still wants to keep this door and this lock. As long as he kills Lin Feng and then kills Lao Wang, won't this safe house belong to me? Zheng Dehai? Okay, I'll try, but don't blame me if it doesn't work. Lao Wang sighed and decided to try the highest difficulty. Lao Wang stretched out his tweezers and decided to deal with the mechanical lock first, and then violently destroy the electronic lock, fingerprint lock, and password lock. This was Lao Wang's life experience. After all, the more sophisticated something is, the more afraid it is of violence. Only when the mechanical lock is opened, everything becomes possible. Lao Wang inserted the tweezers into the swastika keyhole, wanted to try the feel of it, and then cut a key based on the feel of it. Don't panic. Leave it to me. Let me try the feel of it. These are lifelong experiences, and even if they are taught through live broadcasting for several years, few people can learn them. However, just as he inserted the tweezers into the keyhole, Lin Feng appeared behind the door, smiled wickedly, and turned off the power. Ah! Ah! Lao Wang was shocked by the high-voltage electricity and barked like a dog. Ah! Ah! A young man rushed to pull Lao Wang away. He was also electrocuted and barked like a dog. This scared everyone. This bastard actually connected high-voltage electricity to the door? How can we touch it? Ah! What are you doing? You're touching electricity with your hands. Don't you want to live? Zheng Dehai opened Lao Wang's hand with one stick. Then Lao Wang and the young man stretched out their legs and lay on the side, looking charred. It is obvious that although they don't know each other, they have become acquaintances now. Kicking your legs? That's just the normal muscle contraction reaction of the human body after being cooked. The aroma of barbecue filled the air. At this moment, the group of people looked at the 2 corpses that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and they actually had an urge to eat them. Zheng Dehai was very annoyed when he lost 3 teammates at the first meeting. Fuck! What are you all standing there for? Bring me a hammer. Smash it through the window. I don't believe there's electricity on the glass in his house. Zheng Dehai roared, waking them up from their dreams. They shook their heads, took out hammers, and started their performance. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Zheng Dehai felt his hand go numb. The wooden hammer handle broke directly, and Zheng Dehai's palm was cracked. Oh my god! How thick is this glass? Zheng Dehai took out a flashlight and took a look at the glass. The glass was more than 1 meter thick. Don't even mention bulletproof glass. Even if it's ordinary glass this thick, it's impossible to break it with human power. Dozens of people were stunned instantly. Didn't Lin Feng build a private tertiary hospital? Is this really a hospital? Zheng Dehai looked at the white hole on the glass. Maybe it was broken? Zheng Dehai was overthinking it. It was just that the sunscreen film that Go Wang Lin Feng had put on the glass was damaged in a spot. Pull the wires. Get the electric pick and shoot. A group of people pulled dozens of meters of electric wires, took a few electric pickaxes, turned on the power, and started roaring. Every time the pickaxe hits the glass, you can see a white spot. This gave Zheng Dehai and the group of people hope. As long as it works, then they can break the glass. Water dripping wears away a stone. Even an iron rod can be ground into an embroidery needle. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly, then took out the water pipe and started splashing water at them. Crash! Sizzle! In an instant, the socket was connected to the power supply. The water flowed to the high-voltage power grid again. These people holding electric pickaxes instantly started tap dancing. After a while, they went from being strangers to acquaintances. Fuck you. Lin Feng, there must be water and supplies in your room. I have to save water now. How dare you pour water on people? Zheng Dehai was really anxious. It was impossible that Lin Feng had bought 10 billion worth of supplies and lost them. It seems that he called the police falsely. He dragged all the supplies into this house. That's 10 billion worth of supplies. Enough for everyone in Shishan Villa to eat until they die. I have no place to pour my bathwater. I didn't expect there would be people outside. Stay away from my house. I won't be responsible if I electrocute you. As he spoke, Lin Feng swung the water pipe again, scaring dozens of people back away. This electric shock was no joke. Bathwater? Who are you kidding? Who uses so much water for a bath? It's enough to open a bathtub? Zheng Dehai hid far away and was completely furious, but Lin Feng drained all the bath water and didn't continue. Poverty limits your imagination. This is the amount of water I use to take a shower. Lin Feng is not bragging. This is really bath water. After washing, there was shampoo and bath gel, but it couldn't be drunk or used for watering plants. So Lin Feng put it into the space and used it for watering people. I didn't expect it to be so useful. It can power up a large area with one charge, and it's fun to play with. Dozens of people looked at Lin Feng's bath water and swallowed their saliva. It was not that they wanted to take a bath, but that they wanted to drink it. An old man was very thirsty, so he lay on the ground and took a sip of water from a small puddle. Now it's just water. Who cares what it's washed with? Sizzle. In an instant, the old man also evolved into an acquaintance. This made dozens of people's scalps numb. How on earth can we deal with this bastard Lin Feng? You put high-voltage electricity into the bath water and don't even give us a sip. Do you still have any humanity left? We are dying of thirst and hunger. Those who came to attack Lin Feng tonight were basically those whose families were out of water and food. They wanted to see if there was a chance to break down Lin Feng's door and steal water and food. But looking at the situation, let alone stealing food and water, even being able to get close is another matter. Dozens of people looked at each other and were instantly at a loss. How are they going to snatch Lin Feng? Chapter 73. I arrest you on behalf of the authorities. Lin Feng, not only did you set the building on fire, you also electrocuted so many people to death. If you know what's good for you, open the door and let me investigate. I am arresting you on behalf of the authorities now. If you open the door now, I can regard it as you surrendering yourself. At most, I will sentence you to a suspended death sentence. You are so rich. You will be out in a few years in prison. You must consider the consequences of not opening the door. Zheng Dehai held high the banner of justice and asked Lin Feng to open the door and surrender. When Lin Feng heard what Zheng Dehai said, he laughed. How did you come up with such a stupid statement? Just you? A demolition worker? You tell me you represent the authorities? Who gave you the right? Anyway, I'm killing one person, and killing the people on the first floor is also killing. You don't have to sentence me to suspended death penalty. Just sentence me to death. Come on, come in and kill me. As long as you can come in, you can chop off my head as you like. Come on, cool mean. At this moment, Zheng Dehai was furious. Lin Feng, you are such a jerk. Okay, Lin Feng, you think I can't get in, right? I can't come in alone. Can't I call for help? I don't believe that 10,000 people can't get in. As he spoke, Zheng Dehai sent a group message in the group. All members, I'm Zheng Dehai. I discovered a secret. Lin Feng said he lost 10 billion worth of supplies, but he didn't. He hid them all in the safe house. Anyone who has no water or food at home, come here. As long as you enter Lin Feng's safe house, everyone will have food and drink. That's 10 billion worth of supplies. As he spoke, Zheng Dehai posted a few photos of Lin Feng eating. It seemed that he had admitted that he couldn't get in alone and shared this secret with everyone. Fuck, Lin Feng actually has ice at home, and he even uses sashimi for hot pot. No, I'll die of heat sooner or later anyway. Give me a piece of ice to cool me down. I'll die without regrets. Let's go, brothers. Lin Feng killed so many people. We are enforcing justice. Down with the murderer Lin Feng. Avenge the death of a building. In an instant, the group went wild. Those who live in high-rise buildings and have no water or food have all come. There were more than 1,000 people. They surrounded Lin Feng's safe house in a black mass. Lin Feng, let me see how you handle this. There are so many of us. If you have the guts, kill us all. Seeing so many people coming, Zheng Dehai straightened his chest again. He felt that he was doing well again. Some people who didn't know the situation started smashing the wall, and in an instant, dozens of unlucky people were electrocuted to death. This time, they are much more sober. Hurry and stay away from the wall. They started smashing the glass, but it was useless. They found that after smashing the glass for a long time, only the sunscreen film on the top was broken, and nothing else was damaged. Oh my God! This glass is over 1 meter thick, not to mention a hammer. Even a rocket launcher can't hit it. Finally, someone saw the reality, shook his head, and put down the hammer in his hand. It was a useless effort. This back door is actually made of titanium alloy. It's okay if my crowbar doesn't break the door. There are 4 doors in Lin Feng's house, namely the east, south, west, and north. Some people try to pry open the back door, but it was useless. A group of people looked at this iron bastard and were shocked. Not to mention protecting against humans. Even if there is a zombie outbreak, it is no problem to protect against zombies. Lin Feng was watching the surveillance camera at the main entrance, smoking a cigarette, and thinking, should we kill them all? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to forget it. You can't collect corpses in your own space. If you kill them all, won't so many corpses rot in front of your door? Wouldn't there be a plague? How troublesome would it be to deal with the corpses? What if I accidentally got sick? After thinking about it, I decided to let them go. If we can't defeat you, you won't come. They are so lucky. If Lin Feng hadn't been so afraid of catching an infectious disease, they would all have died tonight. This is right in front of Lin Feng's house, right? Why don't you try somewhere else? You can't break through from above, right? Dig a hole in groups. Dig from underground. I don't believe it. Lin Feng, your foundation can be made of titanium alloy. Zheng Dehai said this, and Lin Feng smiled. You are so smart. How do you know that the foundation of my house is also made of titanium alloy? You can dig if you want, and keep digging on the big golf course. When you dig up a big steel plate, you will despair. A group of people took out shovels and started digging a hole a few meters away from Lin Feng's house. They didn't dare to get too close because there was high-voltage electricity on the wall. Lin Feng smiled and waved at Zheng Dehai, who was still shouting outside the door. Brother Dehai, tell them to stop digging. Come over here so we can discuss something. Hearing that Lin Feng was scared, Zheng Dehai was overjoyed. You guys keep digging. I'm going to listen to what Lin Feng wants to say. Zheng Dehai walked over arrogantly and said to Lin Feng, are you scared now? Open the door for me. I'll talk to you after I get in. Zheng Dehai still wants Lin Feng's safe house. If it is really destroyed, it will not be safe for him to live in. Okay, Brother Dehai, we can discuss this. Just stand still. I'll let only you in. Zheng Dehai felt much better when he heard Lin Feng being so cowardly. As expected, when people are united, they can move mountains. Lin Feng, you are nothing. Lin Feng took out a crossbow from the space, and then smeared dog feces and urine on the arrow. He opened the shooting port, aimed at Zheng Dehai's ear, and shot an arrow directly. Zheng Dehai, have you ever heard how a dog barks? Zheng Dehai still didn't understand what Lin Feng meant after hearing what he said. Search! A cold light came first. Zheng Dehai's face was directly cut by the sharp arrow, leaving a huge tear. Even his ear was shot through. This is why Lin Feng asked Zheng Dehai to come over. Lin Feng's archery is not very accurate. He is afraid that he will accidentally shoot Zheng Dehai to death with one arrow. In my last life, you stole all my food. If I kill you directly, am I still Lin Feng? Ah, my face, my ears. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Zheng Dehai covered his face and roared heartbreakingly. Blood flowed down his face and all over the floor. The huge tear caused his blood to flow all over his body. Ah, my face, my ears. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. So this is how dogs bark. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zheng Dehai was so angry that he wanted to kill Lin Feng immediately. But Zheng Dehai knew that he had to stop the bleeding, reduce inflammation, and suture the wound. Otherwise, the wound would get infected in such a hot day. He would be dead. Lin Feng, just wait for me. We don't have. Crash. Bah. Ugh. Lin Feng, you actually threw shit. Lin Feng not only threw shit, but also dog shit. Before Zheng Dehai could finish his scolding, dog shit was thrown on him. With his mouth still open, he just splashed a mouthful of shit. I have to say, Abe's food is good. This shit is smelly and sticky. It looks like it's not easy to wash. Chapter 74. Don't mess with Big Brother's woman. Lin Feng, just wait. Wait. Zheng Dehai also knew what would happen if dog shit stained his wound. So he quickly covered his face and went home to clean it. Otherwise, he would be dead. Lin Feng was very interested. He came to the position of the people who were digging the pit, opened the shooting hole, lit the Molotov cocktail, and threw it directly in. It's a good thing that you have already dug the pit, so I don't have to help you clean up the bodies. Help! Lin Feng, you will die a horrible death. Someone can save me. Give me a quick death. The 5 people in the pit were covered in fire, and they had no water. There was no way to rescue them. After a while, in full view of everyone, the 5 of them were burned into a pile of charred corpses, lying in the pit they had dug, without having to trouble others to dig a pit to bury them. When the rest of the people saw this, they quickly left Lin Feng's safe house dozens of meters away, fearing that they would be burned to death by Lin Feng's Molotov cocktail. So many people worked all night, hundreds of people died, and nothing was accomplished. As the sky began to turn pale, everyone left in disappointment with their tools. I was already thirsty and hungry, and now I've wasted so much energy. Today is definitely not going to be a good day. Zheng Dehai returned home, jumped into the bathtub, and quickly washed off the dog shit and wounds on his body. If this really gets infected, your life will be in danger. Why keep the water? Dehai, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom. Looking at the bathtub stained with dog shit and blood, Yu Jing was horrified. She had never seen such a thing before. Quick, change the water. I have to clean the wound. Otherwise, I'll be dead if it gets infected in this 60-degree weather. At this time, Zheng Dehai's wife, Su Hongrui, also came over nervously, quickly opened the drain of the bathtub, and poured clean water in the bucket on Zheng Dehai's wound to clean it. Dehai, was this done by Lin Feng? Is he still a human being? Not only did he shoot you, but he also threw dog shit on you. Su Hongrui was very angry. She was also a gangster. She had been a gangster since she was a child. When had she ever been bullied like this? Su Hongrui is 163 centimeters tall, 29 years old, looks very wild, with a tattoo of Guangong with open eyes on his back, and he is a person who refuses to submit to anyone. Granary, the birthplace of human civilization. Su Hongrui didn't let any of them go. He tattooed them all. This woman is definitely a ruthless person. Quickly bring the iodine and the medicine box. Apply it on me. Yu Jing rushed to get it when she heard it. Zheng Dehai and Su Hongrui usually fight and kill each other, so these anti-inflammatory drugs are always available at home. I got it. Dehai, bear with it. You can't make any mistakes in such a hot day. If you die, I will take the child and remarry. Su Hongrui didn't indulge Zheng Dehai. He took the iodine from Yu Jing and poured it on the huge wound. Lin Feng, just wait for me. If I catch you, I will cut you into pieces. We have the same last name. Zheng Dehai felt as painful as a pig being slaughtered. However, Su Hongrui, the wolf destroyer, didn't care whether Zheng Dehai was in pain or not. Take out the needle. Thread the thread. Sew up Zheng Dehai's face, just like sewing cotton pants. This hurt Zheng Dehai so much that he kicked his legs and fainted. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Spray Yunnan Bai Yao. Zheng Dehai's life or death can only be left to God. Su Hongrui has done his best. Don't worry, Dehai. Even if you die, I will avenge you. None of Su Hongrui's men will die in vain. Su Hongrui was not joking. She really killed someone. Her previous husband was a gangster who was hacked to death, so she just picked up 2 machetes and chopped those dozen people to death. Every time Su Hongrui gets hurt, she gets a tattoo to cover the scar. This woman doesn't even know what it means to be afraid of death. Except for his face and the soles of his feet, which have never been injured or tattooed, it can be said that there is almost no place on Su Hongrui's body that has not been injured. It's just that after marrying Zheng Dehai, Su Hongrui became a good woman. Zheng Dehai earns enough and doesn't need Su Hongrui to help him anymore. It seems that Su Hongrui is going to make a comeback today. You guys are such losers. You can't even handle this alone, and you still have the nerve to come back for dinner? Cut off your water and food for today. Starve. After sewing Zheng Dehai, Su Hongrui began to scold Zheng Dehai's younger brother. The younger brothers were timid and didn't dare to say a word. They all knew the name Huang Hai 13th sister, but she had gotten married and had children in recent years, and she stopped mixing in society. These little brothers didn't dare to doubt that their sister-in-law would really chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Hello, Brother Wang. I'm your 13th sister. My husband was beaten and seriously injured. I don't know if he's alive or dead. Do you still have guns and explosives? Get me some. I want revenge. What? Guns and explosives are in short supply now. You want me to accompany you for 3 days before you give them to me? Okay. I'll drive there tonight. 3 days means 3 days. I'm afraid you'll die of exhaustion after having sex. If you die, I won't care who needs explosives. A dozen younger brothers. They're really impressed by this sister-in-law. Don't you want to keep these words secret from others? They looked at Zheng Dehai, whose life or death was unknown, with sympathy in their eyes. You married a wife like this. Are you sure that the child is your biological child? Carry Dehai to my bedroom. I will come back in 3 days and blow up Lin Feng's shabby house with a detonator. Damn, a bunch of rubbish. So many people can't open a shabby house? When I was 18, I even opened the bank vault in Huanghai City. If my husband hadn't been hacked to death and I hadn't killed so many people to make connections and spend all my family wealth, would I have married this rubbish? A group of younger brothers were too weak to say a word. They were just doing the forced demolition. They were not gangsters at all. They were not on the same level at all. It turns out that the Huanghai City bank robbery in 2039 was committed by you, sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is so awesome. I'll give you 3 days. Dig a tunnel from Lin Feng's old house to under Lin Feng's turtle shell. If you haven't finished digging by the time I come back, you'll just have to wait for death. Looking at Zheng Dehai lying unconscious on the bed, Su Hongrui gave his younger brother the final order. Back then, she blew up the Huanghai City Bank by digging a tunnel. Lin Feng, no matter how strong your house is, can it be stronger than a bank vault? Okay, sister-in-law, I promise to complete the task. A dozen of the younger brothers were convinced. Anyway, there were so many laborers. They just caught people and dug quilts. They just had to supervise with machetes. It was not difficult. Then, Su Hongrui began to pack her luggage. She wore a red backless slit dress that reached her thighs, put on red eyeshadow and lipstick, and revealed her tattoos all over her back and legs, like a charming thorny rose. Zheng Dehai didn't know this. If he knew, he would probably be so angry that he would die. As expected, I don't dare marry my eldest brother's woman. Chapter 75, Letter from Green Tea. Seeing that it was dawn, Lin Feng smoked a cigarette. If it wasn't too troublesome to kill them all and clean up the mess, Lin Feng would have really done it. Lin Feng was bored and a little sleepy, so he opened his phone and looked at it. Lin Feng, are you there? So many people are looking for trouble with you. I'm so worried about you. Lin Feng smiled. Feng Qian, this green tea girl, must have seen the news that Zheng Dehai said I have 10 billion supplies, so she can't hold it in at home anymore, right? Qian, I missed you so much. So many people came to cause trouble for me last night. I was really scared. Lin Feng gave a wicked smile and made 2 pitiful expressions. I can't kill you. At Feng Qian's home, she and her best friend, Wang Qing, were fanning themselves while eating boiled noodles. Oh my, it's so disgusting. When will this hard life end? Feng Qian was so angry that she threw down her chopsticks and didn't want to eat anymore. She was so spoiled that she couldn't get used to such bland food. Feng Qian lives on the 8th floor of Building 5. It's not a very high floor, and she has water and some discounted steaks. No one bothers her, and she's not hungry, but the food is not good. I saw Lin Feng in the group saying that he had lost 10 billion worth of supplies, and his family was out of food, not even instant noodles. Feng Qian couldn't possibly pay attention to Lin Feng. What does your life or death have to do with me? I can't give my steak to a dog like you. But, just last night, Feng Qian saw that Lin Feng's safe house was filled with tens of billions of supplies. And ice cubes. This made Feng Qian's heart move. As long as she gave the order, wouldn't the licking dog be available at her call? Hey Qian, it's good that we have something to eat. Look how many people are fighting to death over a sip of water and a pack of instant noodles. I don't even dare to post this on my moments, for fear that someone will come to my house to provoke me. Let's just make do with what we have. Wang Qing pushed the bowl to Feng Qian, indicating that she should eat. I don't want to eat. I want to eat Australian lobster. Steak. With a glass of iced wine. That's the life I want. Feng Qian pouted and started to act grumpy again. Wang Qing shook her head and said casually, in the entire Huanghai City, Lin Feng is probably the only one who has Australian lobster steak and red wine. Didn't you say he was your bootlicker? He bought you bags and paid for your house? How is it? Did he reply to your message? Wang Qing also wants to drink red wine and eat steak. But what about the relationship? In terms of appearance, Wang Qing is above average, 158 centimeters tall, with a good figure. But these conditions cannot be compared with Feng Qian, and those young masters look down on Wang Qing. After all, the women they play with are all high-quality goods, and Wang Qing never has the opportunity to keep dogs to cheat people out of money in bags like Feng Qian does. Let me check my messages. That old dog used to pay special attention to me. I asked him to order takeout at 2:30 in the morning, and he did it for me. How come he didn't reply to my messages all night? I turned on my phone and saw that Lin Feng's message had arrived half an hour ago, but it seemed that the signal was not very good. My phone didn't ring? Humph, a licker is indeed a licker. Look, he misses me, and as long as I say a word, he will kneel down and lick me, and take us into his safe house. Fong Qian happily showed the message to Wang Qing, and Wang Qing gave her an envious look. How nice it would be if Lin Feng licked me like this. Wang Qing didn't want too many lickers. She would be satisfied with just one high-quality licker like Lin Feng. Then you should pay attention to him. Ask him to take us to the safe house. I've had enough of this hard life. He has 10 billion in supplies, which we three can't use up in several lifetimes. Hearing Wang Qing's words, Fong Qian rolled her eyes and was speechless to her. No wonder you can't catch a licker. Your realm is too low. Why should I care about him? As long as the licker knows that I'm suffering, he will come and lick me immediately. Look at me. As she spoke, Wang Qing leaned over to learn from the experience of her predecessors and see what one should do when facing a bootlicker. Oh, Fong Fong, look at what they have for breakfast. They are eating boiled noodles. I want to eat steak, but I don't know if I can have it in this horrible weather. As I said this, I moved my legs closer to the dining table. It seemed like I was taking a photo of noodles, but in fact I was letting you see my beautiful legs. Then, won't your dog-licking attribute burst out? Come up and lick wildly? Lin Feng was happy when he received the message and saw the photos. It's really you, Fong Qian? Or are you good at playing? I took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the space. I don't know why there is so much 1982 Lafite. It's 2050 and we haven't finished it yet? Then there were Wagyu beef, lobster, caviar, and more than a dozen kinds of seafood, all placed on ice. I took photos and sent them to Fong Qian. She loved eating this. My breakfast is a bit too much. I can't finish it by myself. How about Qian Qian? Come over and eat with me? When Wang Qing saw the photo, her eyes widened. Fuck Qian Qian. How much money do you have as a bootlicker? Lin Feng? Could it be the Lin Feng who sells all the rental houses? Haven't you heard? He sold nearly 40,000 houses in less than a month. His assets are definitely over 10 billion. Isn't it too much for you to treat him as a bootlicker? If you marry him, you will never be able to spend all his money in your lifetime, even if you take a bath in Lafite. Why don't you choose Lin Feng, but Lin Tian from Lin's Real Estate? And Lin Tian almost went bankrupt. Are you stupid? Hearing Wang Qing's words, Fong Qian frowned slightly. In the past, Lin Feng was almost suppressed by Lin Tian, so she followed Lin Tian to suppress Lin Feng. But no one expected that Lin Feng would make a comeback. Lin's Real Estate was beaten to a pulp. Fong Qian didn't even know whether Lin Tian was dead or not. Anyway, Lin Tian had no money, so Fong Qian didn't bother to pay attention to him. All right, stop talking. I understand. I'm going to give this licker a little sweetness. A licker only needs a caring word, and he will come over and kneel down to lick me. Fong Qian has already decided that no matter whether Lin Tian lives or dies, she should just fill her stomach first. Lafite from 2016? Just enough to rinse your mouth. Then why don't you drive over to pick me and ching up now? It's so hot out here, and it's almost 60 degrees. If two girls walk that far, what if we run into danger? Fong Qian's green tea attribute is off the charts, and she actually wants Lin Feng to drive to pick her up. Lin Feng chuckled and continued to tease Fong Qian since he was bored. Qian, it's not that I don't want to pick you up, but I can't go. Now everyone in the Shishan villa knows that I have 10 billion in supplies. If I go out, I will be beaten to death. Not only will I die, but you won't be able to eat breakfast either. If you want to eat, just come by yourselves. Almost no one goes out during the day. Call me at the door, and I'll open the door for you. After seeing Lin Feng's message, Fong Qian and Wang Qing had no doubts at all. Okay, we're here. I'll send you a message. Fong Qian felt that Lin Feng would definitely not dare to go out now. If he doesn't come over, we will go over there. It's worth taking a risk to get such good food. Chapter 76, Wu Yang Soha. After replying to Fong Qian, Lin Feng took a sip of 1982 Lafite and continued to check messages on his phone. Boss, how's the situation? So many people are surrounding you. Are you okay? Boss, we're ready. As soon as your door is broken open, we'll rush over from behind to cover you. Fuck. Boss, what did you build your house with? More than 1,000 people can't break it open. Boss, please support me. I can warm the bed. I can do everything from washing and cooking. My cooking is as good as that of a 5-star chef. Boss, you are so handsome. Looking at Wu Yang's caring words in the group, Lin Feng nodded slightly. When you saw I was in danger, you still thought of saving me. It was not in vain that I raised you. Although Lin Feng was not sure whether they would come to rescue him if the door was really broken, at least their attitude was quite good. I clicked on the message asking for support and bed warming, and it turned out to be from Wu Daiwe. This little girl is too young, and what she said was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. I'm fine. This will happen often in the future. Don't worry about me. You're still too young, little girl. Wait until you're 20. As soon as Lin Feng sent a message, Wu Yong on the other end received it because Wu Yong gave Lin Feng special care. Holding the phone, thinking about his immature daughter who has not yet grown up, the resourceful Wu Yong came up with an idea. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. Wu Yong's wife Dong Shi is very beautiful, but she is old. She is 40 years old. However, she has taken good care of herself and still looks like she is in her 30s, and she still has her charm. What's wrong? What do you want to discuss with me? Dong Shi and Wu Yong had a very good relationship and almost never quarreled, so they discussed everything together. Our daughter is 18 years old now. It's time for her to find a partner? You saw what happened yesterday. If we sent our daughter to the boss's house, do you think it would be the best outcome? As soon as Dong Shi heard it, he understood what Wu Yong meant. How many rich people are not unfaithful? You are the only one, afraid of me and your wife. Your boss has a sharp eye and is worth tens of billions. If you send your daughter to him, won't she be bullied by other women? Our daughter is too innocent. How could she be so cunning? Wu Yong's net worth is also 50 million. None of the rich people in the circle that Dong Shi comes into contact with are good people. To be honest, she doesn't want to send her daughter there. Wife, I think it's safest to follow the boss. Look at this group of people. They are not sure whether the boss has 10 billion in supplies at home, but they are attacking crazily. If they knew that we have 100 million in supplies here, do you think we could defend it with just this one gun? Think about it. If I hadn't followed the boss to stockpile supplies and reinforce the villa, would we have become like those people outside? The boss has never meant to sell supplies, which proves that now, supplies are more important than money. If our daughter follows the boss, at least she will be safe and will not have to worry about food and drink in this life. Even if we die, won't we be at peace? Dong Shi frowned after listening to Wu Yong's words. I have to say that Wu Yong is still smart, and he is right. Without Lin Feng, their family of 3 would probably be stuck with a 50 million real estate agency that had run out of funds. Go and test your boss's attitude when you have a chance, and then ask your daughter's opinion. If either of them disagrees, I will not agree. If something like what happened last night really happens here, you should be a man and shoot me and my daughter first. You must not get caught. Dong Shi is also an open-minded person and understands the rules of the rich world. She would definitely not have been able to accept letting her daughter marry Lin Feng, who had 3 wives and 4 concubines. But in the current situation, she also feels that this natural disaster is not that simple. Okay, I'll ask the boss when I get a chance. Wu Yong pushed his glasses and decided to take a gamble. I went to my daughter's room and opened the door. Wu Yong discovered that his daughter was looking at her cell phone. Quietly approaching, Wu Yong discovered that Wu Daiwe was looking through Lin Feng's photo album. Wow, so handsome. And he's only 21 this year. Brother Lin Feng is so amazing. He's not afraid of more than 1,000 people beating him up. If I could marry him, I would definitely give birth to lots and lots of babies for him. Listening to Wu Daiwe's infatuated words, Wu Yong understood. She quietly left the room. Her daughter's attitude was already very clear. She had become Lin Feng's little fangirl. Alas, a girl can't be kept at home when she grows up. After leaving the room, Wu Yong shook his head helplessly. Choosing a son-in-law is an important task. Wu Yong now only hopes that Lin Feng is not a playboy and can be nicer to his daughter, right? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Just at this moment, a scream came from downstairs. This scared Wu Yong. Could it be that someone is attacking us? It's daytime now. I grabbed the pistol in my pocket and hurried downstairs. When I looked up, I saw several people pulling the rope, and there were 2 people under the rope. Quick, pull it up. What's going on? Wu Yong hurried over to help, and other people who heard the noise also hurried over to help. A group of people pulled them up. They saw that the crotches of the 2 men were wet. The liquid was flowing out along the crotch of their pants. What happened? Did you 2 get scared like this? Did you even pee your pants? Wu Yong also wiped the sweat from his forehead and put down his gun. He was now starting to get nervous. Manager, I'm so scared. There's a pit down there. It's so deep. If I hadn't tied myself with a safety rope, I would have died. At that moment, my feet went empty and my vision went dark. I even saw my grandma waving at me on the Naiha Bridge. I was so scared. The two of them were so scared that they peed themselves. This is more exciting than bungee jumping. After all, no one would have thought that they would suddenly fall down while digging. Put the bucket down and see if there's any water. Wu Yong gave an order, and they immediately did it. After reaching a depth of nearly 30 meters, water really came out. Wu Yong looked at the bucket and was shocked. Boss, are you Superman? How did you know there was water here? And you had to tie a safety rope. Exactly. Quick, someone come and taste it. Is this water drinkable? A dozen people looked at each other, and no one wanted to try it. They're not too short of water, and Wu Yong looked at the two men whose pants were wet, understood, and said, "Who told you two to pee in the well? Taste it yourself." They both. "There's no other way. It's my own urine. I have to drink it up even if I cry." The two of them frowned, tasted it, and then made a cool sound. What cool water? It tastes much better than the lukewarm tap water. This is deep well water. Manager, it's drinkable. When they heard them say this, everyone was moved. He took out the cup and tasted it, and then everyone finally had a sip of cool water after so many days. Everyone is tired. Study normally this morning. Fetch water in the afternoon. Everyone can take a cool bath. Relax. Upon hearing this, all the girls jumped up with joy. Follow the boss, and you will have food, drinks, and even cool showers. The boss is amazing. Wu Yong rubbed his chin, his eyes revealing a look of determination. Wu Daiwe must be given to Lin Feng. My daughter is so beautiful. Lin Feng must be moved. Chapter 77, Plastic Sisters. Achio, who is talking about me? Lin Feng rubbed his nose, completely unaware of what was going on. Ding dong. Just then, Lin Feng heard the doorbell ring. After taking a look at the surveillance video, outside the door, Fang Qian and Wang Qing were sweating profusely and panting, fanning themselves with their hands in the shadow of the house. The two of them were almost scared to death when they saw so many dead bodies outside the door. If they didn't know that Lin Feng's safe house was very safe, they would not have come. Press it. Press it. It's so hot. You two green tea lovers will die of heat. Lin Feng turned off the doorbell and cell phone. Lin Feng, am going to sleep. You two go, play landlord against God. What's going on? It's been 5 minutes. Why haven't you come to open the door yet? It took more than 20 minutes to walk from Fang Qian's house to here, and now another 5 minutes have passed. Wang Qing is so hot. She feels like she's almost cooked. I sent a voice message to the dog, but maybe the room was too big, and he didn't hear the doorbell. Fang Qian took out her cell phone and sent a voice message to Lin Feng, but after 60 seconds, no one answered. Qian, what time is this? It's so hot that even standing in the shade is not as cool as inside the building. I feel like I'm going to die. Hurry up and ask. Wang Qing was really anxious. Was this 60-degree weather a joke? Although there was no ultraviolet radiation in the shadow of the house, Lin Feng's safe house was made of titanium alloy. The temperature made Wang Qing's scalp numb. She thought she might die if it continued like this. I'm calling. Where is this licking dog? Fang Qian couldn't stand the heat anymore, so she called Lin Feng directly. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Fang Qian. This is so embarrassing. How come this bootlicker disappeared from the face of the earth? It's so hot. Are we just going to wait here? Luckily, I brought 2 bottles of water. Let's stay away from this iron wall. Use an umbrella. Wang Qing was smart enough to bring 2 bottles of water with her before going out, but they had already drunk one on the way. To avoid sunburn from ultraviolet rays, they wore long pants, sunproof gloves, long-sleeve clothes, and net shoes. This set is still hot enough to make you sweat in 30-degree weather, not to mention 60 degrees now. 2 people squatted far away at the gate of Lin Feng's house, using parasols to block the sunlight. Fang Qian was still sending voice messages to Lin Feng, but at this time Lin Feng was tired after a night of sleep and had fallen asleep. Feng, what are you doing? Why don't you answer my call? I'm here, Feng. Can you open the door? Feng, I'm going to die from the sun. Didn't you say you would take us to eat steak and sashimi and drink red wine? Now that Fang Qian is here, she must not be willing to just go home and eat noodles. She had been squatting under the parasol sending messages to Lin Feng, just like how Lin Feng used to lick Fang Qian crazily. But Lin Feng was even worse than Fang Qian. He even turned off his cell phone. Fang Qian and Wang Qing couldn't hold on any longer, so they took a sip of water. This made them angry. What was going on? I have to go back in the sun all the way, and there is nothing to eat at home? The indoor temperature is over 50 degrees during the day and over 40 degrees at night. It's too miserable. Looking at the Norda Iron Fortress in front of them, they just wanted to go in quickly and lie on the ice to cool down. But more than half an hour has passed. Lin Feng still doesn't reply. Xiao Xiao was already holding a telescope, looking at the two women outside with an angry face. Umph. Lin Feng, you bastard. You're getting more and more addicted. You're not satisfied with just one. Now you're looking for two at once? I was worried about whether something happened to you. You don't deserve it. Xiao Xiao was jealous. She didn't reply to my message and even pulled the curtains in the room. Lin Feng never draws the curtains. Unless for that. After so long, Xiao Xiao only remembered that Lin Feng pulled the curtains when he and she were having a bloody battle, but he never pulled the curtains when he went to the toilet at other times. Xiao Xiao now seriously suspected that there was another woman in Lin Feng's room. Otherwise, why would he draw the curtains? What was scumbag? I gave you my first time. Is this how you treat me? Xiao Xiao cried and sent a voice message to Lin Feng. Although she knew that Lin Feng was a scumbag, it was different from seeing it with her own eyes. For a moment, Xiao Xiao couldn't accept it. She thought she could accept that Lin Feng had many women. After all, she was the first wife. But seeing so many women lining up to find Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao couldn't stop crying out of grievance. You scumbag. Just take your time. Goodbye. Send the video to whoever you want. I will never talk to you again, even if I die. I'm angry. The kind that can't be appeased. Xiao Xiao started to lose her temper. There was nothing she could do about it. All women were like that. Xiao Xiao pulled the curtains so that she wouldn't be bothered. She was also nervous all night yesterday holding the gun. Fortunately, the water carrier saw that the steel door was difficult to open, and Xiao Xiao also wrote on the steel door, "There is a gun. Danger. Do not approach. You will be responsible for the consequences." So no one disturbed Xiao Xiao, and everyone went to the two rooms next door to get water. Xiao Xiao wiped her red eyes with a wet towel and prepared to go to bed. Putting a wet towel on your forehead is the only way to cool down. An hour later, Fang Qian and Wang Qing were squatting under the parasol, their legs numb from squatting. Fang Qian finally understood what it felt like to wait for someone and then be stood up. And it was 60 degrees, and I was stood up. It felt so good. Lin Feng, fuck you. You stood me up. I'm not done with you. Fang Qian didn't dare to send a voice message to curse Lin Feng. She was afraid that if she did, she would never be able to enter Lin Feng's safe house again. Let's go back, Qian Qian. If we keep waiting like this, we'll both get heat stroke and faint, and we'll be dead. Wang Qing stood up and moved her feet. In such a high temperature, they could drink a bottle of water and last for more than an hour without fainting. It shows how strong their willpower is to eat sashimi. Go back. You licker, I really gave you some face. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. You will regret it one day. Fang Qian had no choice. Her legs were numb from squatting. She stood up tremblingly and walked home. After walking for another half an hour, the two returned home, exhausted. He took some water from the bathtub and started drinking it. After drinking several cups, he took off all his clothes and wiped his body with a wet towel to cool down. After a while, Fang Qian lay down on the bed and fainted from the heat. This scared Wang Qing. If Fang Qian died, how could she follow her into the safe house? After thinking about it, Wang Qing made a decision. It's better to rely on yourself than to ask others. Wang Qing picked up Fang Qian's phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, found the owner's group and Lin Feng's WeChat, and added them. Then she put the phone back in its place and began to change her profile picture to the most beautiful photo of herself, and then modified the picture. Lengthen the legs and enlarge the granary. Beauty and skin resurfacing, nothing is left out. There's no other way. If Lin Feng becomes his bootlicker, he can go into the safe house to escape the summer heat and eat seafood. As for Fang Qian, easy to deal with. Wang Qing knew that Fang Qian had checked into hotels with so many men. If she told Lin Feng about it, would Lin Feng still lick Fang Qian? As for whether Fang Qian lives or dies, what does it have to do with me? Fang Qian treats me as her best friend. Isn't it just to show off a record of being a bootlicker? Chapter 78. Relief supplies arrive. Now everyone, please report the remaining number of people in your family. ID numbers. To your building manager. Tomorrow morning at 3 o'clock. The official relief supplies will arrive. Collect them by head count. One for each person. With just one sentence from Wang Guifan, the entire group of owners exploded instantly. Oh my God! Oh my God! The authorities are finally taking care of us. I'm running out of food. If no relief food comes, I'm going to starve to death. Thanks to the authorities. Thank you to Wang Guifan, the director of the neighborhood committee. Thank you to all the building managers. I always say that natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. The authorities will not ignore us. Director Wang, you are such a good person. My family has been out of food for 2 days. If you don't come, I will starve to death. Will the authorities come? Hurry up and report Lin Feng for setting fire to the building. He secretly pulled an electric wire at home and electrocuted more than 100 people. This kind of thing must be punished by death. That's right. We will never have peace unless Lin Feng is dead. We must defeat the profiteer Lin Feng. The monopolist deserves death. If he hadn't hoarded 10 billion worth of supplies. Is Huanghai City so short of supplies? Is it so that we can't buy anything? This time, the shortage of supplies in Huanghai City is indeed much more serious than in the previous life. The direct reason was that Lin Feng spent so much money to buy so many inventory supplies, and some people such as Qiao Qiao and Wu Yong followed Lin Feng to stock up supplies. This directly resulted in a disaster happening within a few days, and supplies could not be purchased even with money. In Lin Feng's previous life, he could still spend money to buy supplies half a month ago, but they were hundreds of times more expensive. Everyone in the group was furious, but Lin Feng was still sleeping at home. Wang Guifan looked at the message in the group and slowly smiled. Lin Feng, you have offended everyone. You won't live for a few more days. The disaster this time is severe. There are few rescue workers and the task is heavy. The authorities do not have the ability or manpower to deliver supplies to every household. So they could only count the number of survivors, take them to the building managers of each building, and then have the building managers send them down. Wang Guifan had already figured it out. As the building manager, she would distribute the supplies for her building, so she would definitely make some profit from the difference. As for how much you can earn, it depends on how much the government gives out. The building managers were overjoyed and asked the survivors to register with their IDs to receive official relief supplies. Finally, after seeing hope, this group of people finally restored a little order. Qiao Qiao really wanted the relief supplies, but was afraid of being in danger outside. After thinking about it, I decided not to do that and would rather stay at home. It would be a waste of time if your house gets robbed when you go out. Besides, there is no building manager in their building. Not to mention a building manager, there are not many residents left. Lin Feng was too lazy to claim the gifts. Each person received 2 pounds of compressed biscuits, a can of food, 5 bags of instant drinks to supplement vitamins, and 5 packs of pickles. This stuff can only sustain a person for 7 days at most, and Lin Feng has to take such a big risk if he goes out. Is it possible for him to go and get it? Lin Feng got up after a good sleep and glanced at his phone. It was a message from Feng Qian, 99. Lin Feng was too lazy to watch, so he decided to come back to tease Feng Qian during the day tomorrow and let her continue to bask in the sun. There was a friend request. I took a look. Was it Feng Qian's best friend Wang Qing? Fuck. This picture. This technique is amazing. This granary is bigger than Xiao Qiao's. This leg is longer than Jiang Qingshui's. If I, Lin Feng, didn't know you, I would have almost believed it. Lin Feng did not agree. They should reply to the message together tomorrow during the day. They are both green tea lovers. Neither of them is a good person. At this time, Lin Feng thought of Qiao Qiao. I opened my phone and took a look, and it was all over. Qiao Qiao, the jealous one, was angry. She was so angry that she cried. It's not that Qiao Qiao didn't say anything. She started sending me messages at 12 o'clock last night. It's just that Xiao Qiao sent the message first, but it was pushed down by the group message and Feng Qian's message, so Lin Feng didn't see it. What should I do? Xiao Qiao still has some conscience. She asked me at 12 o'clock if I needed fire support. She could stand on the windowsill and shoot. But the news from that bitch Feng Qian came later, and she was pushed down. I took out the telescope and looked at Xiao Qiao's house. At this moment, Qiao Qiao had the curtains drawn, and it was obvious that she was really angry. Well, you can be angry if you want. There's nothing I can do about being jealous. If you can accept me, I'll be your first wife. If you can't, we can only make a deal. After all, I, Lin Feng, will definitely have many wives and concubines and children and grandchildren in the future. There's nothing I can do about it. Otherwise, who would eat all that food? Lin Feng replied to Qiao Qiao, and Qiao Qiao wiped her tears and looked at her phone, looking like a jealous girlfriend. Don't bother with me. Just let me die. You can post those videos as you like. If I die, it's you who forced me to death. I want you to regret it for the rest of your life. Looking at the news, Lin Feng smoked a cigarette. If Qiao Qiao really died, he would probably regret it. Who could forget such a good girl and her first woman? And she was the one who made him die of anger? Am I going too far? Is the pace too fast? Is she unable to handle it? While smoking a cigarette, Lin Feng thought of a solution. Compromise is impossible. Compromise once means compromise countless times in the future. So, you can only compromise. I'll make a deal with you. If you call me good morning every day, I'll give you 3 ice creams every day. How do you think? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to continue the transaction. After all, he had nothing but a lot of supplies. Who wants to eat your ice cream? I'm dying of heat. I'd rather jump off the roof than eat even one of your ice creams. Xiao Xiao was so angry. Why was Lin Feng so stubborn? Why was it more difficult to ask him to apologize than to blow open his steel door? Lin Feng, if you just coax me, I'll be fine. You won't even say a soft word. If you don't want to eat, then I can ask in the group, okay? We'll be merged into one, and our armor will be combined. When a bunch of women call me husband, you'll be the one who suffers. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent over a photo, which indeed showed 3 ice creams. Looking at the ice cream, Xiao Xiao swallowed. In all these days, apart from feeling a little bit of coolness during the time at Lin Feng's house, when has there ever been a good night's sleep? I would wake up from the heat while sleeping, and sometimes I couldn't sleep at all day. Xiao Xiao pouted her lips. She really wanted to eat ice cream. It must taste especially delicious in such a hot day because of the cool feeling. Moreover, she had already done that with him and had done everything she should do. She could just call him husband and have 3 ice creams. This was a much better deal than spending a night with Lin Feng in exchange for a sausage. Husband. After thinking about it, Xiao Xiao compromised. Don't type, send a voice message. Lin Feng was very proud. There was only one way to compromise, and that was once or countless times. Anyway, Lin Feng would never compromise. Husband. After shouting, Xiao Xiao became even more shy and her face turned red. Oh, Lin Feng, you are so mean. Testing me with ice cream. Can't you just give it to me directly? Lin Feng was very satisfied to see Xiao Xiao's compromising attitude. It turned out that no one can escape the law of true fragrance. He took out another lobster from the space, put it in a box with 3 ice creams, and hung it on the drone. Open the window. I'll give it to you if you behave. If you behave yourself, you'll have delicious food every day. Xiao Xiao quickly got up and opened the window. After a while, Xiao Xiao really saw what Lin Feng had sent. 3 ice creams and a lobster. In an instant, Xiao Xiao was no longer angry. Lin Feng, you still care about me, right? When the end of the world comes, there is no girl who can't be appeased by 3 ice creams. If so, add a lobster. Chapter 79. Distribution of Relief Supplies. Xiao Xiao took the ice cream and opened it impatiently and took a bite. In an instant, Xiao Xiao's whole body trembled. Eating cold ice cream on such a hot day is such a treat. Is it delicious? If you like popsicles, come to my house and I'll treat you to popsicles every day. But you have to let me taste your ice cream, too. Looking at Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao nodded proudly. Isn't this guy quite good at coaxing people? I was just about to reply. Okay, I'll go eat. Xiao Xiao immediately realized that this guy was driving with me again. Open the software and search for keywords. Popsicles and ice cream eaten by men and women together. In an instant, Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder. Lin Feng, don't go too far. You just make me angry every day. Can't you be nicer to me like other boys would when pursuing girls? Lin Feng smiled and said, you'll get used to it slowly. If you were obedient, I would have let you live here a long time ago. Every day you think about killing me or committing suicide to save your virginity. How can I let you live here without worry? Xiao Xiao finished the first ice cream in anger, then angrily opened the package and ate the second one. You have to eat it quickly, or it will melt. But Lin Feng was right, I was indeed a little too extreme. Why do I start to think that what Lin Feng said is right? Xiao Xiao felt that, unknowingly, she had begun to be led astray by Lin Feng. It is absolutely inevitable that people will become redder if they are around good people and blacker if they are around bad people. Well, how about I just accept my fate? If it weren't for Lin Feng, I would be dead now. Maybe I would be killed by the sharp lions. Compared with Lin Feng, at least Lin Feng made fair deals with me. While eating ice cream, he chatted with Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't been so fickle, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have been so unable to get over the hurdle in her heart. Jojo's face was full of satisfaction as he ate the delicious lobster. I eat snacks and puff foods every day. How long has it been since I had such delicious food? Xiao Xiao felt much better. It turned out that the only thing that could please a beautiful woman was delicious food. As we chatted, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng was no longer angry with Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao also relaxed a lot, as if with Lin Feng, the world became much safer. There was a surge of people in the community, but everything was in good order. Because they saw hope. Since the official relief supplies had arrived, it proved that the authorities had not given up on them. We cannot afford to cause chaos at a time like this. Restoration of order is just around the corner. When Xiao Xiao saw the scene downstairs, she began to doubt the truthfulness of Lin Feng's statement about the destruction of the ozone layer. If the ozone layer is really damaged, why would the government distribute relief supplies? Lin Feng shook his head while smoking a cigarette. Although the official attitude towards foreign countries was a bit weak, it had really done the best it could for the people. Even though the authorities know they can't do anything about it, they don't want to see people starve to death. The building managers have received the supplies and are distributing them in an orderly manner. Everyone has it, but the quantity is exactly the same as Lin Feng said, and it can only be eaten for 7 days at most. Everyone was very dissatisfied with the supplies they received. They thought there would be fish, meat, and vegetables, but they didn't expect there would be only so little. However, they never thought about how many people there were in China. The government provided 7 days of food for everyone. How much pressure would that be? Lin Feng knew that this was also one of the main reasons for the official bankruptcy. If the official kept these relief supplies for itself, at least it would not completely lose control, right? The last days will see the death of the Virgin Mary first. But this time the government has become the biggest Virgin Mary. If the official doesn't die, who will die? Lin Feng didn't even dare to distribute supplies to support idle people. What's the point of supporting them? If they have food and drink, they can be honest. If they don't have food and drink, they will rebel directly. Although the water from Lake Baikal is enough for all Chinese people to drink for 100 years, it is useless. If they have water to drink, they will ask for food. If they are full, they will protect animals, the environment, and Mother Earth. Whenever you satisfy a little of their demands, they will make bigger and more excessive demands, endlessly, until you can no longer afford it. So Lin Feng didn't give in at all. No matter how you love or die, it's none of my business. At most, you can lower the requirements of your trading partners a little bit. Just like with Xiao Xiao, I can give you ice cream, but you also have to call me husband and say hello. This is also a transaction. If you can't control it in the early stage, you can't control it in the later stage. You always throw tantrums. Should you listen to me or you? Lin Feng smoked a cigarette, released a drone, and watched the excitement. At times like this, there are always some people who can't sit still. Material Distribution Office. Liang Qiuyu, reeking of alcohol and with lifeless eyes, walked to the supplies collection point. It seems that she has not been having a good time these days. Her hair is messy and her body feels sore. Looking at the people in front of him, Liang Qiuyu's heart was filled with despair. Liang Qiuyu had heard from the hospital leader on the phone that this shipment of supplies was the first and last time. The hospital leader was attracted by Liang Qiuyu's beauty and called her to tell her about it. Come with me, continue to be a doctor, eat government food, and move to the official underground shelter. You will never be rich and glorious in your life. But if you become my woman, I will ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing. If you don't follow me and stay at home, you will slowly die. The magnetic storm caused by sunspots has destroyed the ozone layer. As long as you stay on the surface, your death is just a matter of time. Liang Qiuyu received the call and blocked his leader directly. Haha, man. Liang Qiuyu chose to wait for death. The food at home was running out. Zhou Kaihua took away her love of 6 years and also took away her supplies for survival. After thinking about it for so many days, Liang Qiuyu finally understood why Liang did that. Liang saw the situation clearly, and she exchanged her body for supplies, weapons, and a man. Without supplies, weapons, or men, how long can a woman survive in the apocalypse? It has to be said that Liang Qiuyu was taught a lesson by Liang. If she didn't take chastity so seriously, how could she not keep Zhou Kaihua's heart? How could the 6-year relationship be shattered by Li Ying after only one meeting? However, Liang Qiuyu shook his head. Even if he gave his body to Zhou Kaihua, the result would be the same, right? An unreliable man will never be reliable. Liang Qiuyu. Just then, the head of Building 3 called out Liang Qiuyu's name. Liang Qiuyu walked over listlessly and received the last supplies in his life. Then go home, lie down, drink, and wait to die. Liang Qiuyu was about to take it, but bang! A gunshot rang out. The building manager's head was blown off. Ah! Murder! In an instant, there were screams. Men who don't want to die, get back upstairs. Men, get out of here immediately. Women, don't move. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. A scarred man pointed a gun at a group of people. Instantly, the crowd was in chaos. The men held their heads and went back into the building. The women squatted on the ground. They were so scared that they dared not move. The only special one was Liang Xiuyu. She remained calm and leaned her head against the muzzle of his gun. Shoot me, kill me. Liang Xiuyu knew that her death was only a matter of time, and it would be most comfortable if she died now. Chapter 80. Are you here to save me? Hey, there are still some who are not afraid of death. I will kill you right now. The scarred man raised his pistol and was about to shoot. Liang Xiuyu closed his eyes and chose to leave this horrible world. She was completely in despair. No one came to save her. The sooner she died, the sooner she would be reborn. The gaming experience is so bad, I hope I won't play it again in my next life. Crack! The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Liang Xiuyu's head. She closed her eyes, said goodbye to this world, and never came back in the next life. The next second is death. Death is the only way to be free. Everyone looked at the scarred man in horror, and the man stopped. Hey, young lady, even though you're dirty, you're pretty. Don't rush to get yourself killed. I'll rob you for some pleasure first. Ha ha ha. The man grabbed Liang Xiuyu's arm and began to tear her clothes. They already know. This is the last official supply. Since everyone is going to die, instead of living in an official shelter, why not just take up a gun and do something fun? Anyway, we can only get food and clothing in the official shelter. And we are the lowest level of workers. Those who can go and are all rich, powerful, and have military merits. With such a disfigured face, the lowest level wants to marry a wife in there? Don't even think about it in this life. It's not that the escorts suddenly became mentally abnormal, but the facts are right in front of us. All those who go to official shelters are either elites or laborers. They know that they're the laborers. They're the lowest class. They will have to serve the upper class for the rest of their lives. Why do they want to go in? Live life to your heart's content. It's not lived in vain. No. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Kill me. Liang Xiuyu, who was distraught, came to her senses. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of losing her chastity. Now it's clear. Not only is she going to die, she's going to be played with. Die in the most miserable way possible. Ha! I don't mind that you're dirty, so don't mind that I'm ugly. Come on, no one can save you today. That man madly tore Liang Xiuyu's clothes in public. He didn't care how many people saw it. Liang Xiuyu covered her clothes with tears. I'm ready to die. Are you still not going to let me go? No one who saw it tried to stop it because they didn't have the ability and were afraid of getting themselves into trouble. Lin Feng looked through the drone and shook his head. Although Liang Xiuyu gave him a big fight, he really wanted to take her back home and use her as a gun mount on the wall. But it is obvious that this world is in chaos. There are so many pistols out there. What if I, Lin Feng, get tetanus? Then wouldn't all my supplies be in vain? Lin Feng turned on the video and enlarged the screen. The last thing I could do to help you is to record the most tragic moment when you were hit by the wall. Maybe when order is restored in the future, I, Lin Feng, can still overturn your case with the help of this video. Go Wang Lin Feng didn't care at all. He just used the drone to take pictures without caring about the results. Liang Xiuyu's clothes were torn to pieces. Her eyes were filled with despair. She was a weak woman studying medicine. She was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 80 kilograms. She was powerless to resist such a thing. Ha! Little girl, you are still a virgin. I like it. I like to see a chaste girl like you crying under my crotch. He was very satisfied with Liang Xiuyu's performance. He tore Liang Xiuyu's clothes and pants into pieces. He was about to execute her on the spot. No one helped Liang Xiuyu. He had a gun in his hand. He was immortal. He couldn't withstand the bullets. Who could help Liang Xiuyu? On the other end of the drone, Lin Feng also broadcast the camera to Xiao Xiao. Look, this is the situation outside now. You and I, Lin Feng, can still live well, but you are out there alone, even if you have a gun. You are just waiting to die. Xiao Xiao stared at Lin Feng's live broadcast on her phone with her mouth wide open. It was clearly an official distribution of supplies. Why was it so chaotic? So many people? Was there no one in charge? At this time, the man with scars all over his face also smiled obscenely. Girl, I'm coming. Liang Xiuyu closed her eyes in despair, with tears in her eyes. She knew no one would come to save her. Lin Feng watched with great interest. Asking you to give me a big fight. Now you know how fair I, Lin Feng, am. I never go against a woman's will. Xiao Qiao couldn't believe this scene. It seemed that Lin Feng was right. No wonder Lin Feng is so cowardly. Human nature is really terrible. Compared with this group of people, Lin Feng still has some humanity. At least he replaced the steel door for me. Sure you want. Stop it. Let go of that girl. At this moment, Zhou Kaihua gave an order, asking Shi Yuan to stop hanging. Team leader. Shi Yuan was a little confused. Why do you care about me? Didn't you say you wouldn't report back to the official? Women. Supplies. Whatever you want, grab it. Kaihua, are you here to save me? Liang Qiyu seemed to see hope. After 6 years of relationship, can you still not let go? At the critical moment, I still have to rely on you. Shi Yuan, this is your sister-in-law. If you want to play, I should play first. Let me do it. At this moment, Zhou Kaihua took off his clothes, revealed an evil smile, and walked over slowly. 66,666. Lin Feng watched this scene and typed 666 like crazy. The person involved, Liang Qiyu, and Xiao Qiao, who was watching the live broadcast. Their worldviews were shattered. This works too. Sorry, Captain. I didn't know. You play first. After you're done, let the brothers satisfy their cravings. Shi Yuan quickly pulled up his pants. If it weren't for the burn ointment and inside information given by the captain, they would have died heroically. Zhou Kaihua, with a sly smile on his face, stood naked in front of Liang Qiyu. It's been 6 years. Didn't you always stop me from touching you? Do you know how I've been living these 6 years? Anyway, you're going to be pushed against the wall. I'll forgive you if you can make up for the hurt you've caused me in these 6 years. You also know that the end of the world is coming, right? Since the end of the world is here, there's no need for me to endure it. Today, not only am I going to touch you, I'm going to let my brothers touch you too. In an instant, Liang Qiyu was dumbfounded. I was planning to entrust my life to you. 6 years of love? And you treat me like this in the end? I thought Lin Feng was a beast. Zhou Kaihua, I sold my house and land to save your life. You are worse than a beast. Zhou Kaihua, I was so blind. I followed you for 6 years. I didn't realize you were such a scumbag. I almost got beaten up for saving your life. I sold my house and used up all my savings to buy a tube of sunburn cream to save your life. This is how you treat me. When Zhou Kaihua was about to take action, he was instantly awakened by Liang Qiyu's scolding. In a flash, Zhou Kaihua recalled the sweet past. He resisted his impulse. You said you sold your house to buy me a sunburn cream? Zhou Kaihua really didn't know about this. Liang Qiyu was afraid that Zhou Kaihua would be under a lot of pressure, so she didn't tell him where the sunburn cream came from. At this time, Liang on the side couldn't bear it anymore. He ran over. He pulled Zhou Kaihua over. He slapped Liang Qiyu. Zhou Kaihua must not know about this. Otherwise, my position will be in jeopardy. Liang Qiyu, get out of here. Don't try to destroy our relationship. Brother Zhou and I are the true love. Who the hell do you think you are? Liang Qiyu covered her burning face with her hands, her face full of disbelief. I paid so much for you. In the end, I couldn't even keep my chastity. You actually want to beat me. And bring your brothers with you. Okay. Zhou Kaihua, Liang, Shi Yuan. Liang Qiyu nodded with tears in her eyes, looked at the people in front of her, and returned to Building 3, covering her torn clothes. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. I take revenge from morning till night. Chapter 81, Turmoil. Ying, what's going on? Are you hiding something from me? Zhou Kaihua asked Liang with his pants held up. Ever since that night, when someone robbed the water from their villa, and Zhou Kaihua used a gun to drive away the people who were trying to steal the water, Zhou Kaihua found that the world had changed. Zhou Kaihua decisively contacted his friends in the escort team to explain the situation, not for any other reason, but because they all had guns. After hearing the news, the 3 friends agreed not to report to the authorities and follow Zhou Kaihua. However, the vast majority of soldiers still serving decided to follow the official direction. After all, people like Zhou Kaihua will always be a minority. With 4 escorts and 4 guns, no one dared to touch their villa. So Zhou Kaihua and his men set their sights on the rescue supplies and planned to do something big. This is the last batch of relief supplies. If you don't grab it now, you will miss it. Brother Zhou, I let her go to help you. You have been together for 6 years. If you really do something like this to Sister Qiyu, I'm afraid you will regret it for the rest of your life. I have to say that Liang, this White Lotus, knows how to play. Just a few words. Zhou Kaihua believed it. Ying, I was wrong. I was too impulsive. Chuyu never let me touch her, but when I saw others touching her, I became jealous and lost control of my impulse. Sure, Yuan, you can touch other women, but you can't touch Liang Chuyu. Hurry up and move the supplies. It's almost dawn. Okay, Captain, these are just small matters. There are plenty of women out there. It doesn't matter which one you play with. Sure, Yuan playfully pointed a gun at the dozens of women, which scared them so much that they burst into tears. Brother, don't kill me. Take the things away. Spare my life. I was wrong. Don't pick on me. Anything else is fine. When I heard that 50-year-old woman, who was bloated, had a face full of fat, hadn't taken a shower for a long time, and smelled bad, say this. Sure, Yuan was so angry that he almost killed her. But every bullet we use means one less, so we'd better be patient. You. The 6 of you come out and move the things to the car. Everyone else, get out. The 6 women accused are all relatively young and beautiful. The oldest is 30 years old, and the youngest is only 14 years old. They already knew what was waiting for them next. If they were obedient and served them well, they might be able to survive with a stutter. If you don't obey, is there any need to ask for the result? Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. Is it like this now? It's fine if they just grab water and food, but even women are starting to grab them. Lin Feng still has some humanity. At least he trades fairly. If he is caught by this group of people, death would be a relief. Xiao Xiao, do you understand? Think about it carefully at home. I promise to be your first wife, which is already the most generous condition. Having said that, Lin Feng hung up the live video because he had something else to do. The looting of supplies in Shishan Villa did not only happen in Building 3. As soon as the gunshots were heard in Building 3, almost everyone started looting. Zhou Kaihua and his 4 companions robbed relief supplies from 3 buildings at gunpoint. Zheng Dehai's gang also started to loot since they had more people. The 13 bodyguards from Shishan did not tolerate anyone and began to take emergency precautions. The situation in other buildings was similar, and almost everyone felt that this was the last chance of survival. Wang Guifan was even more cruel. She didn't even send any relief supplies to her son and his family. When people in Shishan Villa heard that people were not only robbing supplies but also women in Building 3, all the women who were a little bit pretty became panicked. Of course, there are some very shameless ordinary women who think they will also be blocked. For example, that bloated and smelly ant. Things have completely gone out of control. From now on, the government will completely abandon the useless ordinary people, except for the increasingly scarce water and electricity supply. Only scientists, elites, leaders in various industries, and young men and women who obey official management are qualified to enter official shelters and wait for the end of future disasters to rebuild civilization. Everyone else? Let them fend for themselves. There is really nothing the authorities can do. Bye. Just at this early morning, Lin Feng received a text message. Lin Feng took a look and asked who sent this. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. This is the Disaster Relief Command Center of Huanghai City, China. You have now obtained the qualification to enter the official disaster relief shelter of Huanghai City. Please come to the designated location within 3 days. You will not be able to enter after 3 days. This is your last chance to survive. Please consider carefully. Do not disclose this information to anyone. This information is official confidential information. Once it is disclosed, the authorities will strongly hold the person responsible. Huaxiao Official, Huanghai City Disaster Relief Command Center. An official text message with location coordinates. Silly coin, you just wanted to see if I have the 10 billion in supplies. Am I sick to fall for your trick? Lin Feng simply clicked delete, showing complete disdain. Lin Feng didn't receive the message in his previous life, but he received it in this life. Why? How could Lin Feng not know? I wonder why the authorities would be so rude and send out relief supplies for no reason. This is to stabilize the ordinary people and give them some hope. Can't they make a mess before the elite leaders leave? Lin Feng then realized that the officials were not pure saints either. They also had their own purposes. At the same time, elites from various industries received official information. Of course, these are the elites among the elites after strict official screening, or they are extremely powerful bosses in various industries. They have all climbed to this level. None of them are stupid, and it is impossible for them to forward and announce it to ordinary people. If the authorities know about this, not only will you lose your eligibility to enter the shelter, but you will also be forced to eat peanuts. Don't underestimate the power of the authorities. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The government can't control natural disasters, but it's still easy to control people. You can choose not to come, but you can't tell anyone. At least not within these 3 days. Xiao Xiao didn't even know about this. She was just a college student, an ordinary person, and had no power or influence. How could she have received it? Was it because she was pretty? Lin Feng also found the recycle bin, took a screenshot of the text message, and sent it to Xiao Xiao. Don't send it out, delete it after you read it. If you dare to forward it, I can't protect you. Xiao Xiao looked at the text message and burst into tears. If Lin Feng leaves, what will she do in the future? What does it matter if you have 20 million in supplies and a gun? Won't you still die after firing all 200 bullets? Husband, will you abandon me? Xiao Xiao was really scared and pulled out a bullet from the gun. If he couldn't hold on any longer, he would have to keep this bullet for himself. It depends on your performance. If you play jelly popsicles with me, and you get jealous and angry, then why should I go to the shelter when I can live well at home? Looking at Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao's face turned red with embarrassment. Hate you. You just know how to piss me off. Sooner or later, I'll be pissed off to death by you. Xiao Xiao felt a little relieved. Judging from Lin Feng's expression, he didn't want to go to the official shelter. Lin Feng did not reply, letting Xiao Xiao see the situation herself. Gradually, she understood the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 82, The Second Business. Lin Feng had nothing to do, so he controlled the drone, flew to Building 3, and watched the live broadcast. Zhou Kaihua and his men had already taken away the women and supplies, and no one collected the bodies of the 3 building managers. Every household had their doors locked, and no one dared to leave. The drone arrived at Unit 3, Room 303. Huh? You didn't expect that, did you? Lin Feng and here again. Inside the room, Liang Qiyu had locked the door and was drinking in despair. Liang Qiyu could never have imagined that Zhou Kaihua, whom she had tried her best to save, would actually bring people to rape her. I absolutely cannot die. At least not before I kill you beasts. Liang Qiyu's heart has completely turned black. Who wouldn't turn black after receiving these consecutive blows? Gun! I want a gun! Someone give me a gun. Now I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Liang Qiyu knew very well the importance of guns. As a weak woman, she could not beat Zhou Kaihua without a gun. Even if Zhou Kaihua did not use a gun, she could not beat him. A bullet fired by a year-old child has the same power as one fired by a soldier. So, we must get the gun, no matter what the cost. Liang Qiyu took out her cell phone with tears in her eyes and pulled back the men who were on the blacklist. Liang Qiyu knew a lot of soldiers and sent messages to the group after he was brought back. I'm Liang Qiyu. I want a gun now as one. I could pay the same price. Any price I have. Many people were dismissive when they received the news. Liang Qiyu had just blocked them a few days ago. Now that something happened, they remembered us? It's the end of the world. Who cares about you? Most people are packing up and preparing to enter the official shelter. After all, following the official route means more work and more rules. But if you are obedient, you will not have to worry about food and drink and will be safe. 90% of those who have guns are official soldiers. If we lose our guns, how can we enter the official shelter? Only Lin Feng was looking at his phone with a smile. Lin Feng had never sent a message to Liang Qiyu and didn't know that he had been blocked. Are you sincere in making a deal this time? Do you know how much damage your big fight has caused to my weak heart? When Liang Qiyu looked over, she saw that it was the bitch Lin Feng who responded. Liang Qiyu gnashed her teeth in anger. As long as I get the gun, the first person I will kill is you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are a beast. But Zhou Kaihua is worse than a beast. Man, there is no good thing about it. You have a gun? What's the condition? Liang Qiyu had no mood to look at her phone these days and had no idea about the crazy things Lin Feng had done. Little did she know, she was making a deal with the devil. Spend a day with me, a pistol, and 200 rounds of ammunition. If you dare to challenge me again, I'll take you into the house, tie you up, and use you as a gun mount on the wall. After seeing Lin Feng's words, Liang Qiyu became more determined to kill Lin Feng. What else can you men think about besides that dirty and filthy thing? All men deserve to die. When I have a gun, I will kill all the men in the world. Show me the picture of the gun, and I'll decide after you see it. Liang Qiyu was afraid of being cheated. What if Lin Feng refused to acknowledge the transaction? Let me show you. This is the latest model of the Russian-made Makarov 2045. The magazine has 20 rounds of bullets. One shot can kill a person in the head. As he said that, Lin Feng fired 3 shots at the target in the video. It must be said that the Russian-made pistol is durable and strong. Liang Qiuyu seemed to see hope when watching the video. Lin Feng really has a pistol. It's the latest Russian-made pistol with the greatest power. Although I don't know where Lin Feng got it, but as long as you can give it to me, I will shoot you, Lin Feng, in the head. I agree. As long as you give me the gun, I won't resist. Liang Qiuyu has already accepted her fate. She really won't resist, but she will definitely kill Lin Feng after getting the gun. I'll wait for you at home. This is your last chance. Lin Feng has some humanity, but not much. Lin Feng has decided that he can no longer be as gentle to Qiao Qiao as he was to Liang Qiuyu after she comes in. This big bitch must be avenged. I'll give you a bloody drought. Liang Qiuyu's eyes were full of murderous intent. He drank half a bottle of white wine in one gulp, then took off his torn clothes and pants, changed his clothes, and applied sunscreen. It's not that Liang Qiuyu loves beauty, but before killing Lin Feng, Zhou Kaihua, and the others, I absolutely cannot die. I cannot get hurt. Liang Qiuyu's only purpose in living now is revenge. I want to kill all the men in the world. Liang Qiuyu got up and went to find Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up his phone, agreed to Wang Qing's friend request, and replied to Feng Qian's message. Qian, I'm sorry. I was injured and unconscious for a day. I just woke up and saw the message you sent me. Feng Qian and Wang Qing were overjoyed when they saw the message on their phones. So he was injured? No one answered my calls? Feng Qian and Wang Qing were terrified when they found out what happened during the distribution of supplies. Fortunately, they went there early, otherwise they might not get the supplies, and they might even be captured and used as gun mounts. Feng, don't worry. Wang Qing and I will go take care of you right now. You said you were injured and no one is taking care of you. How can you handle it? When Lin Feng saw this name, he instantly felt nauseous. Feng again? Ugh, I'm so sick. You're just hungry. You can eat anything when you're really hungry. Feng again. You're still taking care of me? You just want to come in and eat and drink for free. Then, Lin Feng pretended to be concerned and sent a message. I'm injured and can't go out, so I can't pick you up. If I wasn't injured, I would definitely go to pick you up. It's so chaotic outside now. If something happens to you, Qian, how can I live? Feng Qian's face was filled with disdainful sneers. Sure enough, Lin Feng was still that bootlicker. A dog is always a dog, and a bitch is always a bitch. You won't leave if you're led, and you'll retreat if you're beaten. Lin Feng, wait for me to go in, then you'll know what cruelty is. It just so happens that you're injured. I might as well take the opportunity to kill you, and take your place as the queen. Listening to Feng Qian's words, Wang Qing always felt something was strange. She wanted to send a message to Lin Feng, but she always felt that now was not the right time. There is no way. Feng Qian is right next to me. What if Feng Qian finds out? It's okay. We'll go take care of you now. We'll be there in half an hour. Remember to open the door. Okay, I'll open the door on time. After getting Lin Feng's reply, Feng Qian's face was full of viciousness. The matter of you standing me up yesterday is not over yet. I will kill you when you are having the best time. It is worth it that you have licked me for so many years. As she spoke, Feng Qian found a metal hairpin, sharpened it, and inserted it into her head. That moment is definitely the time when a man's defense is the most relaxed. Just plug it in the right place. It will definitely kill you with one strike. Looking at Feng Qian, Wang Qing swallowed. This woman is so cruel. After making sure it can be sharpened to kill with one stab, Feng Qian put on her clothes, went downstairs, and went to Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng looked at his phone and smiled. Let me let you bask in the sun for another day today. Don't rush, take your time. Chapter 83. Crazy Liang Qiuyu. Liang Qiuyu's house is relatively close, so Lin Feng doesn't have to worry about running into Feng Qian and the others. Ding dong. Sure enough, as soon as Liang Qiuyu was mentioned, Liang Qiuyu arrived. Lin Feng pulled the curtains and went to open the door for Liang Qiuyu. Today will teach you a lesson. It's not that I, Lin Feng, am cruel. Who told you to break the rules and give me a big fight? That would cause too much psychological damage to a 21-year-old kid like me, Lin Feng. I have to give you some psychological damage, so that you will remember it for the rest of your life. With the pistol in hand, open the door. Don't move. He pointed the gun directly at Liang Qiuyu to prevent her from giving him another big fight and then turning around and leaving. A real gun? Is this for me? Liang Qiuyu was not afraid at all. Instead, her eyes were filled with joy. It's yours when the deal is done. Come in, eat this. It's still the same routine, the same formula. After King Go Lin Feng suffered a great battle, he would not allow any mistakes in the transaction. After Liang Qiyu entered the room, he took the chocolate with liquor filling and swallowed it without thinking. I'm not afraid of death anymore. What else can I be afraid of? Now I would even dare to eat rat poison. The fifth door on the left. Go in and take a bath for half an hour. What happened? Why does a girl stink so badly? How much alcohol did she drink? Lin Feng fanned his nose. He didn't expect Liang Qiyu to be so dirty. Liang Qiyu has been drinking all day these days. How could his drinking be tasteless in such a hot day? Looking at the huge cooling ice block in Lin Feng's house and the comfortable cool temperature in the house, Liang Qiyu was shocked. Is this the power of money? A sausage can kill a person. Do you use this thing to cool down your home? As expected, I have never seen the world of rich people. What if I could kill Lin Feng? Live here? Protect some women? Wouldn't that prevent a lot of tragedies? Thinking of this, Liang Qiyu shook her head. She would never forget what happened to Liang in her life and would never trust anyone again. It was impossible for me to take in anyone. There is nothing good about men, and the same goes for women. After killing Lin Feng, he went on to kill Zhou Kaihua, Liang, and Shi Yuan, and then committed suicide. I have sold my virginity, so after getting my revenge, I will say goodbye to this world. The gaming experience is so bad that there is no point in living anymore. When Liang Qiyu came to Lin Feng's bathroom, she was shocked. Are all rich people's bathrooms so extravagant and inhumane? It's hard for people to even drink water outside. But you actually have an artificial hot spring in your home? Bump! Lin Feng locked the steel door, held a cigarette in his mouth, and returned to the sofa. Liang Qiyu didn't think much about it, took off her clothes, stepped out her jade feet, and slowly stepped into the water. It's worth dying cleanly. Unlike Xiao Qiao, Liang Qiyu is very thin. It seems that she has not been eating well recently and looks very skinny. Liang Qiyu just quietly washed her body with a bath towel, with no comfort or emotion in her eyes. It seems that what happened these days has dealt her too much of a blow, and her heart is broken. After a long time, after washing his body, Liang Qiyu felt something was wrong. Liang Qiyu was a doctor and immediately understood why. As expected, all men deserve to die. I have such a frail body, and yet you are still so defensive against me. There was no emotion in Liang Qiyu's eyes, and she didn't even feel any surprise. Liang Qiyu has experienced even more cruel things, so isn't this normal now? Moreover, Liang Qiyu had no intention of rejecting Lin Feng's deal. She just wanted to get the gun as soon as possible, so she would do anything Lin Feng asked her to do. Not to mention selling your body. Now you can even sell your soul. Lin Feng looked at his watch and threw the cigarette but into the ashtray. It was almost time. He entered the bathroom and picked up Liang Qiyu. Liang Qiyu didn't say a word and didn't even seem angry. The ancient well is still. The face is as frosty as ice. Liang Qiyu is very light, 160 centimeters tall, and weighs only 80 kilograms now, which is too thin. Lin Feng gently put Liang Qiyu on the bed, sat beside the bed, smoking quietly, without taking any further action. Although she gave herself a big fight, it was obvious that she was determined to die, unlike Xiao Qiao. If I continue to take action, wouldn't that be even more of a bully? Lin Feng still had some humanity left in him. Looking at Liang Qiyu's cold face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. It was obvious that Liang Qiyu did not meet the qualifications to enter the safe house, and Lin Feng no longer even had the desire to retaliate against her by giving her a duel. She's already miserable enough. Why continue to hurt her? How about I be a good guy? Give her a gun? Send her out. Lin Feng is not a good person, but he is not a completely bad person either. He feels deeply sympathetic for what happened to Liang Qiyu. I said I'll give you one. Lin Feng was about to open his mouth to say Liang Qiyu a gun, but Liang Qiyu stood up and blocked Lin Feng's mouth. Huh? What's going on? Did you get the wrong script? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, but Liang Qiyu's face was cold, and he took the initiative to attack. Don't you guys like to take the initiative? I'll try today. I'm going to make you take the initiative. For some reason, Liang Qiyu was very sober and didn't feel drunk. Then Liang Qiyu launched an attack. Is it okay for you guys to take advantage? I have to take advantage of you for the first time too. For a moment, Lin Feng was confused. What on earth was Liang Qiyu thinking? But now it has come to this. If I don't put up some normal resistance, I, Lin Feng, am no longer a man. Liang Qiyu's 80-pound thin body is full of energy. This time I want to take revenge on you. There was no other way. Lin Feng was afraid of breaking her thin arm, so he didn't dare to use too much force. Liang Qiyu is crazy. Lose 1,000 yuan to hurt the enemy 800 yuan. Liang Qiyu's face was cold. She wanted to take revenge on Lin Feng. The rivers were stained with blood, and the mountains were broken. The mountains are stacked up one after another, and the time passes quickly. Liang Qiuyu was like a madman and tortured Lin Feng to the point of almost dying. 3 hours. Lin Feng had long wanted to end this deal. Liang Qiuyu still refused to let Lin Feng go. Fuck you. I will never make a deal with someone who wants to die like this again. Not only does she want to die herself, she wants to drag me down with her. And Liang Qiuyu is too thin. She is just a skeleton. It hurts. Haven't you always said you wanted to trade me? It's only been 4 hours, and you can't do it. Liang Qiuyu was determined to use a method, but he couldn't even raise his head, so he spoke to Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng was speechless. Is it wrong that I just don't want to go against a woman's will? Chapter 84. If you are sick, you need treatment. At this moment, Liang Qiuyu's situation was not much better. It could be said that no one gained an advantage and both sides suffered losses. Both sides paid a heavy price in this 4-hour battle. Lin Feng was speechless. What do you mean it's only 4 hours? Do you think it's iron? Even the donkeys in the production team were not worked so hard. Men are most afraid of women, saying they are not good enough. But Lin Feng really can't do it this time. Big sister, I know you haven't been living a happy life lately. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. What are you playing with? Lin Feng covered his old waist and vowed never to do business with such a person again. They are really crazy. Isn't it a big loss this time? Give me the gun. I'm leaving. Liang Qiuyu stood up and reached for the pistol. Did you take the wrong medicine? Why don't I see any reaction from you at all? Lin Feng took out the chocolate and looked at the alcohol content. That's right, nothing wrong with it, chocolate with liquor filling. Xiao Xiao took one pill and her legs became weak. How come you act like you didn't take any? My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and he has been using Chinese medicine to regulate my health since I was a child. I have been in poor health since I was born, and I have developed drug resistance because I have taken too many medicines since I was a child. Many medicines have little effect on me. Liang Qiuyu put on her clothes, very calmly, as if nothing that had just happened had happened. Fuck, there is such a saying? It seems that I, King Go Lin Feng, still haven't figured out everything. There was no way out. Lin Feng suffered a lot in this transaction. He even felt like he was about to vomit blood. Give me the pistol. I'm leaving now. After putting on her clothes, Liang Qiuyu decided to get a gun. As long as she got the gun, she would kill Lin Feng first. Big sister, do you think I dare to give you a gun in your situation? You look so cold, as if you were about to die. If I give you a gun, you will explode, right? When she was a kid, Liang Qiuyu didn't even call out. It was obvious that Liang Qiuyu was a cold person. Are you going to break the contract? That's fine. How can a person like you keep your word? I'm leaving. Liang Qiuyu was very calm and turned to leave. In her eyes now, nothing is worth getting angry about, including death. I'll put sunscreen on you. The gun will be given to you. Just go home and open the window and wait. Liang Qiuyu took the sunscreen from Lin Feng and applied it on her face. Lin Feng also started to put on his clothes with a speechless look on his face. What is this? I'm going home. I hope you can keep your word. After seeing Liang Qiuyu off, Lin Feng also took out the drone. After looking for medicine to treat women in the space, Lin Feng decided to be a good person. Give her some treatment. Otherwise, what's the point of living in the future? If you grind up the medicine and put it in a milk tea, you shouldn't be able to taste anything. Then, a pistol, 200 rounds of bullets, and a cup of iced milk tea were delivered to Liang Qiuyu's window using a drone. Liang Qiuyu returned home and waited at the window. When she saw the drone, she finally understood how Lin Feng knew what had happened in her family. It turns out that all you see is a drone taking secret photos. Do you know that you are invading other people's privacy? After taking the supplies, Liang Qiuyu picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was still cold with ice cubes in it. It tasted good, and she was very tired after 4 hours of bloody battle. After all, for women, the longer the better. Liang Qiuyu admired Lin Feng. He could actually last for 4 hours? This function really made those 3-second real men want to die. Thinking of everything that happened in those 4 hours, Liang Qiuyu's face couldn't help but blush when she returned home. Liang Qiuyu is not cold and indifferent. She's just stubborn and doesn't want to lose. Why do you always say you want to take the initiative on me? Why can't I take the initiative on you? In this transaction, Liang Qiuyu vented his anger towards Lin Feng. Anyway, Liang Qiuyu didn't feel that he suffered any loss. Liang Qiuyu is a doctor, so he certainly knows what will happen to him if he retaliates against Lin Feng in this way. Liang Qiuyu deliberately did not show any satisfied expression or make any sound, so as to make Lin Feng doubt his own abilities and take revenge on Lin Feng. I have to say, Liang Qiuyu's revenge was too cruel. I can't kill you, but I want you to doubt yourself. Men are most afraid of women, saying that they are not good enough. But Liang Qiuyu told Lin Feng today. Thinking about those times that she had never experienced before, Liang Qiuyu's face turned red. This means hurting the enemy by 800 and losing 1,000 of your own money. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Feng. So, you've been peeking at me all this time? Do you like me? Why did you send me milk tea? Liang Qiuyu was drinking milk tea and wanted to ask what Lin Feng meant. I like all beautiful women. Here's the milk tea for you. If you want to drink it, have 1 cup in the morning and 1 cup in the evening. Just drink it on time. Lin Feng hugged his old waist and looked at the instructions for the medicine to treat frigidity. This condition should be curable, right? Happiness is a matter for 2 people. How can this be possible if neither of us is happy this time? I lost a lot on this deal today. Lin Feng didn't know yet that Liang Qiuyu was pretending to be unhappy. Only Lin Feng is truly unhappy. Liang Qiuyu looked at Lin Feng's message, and her broken heart felt a little warm. The end of the world has already arrived. Can you still send yourself milk tea? This Lin Feng still has some humanity. At least he keeps his promises. And even though I clearly went too far, he didn't even lose his temper. If it were any other man, he would have refused or slapped her long ago. But Lin Feng didn't. Thank you for the milk tea. It's delicious. Liang Qiuyu took a photo of herself drinking milk tea and sent it to Lin Feng. She was only 160 centimeters tall and weighed 80 kilograms, while Lin Feng was 185 centimeters tall and weighed 160 caddies. If they really fought, she knew she would definitely be dead, but Lin Feng didn't. Lin Feng looked at Liang Qiuyu's pretty face and shook his head vigorously. I am too soft-hearted. Why can't I be ruthless and pull out the penis? Just live well. If you have any problems, contact me. The next transaction will only take 1 hour. Isn't it good for everyone to be happy? Seeing Lin Feng's message, Liang Qiuyu's face turned even redder. She's also a normal woman. There is a difference between pretending to be cold and really having no feelings. Liang Qiuyu had a strong feeling, but she couldn't let Lin Feng know. This was her revenge. Although Lin Feng is a foul-mouthed and inhumane guy, he never goes against the will of women. He is much better than Zhou Kaihua and others. Seeing you holding your waist in pain at the end, will you dare to provoke me next time? You keep talking big every day, but when it comes to real fighting, you are nothing. Can you do it, little dog? Liang Qiuyu finally replied to Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng angry. You actually said I was a thin dog. You are sick and you need treatment. It's my fault that I didn't go against the woman's will. Lin Feng was so angry, but he couldn't do anything. Hang up, no more talk. I'm a doctor. I know whether I'm sick or not. Having said that, Liang Qiuyu stopped replying. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he was still not cruel enough. You will pay the price next time. Chapter 85. The value of a bowl of spicy hot pot. It seems that I, Lin Feng, am not cruel enough. Do you want to capture her and use her as a gun mount now? Lin Feng was so angry. Why did he always suffer a loss in front of this stubborn Liang Qiuyu? Forget it. This girl wants to die. Now she has a gun. If I go over to her, she will definitely shoot me, even though I have a bulletproof vest and a helmet. Even if there is still space to store bullets, what if the scratches get infected and I die? There is no way Go Wang Lin Feng would take such a big risk to capture Liang Qiuyu. So let's wait for a chance in the future. Okay, for hours? You're pretty strong, honey? I have to work harder next time. Just then, Qiao Qiao sent a message. Lin Feng knew what was going on. Was Qiao Qiao peeking at him again because she had nothing to do at home? Qiao Qiao is still easy to bully. Now she knows to call me husband. How about it? Come and try. My second brother is invincible. He has never lost. Lin Feng made a series of naughty expressions, which made Qiao Qiao embarrassed. Is this guy's second brother really made of iron? Qiao Qiao didn't dare to talk. For hours? It still hurts an hour after last time. Wouldn't the hours be rotten? Qiao Qiao had no idea that it would only be painful the first time, but it would be fine after that. She was still a pure little girl. Where's my dinner? Can't I just ask my husband to give me something delicious? So Qiao Qiao quickly changed the subject and didn't dare to continue driving with Lin Feng. You behaved well today. You don't make noise or hang yourself. You can order food. Lin Feng smoked a cigarette after sex. This was exactly the effect he wanted. There would be more and more women in the future. How could he not be obedient? I want to eat spicy hot pot. The kind with spicy and lots of vinegar. Do you have that? Qiao Qiao didn't expect that Lin Feng Could even let her order food? This is too good to be true, right? Open the window and wait. Lin Feng took out a bowl of spicy hot pot and 3 ice creams and sent them directly over by drone. A bowl of spicy food, you probably need to know that. That's 13 times, I'll remember it for you. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a small notebook and started to record the accounts. On the last day of a certain month and year, Chow Chow ate a bowl of spicy hot pot from me and owed me 13 times. Chow Chow opened the window and took 3 ice cream sticks from the bag, as well as a bowl of steaming hot spicy hot pot, just like it was fresh out of the pot. I quickly took the chopsticks and opened the lunchbox and took a bite. The noodles were not lumpy at all, and it was made so quickly. Lin Feng, how did you do it? Hubby, you're so nice. Chow Chow happily hugged the spicy soup and sent a message to Lin Feng. If you are obedient, you can have whatever you want. If you are disobedient, just eat bread and sausage at home. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Chow Chow's current condition. This little wild horse was finally defeated by reality. Chow Chow was eating the spicy hot pot angrily. The smart girl had already sensed what was going on, and she had no choice but to accept it. Lin Feng is too mysterious. He has controlled everything since the first day we met. Chow Chow is very smart. Since he can't change the environment, he should change himself. People have to learn to adapt to the environment. Besides, Lin Feng promised that she would be the first wife in the future, so she shouldn't suffer too much. Honey, those 2 women from yesterday came to see you again today. What do? Why do they come here every day? And you won't let them in? Looking at Xiao Xiao's message, Lin Feng flipped through the call records. Sure enough, Fang Qian had 99 missed messages again. Lin Feng was too lazy to read them. I'm gonna kill you. And this is just the beginning. Eat your spicy hot pot. You need to drink a bowl of spicy hot pot 13 times. Don't cry when the time comes. Chow Chow ate a fish ball and frowned. Is Lin Feng driving with me again? Open the browser and search for a bowl of spicy hot pot 13 times. What does it mean? Suddenly, the spicy hot pot in my hand no longer smells good. You are so mean. Disgusting. Chow Chow has gradually gotten used to it. Lin Feng is just like that. Apart from being a bit lustful and fickle, he is actually very good to her. Not violent, not perverted, just talks a lot of fancy words, but actually can't do anything. And without Lin Feng, Chow Chow would have died countless times. The world is ending. What else do you need a loyal man to love you? What else do you need a bicycle if you can eat well and drink well and not be caught? We chatted until the evening. Chow Chow was also bored at home. There was no one to talk to, and she didn't know whether her brother was alive or dead. Now Lin Feng had become her only support. Lin Feng had a great day, but Fang Qian was furious. Is this food edible to humans? You can kill someone by hitting them on the head with this thing. Fang Qian was chewing on the official compressed biscuits and was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Lin Feng stood her up twice in a row. Do you still want to be my liquor? I'm your goddess. How can you treat me like this? Eat, Qian Qian. What's the situation now? We're lucky to have received relief supplies. Wang Qing also saw the reality clearly. Fang Qian was not reliable at all. Lin Feng might have known about Fang Qian's affairs and was deliberately playing tricks on her. Dam Lin Feng. He didn't even reply to hundreds of messages. When I get into the safe house, I will bite him off. Otherwise, I will be so angry. Fang Qian munched on compressed biscuits and drank tap water that smelled of rust, feeling so angry that her teeth were itching. Wang Qing ate half a compressed biscuit and returned to her room. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Fang Qian is definitely unreliable. If you want to enter the safe house and enjoy a comfortable life, you can only sell your body. Fortunately, Wang Qing is a virgin. She thinks she is not bad looking and having one man is enough for her. Lin Feng? Is he there? Wang Qing posted a beautiful selfie. Lin Feng should be able to see it, right? Waited for half an hour. Still no movement? I'm Fang Qian's best friend, Wang Qing. You may not know me. I know you must have seen the message. I know you are deliberately playing tricks on Fang Qian. I have many secrets about Fang Qian. Do you want to hear them? After seeing this news, Lin Feng knew that this pair of fake sisters had broken up. Then just add fuel to the fire. You are very smart. I'm just teasing her on purpose. I don't want to hear her affairs because I know everything. Why are you telling me this? Tell me what you want. Seeing this news, Wang Qing was instantly overjoyed. Her guess was right. Lin Feng was indeed seeking revenge on Fang Qian. Fang Qian is such a fool. Does she think no one knows that she is hooking up with a rich guy? Lin Feng is worth hundreds of billions. What can't be investigated by spending some money? Lin Feng, I'm 162 centimeters tall, weigh 98 kilograms, and I'm still a virgin. I could do laundry, cooking, housework, and warm the bed. Can you let me into your safe house? I can wait for Feng Qian to fall asleep and sneak over there by myself. I don't eat much, just ham sausage and instant noodles for every meal. Wang Qing is still relatively self-aware, but Lin Feng has no sexual interest in this green tea cousin number 2. I'll give you a task. If you pull off one of Feng Qian's nails, I'll give you a box of instant noodles. Including the toenails, a total of 20 boxes, enough for you to eat for half a year. After seeing this news, Wang Qing felt numb. Are all rich people so inhumane? Pulling out one nail in such hot weather could be fatal. Pulling out all 20 nails? Wouldn't that be fatal? Isn't this too cruel? I don't even dare to pull out a chicken's feet, let alone a living person's. Wang Qing was telling the truth. She was not such a cruel person. This is a long-term mission. You can do it anytime. Send me the photos when you're done. Don't bother me before that. Looking at Lin Feng's message, Wang Qing wanted to say something, but didn't dare to continue. If I annoy Lin Feng, how can I get into the safe house? After thinking about it, Wang Qing changed into the sexiest clothes and started taking selfies, editing the photos, and posting them on WeChat moments. It is only visible to Lin Feng. I will post more every day, and you will eventually be able to see it. Are you home alone? The night is long, and I feel lonely. What if you are sexually interested in me? Chapter 86, Dealing with Bulking Food. Who has extra food? Building 3 of ours didn't get any relief supplies, so we're out of food. I can trade something. I have a Jinhua ham at home, weighing 8 kilograms. I want to exchange it for 20 kilograms of rice or flour. I have a box of fake mitai produced in 2000. It's 50 years old now. There are 6 bottles in a box. The market price is about 20 million yuan now. I just want to exchange it for 20 kilograms of food. Rice, millet, or corn. Anything is fine. I'm not picky about food. I have a Tang Sankai bowl at home. It's undamaged and has an appraisal certificate. I'll only exchange it for 10 kilograms of grain. Come and trade it with me. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. In the owners group, desperate owners began to ask for help. Most of the official relief supplies were looted, and only a few people received them. Many people are already unable to make ends meet. Many owners living in high-end residential areas and villa areas are quite wealthy, so it is normal for them to have some good things. There are many people asking for help, but no one answers. Lin Feng looked at his phone and selected the products he wanted just like he was browsing Taobao. Anyway, you have nothing to do, so if you see something you want, just add it as a friend and place an order. Let them report the address and hang the things on the drone. Once we confirm the authenticity, we will deliver the food. Lin Feng selected a few and placed an order for a box of 50-year-old Feitia Matai. Most of the wines he stocked were foreign wines, which Lin Feng didn't like to drink. Besides, 50-year-old wines were rare, and the most he could buy from the winery for 0 yuan was 10 years old. The seller of Matai wants to trade in person. After all, what if the seller runs away after the product is attached to the drone? Where can I find it myself? Lin Feng only had one thing to say. If you can hang up, hang up. If you can't, find someone else. There's no way, just hang up. Drinking can't satisfy your hunger, so life is more important. The worst thing is, I'm hungry. Lin Feng opened a bottle and took a sip to confirm that it was genuine, then directly sent back 20 kilograms of rice. Lin Feng's transactions are fair. He would never cheat others. That would be too heartless. After receiving the rice, the whole family cried with joy. Finally, I have something to eat. Thanks to Lin Feng for being a sincere businessman, which is rare these days. Lin Feng doesn't want everything, but he doesn't want anything that he doesn't like. The main ones are vintage Matai, Wuliangya, red wine, white wine, and grape wine. There are so few of these things, there's no need to go from house to grab them. That would be so tiring. Going from house to house is like opening a blind box, a thankless task. It is very cost-effective to do business with them, saving you both trouble and effort. As for Jinhua ham, that thing is zombie meat and tastes like a mummy's leg. Lin Feng has eaten enough, so he keeps some for himself. Hubby, how much food have you stockpiled? Why are you exchanging it for wine? You can't eat that stuff. Xiao Xiao has been getting better and better recently. She is no longer jealous or aggressive. She would send messages to Lin Feng whenever she had nothing to do, just like a clingy girlfriend. It's enough for us to eat anyway. Besides, when have I ever lost money in business? Do you want to learn? Lin Feng had long discovered that Xiao Xiao would learn whatever he did, and it seemed that this time was no exception. Some of my fast food is about to swell and go bad due to the hot weather. I can't finish it all by myself. I also want to exchange it for something useful, but I'm afraid of being discovered, so I dare not do so. Xiao Xiao was still cautious, but she also felt sad to see that good things began to deteriorate. I'll give you 2 drones. Go and exchange whatever you want. Remember to use a fake account so that no one can see your information and find out who you are. Xiao Xiao was very happy to see Lin Feng's message. She could get rid of some leftover food that was about to go bad and exchange it for what she wanted. Xiao Xiao was very satisfied. Xiao Xiao is not Lin Feng. She doesn't have space, and in such a hot day, some foods cannot be preserved for a long time. Thank you, husband. I love you. After a while, Xiao Xiao received 2 drones, as well as several spare batteries and chargers. This made Xiao Xiao even happier. Now that the power supply is limited in time, there is no need to worry about running out of power during flight. Lin Feng, how come you always do things so flawlessly? It seems that by following you, no matter when the apocalypse ends, I can live a good life. Thinking about Lin Feng's kindness, Xiao Xiao began to accept her fate. Many women will definitely like a man who is capable, visionary, and rich, even if the end of the world does not come. Gradually, Xiao Xiao has begun to accept her identity as Lin Feng's first wife. As long as she is obedient, Lin Feng will not treat her unfairly. Xiao Xiao is a girl, and a smart girl who likes doing business. She cares more about the value of the items. What if the end of the world comes? Wouldn't she be able to make some money? Therefore, Xiao Xiao chose Jinhua ham, which has a long shelf life and becomes more valuable as it ages. Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, and some famous wines. Honey, if I exchange these, do you think I will lose money? Xiao Xiao no longer dared to act on her own and quickly asked Lin Feng. It is better to learn from Lin Feng so as to reduce the occurrence rate of errors. For edible and drinkable items like ham and wine, just negotiate the price and we'll exchange them. As for the inedible and drinkable items, give me the lowest price possible. Exchange them if you like them, but don't exchange them if you don't like them. They'll just be decorations after you exchange them, and they'll be useless. Okay, husband. Xiao Xiao nodded obediently and started placing orders, specifically choosing things that she particularly liked at first sight. After some bargaining, Xiao Xiao exchanged 2 swollen chicken legs for a Tang Sankai bowl. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Xiao and told her to go play at home by herself. As long as my wife is happy, not only will I not eat the bloated chicken legs, even Abe won't eat them. I, Lin Feng, am worth billions, but I don't allow my wife to buy the things she likes? Then what's the point of hoarding so many things? Xiao Xiao was not bored at home this time, and she also processed so many bulging bags of cooked food. Xiao Xiao became even happier when she saw the good things at home. It turned out that following Lin Feng was always right. Those who received the supplies were filled with gratitude. Even if it was just 2 bags of bulging chicken legs, it could save lives right now. Some people said in the group that someone was using drones to exchange for food, and that they had already exchanged food. After this publicity, more people began to display their valuable items at home, telling their prices, hoping that someone would add them in exchange for food. It has to be said that at all times there are always people who harm others and do not benefit themselves. Some people who have drones at home started to follow suit and added friends to ask for things. As a result, the drone took the things away and did not deliver the food. I sent a message to ask what happened, but it said I was blacklisted. This made the group members angry. I am almost starving to death. Is there anyone who is deceiving himself? Who can tolerate this? Finally, after being exposed by group members, the scammer's address was revealed. Shishan Villa is so small. There must be someone who knows you. Can you still run away? Ask you to add with a big account. Angry group members came to your door directly, called in directly. The house was robbed clean. Every drop of water in the toilet was licked clean by you. Broken arms and legs. Lying at home and waiting to die. You deserved it for lying to me. I'm already like this? You still dare to lie to me? I'll beat you to death. Later, group members confirmed that only the WeChat accounts of Xiao Xiao, and Zhao Ishu Baoaning could be traded, and all others who came to add were scammers. After being baptized by angry netizens, the scammers got the punishment they deserved. The transaction between Lin Feng and Xiao also went much more smoothly, and everyone got what they wanted. Of course, some of this stuff is fake. Lin Feng and Xiao confiscated it directly, and no one said anything. They were indeed in the wrong. Chapter 87. The End of the World. Global Announcement. January 10th, 2050, the 10th day of the apocalyptic disaster. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Except for Huanghai City, Kyoto, and the southern region of China, which were severely affected by the disaster. The situation in other places is already considered good. Everyone in the United States carries a gun, and at night, there are constant gunshots all over the country. The people of the United States don't save money. Prices are soaring now. Most people can't afford it. You're almost dying of thirst and hunger. Who indulges you with so many bad habits? Free America. Shooting every day. Several states in the northeast of the United States surrounding Washington were the worst hit. After all, thanks to Lin Feng, nothing was stolen from these states. Just like Huanghai City in China, they became the hardest hit areas. Sure enough, wherever Lin Feng has been, there will be no good things. In the United States, stores, supermarkets, logistics, gun stores, as long as it's useful, something to eat and drink. Every night, there will definitely be a group of people coming with guns and bombs to rob. After seeing this situation, Puchuan gave up completely. The United States was beyond saving. Compared to the current situation, losing an aircraft carrier and the Statue of Liberty is a small matter. He was in no mood to care about the petty thief who stole the aircraft carrier, and Puchuan went crazy in the end. Send the last satellite that the United States has already manufactured into space. Tell every survivor in the world about the destruction of the ozone layer. I don't want you to have a good time either. Once all the survivors in the world know what happened on Earth, everyone will be in chaos if they want to survive. The United States is not having a good time. But at this moment, Russia's Putin and Putin are grinning from ear to ear. God is really helping Russia. Because of the disturbance of that mysterious man, the Russian people thought there was going to be a war and stockpiled a large amount of supplies in advance. Now, there is no large-scale riot. The highest daytime temperature in Siberia is only 40 degrees. Russia is vast and sparsely populated. Supplies are abundant. Now is the best time to prepare. It is the best time to unify the earth. Putin smiled happily while looking at the map of Russia. Losing 3 missile bases is not a big deal. According to Field Survey, there is still 400 meters of water left in Lake Baikal. Enough to supply all Russians with drinking water for 100 years. Lin Feng stayed for more than 300 meters, but the amount of water melted by the glacier increased, and some water flowed in. This water was indeed enough for the Russians to drink. Lin Feng didn't want to stay either, but Lake Baikal was too big. How could Lin Feng have the time to find the deepest part and take it all away? Report to the president. The Arctic glaciers have completely melted. The average daytime temperature in the Arctic Circle is around 35 degrees. It is very suitable for human survival. The Arctic route is open. Russia's northern coast is now full of excellent ice-free ports. There are sufficient freshwater resources. The UV-proof plant cultivation greenhouse project has started very smoothly. The people are very supportive. The entire territory of Russia is enough to feed at least 500 million people. Hearing this news, Russian President Putin was even more delighted. Compared with the 3 missile bases, this is God bless Russia. The current population of Russia is only 100 million. What a concept. The whole world is short of food and drink. But Russia is not only not short of food, but also rich. Good, good, good. I've received a secret report. The United States is in chaos. The situation of one superpower and many strong countries has been completely broken, and the United States is going to launch a satellite in the end? This is simply making wedding clothes for Russia. Notify all Russians. Migrate to the shores of Lake Baikal and within the Arctic Circle. The sooner the better. The damage to the ozone layer cannot be repaired in a few years. From now on, Russia is the strongest in the world. This is God's help. Ha, 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 ha. Putin's presidential order spread throughout Russia. When all Russians heard the news, although they felt it was a hot topic, they also felt very lucky when they thought about other countries. At least we didn't die from the heat. The journey was quite long, but the Russian people still traveled light to their destination. As for those cold-proof and warm supplies, they were directly discarded. It's already 40 degrees in Siberia now, and dogs won't wear those cotton clothes anymore. The ozone layer has been destroyed, and high temperatures will last for at least 100 years. What's the point of bringing them? Bye. At this moment, a beautiful message came on the mobile phones of all survivors around the world. The survivor opened the translation software and quickly understood the information. Hello to all survivors. On January 1st, 2050, the magnetic storm caused by the eruption of sunspots destroyed the Earth's ozone layer. Ultraviolet rays are now lethal to all life on Earth. The global temperature is rising, and the ultraviolet radiation will not return to normal for hundreds or even thousands of years. In other words, when you see this message, it will be 10 days before the end of the world. No official country can protect you now, and the officials of many countries can no longer hold on. The cheating country and those countries close to the equator have been destroyed. If you want to survive, the only people you can trust are yourselves. Everyone is equal. The officials of the United States have the right to let every survivor know about the end of the world. In order to survive, you must believe in your own strength. Work hard to survive for freedom and democracy. Officials of the United States, January 10th, 2050, global announcement. Lin Feng looked at the text message on his phone and smiled slightly. How could this news come so early? It seems that because I was reborn and stockpiled supplies, a lot of causes and effects have changed. It doesn't matter. Everything is under control. The shootings in the United States are out of control every day. They just want everyone to be like the United States. The United States is still as bad as ever, hurting others and not benefiting itself. This time, the whole world is going to be in chaos. Lin Feng was not panicked at all. Even though the progress of the United States was ahead of schedule, everything was under control. At this moment, another message came from Lin Feng's mobile phone. Husband, is the message just now true? Is the world really ending? Can we still survive? The person who sent the message was Xiao Xiao, and she seemed very panicked. But Lin Feng was not panicked at all. Do you have any gold bricks? Lin Feng asked. It won't be long before Russia's survival base will recruit people from all over the world, and they don't want anything except bricks. Lin Feng didn't save any gold bricks because he never thought about going to Russia. Now Lake Baikal is mine, and I have to move even if I go there. Who wouldn't find it troublesome? Yes, these past few days, many people have come to me to exchange gold bricks for bloated chicken legs. 1 pound of gold bricks for 1 bloated chicken leg. Why are you asking this, husband? Lin Feng. Seeing the photos of gold bricks sent by Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng was speechless. Xiao Xiao, you were just looking for trouble. Why do you change this thing when you have nothing to do? At this moment, a Russian hacker message once again spread to all survivors around the world. Hello, survivors. You already know that the end of the world is coming, right? Russia has now become the most habitable land in the world. Russia has launched an anti-ultraviolet greenhouse project. Siberia and the land within the Arctic Circle are enough to feed 500 million people. The average daytime temperature within the Arctic Circle is only 35 degrees. The current water storage capacity of Lake Baikal is enough to provide drinking water for 500 million people for more than 100 years. Now each person only needs to pay 10 kilograms of gold bricks. Come to the Lake Baikal survival base on your own. You can obtain Russian citizenship permanently. Live forever in the survival base in Russia. Hurry up. Head north. Russia welcomes you. One piece of news explodes the whole world. Chapter 88. For Lake Baikal. Attack. Snap. 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 A corrupt official in Shishan Villa was slapping himself madly while looking at the messages on his mobile phone. How could I be so greedy? I've been greedy for money all my life. I actually used 20 kilograms of gold bricks because I was hungry. I exchanged them for 20 swollen bags of broken chicken legs. This is actually 2 places in the Russian survival base. I'm really drunk. I've never done such a stupid thing in my life. Looking at the message on the phone, why did the bag of chicken legs in my hand no longer smell good? There is not just one Shishan Villa, but countless of them started to slap themselves in the face like crazy. Are the chicken legs in the bag so delicious? Why couldn't I resist? I exchanged the gold in my home for chicken legs. This kind of stupid thing. Why did it happen to me? Boss, I don't want to change it. Can you please give the gold back to me? Does anyone know where the person with the online name did Xiao and Xiao Xiao lives? I've exchanged 40 kilograms of gold for him. If you find him, I'll give him 20 kilograms as a reward. That's 2 spots at the Baikal survival base. I'm not sure of the exact location, but I'm from Building 2. I saw the drone flew out from Building 1 or Lin Feng's villa. Those of you who want gold bricks, find them quickly. It will be too late if they run to Russia. I'm going to fight these bastards. I was wondering why you were so kind to give me gold bricks. It turns out you already knew that gold bricks are useful. You have no conscience. I'm in such a bad condition, but you still use bloated chicken legs to trick me. You're using this to test the cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test? They still have surplus food? I guess it's in that building materials warehouse. Because at the end of December, I saw a lot of trucks carrying supplies entering that warehouse. At the time, I thought it was building materials. Now I think it must be food supplies. What the hell? That building materials warehouse is full of supplies. I don't want gold bricks. I'm not going to Siberia. Just give me a box of instant noodles. Seeing the message in the group, Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. She just wanted to take advantage of the situation because there were so many chicken legs and feet in the bag that she couldn't finish them. I originally wanted to exchange a flatulent chicken leg for a pound of gold and thought I wouldn't lose out. But who could have thought things would turn out like this? Isn't this becoming the target of public criticism? Hubby, I didn't know that exchanging a few 100 million gold bricks would turn out like this. What should I do now? Lin Feng was not at all panicked when he saw Xiao Xiao's message. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Small situation, I can handle it. At worst I can give in a little, but Lin Feng, will not give in unless it is absolutely necessary. You have so many gold bricks. Do you want to go to Lake Baikal? After all, from now on, that is the most suitable base for human survival. You can leave 10 kilograms of gold bricks, 20 days of food, hire someone to drive to Lake Baikal, and live a carefree life. Looking at Lin Feng's message and glancing at the gold bricks, Xiao Xiao frowned. Now the choice is in Xiao Xiao's hands. She can take the gold bricks and head north directly to the Lake Baikal survival base in Russia. These gold bricks are enough to buy her a place to survive and live a life of ease and comfort. But Xiao Xiao shook her head. She felt that it must not be that simple. If exchanging gold bricks is useful, Lin Feng would have exchanged them himself. Would it be my turn? Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao still has some self-awareness. She has been battling with Lin Feng for so long, but has never taken advantage of him once. Now she is completely convinced by Lin Feng's tricks. Hubby, I won't leave. If you go, I'll go. If you don't go, I won't go either. Wherever you are, I'll be there. If you don't leave me, I'll stay with you through life and death. I have to say that Xiao Xiao is so smart. Even with so many gold bricks, he didn't get inflated at all. Even now, he still does whatever Lin Feng does. Lin Feng obviously has the ability to go, but he won't go. I go? Then am I, Xiao Xiao, stupid? I don't know what the problem is, but there must be something wrong here. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Xiao's message and nodded with satisfaction. This is the last test Lin Feng, gave you. You passed it. You really deserve to be my, Lin Feng's, first woman. You are not stupid, nor a saint, and you even know how to study. If you know how to adapt to the environment, you are qualified to live with me until the end. Just stay at home and take care of it. I'm watching you here. Just take care of the house. After seeing Lin Feng's news, Xiao Xiao felt much more relieved. Although Lin Feng is cold-blooded and ruthless, he is not so heartless as to kill me. At least he will not let me die without doing anything. At this moment, Lin Feng's villa was surrounded by people. They have received the message. The drone for exchanging things flew out from here. Whether it's supplies or gold bricks, now, they must all be snatched. If you can trade supplies for things without restraint, you must have endless supplies at home, worth at least tens of billions. Listen up, everyone inside. Hand over all your supplies. Hand over all your gold bricks. I'll spare your lives. Several people held loudspeakers and shouted towards a villa belonging to Lin Feng. Today, it's their last chance. The blue sky is dead. The yellow sky shall be established. Even if you can't get the gold bricks, you have to get the supplies. For Lake Baikal, attack! Then, a group of people rushed over like a tide of corpses, all over the mountains and plains. Boundless. Lin Feng smiled, put on his helmet, put on his bulletproof vest, and took up This thing can shoot down planes above and tanks below, and if you aim accurately, it can even shoot down aircraft carriers. Especially the latest Russian-made ones. Infrared night vision, electronic guidance, long-range positioning, not to mention hitting a few dozen meters. Even hitting within 3,000 meters is easy. Call! Lin Feng smoked a cigarette and came to the door of the shelter. Although he knew that the newcomers had almost no hot weapons, Lin Feng still didn't want to take any risks. Lin Feng opened the firing port and picked the place with the most people. He went up and fired a shot. Whoosh! I saw a flash of fire drawing an arc in the darkness, then falling to the ground and exploding. Boom! The people within a radius of meters were directly cleared out. The huge air wave directly blew away the people within a radius of 100 meters. What the hell? That bastard Lin Feng has a gun at home. For a moment, everyone who saw this scene was stunned and clenched the small kitchen knife in their hands, wondering how they were going to fight back. Fuck. How can you play like this? This is China. I understand you have a gun, but where did you get the cannon? This is fucking impossible. It's okay that Lin Feng is inhumane, but he actually has a cannon. Retreat. 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 A group of people ran away without even looking back. Why do you need gold bricks? Being alive is good enough. With one shot, Lin Feng cleared out the soldiers on the front line, opened the door, and released his doomsday chariot. Close the door, get in the car, step on the gas, and rush forward. Lin Feng directly picked a crowded place and stepped on the accelerator. It was like hitting a bowling ball, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, blood splattered on the glass like a rainstorm, causing Lin Feng to lose his sight. Lin Feng was not panicked at all. He turned on the wipers and continued to crash. It didn't matter even if he hit the wall. My car is not afraid of collisions. Oh my God, is this a car? It has 10 wheels. How much horsepower does it have? How horrible, how inhumane. Too violent. I'd rather starve to death at home, jump off the building. I won't even come to Lin Feng for supplies. It's true that poor people rely on mutations, while rich people rely on money and ability. I thought I was rich because I live in a villa. Today I see the truth. I see the truth. It turns out that I am nothing. Chapter 89, Massacre. A group of people ran and cursed. They saw with their own eyes that wherever the car went, it was like a lawn mower. Whoever it hit would die. You still want to live when the wheel of the car runs over you? Don't even think that no one can save you when the apocalypse comes. Even if the apocalypse doesn't come and you are sent to the hospital, you will probably die. Lin Feng's doomsday chariot has been stained red with blood, and everyone is terrified. This is a massacre. Don't panic. I'm a staff member. I have a gun. At this moment, an official staff member stood in front of the car with a pistol, pointing it at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng, stop the car right now. Otherwise, I will shoot you to death. Seeing this scene, Kingo Lin Feng stopped the car. He couldn't take any risk. Seeing the car stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, guns are still very useful these days. Piling people up is just sending people to their deaths. Lin Feng, put your hands on your head. Get out of the car. Otherwise, I will shoot you immediately. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Feng park the car. It seems that justice will never be late. However, Lin Feng simply took out the most powerful Russian-made pistol, turned around, and fired a shot at the side door glass. Bang! Bang! There was a burst of sparks, and the bullet bounced into the seat. Then Lin Feng touched the bullet point and found that the glass was just scratched, nothing serious. Zhao Jun made a great car. Give him a chicken drumstick. What's so scary about this? Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. I shot. AA. The staff member was startled and started shooting randomly. Bang, bang, bang. 4 bullets in a row. Hit the front of the car, the tire, and the glass. The result was without exception. All were bounced away. You have a gun? You think you're so great just because you have a gun? I also have missiles. Lin Feng rushed over and knocked the staff member dozens of meters away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. My mentality has collapsed. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Even the staff dared to bump into me. I'm leaving first. You guys can have fun. Don't call me next time you kill Lin Feng. Just treat me as dead. No one should pay attention to me. A group of people were so scared that they scattered and fled. The army was completely defeated. They fled thousands of miles away. Lin Feng lost interest in chasing him. I still have to save my wife. I stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Xiao Xiao's house. At this moment, Liang came out from the corner in a panic. Pride opened the bloody hand and took the gun. In his eyes, he looked at Lin Feng, who was walking away. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Xiao, you obviously have so much supplies stored up, enough for the two of us to live on for a lifetime. Yet you still kick me out? Lin Feng, you are so rich, but you still lack the 8 million I paid you for the first time? You really deserve to die. Then, Liang rummaged through his pockets, found the spare bullets in his pocket, and put them away. Disappeared into the darkness again. Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao, you are dead. 1, 2, 3. Crash. Push harder. There are so many of us. We can't even break down the warehouse door. This door is really solid. Could it be that it's welded to the wall from the inside? There were tens of thousands of people crowding downstairs of Xiao Xiao's house. This is related to the admission to the BRICS and Russian survival bases. If we don't fight hard now, We will all die. Get away. I'm shooting. Bang. Xiao Xiao fired a shot into the crowd. One person died instantly. Don't be afraid. She only has one gun. There are tens of thousands of us here. The probability of getting hit is only 1 in 10,000. That's it. Wave after wave. How many bullets can she have? Go. The authorities have fled. If we don't go to Russia, we will die sooner or later. It's too painful to die of sun, thirst, and hunger. It's better to be shot to death. How much easier it is. It's obvious that this group of people have gone crazy. Even if Xiao Xiao fired a gun, it wouldn't scare them. Stop it. How can I survive if you guys steal my supplies? Xiao Xiao didn't care anymore. Bullets poured out. Each shot could randomly send away 1 or 2 lucky audience members. However, Xiao Xiao only had one gun. Facing this zombie-like siege, it was obvious that the firepower output was not enough. Xiao Xiao's 199 bullets were all used up in a short while. This firepower is totally incapable of suppressing the crazy people. Xiao Xiao felt his pocket and found only one bullet left. As long as the iron gate is broken, this bullet will be left to yourself. Sure enough, Lin Feng is always right. If I am not more cruel, others will be cruel to me in return. Xiao Xiao loaded the bullet with tears in his eyes, ready to die. There is no way a coward like Lin Feng would come to save me. Lin Feng would not take such a big risk to save a woman, and he could have many women. Xiao Xiao was crying and felt hopeless. If anyone could save her now, she would marry him. Bing bong bong. Ding ding bong bong. At this moment, a chariot stained with blood hit the chicken directly, leaving a bloody path. At this moment, tens of thousands of people are also confused. What kind of car is this? Is it really so outrageous? Is it so powerful? It can also crush this. Hurry and step back. This mortal body, it can't bear such pressure. So cruel. Everyone stepped back, and Xiao Xiao saw the hope of life in his eyes. This is Lin Feng's car. He came here alone to save me. Lin Feng, I love you. You are my hero. I want to marry you. Xiao Xiao was so moved that she yelled at the people downstairs. At this moment, her heart was completely and wholeheartedly in love with Lin Feng. It turns out that getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later is also a good option. Da-da-da-da-da. Lin Feng was holding a cigarette, wearing a bulletproof vest, a Russian helmet, and holding a gun. As soon as he got out of the car, he started firing at the crowd. Oh shit, there's an automatic rifle. Where did Lin Feng get so many weapons? He is not going to let us live. Lin Feng, you have no humanity. We didn't rob your house. What does it have to do with you? The crowd began to retreat, and Lin Feng's indiscriminate shooting had directly suppressed the crowd with firepower. Compared to a 1 in 10,000 chance, whoever stands in front will die. Who won't run? There were also many people who grabbed the women next to them and used them as human shields to block bullets. This 2048 Russian military improved model can fire 1,200 rounds per minute. This firepower suppresses a group of mortals who don't even have bulletproof vests. That's not easy. Aren't you guys just piling up heads? Keep piling if you can. Chapter 90 Art. It's an explosion. Seeing that they were frightened away by the fire suppression, Lin Feng picked up the loudspeaker and shouted to them. I'm not here to kill anyone today. I'm just here to pick up my wife. Give me 5 minutes. You can do whatever you want in 5 minutes. Hearing Lin Feng say this, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Although thousands of people died in 1 minute, how much could Lin Feng take away in 5 minutes? Aren't all the remaining things ours? Wife, open the door. I'm here. No one dares to touch you. Lin Feng's words moved Xiao Xiao so much that her eyes were filled with tears. Being Lin Feng's first wife seems to be a very good choice. At this moment, Xiao Xiao no longer cared how many wives Lin Feng had. As long as you don't forget me at the critical moment, I will be satisfied. Honey, you're so handsome. Xiao Xiao opened the door and gave Lin Feng a big hug. Do you know how to use it? Wait for me in the car. Guard the door. You can shoot anyone who comes over. Lin Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and handed it to Xiao Xiao. It's not too difficult if you know how to use it. But what about my husband and my supplies? With so many people, can we hold them? We can't take much with us, right? Xiao Xiao still felt sorry for her supplies. There were so many things, enough to last her 10 lifetimes. For those who can't move, it's good enough to be alive. There's enough food at home, so these can be used as relief for the victims. Pinching Xiao Xiao's little face and seeing her red eyes, Lin Feng knew that he had come at the right time. If you come too early, Xiao Xiao won't be grateful. If you come too late, Xiao Xiao will probably be gone. Now is just right. Okay, but won't you come with me? I'm a little scared. Xiao Xiao nodded obediently, but she also knew that Lin Feng was right. I have to go to the bathroom. Do you want to come with me? As he spoke, Lin Feng looked towards Xiao Xiao's granary, which made Xiao Xiao's pretty face turn red instantly. Hey, to hurry up! Xiao Xiao didn't dare to stay. What's so interesting about going to the toilet? After Xiao Xiao left, Lin Feng went straight into the house, opened the space, and put away all the things, without even leaving the floor. When I came to Xiao Xiao's room, the floor was empty, revealing that hole. Lin Feng jumped down, and sure enough, this young lady really had 20 million worth of supplies, but from now on, they belonged to me, Lin Feng. He collected all of them directly, and then Lin Feng took out some things from the space and left some for them. How can you be a good host if you don't leave anything for them, even though they have come? Do you have the nerve to do that? Climbing back to the second floor, Lin Feng took back his steel door as he passed by the door. It wasn't broken anyway, so why not keep it for use? Wherever Lin Feng goes, there is absolutely no grass growing, no needle or thread left. Even the surveillance cameras have been taken away by you. I wonder how you can check the surveillance? It was very fast. Lin Feng came out in less than 5 minutes. Seeing Lin Feng, the nervous Xiao Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin Feng meant seeing hope. Sure enough, when Lin Feng is around, he's the most reliable supporter when there is danger. But Xiao Xiao didn't know another thing. When there was no danger, Lin Feng was the biggest danger. Entered Lin Feng's safe house? That would count as a vacation only if someone died, right? I'm leaving. Lin Feng, keep my word. I'll leave after picking up the person. Lin Feng threw the cigarette but in his mouth to the ground, got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and went straight back to the safe house. The remaining 9,000 people felt relieved when they saw that Lin Feng had really left. Lin Feng didn't take anything except the gun. It seemed that Lin Feng didn't want the supplies in the warehouse anymore. Moreover, Lin Feng went to the second floor. He didn't go to the first floor. Go! For Lake Baikal. Let's do it, brothers. For instant noodles. For survival. Charge! There is no danger this time. A group of people rushed over like crazy. They gathered together. They banged on the door like crazy. When people are united, even Mount Tai can be moved. Bang! 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 One loud bang after another. One wave of substitutions after another. With so many people working together, we can knock down this building, not to mention welding your door to the wall. Bang! Finally, after a loud bang, the door was directly smashed into the warehouse. It's open. Grab it now. Let me in. Don't push behind me. Whoever doesn't squeeze in is a fool. First come, first served, until they're all gone. A group of people are madly pushing in. They are afraid that they will miss out if the place is full. It is just like the old men and women pushing in for the free shopping in the supermarket. I saw only a thin thread, which was cut by the crowd. Then, they all saw the sun. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Everyone, ascension to heaven on the spot. Then, the huge explosion directly broke the load-bearing beam of Building 1. Building 1 directly crashed into Building 2 and the people nearby. In an instant, the two buildings were on the verge of collapse. The residents behind the wall that was smashed died together. A quarter of the second building was destroyed, and more than half of the 9,000 people were killed on the spot. Only a few people standing on the periphery were lucky enough to survive. Art, just a blast. Looking at the explosion and the collapsed building, the survivor couldn't recover for a long time. Is this possible? Oh my God. Lin Feng, why did a building explode? Did you do something? Will I never be able to dig out my 20 million worth of supplies? When Xiao Xiao heard the explosion, she looked back. She really felt sorry for her 20 million supplies. How could I have the power to cause such a huge explosion? I guess they broke the gas pipeline. Lin Feng drove quietly. He would never admit that he did it. Before leaving, Lin Feng took the killer's explosive pack that wanted to kill him, tied a grenade with a thin wire, and put a little bit of explosives in it. As long as you don't go in, nothing will happen. As long as we break the thin line, we can ascend to heaven together. The gas pipeline exploded? Has the gas not been shut off yet? Xiao Xiao scratched her head. She really didn't know whether the gas was cut off or not. She only ate fast food, which didn't require gas at all. Come in, go back and take a shower. Haven't you taken a shower in a few days? You stink. Lin Feng didn't answer. The gas had been turned off long ago. He got out of the car, opened the door, and let Xiao Xiao take a shower. When it comes to taking a bath, Xiao Xiao's face turns red. You can take a shower, but you can't take videos anymore. Go quickly. The surveillance has been turned off a long time ago. Doesn't it waste electricity? Even if it's solar power, we can't just waste it, right? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiao nodded. Okay, I'll believe you this time. As soon as Xiao Xiao entered the house, he felt very cool and refreshed. The temperature is just right. It's cool. It's so comfortable. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and turned on the bathroom camera. Believe Lin Feng's words? You might as well believe that Abe won't eat shit. He put away his chariot and closed the door. From now on, I won't have to sleep alone during these long nights. This little wild horse has finally been tamed. He will no longer think about killing himself. Lin Feng came to the bathroom door and took off his helmet, bulletproof vest, and all his clothes. He was all sweaty after going out, so he had to take a shower. Chapter 91. Bringing the first wife home. Get out. I haven't finished washing yet. You can wash later. As soon as Lin Feng entered the bathroom, Xiao Xiao screamed in fright, then grabbed her teddy bear underwear and threw it over. As luck would have it, it landed right on Lin Feng's face. The smell is too strong. Girls should pay attention to hygiene. Lin Feng threw the underwear into the trash, with disgust. Xiao Xiao was too conservative. The underwear had a pink bear pattern? How old are you? Why are you still wearing this? What am I supposed to wear if you throw it away? I can still wear it after washing it. Xiao Xiao covered the granary and dared not show her head in the water, while Lin Feng turned around and went out, then took out a full set of Balenciaga lace. Wear this. You are all adults. How can you still wear children's underwear? Looking at that set, Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder. Isn't this too embarrassing? I don't want it. Give me my underwear back. Is there any difference between wearing this and not wearing it? Xiao Xiao was still very conservative, but Lin Feng picked up a lighter, threw all of Xiao Xiao's clothes into the trash can, and then set the trash can on fire. Wear this? Or wear the emperor's new clothes? It's up to you. I'm not picky. Xiao Xiao, your trick just shattered me. Xiao Xiao looked at the flames on the ground speechlessly. Lin Feng actually came up and burned all the clothes? Then I am either the emperor's new clothes or lace hollowing out. There is no choice. You are an old married couple. You have seen this before. Why are you so nervous? You stink. Let your husband wipe your back for you. As he said that, Lin Feng walked into the bathtub with a cigarette in his mouth, saying that he was going to rub my back, but his hands turned out to be very dishonest. You are so shameless. Why did I just suddenly go back to the safe house with you? Xiao Xiao's face was flushed with shame. Last time, she couldn't control herself because of the medicine she took. This time she was sober and she was very embarrassed. You said you wanted to marry me, didn't you? If you don't want to marry me, I won't force you. You can leave now, right? Lin Feng, never go against a woman's will. Xiao Xiao was completely speechless. Not to mention that you blew up my house. Where can I go now that I am naked? Okay, Lin Feng, I accept my fate. Can you be gentler? That hurts. Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Feng's brother, who had already raised his head and knew that she could not escape. She had been in pain for so many days after 1 hour. Wouldn't she be in so much pain after 4 hours? Don't worry, it won't happen this time. Lin Feng kissed her lips gently. The following is paid content and can only be viewed by giving gifts. An hour later, Xiao Xiao, with a red face, lay on Lin Feng's body in the hot spring. Sure enough, it didn't hurt this time. And it's still... Lin Feng smoked a cigarette and felt very refreshed. This is what life should be like. Isn't life meant to be enjoyed? Okay, I'm almost done washing. It's almost dawn, let's have breakfast. What do you want? I'll make it for you. Xiao Xiao felt very happy when she heard that Lin Feng didn't even have to make breakfast. Other men would order their wives to cook, but Lin Feng wouldn't. I can cook. Where is your kitchen? I'll go see what's there and make it for you. Xiao Xiao is very sensible and not picky about food. Lin Feng shook his head. His kitchen didn't have any vegetables, not even a kitchen knife. Would it be okay if Xiao Xiao knew about this? Order the food. I'll make it on the first day. If you like it, you can make it. If you don't like it, just tell me and I'll do it. When Xiao Xiao heard Lin Feng say this, she felt even happier. Besides being lustful and playboyish, Lin Feng is also very caring. Then let's eat spicy. Before she finished speaking, Xiao Xiao blushed. She really loved eating spicy hot pot, and it must be very enjoyable to eat it at such a cool temperature. However, Xiao Xiao still didn't dare to say when she thought of the incident of drinking a bowl of spicy hot pot 13 times. Let's have the crossbridge rice noodles, spicy and hot. Lin Feng nodded, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Wait, just 20 minutes. Lin Feng got up, walked out of the bathroom, and took out a set of clean clothes to change into. Just as he was about to put the dirty clothes into the space, Lin Feng shook his head. When there are people at home in the future, I can't do this anymore. The secret of the space can't be told to anyone, and I have to say goodbye to the life of wearing one set and throwing away another. Don't worry about the dirty clothes on the floor. Xiao Xiao is so diligent, she will wash them. Lin Feng came to the kitchen, where there was nothing except the decoration. It's good enough that they can build it with 100 million yuan, but they also include home appliances? Wang Long is so disappointed that he is vomiting blood. Although Wang Long is also vomiting blood now. Lin Feng took out a refrigerator, freezer, kitchen knives, cutting boards, and a series of kitchen utensils and seasonings from the space. Fill the refrigerator and freezer with vegetables and various frozen fish and meat. Don't put too many vegetables because there are only 2 of us, so enough for 3 days will be enough. You can fill more when it's gone. Turning around, he went to the laundry room, where he saw several fully automatic washing machines and various types of laundry detergents. Xiao Xiao could use the one she liked. By the way, take out the dirty clothes from the space and put them into the washing machine so that it appears that you have actually used the laundry room. Then Lin Feng began to renovate each room one by one, including the changing room, cinema, swimming pool, dressing room, armory, study, pharmacy, computer room, and medical room. Lin Feng lived alone before and was too lazy to do it. Now that Xiao Xiao is here, it would seem too abrupt to take it from the space. Lin Feng moved quickly and finished packing everything in no time. Sure enough, with a woman in the house, the family becomes more lively and feels like a home. He went into the kitchen, took out 2 bowls, took out 2 servings of crossbridge rice noodles, and poured them in. Then he came to the restaurant, carrying 2 bowls. Little greedy cat, it's time to eat. After calling Xiao Xiao, she reluctantly came out of the bathroom wearing a lace hollow Balenciaga dress. Xiao Xiao is already pretty, and after changing into this dress, she looks so beautiful. Lin Feng, do you have any other clothes? This dress is so awkward. It's so embarrassing. Xiao Xiao was still as shy as ever, which made Lin Feng like her even more. Eat first, then go to the fitting room and choose. Lin Feng is not afraid of Xiao Xiao's choice. Anyway, Lin Feng likes all the sets because they are all carefully selected by Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng's favorite is the Emperor's new clothes. Xiao Xiao touched her stomach, and she was hungry too. I walked to the table, sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and tasted the crossbridge rice noodles. Lin Feng, did you make this? How come it tastes exactly like Wang Ji's crossbridge rice noodles at the night market? I like their taste the most. Are you so good at cooking? Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. This is his house. How can I, Lin Feng, cook? I'm just a food carrier. If you like it, eat more. If you want to eat more, I'll cook it for you. I'm a national first-class chef. There is no dish in the world that I can't cook. Lin Feng relied on the large amount of things in his space and boasted a lot. Anyway, the officials have all run away, so no one cares if bragging is illegal. Really? Then teach me next time. I also want to learn how to do it. Xiao Xiao believed it. She would definitely not have believed it before, but Lin Feng had done so many outrageous things, so now she believed whatever Lin Feng said. Lin Feng felt much better when he saw Xiao Xiao eating happily. Fortunately, she doesn't hold a grudge against me. I have no choice but to take you back rashly. What if you kill me? I can't always have to be on guard against you even when I sleep, right? Eat. This is a secret technique that is not passed on to others. If you teach your apprentice, you will starve to death. If you want to learn something, go and look up information online. Lin Feng tapped Xiao Xiao's forehead lightly. He would never say that he couldn't even cut shredded potatoes. When the end of the world comes, where can we find potatoes? Being able to cook porridge is already a high-end consumption. Who would still cook over a stove? Of course, if you slice and roast the mummy and sprinkle some salt and cumin on it, Lao Wang next door would cry with envy. Chapter 92. Dogs are more obedient than humans. Burp. I'm full. It's delicious. Xiao Xiao ate a full bowl of rice, and in the end she couldn't bear to leave it, so she even drank the soup. You don't need to eat a mouthful of rice. Don't overeat. Just don't waste it. If you can't finish the soup, don't drink it. Lin Feng finished a bowl and smoked a cigarette. It seemed that Xiao Xiao had suffered a lot during this period of time. What a good girl. She is so frugal even with 20 million worth of supplies. I really have found a treasure. I want to go to the bathroom. Where's the bathroom? Chow Chow was really full and reacted immediately. There's a toilet in the bedroom. Go ahead. Lin Feng did not despise him. He had not eaten for 3 days in the apocalypse. He found a box of spoiled plastic-wrapped pig's trotters. After eating them, he had diarrhea for 3 days and 3 nights and almost died. Chow Chow has performed very well. Just as he was about to put the dishes into the space and throw them away, Lin Feng patted his head. I am too lazy. I can't do this anymore. I'll just leave it to Chow Chow. After returning to the room, Lin Feng also went to the bathroom, but found that Chow Chow did not flush the toilet. Lin Feng frowned. Chow Chow looked quite clean, so why was she so unhygienic? Chow Chow, why don't you flush the toilet? Chow Chow came over weakly and asked inquiringly. Shouldn't we collect the urine and then flush it down the toilet? I'm afraid of wasting water. Lin Feng knew that this was a little trick for saving water in the apocalypse from the internet. Chow Chow has had a hard life, and she is saving a little water? Just flush it from now on. This toilet is connected to the water used for washing. It contains shampoo and bath gel, which cannot be drunk or used to water flowers. Just flush it without worry. There is a sewage treatment device. Lin Feng was telling the truth. He had sewage treatment equipment, but it was too power-consuming to turn it on. He simply used space to fill the sewage pool with water, which could disgust others from time to time. I have to say, Lin Feng has done too many cool things. He even collected all of Abe's shit into his space. What if he could use it? The better the space, the more you can do as you please. Okay, I'm relieved then. Chow Chow was also worried that Lin Feng didn't have enough water. It turned out that there was a sewage treatment pool. No wonder Lin Feng didn't lack water. Just take a nap if you're tired. Feel free to use anything at home. Just treat it as your own. Lin Feng pinched Chow Chow's little face. Lin Feng felt distressed, but there was nothing he could do. Safety came first. Okay, I'll take a look at the situation and get familiar with the environment. Chow Chow was not too sleepy. Instead, she wanted to explore more of Lin Feng's secrets. What she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Go ahead. Don't go in through a steel door that can't be opened. There must be dangerous goods or important items inside. Lin Feng didn't stop Chow Chow. There was one thing Lin Feng didn't say, which was that the room might be empty. Lin Feng hasn't decided what to do inside yet, so he decides to lock it and open it when needed. Okay, I understand. Chow Chow was very happy to check out the new home. This safe house covers an area of 10,000 square meters and has a total of 5 floors. How many things are stored in it? When Chow Chow came to the kitchen, she was very happy. There were vegetables in the refrigerator. Vegetables were rarer than meat, so she had to have a cold dish for lunch. There are all kinds of canned foods, fast foods, rice noodles, spicy hot pot, and snail noodles. The quantity is not large, but the variety is complete. After all this time, you made instant rice noodles? No wonder you didn't teach me. Who doesn't know how to cook this? Why would I need you to teach me? Putting down the rice noodles, Chow Chow seemed to have discovered Lin Feng's secret. When he arrived at the locker room, Lin Feng had a complete collection of men's clothes, including long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts of various brands. But what about women's clothes? Chow Chow was speechless. It was all lace, ruffles, colorful stockings, maids, bunny girls, catwomen, etc. How can this be considered normal clothing? Forget it, just wear this one. You can't wear the Emperor's new clothes, right? Chow Chow was speechless and went to check. There is a dressing room, a screening room, a chess and card room, a computer room, and everything else. It seems that I won't be bored in the future. Lin Feng didn't even lock the weapons room. Chow Chow would have to be crazy to want to kill herself. However, Lin Feng also had a trick up his sleeve. The bullets inside were all blank bullets used for training, so it was useless to shoot. This is also Lin Feng's test for Chow Chow. If Chow Chow is not obedient and wants to shoot himself, he can only be tied up and used as a gun mount. Lin Feng has so many tricks. Lin Feng is on guard against Abe, a dog. What's more, Chow Chow is a living person. Lin Feng, you still have some conscience and trust me so much. I won't be angry with you for bullying me. Chow Chow touched this and that and liked these weapons very much. With them, her future safety would be guaranteed. He picked up one, gestured a few times, and put it back without firing. Chow Chow has suffered from having no bullets, so he won't waste them easily. One less bullet is better. Coming to the laundry room, Chow Chow frowned. Men are all lazy. They don't even wash their clothes when they have a washing machine. Chow Chow turned on the fully automatic washing machine and washed all of Lin Feng's dirty clothes, then turned and went upstairs. The first floor has almost everything you need, so Jojo then went to the second and third floors. Many doors on the second and third floors were locked. Xiao Xiao guessed that there must be supplies inside, but didn't think much about it. Supplies were very important, so it was reasonable to lock the doors. I went down to the two underground floors and saw that there were many equipment rooms, power generation rooms, sewage treatment rooms, and air purification rooms. It was indeed very reasonable. By the way, where's my Fangzi? Did Lin Feng eat her? Xiao Xiao found everything except Yoshiko and Abe. Where did they go? Lin Feng, where's Fangzi? Back in the room, Xiao Xiao asked Lin Feng a question. Lin Feng threw a key over and said casually, "Find a room according to the room number, and remember to lock the door when you come out." Xiao Xiao took the key and went to check it out. I have to say that Lin Feng is really cowardly. He even guards against dogs. If I lock your two dogs in the house, you two puppies will not think of murdering me. Xiao Xiao picked up the key and opened the room. Sure enough, Yoshiko and Abe were still playing ball in the room, which made Xiao Xiao feel relieved. Woof woof. As soon as she saw her former owner, Fangzi ran over and asked for a hug. As soon as Abe saw Xiao Xiao, he went straight back to the dog cage and closed the door himself. My Abe's dog cage is still the safest. Otherwise, the dog's life will be in danger. Abe, why are you afraid of me? Don't you recognize me? Xiao Xiao called to Abe, but Abe turned a deaf ear to me, and I just refused to come out. My life as a dog is already very happy. I have meat every day, so many toys, and an underage wife. What if I can't go out? Can't Lin Feng get out of the safe house? Isn't it nice to live well in my own room? Lin Feng, you are really awesome. The dog you raise is so obedient. Why don't I have this ability? What kind of people do I associate with? When Xiao Xiao thought of Li Ying, she felt that her life was a failure. Look at Lin Feng, then look at yourself. Is the gap between people so big? Fangzi, the food at Lin Feng's house is good, right? He's grown bigger and fatter. This room, it's bigger than my house. There's even a slide and building blocks and a rockery. It turns out that the dogs raised by rich people are so approachable. Xiao Xiao held Fangzi and played happily among the pets. This long-lost happiness made Xiao Xiao feel that she could no longer leave Lin Feng. If there was no Lin Feng, could I live so easily? Can I still enjoy life like this? Chapter 93, Sowing Discord. Lin Feng ignored Xiao Xiao and went home to see her. He just sat on the bed and looked at his phone boredly. At this moment, the group was full of messages cursing Lin Feng. Look at this video. Lin Feng, this damn murderer, actually has a cannon at home. Over 100 people were killed with one cannon. Countless people were seriously injured. That's nothing. Look at this part. Lin Feng drove a 10-wheeled explosion-proof car and crushed people all over the place. The blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. The official staff were crushed to death by him. The car was stained with blood. Now the family members can't tell who is who when they want to claim the bodies. There's no need to collect the bodies. These are all trivial matters. He actually has it. He shot down more than 800 people in 1 minute. Countless people were injured. He is even more perverted than Na Chui. Na Chui only massacred Jews. Lin Feng will massacre anyone. Yesterday, after Lin Feng left Building 1, Building 1 exploded. I seriously suspect that it was Lin Feng who blew it up. He blew up the supplies and didn't even share them with us. One building was blown down and killed 6,000 to 7,000 people. Building 2 was almost knocked down by Building 1. I don't know how many people died. Lin Feng is really too cruel. If Lin Feng is not eliminated, Shishan Villa will never have peace. Since Lin Feng had been kicked out of the group chat, they thought that Lin Feng couldn't see it. Lin Feng smoked a cigarette and was not angry. He really did it all, so what's the harm in admitting it? A bunch of little idiots. Even if they were tied together, they wouldn't even make enough food for a table. If you weren't bored, you could find some beautiful virgin girls to trade with and learn some human body software, hardening engineering. I would blow you all up with one missile. After all, it's easy to open a map cannon, but if everyone is dead, how can I fill up the empty rooms in the safe house? How can I live a happy life with 3,000 beauties in the harem of the safe house? Besides, the authorities had not completely withdrawn yet, and bombing the Shishan Villa would definitely attract the attention of the authorities. If only my family was left alive in Shishan Villa, how stupid would the authorities be to not know why? Go Wang Lin Feng couldn't possibly take such a big risk. Besides, the official still had nuclear bombs. Don't underestimate the official. The official was just disabled, not dead. I think we should all unite. Defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng is cruel and merciless. He is bloodthirsty. If Lin Feng doesn't die, sooner or later he will kill all of us. Lin Feng is a beast raised by a bastard. The children he gives birth to will have no assholes. At this moment, Zheng Shuya's words successfully aroused Lin Feng's anger. You can scold me, but you can't scold my mother and children. Lin Feng, did it all by myself. Does it have anything to do with my mom and the child? I clicked on her profile and took a look. Zheng Shuya? No impression of her. Did I provoke her? Check out my moments and see, oh, I know. Isn't this Wang Guifen's daughter-in-law? No wonder you are so dissatisfied with me. Then I will have some fun with you guys, okay? Then, Lin Feng sent a message using his secondary account. Zheng Shuya, let's not talk about Lin Feng for now. Where did the official relief supplies for our building go? Why didn't I get any? Did your family embezzle them all? As far as I know, our building has not been robbed. Let your mother-in-law, Wang Guifen, say something. My family can't even afford to eat. If I don't eat, don't even think about defeating Lin Feng. I'm almost starving to death. Am I going to suffocate Lin Feng with my corpse? Lin Feng's words made Zheng Shuya and Wang Guifan nervous. Wang Guifan didn't say anything because she was afraid that they would ask about supplies, so she let Zheng Shuya speak. At this moment, Zheng Shuya and Wang Guifan's homes are filled with official relief supplies. They didn't distribute them at all. They took these things home secretly in the elevator when there was electricity. Don't talk nonsense. The official relief supplies have never been delivered. Maybe they were snatched away by others along the way. That's all the food we have at home. We can barely afford to eat. Wang Guifan quickly came out to clarify, but wouldn't this make things worse the more she explained? Impossible. I live on the second floor. I clearly saw an official truck with an official logo parked in front of the building that day. I'm upstairs at Wang Guifan's house. I heard them moving things, and there were a lot of them. I saw the elevator stopped at Wang Guifan's floor. I was afraid of a power outage, so I didn't dare use the elevator. I was afraid I couldn't get out of the car. The public has sharp eyes. How did you move so many things back home without anyone noticing, and you don't have space? Do you think everyone is blind? Really not. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a video. Zheng Xia quickly posted a video. It was obvious that they had made preparations. These were taken before the supplies were moved into the house. There was nothing in the house. Lin Feng smiled slightly and then sent a message. What's the use of the video? Post a live video to let everyone see your house. If you really didn't take it, open the door. We are all neighbors. I will not touch a single stitch of your house except for my own relief supplies. After Lin Feng's words, the residents of Wang Guifan's building became even more excited. These supplies are life now, and they were originally given to us by the government. It's daytime now. No other building would come here to rob in the hot sun, unless they want to die. Wang Guifan, Zheng Shuya, hurry up and start the live video. Otherwise, I will go to your house with a sledgehammer. Hurry up. You didn't take anything. So what are you afraid of? Are you feeling guilty? That's right. You are the head of the neighborhood committee and the building manager. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, in an instant, the crowd was excited. The sword was pointed at Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuya's family. Zheng Shuya opened the information of the person who took the lead in asking for supplies, and it turned out to be a fake account. Then she saw the online name and immediately knew what was going on. Everyone, don't be provoked by Lin Feng. The one who gave up one blood to ensure safety is Lin Feng. Everyone, don't be fooled. Don't forget, it was he who used the drone to contact you. The drones flew out from the villa area. Someone in building 2 saw this. Zheng Shuya quickly turned her attention back to Lin Feng, and then kicked Lin Feng out of the group chat. Lin Feng smiled slightly and took another mobile phone. You may not know that 1/3 of the people in this group are my Lin Feng Smurfs. I, Lin Feng, don't have much of anything except mobile phones. Log in to the secondary account, the expert in human software hardening engineering, and continue diving. There is no need for me to say anything else, just watch. It's broad daylight. Even if we want to kill Lin Feng, we have to wait until night. Wang Guifan, Zheng Shuya, hurry up and start the live video. Otherwise, we will go to your house now. Damn it. Why are you wasting your time talking to that son of a bitch Wang Guifan and her family? All the owners of Building 4, gather your equipment. Wang Guifan's house is on the 4th floor, 403. Wang Guifan, I have tolerated you for so long. It's because you didn't let me stock up that I have been starving for several days. I don't care if you have anything to eat today. If I don't have anything to eat, I will open your skull and eat your brains today. Gather, gather. If you have a hammer, use a hammer. If you have a kitchen knife, use a kitchen knife. It's daytime now. People from other buildings can't get through. Besides, these are supplies given to us by the government. It's legal and reasonable to take them back. It's only right and proper. For a moment, Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuya were dumbfounded. There are only 4 people in their family. How can we stop a building full of angry netizens? Chapter 94. One man guards the pass. 10,000 men cannot break through. Lin Feng took out the drone with a smile. It turned out that Wang Guifan lived in Building 4. Could he miss the live broadcast? It turns out that you can't flatten Shishan Villa with one missile. How can it be so interesting if all the people there die? The drone flew to Wang Guifan's house, and Lin Feng took out a few bags of snacks and bottles of cold beer with great interest, eating while watching. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something. He should change this bad habit. If Qiao Qiao saw it, how would he explain it? I must never let anyone know my secret, not even my first wife. What if she tied me up and demanded my supplies? What happened in my last life can't happen in this life. Take out a refrigerator from the space and place it next to the bed so that it can be easily reached. It is filled with all kinds of commonly drunk wine, as well as chicken feet, pig's trotters, jelly, and popping candy. The freezer below is filled with ice cream, popsicles, and ice lollies. Plug and done? I just don't know when Xiao Xiao will be willing to play jelly popping candy with me. She is too shy, so I'll leave it aside for now to be prepared. Turn on the drone camera and watch the live broadcast while lying on the bed in a 60-degree day. It's so comfortable. This damn Lin Feng, he is such a scoundrel. He has hoarded so many supplies and refused to share them. He even instigated his friends in the group to rob our house. Zheng Shuya is so angry. Hurry up and come to the room to wake up Li Wu. Husband, wake up. Lin Feng has instigated the owners of 4 buildings to come to our house to steal food. You must think of a solution. When Li Wu heard this, he sat up immediately. Fuck that bastard. I didn't bother Lin Feng, that bastard. He came to bother me. Don't be afraid, wife. I'm here. No one can touch a grain of food in our house. Li Wu immediately drew out his samurai sword. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Son, there are so many of them. How about we go door to door and apologize and give the gifts back to them? After all, these belonged to them in the first place. Li Wu's father, Li Dagua, was an honest countryman. He stockpiled supplies using his own pension money, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But these supplies were originally distributed by the government to the owners of Building 4, so it is indeed wrong to do so. You old coward, why are you still distributing supplies in such a bad situation? These things are enough for our family to eat for several years. If they are robbed, all 4 of us will die. Li Wu is big and strong. He has a samurai sword in his hand. As long as you guard the door, you will be able to stop 10,000 men from getting through. Li Wu is confident. As long as he guards the door, he can kill a few idiots by himself. These people are scared out of their wits. They will never dare to come again. The door is only this wide. No more than 2 people can enter at a time. Isn't this just stretching your neck for me to chop? Crunch. Li Wu didn't wait for them to break down the door. He just took the initiative to open it. The middle-aged man holding a sledgehammer outside the door was stunned for a moment. I haven't smashed it yet? What's going on? Fuck you. You try to break down my door. Go to hell. Puff. Li Wu chopped down with his sword. The middle-aged man subconsciously blocked it with his hands. Then, blood splattered. An arm flew far away. The samurai sword cut off the arm and chopped off his shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He fell backwards to the ground. No one knows whether he is dead or alive. The whole audience is shocked. Fuck it. The supplies are in the house. You bastards, go in and get them. Li Wu wiped the blood off his face without any panic. He is a gangster. He just killed 1 person. This is just a small scene. Supplies. A room full of supplies. Go home and get the panel pot cover. As long as we can withstand the blow, the supplies will be ours. Retreat first. Come back when you're ready. These people are not stupid. If they rush in now, they will die. Everyone retreated back to the corridor, and no one even cared about the corpse. It's just 1 person's death. Now this is just a small matter. Xiaowu, stop trying to show off. Hand over the things quickly. What if they are ready to attack and kill you? Li Dagua quickly persuaded Li Wu. He was just an honest country boy. He didn't want to cause trouble. Li Wu was not panicked at all. If a man is not ruthless, he cannot stand still. Fuck you. You old loser. Stop meddling in other people's business. If you were my father, I would have kicked you out long ago. If I kill a few more of them, they won't dare to come. They're just a bunch of cowards. I'm afraid of them." Li Wu was guarding the door with a samurai sword. He still refused to give up this thing that didn't belong to him in the first place. Lin Feng smiled and sent a message in the group. "I'll chop you up with a chopping board. Put on your masks and glasses. Use a fire extinguisher to spray your eyes and mouth. Don't you have a few fire extinguishers in one building?" Following Lin Feng's guidance, the owners of the 4 buildings felt as if they had been enlightened. Less than 3 minutes later, 3 strong men came with 3 fire extinguishers and sprayed Li Wu's mouth, nose, and eyes. "Ahem! Ahem! Ahem! Damn it! You little brats can't afford to play with me. Damn it! You're attacking by surprise. Do you dare to fight me with real weapons?" Li Wu was choked by the dry powder and couldn't even open his eyes. He could only swing the samurai sword in his hand randomly to prevent them from entering the house. 3 strong men sprayed the fire extinguisher. Li Wu's house was full of dry powder. Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuya were so choked that they quickly ran to the bedroom window to breathe fresh air. They almost choked to death. After spraying the fire extinguisher, the 3 strong men didn't even want the empty bottles anymore. They just smashed towards Li Wu with all their strength. A fire extinguisher hit Li Wu's forehead directly. Li Wu was knocked to the ground. As expected, no matter how brave a man is, he can't stand Lin Feng's tricks. "Yeah, you want to kill people, right? You want to be in the Black Society, right? Just keep on killing. Kill him. We will put an end to this trouble forever. What's going on? If he doesn't die, we will die. That's right. You stole my supplies. You didn't let me store food. I'll beat you to death." A group of people beat Li Wu violently with rolling pins and mop rods. After all, the rolling pin and mop rod are long. The kitchen knife is too short. "Don't hit my son. Take the supplies. Please don't hurt anyone." Li Wu's father, Li Dagua, was eager to save his son. He lay directly on Li Wu. He used his body to block the attack for his son. How pitiful are the parents in the world? No matter how Li Wu scolded him for being a loser, he was still the most courageous father at this time. The stick fell on Li Dagua's body. Soon, Li Dagua was covered in blood and motionless. The people who came in later did not attack Li Wu and Li Dagua immediately, but entered the house and frantically grabbed supplies. Compressed biscuits, instant drinks, canned food, pickles. Grab whatever you see. The few who were beating him stopped beating him when they saw that the situation was not right. After all, whoever grabbed it first would own it. How could there be any fair sharing? If you have grabbed something, hold on tight. Push through the crowd and run outside. Those who didn't get one should hurry to get in. If they don't get one now, they will miss it. Chapter 95. Heartfelt and Intimate Love. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How can I survive this? All this is mine. Husband, wake up. Husband, how will I live if you die? Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuya sat on the ground crying and howling. But everything in front of them made these 2 women powerless to save the situation. The young and strong ones in the front grabbed more. They ran away after grabbing. When the elderly, weak and sick came in later and found that there was nothing left, they started rummaging through the drawers and cabinets. Even the noodles and mineral water that Li Dagua had bought with his pension money were taken away. I have to say that when it comes to purchasing for free, the elderly are more professional. Lin Feng watched this scene and took a sip of beer. It felt so good. Are you looking for trouble? Throwing shit on me? I don't even need to do anything. I'll kill you with my fun. After a long time, knowing that Wang Guifan's house had been emptied, no one came to steal things anymore. It is now the 11th day of the apocalypse. Although there is a shortage of food, we have not yet reached the point where we have to eat everything. After a long time, Zheng Shuya got up weakly, closed the door, and with tears in her eyes, began to check the conditions of Li Dagua and Li Wu. In this situation and in this world, how can 2 women survive without a man in the family? Dad, husband, are you all right? Zheng Shuya pushed Li Dagua on top of her, but Li Dagua was already hard. In order to protect his son, this simple old man from the countryside finally sacrificed his life. Zheng Shuya frowned and began to check Li Wu's breath. Fortunately, Li Wu was still alive. It seemed that his father's sacrifice had blocked most of the real damage for him. Checking Li Wu's wounds, he found that his left hand was broken and there was a huge tear on his head. According to the current situation, Li Wu could be pronounced dead. Mom, what should we do? There are only a few anti-inflammatory drugs at home. Can Li Wu survive with such serious injuries? Zheng Shuya was also panicked and quickly asked Wang Guifan for help. We have to save him even if we can't. If my son dies, both of us will be buried with him. Wang Guifan took out a basin of clean water hidden under the bed and began to wash Li Wu's wounds and eyes. After the cleaning was completed, Wang Guifan took out a sewing needle from the house, threaded it with cotton thread, and started to sew up the huge wound on Li Wu's forehead. I have to say that Wang Guifan is a ruthless person. Even though she knew her son was dying, she still sewed him up. Maybe he could be saved? Then he took out Li Dagua's cheap burning knife and poured it on the wound, doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. She fed Li Wu 2 anti-inflammatory tablets, then picked up the bedboard, secured Li Wu's arms, and using all her strength, followed Zheng Shuya to lift Li Wu onto the bed. Mom, there is nothing to eat at home now. Even if water comes tonight, how can we survive? Li Wu is so seriously injured. He won't last long without food. Zheng Shuya was completely panicked, her eyes filled with tears. She had no idea what to do now. In the past, relying on the abundant supplies at home, he criticized everyone in the group, including Lin Feng. Now there is nothing left at home. How can we survive? It is a problem now. Who said there's no food at home? Isn't there food ready? As long as I can survive, as long as my son can survive, I can do anything. As she spoke, Wang Guifan turned her gaze to the dead Li Dagua. Zheng Shuya followed Wang Guifan's gaze and looked at Li Dagua's body. Instantly, my hair stood on end. I shuddered. Mom? You're not kidding me, are you? Zheng Shuya couldn't believe what she heard. Wang Guifan went to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. Came to the body of Li Dagua. 1 cut into the soul. 2 cuts cut off the soul. 3 swords to bury. 4 swords to the west. This old dog is just a waste of food if he's alive. He can still be of some use dead. Just feed him to my son. My son will survive. As she spoke, Wang Guifan's eyes were filled with crazy determination. She is really crazy now for her son to live. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zheng Shuya couldn't bear to watch this scene anymore. She ran into the bathroom. She retched into the toilet. She began to regret marrying Li Wu. She was young and beautiful, and many young men pursued her, but she didn't like any of them. After being married to Li Wu for 5 years, she still felt pregnant. Zheng Shuya went to the hospital for a checkup and found that everything was fine. Later, when Li Wu was drunk, Zheng Shuya took advantage of him to trick him into talking. She found out that Li Wu had been injured in vital parts during a fight, so the problem was never with Zheng Shuya. In order to consider Li Wu's feelings, Zheng Shuya didn't say anything. She thought she could endure it even without a child, but after seeing this scene, Zheng Shuya couldn't bear it anymore. What else can I eat after this? I will starve to death. Jump off the roof. I will never eat a bite of you. That's my father-in-law. Your husband. How could you be so cruel? Zheng Shuya was completely desperate, while Lin Feng was watching the drone with great interest while eating braised pork and steamed buns and drinking beer. Hubby, what are you looking at? Why are you smiling so happily? After playing with the dog, Qiao Qiao returned to the room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Lin Feng sitting with his legs crossed and looking at her with a smile on his face. You want to see it? Here you go. Lin Feng handed the phone to Qiao Qiao, and Xiao Qiao couldn't hold it anymore when she saw the incomprehensible video on the screen. Ugh! Ugh! Xiao Qiao couldn't help it. She vomited all the rice noodles she had eaten in the morning all over the bed. This scene was so exciting. Only Lin Feng could eat pig intestines and watch with relish. Are you pregnant? This is just the beginning. Do you think you were that serious? Lin Feng looked down at the bed sheet and frowned. Although I have a lot of bed sheets, I can't change them if you vomit like this. It is indeed a bit disgusting. Although I, Lin Feng, have a particular taste, I am not a pervert, right? I couldn't help it. I'll go wash it. Qiao Qiao didn't dare to continue watching, so she pulled off the bed sheet and went to wash it. Seeing Qiao Qiao leave, Lin Feng took out a new bed sheet from the space and spread it on the bed, shaking his head. It seems that the level is still too low. I need to grow more in the future. These are just small scenes. If you can't accept this, how will you accept more extreme scenes in the future? Qiao Qiao took the bed sheets to the laundry room, and her stomach was still churning as she thought about the scene in the video. Is the outside world already like this? Is this world too crazy? Am I wrong, or is this world wrong? Will I be caught and end up with a fate worse than death? Qiao Qiao shook her head, not daring to think further. I'll just listen to Lin Feng from now on. Although Lin Feng is a bit perverted, he's not a pervert and has never thought of eating me. Chow Chow stuffed the sheets into the washing machine and started washing clothes. Chow Chow felt lucky to be able to enter the safe house. It turns out that being hit by a wheel isn't the worst thing. Even if you die, someone will not let you go. Chapter 96. This is called professionalism. I have to say that Wang Guifan is very professional and handles her family's affairs very clearly. Nothing should be wasted. This is called professionalism. If they save a little, the family of 3 can survive for a month. The weather is so hot now, and cooking is very simple even though there is no gas. Put the pressure cooker in the sun and use a mirror to reflect the light. It will boil in a few minutes. This is a little trick for surviving high temperatures that you can find on the internet. Zheng Shuya felt despair when looking at the pressure cooker. This world has really gone crazy. Although Li Dagua is just an honest and spineless countryman, after so many years, there is some affection between them. I can understand if you don't bury the dead, but why are you doing this? If I died, would I become as miserable as this? Thinking of this, Zheng Shuya got goosebumps all over her body. This world is so terrible. Zheng Shuya couldn't help but vomit again due to his body's instinct. You are such a useless piece of trash. What use is there for me to have you? You can't even give birth to a child. Do you want my son to have no descendants? Wang Guifan scolded Zheng Shuya, but Zheng Shuya didn't dare to resist. She just took the soup and fed it to Li Wu. Li Wu was already unconscious and had no idea that his mother and wife would actually do such a thing. While feeding the baby, Zheng Shuya decided that she must escape from this home. If this crazy woman Wang Guifan has no food to eat, she will definitely do something even more cruel. Run! You must run. But now I am a weak woman. Where can I run? Zheng Shuya's face was full of despair. Oh my God! Did you really eat it? Out of curiosity, Chow Chow came over to take a look again. She has always been very curious, and today her eyes were really opened. It turns out that being robbed and hit by a wheel is the least of it. The worst situation is actually like this. Now you understand why I didn't let you go directly to the safe house, right? Look at the situation. Would I dare? Li Dagua's body is still warm, and Wang Guifan did this. They have been married for life, and we have only known each other for a few days. How can I be sure that you will not kill me too? Chow Chow listened to Lin Feng's words and nodded. She really wanted to kill Lin Feng during those days. But now he understands Lin Feng, and Chow Chow has seen the reality clearly, so it is impossible for her to attack Lin Feng. Hubby, did you know it would turn out like this? What are you going to do next? Chow Chow felt that everything Lin Feng did had a deep meaning. He would not be so idle as to watch such a perverted video for nothing. Expose them. Let them have a taste of cyberbullying. Having said that, Lin Feng sent the video to the owners group, and soon the owners group was in an uproar. Wang Guifan, you are a ruthless person. Fuck, I thought Lin Feng was inhumane enough. Wang Guifan, you are the real wolf mine. Ugh, I just vomited all the compressed biscuits I just grabbed. Lin Feng is killing people, and he won't let you get away with it. Wang Guifan, you are really hungry. You can eat anything. Where did you spit out your compressed biscuits? Don't throw them away. Leave them for me. I'll come over to eat them tonight. Bah! You wish. I swallowed the soaked water again. Even if it was my own vomit, some weird things tasted good. I even cooked and ate my leather belt. Brothers, I am in a desperate situation. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I have cut up my crocodile leather belt and boiled it into soup. Who else's food? I will give you my life if you can give me a bite to eat. Eat the dog. These days I've been shitting and letting the dog eat me. I didn't starve to death, and neither did the dog. I was originally hesitant to eat my dog's son, but today I realized that I'm not cruel enough. I ate my leather shoes just to survive. What's a dog? The lizard I raised didn't starve to death after not being fed for half a month. Eat it. If you don't eat it, I will die. Let's eat whatever we have at home. Wang Guifan has already made the decision. You don't have to feel guilty. I've already cooked my Persian cat. It smells really good. Chow Chow looked at the comments in the group and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Chow Chow would have definitely called them cruel. At this point, Chow Chow simply doesn't know how to do it anymore. Hubby, if our family runs out of food, you can eat Abe the dog first. If that's not enough, then you can eat me too. Chow Chow lay on Lin Feng's chest, having completely accepted her fate. Chow Chow would never eat this kind of thing even if she starved to death in her life. In that case, let's choose another way. Hearing Chow Chow's words, Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. This was the first person in his life who was so kind to him, except for his deceased parents. As long as Xiao Xiao doesn't do anything to let herself down, no one will be able to shake her position as the first wife from now on. Okay, then I'll eat you now. Oh, whoa. As he spoke, Lin Feng had Xiao Xiao riding on him. Xiao Xiao blushed as she watched Lin Feng take off his shirt. How come she doesn't know what Lin Feng meant by eat? Closing his eyes, Lin Feng thought that apart from his lustful nature, there was nothing wrong with him. The sun is at noon, standing tall and proud. Gallop on the battlefield and be invincible. Lin Feng was eating Xiao Xiao at home, while the owners of Shishan Courtyard Community, who were struggling to survive, also began to sharpen their knives and attack their pets. It has to be said that animals have very strong vitality. Even if they're out of food and have to eat feces, most of them are still alive. Some people are reluctant to part with their own dog sons, so a phenomenon of eating dogs emerged in the group. Find a neighbor's dog of similar size and share the food with him. This will help alleviate the guilt you feel. This is all somewhat humane. The inhuman Wang Guifan has gone mad with hunger. But someone has already taken the lead, and what happens next is inevitable. Now, when someone in the family dies, people living in the community are not as excited as they were at the beginning. No more burying, no more crying. Instead, he quietly carried it to the rooftop. Everyone was in grief, but there was nothing they could do. The authorities have already fled, so if they want to survive, they can only rely on themselves. This is the tragedy of living in the city. 11 days after the end of the world, the death rate in Shishan Villa, a large community of more than 100,000 people, reached over 40%. The situation in the countryside is much better. Who doesn't have some food stored at home? How can we buy food every time we eat? Rural people are frugal and are reluctant to throw away pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and dogs that died in the sun. They boil water to remove the hair and directly dry them in the sun to bacon. Every household has a well, and normally it won't be a big problem if it lasts for a year or two. Therefore, the extent of the disaster in rural areas is significantly less than that in cities. Chapter 97, Fatal Blow. Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao were both tired from all the hard work and then fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng got up and saw Xiao Xiao was still sleeping, so he didn't disturb her. Lin Feng took out the key, opened an empty room facing the sun, and put 30 centimeters of soil on the ground. Take out some seeds, sprinkle them on the ground, and grow some vegetables. It's not that Lin Feng's food is not enough. It's that Lin Feng wants to give Xiao Xiao some hope. As long as Xiao Xiao saw that the vegetables produced every day were not enough for the two of them to eat, Xiao Xiao would not worry every day about whether they would run out of food or whether they would die. Just give the extra vegetables some space, and they won't go bad. After pouring water, Lin Feng went back. From now on, let Xiao Xiao do the watering. It makes me happy to look at the green life every day. Otherwise, there would be scorched earth and corpses everywhere outside, with no green at all. Your mood would definitely be affected after a long time. Want to see green again? That would take 2 years. Lin Feng was even scared of the horror of the mutant plants. There is a reason why Lin Feng used titanium alloy for the floor. The mutated plants like to launch sneak attacks from underground, suck people's blood, and turn human flesh into nutrients, so they have to be on guard. When Xiao Xiao got home, he was still sleeping soundly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from under the villa. Boom! The villa suddenly shook, and Xiao Xiao was suddenly awakened from his dream. What's wrong? Was there an earthquake? Lin Feng smoked a cigarette, but was not panicked. It's okay, I'll fix it. It's a small problem. Don't panic. It seems these groundhogs are quite patient. Did they really dig under my villa? Lin Feng expanded the space and checked the situation. It turned out that they had dug a tunnel from my old house to my home. At this moment, there were more than 100 people holding shovels in Lin Feng's old house, and surrounding them were a group of thugs holding machetes. Lin Feng immediately knew that this was Zheng Dehai's group. Sister-in-law, no. We can't blow it open. The foundation of Lin Feng's house is also made of titanium alloy. I estimate it is at least half a meter thick, not to mention that it can't be blown open with explosives. Even a gas cutting gun can't cut it. In such hot weather, the cutting gun will fire. It must be so hot inside. Zheng Dehai's younger brother reported the situation with a look of despair on his face. When he dug it up, he told Su Hongrui that it was a titanium alloy foundation and that explosives would definitely not be able to blow it open. However, Su Hongrui didn't believe it. Call! Su Hongrui smoked an Ashima cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and frowned. What on earth was Lin Feng thinking? The foundation was made of titanium alloy? It was stronger than a bank vault. You bastard Lin Feng. Did I let people play with me for nothing these 3 days? I didn't even bring my baby with me. If I get pregnant unexpectedly, whose responsibility will it be? Will it be yours, Lin Feng? All the younger brothers. Zheng Dehai walked over weakly. He was lucky enough not to die in the past 3 days, but he was still too weak to walk. Wife, forget it. Don't avenge me. I'm not dead yet, am I? When Zheng Dehai heard Su Hongrue's words, he knew that he was corrupt, but he couldn't do anything about Su Hongrue. If this woman gets angry, she would dare to chop Zheng Dehai to pieces. Zheng Dehai knew that Lin Feng's villa could not be open at all. Unless Su Hongrue could get an anti-tank rocket launcher, there would be no hope. Fuck, you're not dead yet, but I can't swallow this anger. I can't let anyone waste these 3 days. I'm going to call and ask if they can get me an anti-tank rocket launcher. As he spoke, Su Hongrue picked up his phone and was about to make a call. Wife, Hongrue, don't be angry. I heard it from my brothers. Lin Feng came out when I was unconscious a few days ago. He lives next to our house anyway. Why don't we just block his door and wait for him to come out? Don't call. We don't need to be angry with him. Zheng Dehai knew very well that Su Hongrue had taken 300 kilograms of explosives and had been playing with others for 3 days and 3 nights. If we really get an anti-tank rocket launcher, how many days will it take to use it? 300 kilograms of explosives exploded and Lin Feng was fine. Are you taking revenge on Lin Feng or me, Zheng Dehai? Do you have to end it only after someone dies? Zheng Dehai regretted it. If it weren't for the fact that Su Hongrue ran in and out with 2 machetes and left the street bloody to save his life, he would have married Su Hongrue out of gratitude for saving his life. Who knew that after marrying him, he would be completely unable to control Su Hongrue? He made a lot of money in those years, and Su Hongrue had a big belly and stopped being involved in the underworld. Zheng Dehai finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought she could retire from criminal activities, but who knew she would meet Lin Feng? If Zheng Dehai had known this would happen, he would not have touched Lin Feng's safe house. Who can endure the pain of having a cuckold on his head and not being able to take care of his wife? Su Hongrue smoked a cigarette and then threw the butt away. This method also works. From now on, you will work in 3 shifts and keep an eye on Lin Feng day and night. As long as the door of Lin Feng's house is opened, no matter it is dark or night, go and kill him. Okay, sister-in-law, I promise to complete the task. A group of younger brothers quickly agreed. The 3rd shift is not too tiring. This thing can be done. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled wickedly, took out a remote control key, and pressed the switch. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Feng's old villa exploded. In an instant, more than 100 people in the villa were buried in the sea of fire. The entire villa was directly blown down. More than a dozen of my brothers were knocked away by the flying bricks and tiles. No one knew whether they were alive or dead. A piece of broken steel bar happened to shoot into Zheng Dehai's crotch. Then it flew out. In an instant, Zheng Dehai felt a chill in his crotch. He seemed to have lost the most important thing in his life. This feeling is very strange, but not painful. It's just like a naughty kid, when you aren't paying attention, stretches out his middle finger and flicks your penis hard. Zheng Dehai subconsciously looked down and saw that there was a hole in his crotch. Then hot blood continued to flow out of the wound, staining the pants and shoes. The howl of a groundhog came from Zheng Dehai's mouth. Heartrending, resounding through the sky. Heartbroken, screaming. This is how the human body reacts sometimes. When you are injured, you don't see it, and with the help of adrenaline, you don't even feel the pain. But when you see what happened, the pain will come quickly. Lin Feng, you did it on purpose? Zheng Dehai covered his crotch and slowly fell down. Under the double humiliation of physical and mental, Zheng Dehai couldn't hold on any longer. Which man can withstand such a fatal blow? Chapter 98, really accurate. Lin Feng put down the night vision binoculars and felt a chill in his crotch. Brother Dehai, please accept my condolences. I really didn't mean it. You have to believe me, this was just an accident. I'll give you some medical expenses. Go to the hospital as soon as possible. Opening the group chat, Zheng Dehai sent out a big red envelope of 66,666 yuan. Lin Feng not only kills people, he also destroys their hearts. However, Lin Feng really didn't mean it this time. He just hid hundreds of millions of explosives in his old villa at home to be prepared. Who could have thought that Zheng Dehai would be so unlucky? Zheng Dehai was carried into the villa by 2 younger brothers, howling in pain, while Su Hongrue took Zheng Dehai's phone and cursed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you really know how to have fun. Just wait until I catch you. I'll smash the seeds in your basket with a hammer and feed them to the dogs. I'll make you pay back 100-fold. As soon as Lin Feng heard it, he knew it was the voice of Zheng Dehai's wife, Su Hongrui. So Lin Feng continued to annoy her and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry for destroying your happy family. You will have no happy life in the future. I still have cucumbers in my refrigerator. Let me know when you need them. If cucumbers don't work, I still have eggplants and radishes. We are all neighbors, so we should help each other when we are in trouble." Su Hongrui was so angry when she saw the news. She was not Xiao Xiao. How could she not understand what Lin Feng meant? "Lin Feng, who are you looking down on? I, Su Hongrui, can find any man I want. Just keep your eggplants and carrots for the dog." Lin Feng was not angry. Anyway, he was not the one who was anxious now. Whoever was beaten by Kun Fei would be anxious. That's right. If my brother Dehai can satisfy you, you don't have to go out looking for a man every day. Sister-in-law, neighbors need to help each other. You said you have fair skin, beautiful face, tattoos all over your back, and a pair of long legs. Isn't it too unfair for you to always solve problems with your hands? Why don't you come to me when you need something? I'll open a door for you. I not only have people, but also dogs. I guarantee that I will satisfy you 10,000 times more than Brother Dehai, and I can make sure you have enough to eat every day. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent Abe's photo to the group. This made Su Hongrui so angry that he almost crushed his phone. "Oh, Mom, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to die. Why does it hurt so much?" Zheng Dehai covered his crotch and watched Yu Jing cry for help and pain. It is said that when a boy grows up, he should avoid his mother, and when a girl grows up, she should avoid her father. Yu Jing never thought that after so many years, she would be able to see her son Kun in person again. "Hongrui, stop scolding. Come on, check what's happened to the sea. Can it be saved?" Su Hongrui was about to continue scolding Lin Feng, but Zheng Dehai had already started kicking his legs, and it was obvious that he was about to collapse. There was no way. Yu Jing still couldn't do it, so Su Hongrui had to do it himself. "It's just a broken eight. Why are you barking like a dog? I'm not going to kill you. Let me show you." Su Hongrui directly tore off Zheng Dehai's shorts and began to check his injuries. When they saw the wound, several younger brothers, Su Hongrui and Yu Jing, did not say anything. "Mom, Hongrui, how is it? Is my Kun okay? Did he ejaculate on my thigh? Tell me quickly. He must have ejaculated on my thigh." Su Hongrui took out an Ashima cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff to calm himself. "It seems that I have to change a man in the future. Hongrui, say something. Tell me you want to come on my thigh." Zheng Dehai endured the pain and stood up. This movement made Kun feel a heart-wrenching pain. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart, but Kun's fingers are connected to the kidneys. Zheng Dehai almost fainted from the pain. Although Zheng Dehai had guessed the result long ago, when he saw it with his own eyes, his eyes went dark and he fainted. String your heart and my heart together. String a lucky clover together to form a concentric circle. This string of guns can be said to be more accurate when worn than when aimed. The steel bar is too thick, and the remaining part is probably of no use. "Son, wake up. Don't scare me. How will I live if you die?" Yu Jing quickly shook Zheng Dehai, her face full of tears of an old mother. It's not certain whether Su Hongrui's child is Zheng Dehai's. If not, wouldn't the Zheng family be extinct? After the call of maternal love, Zheng Dehai slowly opened his eyes. Zheng Dehai was already in despair. Even if he survived, what difference would he make from a useless person? With Su Hongrui's personality, there is no way he would want to waste like him. This life is over. It's just a broken kunwin. Don't you have another one? Trust my skills. I will definitely sew it back for you. As he spoke, Su Hongrui started to take action without waiting for Zheng Dehai's consent. Soak the scissors in iodine, grab the broken body, then cut off the skin and flesh with one snip. This double chicken fight turned Zheng Dehai into a groundhog again. Is it lucky or unlucky to marry such a wife? Ho Kuamao, it's so hot out there, being skewered like this. It must be rotten. If I don't cut off the rotten flesh for you, will you still be alive? I have to say, Su Hongrui is very professional. As expected of a woman with scars all over her body, she handled the situation very correctly. Then Su Hongrui poured iodine on Zheng Dehai's intestines. The moment when iodine was poured on Kuin's intestines and wounds, Zheng Dehai wanted to die. This feels so thrilling. The fingers are connected to the heart, but the intestines and eggs are connected to the kidneys. Hongrui, I beg you. We are husband and wife. Give me a knife. Kill me quickly. I beg you not to save me. Just let me die. Zheng Dehai grabbed Su Hongrui's hand and quickly stopped her rescue attempt. Now Zheng Dehai just wanted to die. I don't need to be rescued anymore. Mom, hold him down for me. I'll sew him up. Su Hongrui started to thread the needle with a cigarette in his mouth. In Su Hongrui's eyes, there was never any fear. No, kill me. Just kill me. Zheng Dehai began to struggle violently. Who has ever experienced this kind of pain? Yu Jing thought about it and decided that since pain was more important than life, she had to save her son's life. So Yu held Zheng Dehai tightly and refused to let him struggle. At this moment, saving your life is the most important thing. What are you barking about? Stop barking like a dog. Is Kunwen more important than life? Trust my medical skills. All those brothers who were chopped over the years, including the knife wounds on my body that I could reach myself, didn't dare to go to the hospital for stitches. I sewed them all. I, Su Hongrui, have been in this business for so many years. I have never stitched a brother to death. Die. Don't worry. Leave it to me. After saying that, Su Hongrui pulled the skin off the wound and started to sew it like sewing a sack. This process, it feels like a lifetime. Zheng Dehai fainted 3 times from the pain. Then he woke up again from the pain. He was completely exhausted from the pain. Zheng Dehai was so angry. Lin Feng, you definitely did it on purpose. Killing people is not the right thing to do. No one like you, Lin Feng, would play like this. I, Zheng Dehai, will pay you back tenfold for what happened today. I, Zheng Dehai, have the same last name as you. All right, lift him to the bed. Apply iodine twice a day before sealing the wound. Check carefully and regularly. If it gets infected, you'll have to cut it all off and sew it again. Zheng Dehai. I, Zheng Dehai, am so lucky to marry such a clever and skillful wife. When Zheng Dehai heard what Su Hongrui said, he kicked his legs and fainted. I don't know if it was because I was tired or scared. I hope it doesn't get infected. Otherwise, Su Hongrui will have to cut it off again. This woman is really brave. Chapter 99. Want it with a reward. Too cruel. Lin Feng, you really didn't mean it. Xiao Xiao was lying on the bed. When she saw this scene in the drone surveillance video, she began to doubt Lin Feng. Only Lin Feng can do such a mean thing. I really didn't mean to do that. I just placed a bomb in the old house. How could I have known it would be so accurate? Lin Feng was telling the truth. Everything after the explosion was out of control. Who knew Zheng Dehai would be so unlucky? Kuan intestines and eggs were strung together? Okay, but Zheng Dehai deserves it. If he hadn't come to blow up our safe house, this wouldn't have happened. Lin Feng, did you know that they were going to dig a tunnel from the old villa? Otherwise, why did you put the explosives there? Xiao Xiao began to doubt Lin Feng. How come Lin Feng seemed to be able to predict everything? Of course I am. Who am I? Your husband. What don't I know? Lin Feng started bragging again. He really didn't know about the tunnel digging because he was not a god. Lin Feng is simply a coward. That's my old house. I would rather blow it up than leave it to you. Unexpectedly, there would be an unexpected gain. At this time, Su Hongrui also started making a phone call in the video transmitted by the drone. Hello, Boss Zhao. Me, 13th sister. My husband's basket was broken by someone. I want to avenge him. Do you have an anti-tank rocket launcher? What? Now there is one less anti-tank rocket launcher, and we can only exchange it with food and gold bricks? You want gold bricks to go to Siberia? After so many years of friendship, let's discuss it. You said that your youngest son doesn't go because he doesn't have enough gold bricks? The gang will lack a sister-in-law who can calm the place down after you leave. As long as I give birth to a child for your youngest son, you will give me an anti-tank rocket launcher? And let me be the sister-in-law? Okay, then I'll go now. You can't blame me if your son's 8 doesn't work. I have given birth to a child. I'm sure there is no problem. If you don't get pregnant within 3 months, you can give me one for free, right? That's fine. I'll drive there in a while. Ask your youngest son to wash the 8 clean and wait for me. Everyone. In order to avenge Zheng Dehai, Su Hongrui tried his best. Are you taking revenge on Lin Feng or Zheng Dehai? Yu Jing looked at Su Hongrui and didn't dare to say anything. In the Zheng family, Su Hongrui had the final say. Hey, take good care of Zheng Dehai these few days. After all, we are husband and wife. I will never leave my brother, let alone my husband. If his intestines are rotten, call me and I'll come back to cut them off. If there is nothing else, wait until I am pregnant before coming back. I must kill that bastard Lin Feng. I don't believe that the anti-tank rocket launcher can't smash his turtle shell. I'm leaving. Having said that, Su Hongrui held a cigarette in his mouth, got into the car, and left. The younger brothers covered the scratches on their bodies and looked at their sister-in-law in silence. Yu Jing seemed to have aged several dozen years, but she didn't know whether her grandson was Zheng Dehai's child. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was really speechless after watching the video. Are there still such people in the world? Are you taking revenge on Lin Feng or Zheng Dehai? Honey, can the anti-tank rocket launcher blow up our villa? I heard that thing can penetrate 1,000 millimeters thick armor. Xiao Xiao was a little panicked. If Su Hongrui really got an anti-tank rocket launcher, wouldn't that be dangerous? Small problem. Solvable. Lin Feng was confident and had already thought of a countermeasure. How boring would it be to play a game if there was no difficulty at all? He turned on his phone and continued to be angry with Su Hongrui. Sister-in-law, isn't the price you pay to give me a shot a bit high? How many bloody battles do you have to go through to create a life? Otherwise, come and keep my lonely dog company. I'll open the door for you now, and you'll get less shots. Su Hongrui was driving when he saw Lin Feng himself in the group. This made Su Hongrui angry. Although she was not picky about men, she couldn't pick dogs. Unless you add money. Lin Feng, you bastard, just wait for me. If you have the guts, don't run away. Wait until I come back. I will smash your basket to pieces. I will take your last name. Lin Feng didn't get angry when he saw it and continued to make her angry. Sister-in-law, if your brother can't satisfy you, just tell me. We've been neighbors for so many years, and a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If you want a child, I can help you. Why run so far? Come back. I'll leave the door open for you. Lin Feng smiled wickedly and said, I just want to piss you off to death. Wait until I get the anti-tank rocket launcher back. I'll let you know what cruelty is. Su Hongrui replied, turned off his phone, smoked a cigarette, drove, and ignored Lin Feng. Sister-in-law, you want a rocket launcher to find me? Why gamble the lives of the next generation? How many shots would you have to take to give me one? Where's my sister-in-law? I really have it here, look. Lin Feng was in the group for a long time and also posted a photo of an anti-tank rocket launcher. Su Hongrui didn't say anything, which made Lin Feng lose interest. Husband, you're not really going to give it to her, are you? Xiao Xiao looked at her phone, feeling a little panicked. This Su Hongrui is pretty. What if she really makes a deal with Lin Feng? He was not sure that Lin Feng was so lustful. After all, he also wanted to kill Lin Feng in the first place. Wasn't he here to make a deal? In the end, he even got his own virgin daughter involved, and it was almost a murder. I was just teasing her. I wouldn't touch a girl who wasn't a virgin. How can I, Lin Feng, expect a woman who can't even keep her bottom line before marriage to be loyal to me? It's even more impossible for a woman with a child. Even Dorgan, who is so awesome, couldn't handle a widow with a child. What do I, Lin Feng, have more than Dorgan? Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Feng's words. If Lin Feng really let Su Hongrui in, wouldn't they be hacked to death? This woman can definitely do it. She even dared to cut her husband's penis. Is there anything she can't do? Expert in human software, hardening engineering, Lin Feng. You are so shameless. What have you done to Zheng Shuya's family? You are still here spitting dirty words and spewing feces. Did your dog drive you crazy? You have rabies, and you are biting people here. Suddenly, someone scolded Lin Feng. Lin Feng scratched his head. Jia Lili? Who is this person? I don't know her. In his previous life, Zheng Dehai robbed Lin Feng's food reserves and killed Abe. In his previous life, Wang Guifen's family hid official relief supplies and killed a bunch of people. It's not like Lin Feng is taking revenge on them for no reason. As for others, Lin Feng never killed them indiscriminately. He would just shoot them to death, or they would be killed by crashing or being blown up. Well, now I have a task for everyone. Whoever cuts off a finger of Jia Lili will be rewarded with a sausage. Toes also count, a total of 20. The task is valid for a long time. After you chop off the fingers, send me a private message with photos and address. I will deliver the goods by drone. It is guaranteed to be safe and effective. Lin Feng was too lazy to think about who Jia Lili was. Don't you like typing on the keyboard? I see that all your fingers and toes are broken. What do you use to type? Lin Feng, do you think that everyone has no sense of justice like you? Don't bother trying to sow discord. I live in 401, 14th floor, Unit 4, Building 4. If you have the guts, come here yourself. Let's see if I can kill you. Lin Feng took a look and smiled. This silly woman turned out to be Zheng Shuya's neighbor? She must be a good friend. No wonder she suddenly scolded me, and she even dared to give me her address. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her. Someone would take care of her in a few days. You will soon know how tempting 20 sausages are. From now on, Zhao Lily, you are 20 walking sausages. Of course, Fong Qian is also walking food. It's just that only Wang Qing took on Fong Qian's task, so let these two good friends have fun at their leisure. Chapter 100. Teasing Fong Qian. Hubby, can't we just stay at home? Why do you always cause trouble? What if the natural disaster ends early? Xiao Xiao looked at the group message. To be honest, she was worried that something might happen to Lin Feng. If something happened to Lin Feng, she would not be able to survive. Did I cause trouble? Did I provoke Zheng Dehai or Wang Guifan? They were the ones who caused trouble to me first, and I am just fighting back. Besides, did you provoke anyone? Aren't there so many people trying to rob you of your supplies? You have to remember that being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. If they don't die, we will die. You've had enough sleep, and it's almost dawn. Go make some breakfast so I can taste your cooking skills. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiao nodded and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. First of all, I didn't offend anyone. You robbed my house 3 times and even blew up my house. You really deserve to die. Jojo wore a Balenciaga lace skirt and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Lin Feng felt very impatient looking at Xiao Xiao's back. It was true that young people were full of energy. Young man does not know the value of his children when oldie looks at them and sheds tears. Lin Feng shook his head and decided to give Xiao Xiao a day off. It's better to be moderate, otherwise it will be bad for Xiao Xiao's health. After flipping through his phone, Lin Feng remembered Fong Qian. Hasn't she run out of food yet? Why hasn't there been any news for several days? Lin Feng decided to tease her. Qian, how have you been recently? There are always villains who want to harm me, so I dare not even open the door. I haven't had time to reply to your message for so long. I am so worried that something has happened to you. At Fong Qian's home, Fong Qian and Wang Qing were drinking instant drinks to fill their stomachs. They both had compressed biscuits, but they tasted too bad and they didn't want to eat them, so they decided to replace them with instant drinks for breakfast. What the hell? Lin Feng, that bootlicker, is talking to me again. Wang Qing, do you think he's really in danger, or is he just kidding us? Why do I feel like he's playing a trick on me? Wang Qing took a sip of the instant drink without saying anything. But from time to time, he would look at Fong Qian's pink manicure and swallow his saliva. She had eaten so much compressed biscuits that she vomited, but Lin Feng promised her that if she pulled out a nail, she would get a box of instant noodles. If all of these are removed, we won't have to worry about food and drink for half a year. How would I know about your relationship? Just ask him yourself. Don't ask me. Wang Qing shook her head and threw Lin Feng's reward away. After all, they haven't run out of ammunition and food yet. If I do this, wouldn't I be asking for Fong Qian's life? Although Fong Qian treated her as her best friend because she wanted to show off her achievements to someone, wouldn't it be too inhumane if she really did that? You're right. I'd better ask Lin Feng. Fong Qian picked up her phone and started to use green tea firepower. Oh, Feng, I've become so skinny these past few days. You see, I can only drink instant drinks to fill my stomach every day. How are you doing? Do you want me to take care of you? We'll have a companion, too. When Lin Feng heard Fong Qian's voice, he got goosebumps. If he hadn't known that this woman would be merciless when she bit someone, and that she could bite a dude that hadn't been washed for 3 years to pieces, Lin Feng would have almost believed it. Qian, I miss you so much. I'm so scared. They want to kill me. I'm so lonely. If you could come, I can give you everything I have. Fong Qian smiled slightly. It turned out that this dog was scared silly these days. After he recovered, he was still the same dog. Don't be afraid, Feng. I will come to protect you right away. With me by your side, no one will dare to bully you. After hearing Fong Qian's words, Lin Feng immediately replied, Qian, watch out for danger. How will I survive if you get hurt? The password is 521-1314. Just enter the password yourself when you come. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Fong Qian perked up. Let's go. Wang Qing. He told us the password. Let's open the door and kill him. We won't give him a chance to have fun this time. Wang Qing curled her lips when she heard this. I'd be stupid to follow you. If I could unlock this password, I'd livestream myself doing a handstand and eating shit. I don't dare to kill anyone. Besides, Lin Feng only wants you to go alone. What's the point of me going? After you go in and convince Lin Feng, send me a message. I will go over to do the laundry, cooking, and housework for you too. Hearing Wang Qing say this, Fong Qian nodded and said, nothing wrong. All right, I'll go first. I'll contact you when I've dealt with or killed Lin Feng. We're good friends. We share happiness and difficulties together. Fong Qian has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Almost everyone still alive in the Shishan villa is either Lin Feng's enemy or has a relationship with Lin Feng. Fong Qian put the polished hairpin on her head, tidied everything, and went out with an umbrella. Wang Qing looked at Fong Qian's manicure and swallowed. A box of instant noodles? How long will it take me to eat this? 20 boxes are enough for half a year. How long has it been since I last had the delicious instant noodles? Fong Qian went to find Lin Feng again, in a 60-degree weather. I really don't know where she got the confidence from. Inside the house, Xiao Xiao was standing at the door with 2 plates of cold dishes. When she heard Lin Feng's gentle whispers, her eyes turned red and she felt extremely aggrieved. Lin Feng went out with a cigarette in his mouth and saw Xiao Xiao standing at the door with tears falling down, which was also very strange. What's wrong, my dear wife? Who made you unhappy? Why are you crying? Lin Feng wiped Xiao Xiao's tears, but Xiao Xiao couldn't control herself anymore and burst into tears. Wow, Lin Feng, how can you be so gentle to other women? It's Feng Feng again. It's Qian Qian again. You bully me every day. You have never been so gentle to me. Xiao Xiao couldn't control herself anymore and burst into tears right there. She accepted being Lin Feng's first wife, and she also accepted that Lin Feng had other women. But why was Lin Feng so gentle to others? He was never like that to her? She couldn't accept this. Hey, what am I talking about? Fong Qian is just a green tea girl. She wants to come in and eat and drink for free. She's one of those two you saw squatting at the door a few days ago. If I am not gentle, will she be fooled? Can she compare with you? In my eyes, she is nothing. Not as important as a... Xiao Xiao sniffed, doubting whether what Lin Feng said was true or not. Are you serious? You couldn't open the door for her when she came over. Look at the chat history and the time yourself. When did I open the door for her? I was teasing her on purpose. How can I marry 8 wives in the future if you were so jealous? Besides, am I not sharing your pain? Do you think you can handle such a fierce me by yourself? As he said that, Lin Feng picked up Xiao Xiao by the waist. There is no jealous girlfriend who can't be cured by a good fuck. It's obvious. Xiao Xiao is sick. He needs an injection. Lin Feng, you haven't eaten yet. I'm still holding the dishes. Xiao Xiao's face flushed with shame. Why was Lin Feng like a hungry wolf that could never be satisfied? Once a day, 1 hour each time. Don't stop until you are exhausted and sleepy. Don't you know what beauty is a feast to the eyes? I can be full by eating you. So what do you want to eat? Put the dishes on the bedside table, and you can eat after you finish eating. Having said that, Lin Feng carried Xiao Xiao into the bedroom. A year's plan starts with spring. A day's plan starts with the morning. Life lies in exercise, and you should enjoy it when you are young. Xiao Xiao put down the dish, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although it is not the first time, Lin Feng always has new tricks. It's so embarrassing every time. Chapter 101, Secret Sharing. Ding! Wrong password. Ding! Wrong password. Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao were busy studying human body software, hardening engineering in the house. Fong Qian was standing at the door in the 60-degree heat and the sun that could kill people, trying the password over and over again. What the hell? Lin Feng, you bastard. You've stood me up 3 times. Fong Qian tried dozens of times and finally confirmed that Lin Feng was playing a trick on her. Lin Feng, are you teasing me on purpose? It's 60 degrees, and I feel like my lungs are burning just by breathing. If you have any complaints about me, just tell me. How have I ever done anything wrong to you? Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao were fighting fiercely, and Lin Feng turned on his cell phone and let Xiao Xiao listen. Do you believe I was just teasing her this time? Lin Feng clicked on the voice message and directly sent the battle scene to Fong Qian. I've cheated you 3 times. You won't come next time. Then go with a famous brand. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Hurry up and turn off your phone. Fong Qian went completely berserk when she heard the voice message. A punch hit the steel door of Lin Feng's house. Fuck, it's so hard. It's burning me. The sun was scorching the steel door at nearly 100 degrees. Fong Qian's punch was not as powerful as Superman's. She burned her hand directly. Lin Feng, bastard. Whore, you have a woman in your room and you still lick me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Feng clicked play, and Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder. But Lin Feng didn't care and continued to click the voice message to send. Lin Feng, husband, you don't do this? You are really going too far? Xiao Xiao was speechless. Lin Feng was so mean. After all, I have learned so much information and mastered the skills, and I am now familiar with it. Lin Feng, you are so shameless. You are truly the most shameless man I have ever seen. Well, Feng Qian collapsed. She really collapsed. I thought I was Lin Feng's goddess, but not only could I not get in the door, but Lin Feng was in the room enjoying the air conditioning and studying human body software, hardening engineering. But this goddess can only stand outside in the sun and blow the 60-degree hot wind. This blow, Feng Qian couldn't bear it. Well, Lin Feng, you are a liar. A big liar. It is true that men become bad when they have money. You are rich. Is this how you treat me? You said you would love me wholeheartedly and protect me for the rest of my life. But this is how you treat me. I even wanted to marry you, give birth to children for you, and grow old with you. Is what you did a human being? Feng Qian squatted on the ground holding her cell phone and cried loudly. But Lin Feng was too lazy to listen to what Feng Qian said. Because Lin Feng's life has reached its peak. At this moment, Xiao Xiao has completely given up on having Lin Feng all to herself. If this goes on, he will torture me to death sooner or later. Although happiness is for two people, but my body really can't take it. Hurry up and find a second wife for Lin Feng. Otherwise, someone will die sooner or later. After a long time, the two people became deflated like deflated balls. Outside the door, Feng Qian was crying like a tearful person. She had always been the one being licked by others. When did she become a bootlicker? Lin Feng? Or, let her in, she's already crying. Maybe she has you in her heart too. Xiao Xiao felt her legs were numb, so she decided to let someone in quickly to share the joy. Anyone can do it except her. She doesn't deserve it. Lin Feng smoked a cigarette and refused directly. Lin Feng gave Feng Qian 999 chances, but she didn't turn around. The revenge has just begun. We have time, so take your time. Okay. Xiao Xiao got up and put on her clothes. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes, she felt a little cold. It seems that there is a reason why Lin Feng wants to deal with Feng Qian. As for the reason, Xiao Xiao didn't want to ask. Although Lin Feng has been bullying Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao knows it because no one except Lin Feng comes to save her at the critical moment. Lin Feng is the most reliable man when there is danger. Someone could die at any time. When there is no danger, Lin Feng is the biggest danger. Someone could die at any time. Let's watch this one. Aren't there so many sets in the dressing room? Changing a set every day will help you relax. Lin Feng stopped Xiao Xiao from putting on her clothes, and Xiao Xiao nodded. She was also very clean, and now that she had the conditions, she might as well change into another set of clothes. The temperature in the room was neither too high nor too low. Besides, they were an old married couple, so what had they not seen before? Xiao Xiao also relaxed a lot. Wearing the emperor's new clothes, he went to choose the clothes he, Lin Feng, liked. After a while, Xiao Xiao changed into a long, ancient-style dress, looking ethereal. Lin Feng was stunned. Xiao Xiao had to say that she was really beautiful. She was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Lin Feng pressed the cigarette but into the ashtray and put on his clothes. For Xiao Xiao's health, it's better to do it once a day. Lin Feng suffered a great loss at the hands of Liang Qiyu, and it would be no good if it happened again. Try my wife's cooking. I wonder if it tastes good. Is it as delicious as my wife herself? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiao's face turned red with embarrassment. I brought the dishes to the living room, a home-cooked cold dish and a boiled prawn. Lin Feng picked up the rice and took a bite of the cold dish to taste it. Xiao Xiao's cooking skills were average, but it tasted like home. It's delicious, you eat it too. I gave Xiao Xiao some big shrimps. They were all from Lake Baikal and tasted very fresh. Xiao Xiao ate shrimps with a red face, but what she was thinking about was the woman who had a bloody battle with Lin Feng for 4 hours that day. Who is she? Whose general is this? How could he be so brave? Could you come over and share my burden so I could suffer less? Honey, let me ask you something. That 4-hour thing? Have you ever considered bringing her in? As soon as Lin Feng heard it, he knew what Xiao Xiao meant. Are you dissatisfied with my high energy? Isn't it good to be more energetic? It is true that women are only as strong as wolves at 30, as strong as tigers at 40, and can only sit on the ground and absorb dust at 50. Xiao Xiao is still too young, and she doesn't really want to do this kind of happiness sharing and mutually beneficial thing. Liang Qiyu, she's not normal here. Don't learn from her. I'm afraid you'll become abnormal too. Lin Feng pointed to his head. Apart from delivering medicated milk tea to Liang Qiyu on time every day, He really had no idea how she was doing recently. Can I see your phone? Xiao Xiao asked weakly, and Lin Feng generously unlocked the door and handed it directly to Xiao Xiao. There are no secrets in my phone. My secrets are only in my space, and I won't tell anyone. Chapter 102. The dosage of medicine must be doubled, and the medicine cannot be stopped. Hubby, you're so nice. Xiao Xiao was very happy. Lin Feng really treated her as his wife. She could look at her phone at will. While eating shrimps, Xiao Xiao opened Lin Feng's mobile phone album. The first thing is to delete those embarrassing videos. Although she had determined that she was Lin Feng's first wife, the time she took the initiative was a stain on her life. She absolutely could not let it happen. As for the things that Lin Feng took the initiative to give, he can keep them if he wants. Xiao Xiao happily found the video, deleted it, and emptied the recycle bin. But Xiao Xiao didn't know that deleting it was useless. There are hundreds of computers and thousands of mobile phones. Even if you were given the password and allowed to delete them at will, it will take you 2 hours to delete them all. Go Wang Lin Feng dared to hand over his phone. Are you still afraid that you will delete things? Then, Xiao Xiao opened Lin Feng's WeChat, flipped through it, and saw Liang Qiyu as expected. Clicking on the avatar to enlarge it, Liang Qiyu was a few years older than herself, with a delicate appearance, thin and small, and looked frail. If there were no pictures, Liang Qiyu's appearance would get 10 points, but her figure would only get 6 points at most because she is too skinny. Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Qiyu was no match for her, and even if she became the second wife, she would not be able to shake her position. But, with this body, how on earth did she last for 4 hours? Wouldn't she be falling apart? Was it her willpower? Xiao Xiao's guess was correct. Liang Qiyu lost 1,000 of his own men and injured 800 enemies. In the first bloody battle, he actually defeated Lin Feng by willpower. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, and then he picked up his phone and showed it to Lin Feng. Honey, is she crazy? Look at these friends' circles. Lin Feng took the phone, flipped through it, and then frowned fiercely. Liang Qiyu actually started killing people in Building 3 with a gun. Moreover, he would take a photo of everyone he killed and share it on his moments. Liang Qiyu has been killing like crazy these days. Fuck, is she resistant to the medicine for treating sexual indifference? How is she going further and further down the path of perversion? Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at this circle of friends. Liang Qiyu was getting further and further away from entering the safe house. Liang Qiyu didn't choose to defend her home like Xiao Xiao after getting the gun. She chose to attack the city and plunder the land. To avenge humanity. What medicine? Did you give her medicine? Xiao Xiao asked doubtfully. What good could the medicine Lin Feng give her be? Nothing much. The cold dishes are delicious, and the shrimps are good too. I'm full. You can feed the rest to Abe. Abe is not picky about food. He will eat even shit. Lin Feng lost his appetite and became a little worried about Liang Qiyu. This is simply a road to death, from which there is no turning back. Even if you have a gun, you only have 200 bullets. What's the use of using up all the bullets? Lin Feng was worried about Xiao Xiao at the beginning, so he solved the problem she had upstairs and even replaced the door with a steel door. He only left after making sure that Xiao Xiao would not be in danger. But Liang Qiyu and Lin Feng only gave her a pistol and 200 rounds of bullets, and nothing else. Lin Feng took out the medicine, doubled the dosage, and poured it into the milk tea. You have to double the amount of medicine. You can't stop taking medicine. If you are sick, you have to treat it quickly. Then he took out the drone, turned on the camera, and wanted to take a look at the situation. All men have a desire to win. Lin Feng has suffered losses twice at the hands of Liang Qiyu, and he doesn't want Liang Qiyu to die so soon. The next bloody battle, when you feel like it, we will decide who is better and who lives or dies. Lin Feng, don't want to die with such a bad reputation. Next time, I'll make you cry. No expression? No words? Which man can bear this kind of grievance? My brother Lin Feng is very fierce. Okay. The battle has to be carried out in several stages, and Lin Feng is now unwilling to give in. As soon as the drone left the house, it captured Feng Qian squatting on the ground, crying her eyes out, looking very pitiful. Lin Feng was too lazy to even look at it. I gave you the most chances. How did you treat me? You're crying now? It's too late. Without Feng Qian, Lin Feng would probably have been a bootlicker all his life. Now that Lin Feng has been upgraded to the Wolf King, all female wolves in the pack should be protected by the Wolf King. Otherwise, what kind of Wolf King is that? If a mother wolf cannot control herself, she will eventually become a lonely wild wolf. The drone arrived at Liang Chiyu's window, where Liang Chiyu had been waiting for a long time. 2 cups of milk tea every day are Liang Chiyu's last psychological comfort. Why are you so late today? I thought you were going to break your promise? Liang Chiyu took the milk tea, inserted a straw, and started drinking. Lin Feng saw Liang Chiyu's current appearance through the drone. There was a cinnabar mole between the eyebrows, and Lin Feng knew that it was not a mole, but human blood. It just happened to splash on that place, and she didn't notice, so she didn't wipe it off. Lin Feng frowned. Wasn't it just a 6-year relationship? His home was robbed, and he was almost raped? Are you so seriously blackened? Lin Feng, have been a bootlicker for 6 years, and in the 3 years of the apocalypse, I have given away countless supplies to support the goddess. I'm much more miserable than you, okay? I'm not as evil as you are, right? At least I, Lin Feng, have a bottom line. I never go against a woman's will. Transactions are always voluntary on both sides, and happiness is shared, right? Lin Feng picked up the phone and sent a message. Is the milk tea delicious? Liang Chiyu glanced at his phone and replied casually. It's just SOSO. It smells like medicine? Why are you late today? Do you have a new trading partner at home? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Is Liang Chiyu so smart? You guessed everything? If I drug you, wouldn't you be afraid? And there is indeed a woman living in your house. Would you be jealous? Liang Chiyu saw the message and sneered. Jealous? Who am I? Do I deserve to be jealous? If you want to drug me, go ahead. I have a drug-resistant constitution anyway. Besides, I'm not afraid of death, so why would I be afraid of drugging? I'll still drink the free milk tea. Lin Feng touched his chin when he saw the news. The task of conquering the second wife was obviously several times more difficult than the first wife. She is born with a drug-resistant physique and is cold-blooded and ruthless, killing people without blinking an eye, regardless of fear. She is going further and further down the path of evil, and it is obvious that she will never turn back. For someone like this, Lin Feng would have to be crazy to drag her into the safe house. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng typed, You are the second in command. If you have any trouble, go to Lao Lin. If you are short of bullets, tell me. Next time, I will give you 1 hour. If you have more, Lao Lin will not serve you. Liang Chiyu blushed when she saw Lin Feng's message. She will never forget those 4 hours in her life. After drinking a cup of iced milk tea, she thought about it calmly. It turns out, really looking forward to the next time. What was I thinking about? Didn't I agree to kill all the unfaithful men and then commit suicide? How could I compromise because of a few cups of milk tea? There was obviously drug in the milk tea. I just couldn't taste it and figure out what drug it was. Why would I think about that bastard Lin Feng? Is it because it was my first time? That little dog only lasted 4 hours. It was obviously me who won. Liang Chiyu covered his head and began to fall into a deep vortex of memories. Even a prostitute can never forget her first time. What's more, Liang Chiyu is a virgin girl with mental misophobia. Chapter 103. Liang Chiyu's Road to Revenge. Lin Feng saw Liang Chiyu seen from the drone and heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her say this in person. You scared me. I didn't think you would turn so bad. Did you? You're not sick after all this time? You're really good at pretending. You're more embarrassed than Xiao Xiao after all this time. Lin Feng smoked a cigarette and breathed a sigh of relief. He was right to focus on virgin girls. A woman who can stick to her original heart will never forget her first man. After all, there are only 0 times and countless times when it comes to cheating. Drink your milk tea. I won't drug you next time. I have recently developed a magical skill that can strengthen your body. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. When you master the skill, revenge will be easy. Liang Chiyu covered her face, looked at her phone, and asked in confusion. Is this true? I have had a weak constitution since childhood. What are the conditions? Liang Chiyu has gotten used to it. She can just talk about the deal directly with Lin Feng. At least Lin Feng will never break a contract. This magical skill is called concave and concave magic skill. If you come to my house for an hour every day, I can teach you everything I know for free. After 9981 days, you will have mastered the magical skill. In the future, you will be invincible in the world. Liang Chiyu took a look and understood instantly. Fuck you. You actually made the idea of freeloading sound so refreshing. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm 3 years older than you. Liang Chiyu's cheeks turned slightly red when Lin Feng teased her. After all, the people she met usually were very polite, and she had never met anyone who spoke like this to Lin Feng. Don't you want to learn the auto magical skill? I have a 1-word cooing character that I can teach you for free. The Kuan character is more effective than the Autu magical skill. It can open mountains, fill the sea, and even move the stars. You just need to practice hard for 49 days. Once you have mastered the Kuan character, you can resist billions of magic soldiers in the future. Liang Qiyu was so angry that she laughed at Lin Feng. When it comes to shamelessness, no one can compare to Lin Feng. Go practice with the woman in your room. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Liang Qiyu looked at the sun in the sky and checked his pistol, finding that there were still 36 bullets left. If we kill 8 more today, we will have 100. Liang Qiyu will save the last 20 shots for Zhou Kaihua. Liang Qiyu put her phone away and ignored Lin Feng. Although chatting with Lin Feng was quite relaxing, she still had to take revenge. Xiao Xiao looked at the test paper on the table on Lin Feng's mobile phone screen and frowned. A woman's sixth sense made Xiao Xiao alert, and she picked up her mobile browser to search. Her eyes widened. No way? Is it so accurate? Lin Feng looked up at Xiao Xiao and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you so startled?" Xiao Xiao quickly exited the browser and shook her head. "Nothing. I'm just looking around." Xiao Xiao didn't want to say anything and then touched her belly. "If this is true, can I still keep my position as the first wife?" Bang! Ah! Murder! At this moment, gunshots and a woman's scream were heard in the video. Xiao Xiao and Lin Feng hurried over to see what was happening. They flew the drone upwards and saw Liang Qiyu had killed the male owner of a household with one shot. "Didn't you post on WeChat moments that your boyfriend is having an affair? I'll help you get rid of him. Besides, it's the end of the world now. Men like this won't protect you. Women need to learn to rely on themselves. If he dies, food won't be wasted. You can live longer too." The hostess in the house was so scared that she hid in the corner with her head in her hands and dared not make a sound, for fear that Liang Qiyu would shoot her to death. She just complained about her boyfriend in her circle of friends. She didn't want him to die. How could she find her way home? Liang Qiyu is a doctor, and many people have added her and have her WeChat. Liang Qiyu specifically kills indecent men. In her eyes, such men deserve to die. There are also women who cheat on their spouses. Liang Qiyu, who is as white as Li Ying, will come and kill them all. Just to give myself more experience in using guns. Kill 100 of them as soon as possible. Go and seek revenge on Zhou Kaihua. Oh my god! No wonder you said she has a mental problem. Husband, do you have any medication for mental illness? Put some in her milk tea when you give her milk tea. Xiao Xiao is really impressed by Liang Qiyu. If she lets her in, will she and Lin Feng break down in the middle of the night? After all, according to Liang Qiyu's standards, she and Lin Feng were already worthy of the death penalty. Lin Feng glanced at his crotch and felt a chill in his crotch. Liang Qiyu can't be let in easily. Isn't this too cruel? Although he hasn't completely turned evil, this disease is really hard to cure. Don't worry about her. She can't get into the safe house anymore. Let's go to bed. We should catch up on some sleep after staying up all night. Long-term poor sleep can lead to schizophrenia. Lin Feng has given up on Liang Qiyu. There are so many women out there is no need to waste time. Who can sleep well with such a dangerous person around? Lin Feng turned off the surveillance, took back the drone, then put his arm around Xiao Xiao's shoulders and went back to the house to sleep. Xiao Xiao is still the best. She is smart, obedient, and sensible. No one can shake her position as the first wife, unless Xiao Xiao herself doesn't want her anymore. When the drone flew back, Fang Qian had already left. Lin Feng didn't even bother to pay attention to her and fell asleep while hugging Xiao Xiao's granary. Xiao Xiao had gotten used to it, so she leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder and slowly fell asleep. Apart from Lin Feng's sexiness, I feel really safe around him. After Liang Qiyu killed the man, he started looking through his phone. After determining the target, go directly to the next one. This time the target is a woman who is pretty but specializes in cheating other men out of their hard-earned money. When he arrived at the door, Liang Qiyu took out an electric drill and drilled into the keyhole 2 millimeters below the keyhole. All the buckles in the keyhole will be broken by drilling. All the buckles will fall out. You can open it with any key. Liang Qiyu's friendly reminder. This is real. Don't try it. Friends who want to experiment can use an electric drill to drill their own door locks. Drilling someone else's door lock will lead to jail and using a sewing machine. In less than a minute, Liang Qiyu put away the electric drill, inserted the key into the keyhole, and opened the door. Violent unlocking is something only a reckless person can do. Liang Qiyu is committing a high IQ crime. Don't kill my girlfriend. I worked so hard to buy her a house and a car, and she just agreed to marry me. If you kill her, All my hard work over the years will be in vain. Inside the house, the man heard the noise and blocked his girlfriend with a kitchen knife. Liang Qiuyu's story has spread throughout Building 3. Liang Qiuyu would kill all men and women who had committed bad deeds in the past. This dog is trying to protect the goddess. He has decided to fight to the death. Chapter 104. Final Revenge. Begin. Well, since you love her so much, I won't kill her. Liang Qiuyu has become accustomed to this situation. There are bootlickers everywhere, even when the end of the world comes. Hearing this, the woman behind him breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Bang! The moment he showed his head, Liang Qiuyu swung his gun and shot him dead. Killing so many people, Liang Qiuyu's marksmanship has become superb. If you dare to show your head, I will shoot you. It's just a waste of a bullet. I'll shoot again. Goddess, you killed my goddess. I paid so much for you. Liang Qiuyu, I'm going to kill you. Do you know how much loan sharking I borrowed and hacked to death in order to pursue her? The man held the goddess' body and cried heart-wrenchingly. But Liang Qiuyu doesn't care about him. I'm just helping you get rid of it. Turn around and go to the next one. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Liang Qiuyu finally killed 100 scumbags and returned home to eat some dry food. I ate all the dry food and then left 2 cups of water and used the remaining water to take a bath. Tonight, I will go and kill Zhou Kaihua and the others. Either Zhou Kaihua and the others will die, or I will die. There is no need to worry about storing food and water. I had a comfortable sleep and felt refreshed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng's drone delivered another cup of milk tea. Liang Qiuyu took it and took a sip. This was the last of the milk tea. What's going on? Why did the taste change again? What drug was added this time? Liang Qiuyu smacked her lips, feeling something was wrong. But I didn't think much about it. It was the last cup of milk tea, so I just drank it. Originally, Lin Feng didn't want to care about Liang Qiuyu's life or death, but Xiao Qiao insisted that Lin Feng add some medicine to treat mental illness, and in a larger dosage, maybe Liang Qiuyu could be saved. Lin Feng doesn't need a cup of milk tea or some medicine. Since his wife has spoken, he might as well be a good person. After drinking the milk tea, Liang Qiuyu packed up his things and prepared to kill Zhou Kaihua. Liang Qiuyu checked the equipment to make sure there was no problem, then took advantage of the night to come to Zhou Kaihua's villa. Liang Qiuyu was light and live, and she climbed over the wall and came to the gate. After making sure that there was no one around, Liang Qiuyu took an electric drill and started drilling the lock. Everyone in Shishan Villa knew that Zhou Kaihua and the other 4 escorts had 4 guns, and no one dared to attack them. So Zhou Kaihua and his men had relaxed their vigilance and just locked the door, with no one on guard. On the second floor, 2 women, naked as hell, were dancing for them. The 2 women are slim and graceful, with smiles on their faces. It is not difficult to see that they do have some dancing skills. Li Ying was dressed elegantly, like a queen, holding a small whip and whipping anyone she disliked. She is the only hostess of this villa, and also Zhou Kaihua's forbidden descendant. No one can touch her except Zhou Kaihua. Zhou Kaihua, Shi Yuan, and 3 others were lying on the leather sofa. Have a high-intensity match. After all, the situation is different. Some are old, some are young. To keep the game fair, you must give gifts to watch this game. Li Ying seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't avoid it. After all, no one would touch her except Zhou Kaihua. Although Liang Qiuyu had been mentally prepared, his 3 views were still shattered when he saw the scene before him. Is this the man I loved deeply for 6 years? Lin Feng is a beast, but you are worse than beasts. Liang Qiuyu gnashed his teeth in hatred. He was furious. He picked up the gun. He aimed directly at the root of Zhou Kaihua's evil. I killed you with just 1 shot. You got it too easy. I'll confiscate your tools first. Bang! With a gunshot, Zhou Kaihua's root of evil was blown up by a single shot. Originally, Zhou Kaihua felt that he had reached the peak of his life. But the result was that he fell from heaven into hell. Zhou Kaihua let out a howl like a rat. He thought he could live the life of a local emperor by relying on his large numbers of people and guns. But from now on, he becomes a eunuch. The 6 women were so scared that they squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Shi Yuan and the other 2 quickly went to pick up the guns on their belts. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that the enemy must be coming. No time to put on pants. Your life is more important. Bang! 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 Liang Qiuyu didn't give them a chance to react. He fired continuously, but I don't know why. Maybe it's because there are too many targets? Or the targets are moving too fast. Liang Qiyu missed 2 shots. Another shot hit Shi Yuan's, but it exploded. Zhou Kaihua looked in the direction of the gunshot and instantly became furious. Liang Qiyu, I let you go, but you dared to come back. I really gave you some face. Cai Zinkin, Shi Xiang Qinshi. Don't beat her to death. Catch her alive. I'm going to skin her alive. At this time, Shi Jinkin and Shi Xiangqiangxi had already got the pistols. They started shooting at Liang Qiyu. Bang, bang, bang. Liang Qiyu was light and lithe, squatting behind the stone pillar. Their guns were just official standard pistols. They were not as powerful as the Russian Army special pistols that Lin Feng had. Liang Qiyu shook her head. She felt her head was swelling. What was going on? Shouldn't I be so inaccurate? I had practiced for so long. Was it all in vain? Shi Yuan was shot in the buttocks and exploded into pieces. He was unable to fight anymore and lay on the ground, dying. The furious Zhou Kaihua picked up the gun. Regardless of the pain of his intestines being shot out, he held the gun. He kept shooting at Liang Qiyu. Liang Qiyu, 6 years of relationship. I'm letting you go. It's okay if you're not grateful. You also shattered my dignity. I caught you. I want you to wish you were dead, but not alive. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots in a row. Zhou Kaihua was furious. He didn't care about the bullets at all. Li Ying was so scared that she squatted behind the sofa, tightly holding the gun at her waist. Liang Qiyu shook her head. She felt her head getting bigger and bigger, and she felt drowsy. Her shoulder hurt. What was going on? I can't sleep. I have to think about the past. At least I can't sleep before I kill Zhou Kaihua. What's going on? Why are we fighting? Why do we suddenly want to sleep? Zhou Kaihua, you still have the nerve to talk about 6 years of love. I used my house and 1 million to buy a tube of burn ointment from Li Ying to save your life. I almost got beaten by Lin Feng for saving your life. But you took all my supplies. And you ran off with that bitch Li Ying. You even brought people to rape me. I was so blind to fall for a thing worse than an animal like you. I really regret not watching you die in the hospital. Liang Qiyu roared at the full force of his voice. Only anger and hatred can make Liang Qiyu regain some sanity. This sleepiness came too suddenly. What's going on? Chapter 105. Li Ying scheming. Honey, what happened to Liang Qiyu? Why do I feel like she's not in the right state? Xiao Qiao looked at him in confusion. She also knew how to use a gun, so she could naturally tell that Liang Qiyu was a very good shooter. Logically, he shouldn't have missed a target, right? How dare you ask me this? Didn't you ask me to give her some antipsychotic drugs? Antipsychotic drugs can help her sleep, calm her nerves, and suppress her nerves. It seems like she is taking effect from the drugs. Lin Feng was very embarrassed. He originally wanted Liang Qiyu to take some medicine and have a good sleep at home. Who could have thought that this would happen? Didn't you say Liang Qiyu is very resistant to drugs? She shouldn't have such a big reaction, right? Xiao Qiao was also helpless. She had never taken psychiatric drugs, so how would she know what it felt like? Lin Feng rubbed his chin awkwardly. Ever since he knew that Liang Qiyu had a strong resistance to drugs, the one he used this time was the most powerful and potent one, and it was 10 times the dosage. Of course, I have to keep this matter to myself and not tell anyone. Otherwise, what will Lin Feng, accomplish? Husband, are you talking? Will Liang Qiyu be safe? If she dies, you will be fully responsible. You will definitely regret it. Xiao Qiao shook Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was also embarrassed. There were 4 guns on the opposite side, and it would still be dangerous even if he wore a bulletproof vest and a helmet. And we can't just blow it up with 1 shot. So wouldn't Liang Qiyu be killed in the explosion as well? This is a difficult matter. It's not a good idea for us to drive over now. If they get a chance, they can kill Liang Qiyu with 1 shot. Don't we have drones? Let's give her a chance and let her run away. As the king of Go, Lin Feng would not take any risks. Besides, it is not in time to go there now. This is indeed the best solution now. On the other end of the surveillance camera, Zhou Kaihua was stunned when he heard Liang Qiyu's words. He didn't know what Liang Qiyu was talking about. Li Ying, is what she said true? Zhou Kaihua pointed the gun at Li Ying. If what Liang Qiyu said was true, then he, Zhou Kaihua, was indeed worse than a beast. Brother Kaihua, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just trying to get revenge on you. This is the first time I've ever been with you, and you still believe her lies. You should kill her now. Li Ying pretended to be pitiful, but the hand behind her had already grasped the gun. If Zhou Kaihua is unreliable, then kill Zhou Kaihua. There are plenty of men in this world. As long as I have a gun, that sister is the queen. Zhou Kaihua, you know the password. Check it out for yourself. Liang Qiyu turned on his phone and threw it to Zhou Kaihua. His mind was becoming increasingly muddy. Liang Qiyu knew that he would definitely not be able to kill Zhou Kaihua today. Then run home first. As long as I am alive, I will come back after taking a 2-day break. Zhou Kaihua took the phone and found the chat history between Liang Qiyu and Li Ying. In an instant, Zhou Kaihua became even angrier. What Liang Qiyu said was all true. No wonder Li Ying was so happy to transfer the property certificate and 1 million. After all this time, it was all Liang Qiu's. How could she not be happy? Li Ying, you bitch. I thought I had saved the galaxy before I met you. After all this time, I am so unlucky to meet you. Zhou Kaihua thought of the 6 years of love and the stable job as a security guard. Without Li Ying, he would not have fallen to this point today. Zhou Kaihua was holding a gun and was about to kill Li Ying. This is a troublemaker. Brother Kaihua, this is really the first time for you and me. I told you a white lie because I love you. You have to believe my feelings for you. Besides, I am pregnant with your child. This is our child. I have never been touched by another man. You know this. Li Ying cried with tears in her eyes, but the hand behind her had already opened the gun's bolt safety. You're pregnant? I won't have any offspring. Zhou Kaihua believed it. He put down the gun in his hand and looked at Li Ying excitedly. As long as there is no offspring, then I am not considered a eunuch. Brother Kaihua, come here. If you don't believe me, just touch it. I feel like it will move. Li Ying is talking nonsense. It's only been a few days. Why is your reaction so strong? Li Ying just wanted to trick Zhou Kaihua over and shoot him. Li Ying had never used a gun before. She was afraid she would miss the target if it was too far away. Good son, let daddy touch me. Zhou Kaihua had lost his mind after losing Kuan and slowly walked towards Li Ying. Just when he was about to touch Li Ying's belly, the sound of machine gun fire and broken glass came from outside the villa. Da-da-da-da. Clatter, 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 clatter. Ah! In an instant, all the women in the villa hid in the corners with their heads in their hands in fear. They had been tortured for so long that they had become frightened birds. Shi Jinqin and Shi Xiangqiangxi were also startled and quickly hid behind the sofa. Liang Qiyu took a look at the intact window and immediately got up and ran downstairs. Lin Feng, that bastard, is here again. You have so many tricks. You really show off to me. Hearing the sound of machine gun fire, Zhou Kaihua subconsciously lay on top of Li Ying. He had already cut off the root of evil, so he couldn't let Li Ying die. The child in her belly was his only hope of survival. Ah! Li Ying was startled by the gunshot. Zhou Kaihua pinned her down again. Scared, Li Ying took out her gun. She just fired randomly. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Kaihua felt like he was shot 3 times. But not in the back, but in the chest. My children. Zhou Kaihua vomited blood and lay on top of Li Ying and lost his life. Zhou Kaihua, a great hero of his generation, was given a box lunch by the first woman in his life. After a long time, the people in the villa slowly looked up, seeing that the glass around them was not broken. They breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was not machine gun fire. Captain, how did you get shot? Shi Jinqin came over and looked at Zhou Kaihua, who had lost his breath, and asked in shock. Li Ying quickly put the gun back in her waist. Then she hugged Zhou Kaihua's head and cried loudly. Brother Kaihua, what will I do if you die? It was that bitch Liang Qiyu who shot Brother Kaihua. Brother Kaihua was shot because he was trying to save me. The gunfire from the drone just now disrupted Li Ying's gunfire, so no one present doubted Li Ying's words. Captain, don't worry. Without you, our brothers wouldn't be able to live the good life they do now. We will definitely help you take good care of your sister-in-law. We will definitely help you get revenge in the future. As he spoke, Shi Jinqin looked at Li Ying's face and smiled evilly. Li Ying understood instantly. Since Zhou Kaihua is out, I will change him. There are plenty of men in this world. Chapter 106. I am the queen. Hurry, help me. I feel my butt explode. Shi Yuan was lying on the ground with a big hole on his butt. I wonder if it can heal? Shi Jinqin glanced at Shi Yuan, then at Shi Xiangqiangxi, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. From now on, we will work in shifts day and night, and never let what happened today happen again. As for Shi Yuan, he won't live long in this weather. As brothers, we can't let him suffer too much. Shi Xiangqiangxi smiled slightly. He and Shi Jinqin were brothers, but outsiders didn't know it. Understood. Rest in peace, Shi Yuan. Shi Xiangqiangxi picked up an official dagger and cut his throat directly, putting an end to Shi Yuan's pain. Seeing this scene, Liang quietly hid the gun under the sofa. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Shouldn't you also show some appreciation to us two brothers? Liang smiled slightly, charmingly, and slowly took off her stockings. It's another paid program. You have to pay to watch it. The new competition officially begins. This Big Brother's woman. It's so exciting. Just as the competition was in full swing and the two people reached the peak of their lives, Liang knelt on the ground, picked up the gun under the sofa, and turned around decisively. A shot blew up Shi Jinkin's head. Just when Shi Xianqian was about to grab the gun, Liang fired again, hitting him right in the back. Ah! The woman was frightened and collapsed to the ground again. Liang said to them nonchalantly, "Disembowel these four bodies, clean them, and put them outside to dry. I'll give you a chance for revenge. From now on, you will eat their flesh, drink their blood, gnaw their bones, and chew their tendons. If you don't want to die, just listen to me. From now on, I am your queen." The 6 women had long since dared not resist. They just listened to whatever Liang said. Then, the 6 men really dismembered the 4 of them, cut open their stomachs, and took out their hearts and lungs. There is a special sense of refreshment in the woman's heart. These 4 demons who have tormented us for so long are finally dead. We will eat you up. Liang put on her clothes, picked up the phone, and called her parents. "Mom, I'm Ying. I'm living well here. Please ask my dad to drive to the Shishan Villa district. There's food and drink here. It won't be a problem to hold on for a year." When Li Ying's parents heard Li Ying's call, they burst into tears. "I've raised my daughter for so many years. It finally worked." Li Ying put away the 5 guns, her eyes revealing ferocity. "I don't trust anyone in this world except my parents. The gun can only be given to the parents closest to me. From today on, I am the queen." Is this really Ying? How could she become like this? Xiao Qiao looked at this scene in disbelief. How could the woman who had grown up with her, gone shopping with her, slept with her, and discussed life with her, become like this? I have her WeChat. You can look at the chat history yourself. Lin Feng didn't care. He handed over the phone and told him to take a look. Xiao Qiao quickly took the phone, and after seeing the chat history, the last bit of fantasy she had about Liang was shattered. For the sake of money, Liang sold herself. Isn't it normal for her to sell her own supplies? Is there anything else she can't do? Lin Feng controlled the drone to check on Liang Chuyu's situation. At this moment, Liang Chuyu had returned home with a bullet wound in the back of her shoulder. Zhou Kaihua's furious shooting was not without effect. The stone pillar was just for shape. It was not made of stone and was very brittle. A bullet had penetrated the stone pillar and hit Liang Chuyu on the back of his shoulder. Liang Chuyu returned home feeling painful and sleepy. Although she was a doctor, she had no way of taking the bullet out as it was stuck there. She simply couldn't reach it. I returned home and locked the door, only to be seen by a high-rise neighbor who was fetching water. Attention, owners of Building 3. The murderer Liang Chuyu is injured. I saw it. There's blood all over the ground. She killed my goddess. I finally got a chance to take revenge. Wow. I was just complaining about my husband on WeChat Moments, and she ended up killing him. How can I, a woman, live with a child? Gather my brothers. As long as Liang Chuyu is alive, there will be no peace in Building 3. The group of building owners was in an uproar, and Liang Chuyu was already weak, and Lin Feng gave her psychiatric drugs, and she was also shot. As soon as Liang Chuyu entered the room and sat on the ground, her eyelids began to droop continuously. It was obvious that she could no longer hold on. Bang! 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 There were continuous loud banging sounds coming from the security door of Liang Chuyu's house, which made Liang Chuyu grit his teeth and struggle to sit up again. I can't die. Zhou Kaihua is not dead yet. I can't accept dying like this. Liang Chuyu decisively picked up a bottle of adrenaline and injected it directly into his thigh. As adrenaline was injected into her body, Liang Chuyu felt her heart beating violently. It instantly made her much more sober. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Liang Chuyu's door was knocked open. The bootlickers in Building 3 and the women whose husbands had died rushed in frantically. Today they must kill Liang Chuyu as a sacrifice to the heavens. Liang Chuyu, you killed my goddess. Do you know how much I paid for her? You're not a human being. What's wrong with my husband cheating on me while I was pregnant? That lasted for 10 months. It's normal for a normal man to not be able to help himself. You killed this and that. You are the one who deserves to die the most. I was willing to lend money at high interest rates to buy a bag for my goddess. I am happy when my goddess is happy. Now my goddess is dead. My happiness is gone. I want you to be buried with her." Listening to their roar, Liang Chuyu's 3 views were shattered once again. "I clearly helped you out of your misery, so why do I seem to be the one at fault? Don't you hate them in your heart? Why do you complain to me and post heartbreaking photos on your moments? What's wrong with this world? Am I wrong? Or is it this world?" Liang Chuyu completely doubted his life. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The dogs fell to the ground one after another as the gunshots rang out. Then more dogs followed. For their goddess, they are willing to give up their lives. Knock! With the sound of running out of bullets, Liang Chuyu picked up the pistol and took a look. "We have run out of ammunition and food, and there is no way to retreat." As the lickers charged forward, Liang Chuyu knew that he was doomed. "It turns out that I was wrong. Many people are willing to be lickers from birth, and no one can save them." He smiled slightly and then closed his eyes. "In the next life, don't come. A kitchen knife came towards me. Death will come in the next second." Chapter 107. Lin Feng, you really have an anti-tank gun. Bang! With a loud bang, a beam of fire shot through the 3rd floor directly at Liang Chuyu's face, crushing a group of licking dogs. This is not the end. The flame shot through several buildings behind. Finally, in the distance, there was an explosion. The most unlucky one was the owner of an ordinary residential building in the distance. He was directly blown to the west by Lin Feng's cannon. The building collapsed. In an instant, the whole building was collectively killed. "Lin Feng, you really have an anti-tank rocket launcher. Where did you get this thing? Give me one too." The anti-tank rocket launcher is armor-piercing, so it penetrated several buildings before exploding. Lin Feng held a cigarette in his mouth, threw out a handful of cigarettes, and replied, "Girls shouldn't use weapons of mass destruction like this. Here's one for you. Shoot them." Xiao Xiao took it, rushed into the corridor, and started shooting at the crowd. Da-da-da-da. In an instant, the group of lickers on the 3rd floor was repelled. The lickers ran up the corridor. The bodies were lying on the ground. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't want to care about Liang Chuyu's life or death, but Xiao Xiao insisted that if he didn't come, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Feng couldn't resist Xiao Xiao, so he came here. Lin Feng would never admit that he also wanted to come. Liang Chuyu looked at the room that was shattered by the bomb and lay limply on the ground. "Isn't that just a deal? Why did you come to save me?" Then, Liang Chuyu closed his eyes weakly. Even if all the people in Building 3 were put together, they couldn't even hold a gun. How could they face the anti-tank rocket launchers and crazy strafing? Retreat! 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 A bunch of licking dogs are constantly retreating. Facing this situation, revenge for the goddess is no longer important. Your own life is more important. What's wrong with being a dog licker? Aren't you still a human being? Block them back upstairs. And Xiao Xiao squatted at the stairs fully armed, ready to shoot anyone who came down. Lin Feng picked up Liang Chuyu, went downstairs and drove the car. As for the lives of the remaining lickers, Lin Feng didn't bother to care. A dog licks a dog and ends up with nothing. When you evolve into werewolves, come and seek revenge on me, the Wolf King Lin Feng. Just kill them all? Wouldn't that be too boring? Ding ding. Let's go, Jojo. Let's go home. Lin Feng honked the horn, and Xiao Xiao also went downstairs and got into the car. The remaining dogs in the dong were completely speechless. Lin Feng, you are more inhumane than the one he raised. There is no food or water here. Did we provoke you? You still care about my revenge for the goddess. Do you live by the sea? You're nosy too much. After returning home, Lin Feng took Liang Chuyu to the medical room. There are various surgical instruments here. Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao stared at each other. Neither of them knew what to do. Xiao Xiao, can you take out the bullet? Xiao Xiao shook her head. She was studying architectural engineering. How could she know this? I can't do it. You should do it. Lin Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at the unconscious Liang Chuyu. He knew he could not hesitate. Do I have to do it all? Otherwise, there will be an immune rejection reaction and Liang Chuyu will be infected and he will definitely be dead. He took out a sterilized scalpel and cut open the bullet hole on his back. Finding the bullet stuck in the bone, Lin Feng disinfected the pliers and pulled the bullet out with all his strength. Xiao Xiao frowned when she saw this scene, but after all, she had seen a lot of storms, so she didn't spit it out. Compared to the heartfelt sausage stuffing, this is simply child's play. After removing the bullet and disinfecting the wound to stop the bleeding, Lin Feng began to suture the wound. We use absorbable sutures. We have a mind, so what are we afraid of? After stitching the wound, Liang Chuyu's wound was disinfected with various anti-inflammatory drugs, and he was given a tetanus shot and various anti-inflammatory injections. If Liang Chuyu still dies, Lin Feng will have no choice. I really listened to my first wife and did my best. When Liang Chuyu woke up, he opened his eyes and looked around. The temperature is cool, not hot, and the surroundings are clean and tidy, just like heaven. Liang Chuyu wanted to move, but felt a piercing pain in the back of her shoulder. "Hubby, wake up!" Xiao Xiao was holding a bowl of snail noodles and dancing with joy. Well, it seems that my medical skills have reached the pinnacle. Now that he has woken up, subsequent recovery will not be a big problem. Lin Feng also sipped 2 mouthfuls of noodles and threw them aside. The leftovers could be given to Abe. Abe was not picky about food anyway, and would eat even shit. "You guys? Why did you save me?" Liang Chuyu lay on the bed exhausted. She had no idea what was going on. "I, Lin Feng, only do business, never save people. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Xiao. Without her, you would be dead." Lin Feng doesn't need anyone to thank him. Perhaps this is what it means to be a lonely wolf king. Liang Chuyu glanced at Xiao Xiao, and then his eyes were filled with anger. "Are you sick? Why save me? I just want to die. What does it have to do with you?" Xiao Xiao and Lin Feng. Xiao Xiao pulled Lin Feng's arm and pulled him out of the room. "Honey, is she mentally ill? She managed to survive with great difficulty, and she blames me? You only have one life. What on earth does she want to do?" It's no wonder that Xiao Xiao is angry. Anyone who sees the situation would be angry. "Don't panic. Lock the kitchen after you cook next time. Lock the pharmacy too. She weighs less than 80 pounds, and if she wants to strangle us, she'll be exhausted to death. She wants to kill us without a knife, glass fragments, or medicine. That's totally impossible." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiao nodded. Then, Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered a key point. "Don't armories need to be locked? If she gets the weapons, won't both of us be finished?" Lin Feng replied casually. "The armory is fine. It's full of blank bullets. They can't kill anyone. Blank bullets of that year cannot kill people even if shot at the head. They just make a noise." Lin Feng is very confident about this. "Oh, you are thoughtful," Xiao Xiao replied casually, and then her pupils suddenly widened in shock. That's not right. Lin Feng, are you on guard against me too? Why didn't you tell me about the blanks earlier? Your trick just shattered me." Xiao Xiao is angry. "After all this time, you didn't lock the door of the room where it doesn't matter whether it is locked or not. What do you want from me? A pure and innocent girl. I have accepted that you have many wives. You have not even told me the truth. What did I tell you? Isn't it normal to fire blanks? Besides, you didn't ask me. Did you ask?" Lin Feng was not panicked at all. Xiao Xiao had already passed the test. "You are so mean. If I shoot you with a blank bullet, I will be dead." Xiao Xiao raised her little fist and punched Lin Feng on the chest, and Lin Feng also smiled wickedly. "Then tell me yourself, do you have any intention of beating me to death? If you dare to say no, then I will commit suicide to apologize." Xiao Xiao pouted. She wanted to kill Lin Feng countless times, but she never had the chance. Even when sleeping in the middle of the night, Lin Feng held on to his granary. As long as he moved, Lin Feng would wake up. How could he do this? "That's enough. You are such a bad guy. Go see your second wife. I won't have to accompany you every night from now on." Xiao Xiao was so angry that she pushed Lin Feng back to the room. Chapter 108. Liang Chuyu's Despair. In the room, Liang Chuyu, who was lying on the bed, saw Lin Feng's cheeks blush and didn't know how to face this former trading partner. Lin Feng scratched his head. Xiao Xiao was so supportive, so how could he oppose it? I have to say, this wife is really considerate. Lin Feng is not like that. He only knows how to understand other people's clothes. No matter what happens in the future, Xiao Xiao will definitely become big. There is no suspense. I didn't save you in vain. You are living in my house now. You should also take on your due responsibilities. Let's practice the Auto magical skill every day from now on, and that will be your accommodation and food expenses. After hearing Lin Feng's words in person, Liang Chuyu's face turned red. This Lin Feng is so shameless. He has no shame. Do you think I will be grateful to you if you save my life? I'm afraid this won't work. I can't accept it. Liang Chuyu directly refused, while Xiao Xiao stood at the door eating melon seeds, looking like he was watching a show. Lin Feng frowned, then opened his phone and showed the video to Liang Chuyu. "Zhou Kaihua and the others are already dead, and your revenge has been taken. What else do you want? My request is not too difficult for you, right?" After seeing the video, Liang Qiyu couldn't believe it. Why did Zhou Kaihua die so early? I haven't killed him yet. He got it easy. However, Zhou Kaihua was dead, and Liang Qiyu felt relieved. It seems that I don't hate it as much anymore. When a person dies, his debts are canceled. Think about the group of bootlickers in Building 3. I clearly helped them, so why did they want to kill me? Liang Qiyu shook his head and sighed. Lin Feng, I have no regrets. Thank you for saving me. I don't have anything you want. Let me go, and I hope I won't come back in the next life. Lin Feng didn't feel strange when he heard Liang Qiyu's words, which was also the reason why Lin Feng didn't want to care about her. No matter what Xiao Qiao faces, she just wants to survive. Liang Qiyu lived for revenge, and now that her revenge has been achieved, she doesn't want to live anymore. If Xiao Qiao hadn't insisted on rescuing Liang Qiyu, Lin Feng really wouldn't have cared about her life or death. Bringing this kind of person into a safe house is definitely the biggest hidden danger. Okay, I've been busy for so long. If you still want to die, I won't force you. Do whatever you want. I can't control you. Lin Feng waved his hands. He felt that he was not cruel enough. Why did Xiao Qiao insist that I save her? Without her, Lin Feng, can't survive? Lin Feng waved and left, while Liang Qiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng, thank you. For the last deal, I would like you to bury me deeper. I don't want anyone to disturb me again. Liang Qiyu was already disheartened, and Lin Feng nodded. 100 meters underground. You can sleep forever. Normally, no one will disturb you. Lin Feng still has some humanity. After all, she is his second woman. If she insists on dying, then I will help her. A depth of 100 meters is a piece of cake for me, Lin Feng. Just then, Xiao Qiao spoke. Lin Feng, are you stupid? Didn't you see the test paper on her table? She can't possibly practice the concave and concave magical skill with you. She's pregnant, your child, and you just ignore it. Xiao Qiao shouted at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng was also a little confused. How could he, a grown man, know about test paper? Are you telling the truth? She's pregnant? Or mine? Lin Feng couldn't believe it, but when he thought about the 7 times in 4 hours, he began to doubt its truthfulness. Lin Feng looked up at Liang Qiyu and asked, You're not afraid of death? Can you tell me the truth? You can't sleep with the truth, right? Is that fair to the child? Liang Qiyu took 2 deep breaths and wanted to tell Lin Feng that she didn't have a child. However, she also felt that it was unfair to the children. Even if this world is so terrible, I don't have the right to stop you from coming to this world, right? Lin Feng, I'm pregnant. Your child. It's the end of the world now. You know that. Even if I give birth to the baby, what will happen? Won't he still have to see this bloody world with his own eyes after he is born? The only thing I can give him is to prevent him from coming into this world. I already regret giving birth. Why would I give birth to a child? This is unfair to him. As she yelled, Liang Qiyu started to cry. She herself doesn't want to live. Why does she want this child? Will I have to trade with others when I grow up? Will I have no control over my life? Will I be played around by others? Will I die at any time? It would be better not to have a baby at all. Lin Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and glanced at Liang Qiyu. No wonder Xiao Qiao insisted that I would regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't save her. Xiao Qiao, how did you see that? It's only been a few days. Are your eyes so sharp? Xiao Qiao stood at the door without saying anything. A woman's 6th sense is very accurate. Although rescuing Liang Qiyu might affect her status as the first wife, Xiao Qiao has a conscience and can't just watch 2 lives being lost, right? Even though she is living in the end times, Xiao Qiao still has her own principles. Even if she is infertile, she cannot let her man have no descendants, right? I have to say that Xiao Qiao is simply a perfect woman, and Lin Feng's taste in choosing a wife is impeccable. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Qiao, then at Liang Qiyu. For the first time, he felt how difficult it was to pull out the ruthless penis. Lin Feng helped Liang Qiyu up and took her to the planning room. I originally intended to show it to Xiao Qiao, but now I showed it to Liang Qiyu. Did you see that? The seeds have already sprouted in such a large area. As long as we manage it properly, we will have more vegetables than we can eat. Even if the child is born, he or she will not starve to death. Looking at the seeds sprouting in front of him, Liang Qiyu couldn't believe it. Isn't it the end of the world? Why is there still life? This is impossible? Why would it sprout? Even if it sprouted, it would be eaten by people in the end. Why would it sprout? After hearing Liang Qiyu's words, Lin Feng knew that she was hurt too deeply. For a moment, she couldn't accept this result. In life, the most important thing is the process, not the result. If everyone is born knowing that they will die, then what is the point of living? You are a doctor. You should understand that everyone who comes to you wants to live. If they really want to die, then why do they see a doctor? In an instant, Liang Qiyu burst into tears. Yeah, I didn't even ask him whether he wanted to live or not. Why should I decide on my own whether he wants to live or not? This sentence is asking the baby in the belly. Likewise, she was asking this of every person she had ever killed. Arbitrarily depriving others of their right to live? Am I really doing the right thing? Chapter 109. I am the only one who is redundant. Seeing Liang Qiyu's collapse, Lin Feng couldn't bear it. She is different from Xiao Xiao. She has experienced too much and can no longer bear it and has completely collapsed. Xiao Xiao is very smart and knows what to do and what not to do. But Liang Qiyu is too naive, and there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. There is no real good or evil. Take good care of your injuries. You only have one life. Don't wait until you lose it to regret it. He supported the collapsed Liang Qiyu and put her on the bed. The blow she suffered these days was too great for her. Even a decent man couldn't accept it, let alone a woman like her. Xiao Xiao rubbed her belly. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing. She could obviously just ignore Liang Qiyu's life or death, and then no one would compete with her for Lin Feng. But that was a life. He had done nothing wrong just like himself, so how could he just be left to die? Besides, if Lin Feng knew that Liang Qiyu had a child and she didn't tell him, how would Lin Feng look at her in the future? Moreover, Lin Feng's personality makes it impossible for him to stay quiet. Even if Liang Qiyu dies, there will be another Liang Qiyu, many Liang Qiyu. In this case, it would be better to tell Lin Feng earlier, so as to win his favor and consolidate his position in the family. Regardless of status, regardless of right or wrong. The most important thing is to have a clear conscience. Liang Qiyu was tired from crying and weak, so she fell asleep. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. If you hadn't asked me to save her, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Lin Feng walked over and hugged Xiao Xiao. What a treasure girl. If it were Liang, I would probably not know that Liang Qiu was pregnant until the day she died, right? Why don't you try harder? Why did you two only do it once, but I did it so many times and still haven't reacted? I won't even have children in the future. Won't I be squeezed to death by them? After hearing what Xiao Xiao said, Lin Feng felt even more sorry for Xiao Xiao. Why are you always so considerate? It turns out that I, Lin Feng, am nothing but a considerate person. Okay, Xiao Xiao, everything will be fine. Patting Xiao Xiao on the shoulder, Lin Feng was not in the mood today and decided not to practice the Auto magic skill. Liang Qiyu woke up staggeringly after sleeping in the room with Xiao Xiao for an unknown amount of time. Arriving at Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao's room, Liang Qiyu picked up the pistol on the table with his trembling right hand. You two should be a couple. Am I just redundant to you? Liang Qiyu could see that Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao had a good relationship, which she couldn't accept. We were just making a deal, and I made it voluntarily. I don't blame you. I hope you can keep your promise and bury me 100 meters underground. That way, no one will bother me anymore. With tears in his eyes, Liang Qiyu picked up the pistol on the table and pointed it at his temple. In this world, I am the only one who is redundant. Don't come in the next life. Then, Liang Qiyu pulled the trigger. Bah! A gunshot rang out, scaring Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao awake. Then, I saw Liang Qiyu pointing a gun at his head. Liang Qiyu felt a ringing in his ears and a pain in his temple. But it wasn't too painful. Big sister, can't you just be quiet? There are blank bullets in there. They can't kill anyone. And there's Xiao Xiao. I told you that putting her in there would definitely be trouble. But you didn't believe me. Look at her like this. How can you sleep peacefully in the future? Xiao Xiao pouted. Fortunately, Liang Qiyu shot herself. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would have been scolded to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are such a coward. I just want to die. You won't even let me die. It's already like this. Do I still have hope of living? Liang Qiyu was desperate. She really couldn't find a reason to live. Come on, what do you want? I'll show you. Then Lin Feng got out of bed, picked up Liang Qiyu, and showed her what hope was. Entertainment room, infirmary, pharmacy, kitchen, laundry room, planting room, sewage treatment room, various canned and sealed foods, weapons and ammunition, power generation room, air purification room. Big sister, did you see it? What others have, I Lin Feng have, and what others don't have, I Lin Feng also have. I know you've been hit hard, but that's true human nature. There's no love in this world. Men and women are together just to get what they need. Men are attracted to women's looks, while women are attracted to men's abilities and money. I Lin Feng see through things very well. I have the ability to find more women to live with. I know you want to find a man who loves you exclusively and is devoted to you. But what's the situation now? How can they be devoted to you if they can't even support themselves? You've also seen Zhou Kaihua, who has the ability to support you, grab a bunch of women with a gun, and play with them at will, regardless of whether they agree or not. Since they can just play with them casually, why should they be loyal to you? Being with you is a waste of time and effort, and you can't touch other women? Look, which lion group is not a male lion and a group of lionesses? This is the most normal natural law. Look at the reality. In the end times, there are two things that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun. The other is the human heart. Liang Qiyu was speechless after being scolded by Lin Feng. If it was before the end of the world, Liang Qiyu would definitely scold Lin Feng. But now, Liang Qiyu had seen so much with her own eyes, and she knew that what Lin Feng said was right. In the last days, there are two things that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Liang Qiyu nodded, crying silently. Lin Feng also lit a cigarette. This is because Liang Qiyu is pregnant. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not bother to care about her life or death. It would be too troublesome. Is there a baby room? Milk powder, toys, diapers? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. This really didn't exist. But I can do it now. Wait here. Lin Feng put Liang Qiyu down, then took the key to open an empty room and locked the door. Put out a few shelves and put out baby strollers, cradles, cribs, milk powder, diapers, and children's clothes. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng opened the door, waved his hand, and asked Liang Qiyu to come over and take a look. Come and have a look. Liang Qiyu walked over with tears in her eyes. After seeing everything in the house, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. If my child is born, he can live well, and there is no need to worry about being hungry. Okay, nothing is free. You have to pay for it. I can't let you use it for free. Liang Qiyu glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. I know that you have always been just a transaction here. Compared with the people outside, you are already very humane. However, it is not convenient for me now. It should be at least 1 month after the birth of the child. Can you wait that long? Hearing Liang Qiyu's words, Lin Feng smiled wickedly. If the water route is blocked, I can take the dry route. Liang Qiyu. Liang Qiyu looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. She felt that it was not easy to live a good life here. Lin Feng, she's pregnant. Stop teasing her. Xiao Xiao glared at Lin Feng. He talked a lot, but actually knew nothing. Sister Qiyu, just rest assured and take care of your pregnancy. He was still a virgin when he was with me. He could do nothing but rub a few times. He only talks big every day. But when it comes to the real fight, he is nothing. Hearing Xiao Xiao say this, Liang Qiyu nodded. I think you're right about this. He's just a thin dog. He can't last for 4 hours. He's nothing. Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Liang Qiyu speechlessly. If he wasn't afraid of causing a death, he would have let her cry and beg for mercy now. Chapter 110, Lin Feng's account book. At noon, Xiao Xiao prepared lunch, and the three of them sat at the dining table to eat. Come here, your left hand is not convenient. I will peel the shrimp for you. You said you are so thin. You need to eat more to replenish your body. Xiao Xiao was very proactive and kept peeling shrimps and putting them into Liang Qiyu's bowl. Liang Qiyu picked one up and took a bite. Seeing Xiao Xiao being so enthusiastic, her nose felt sore and she almost cried. She was clearly a mistress. Why wasn't she angry about my existence? And why did she even save me with a submachine gun? If it were me, I would wish she died sooner, right? Xiao Xiao, aren't you jealous, envious, or angry? Liang Qiyu asked Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao replied indifferently. Jealous, angry. But what's the use? If it weren't for Lin Feng, I would have died. I am very lucky to have met Lin Feng. Now I have good food and drink every day and can do whatever I want. Compared with the outside world, this place is already a paradise. I have seen the reality clearly. Don't think about changing the environment while you are alive. Human power is limited. No one can change the environment. You can only change yourself to adapt to the environment. After hearing what Xiao Xiao said, Liang Qiyu thought about himself. She just wanted to change the environment, but it was impossible. Not to mention that she had a gun. Even if she had a missile, she couldn't change it. Are you acclimated to the environment? I glanced at Lin Feng, who was playing with his mobile phone with his head down, and ignored Liang Qiyu and Xiao Xiao. I'm full. You two can eat slowly. Lin Feng finished half of his meal, then got up and left. Liang Qiyu reached out to take the half bowl of rice and wanted to eat it. This is such a waste of food. People are killing each other for a pack of instant noodles. How can this be allowed? Hey, don't eat what he leaves. Just feed the rest to the dog. Xiao Xiao quickly stopped him, and Liang Chuyu frowned slightly. It's already like this? Lin Feng still keeps a dog. Well, Abe is not picky about food. He will eat anything you feed him. If we run out of food, Lin Feng said we can still eat Abe. Liang Chuyu. Is there still humanity? So casual? Liang Chuyu has a small appetite and can't even finish a bowl of rice. However, Xiao Xiao still asked her to eat more. First, she was injured, and second, she was pregnant. With such a thin physique, it would be difficult to ensure the health of the fetus. Xiao Xiao, aren't you afraid that if I have a child, it will threaten your position? Liang Qiuyu was very confused about Xiao Xiao's attitude. Could it be that she had bad intentions? I am afraid, but it is useless to be afraid. With Lin Feng's condition, he will have many wives and children sooner or later. Even if you die, he will have other women. Since you can't change it, just accept it calmly. In this way, Lin Feng will remember my kindness and will not let others bully me. Besides, you are holding a gun, and the muzzle of the gun is pointed at yourself, not me and Lin Feng. This proves that you are not dangerous to us. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have tied you up long ago. Liang Qiuyu was even more shocked when he heard Xiao Xiao's words. Isn't she too smart? No wonder she can live so long and live so carefree. Thank you for your generosity. I think I understand. Liang Qiuyu nodded. It was time to change himself. You'll get used to it slowly. Lin Feng has no problems except that he's a bit lecherous. He's never hit me, never scolded me, and never forced me to do anything. Even if I don't want to cook, I'll tell him and he'll cook for me. If I don't want to wash clothes or mop the floor, he'll do it himself. I just do it because I have nothing to do. If you have any problems, just tell Lin Feng directly. He can solve them. After hearing what Xiao Xiao said, Liang Qiuyu became even more unconvinced. Are you serious? He never forced you to do anything? And what about that between you? Was it also voluntary? Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. He talks about popping candy jelly every day, but he never forces me to do it when I don't want to. Besides, he is my man, and I can't find another man. Isn't this normal between lovers? Liang Qiuyu thought about it, and it seemed to be true. She tortured Lin Feng for 4 hours, but Lin Feng didn't say anything. He never went against a woman's will. Okay, I get it. Can I help you clean up? Liang Qiuyu wanted to help after dinner, but she couldn't just eat for free, right? You should get well first. Anyway, I have plenty of time, and the workload is not too heavy. Besides, Abe and Yoshiko like playing with me very much. This is not work, but a hobby. As he spoke, Xiao Xiao simply poured all the leftovers, rice, and shrimp shells together, leaving nothing behind. Then he went to the refrigerator and took out a frozen chicken to feed Abe and Yoshiko. These two dogs are very sensible. They never dare to be picky about food and eat whatever you feed them. Too arrogant. The dogs raised by Lin Feng eat better than the people outside. Liang Qiuyu shook his head. Even if the world of the rich is the end of the world, are they all so approachable? Liang Qiuyu was bored, so he went to see what Lin Feng was doing. Here you go. Seeing Liang Qiuyu, Lin Feng casually threw over an iPhone 38 and a phone card. For me? For free. Liang Qiuyu took the phone and phone card. She had thrown away her phone and really had no use for it. Of course it's not free. I'll keep the account. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a small notebook and began to write. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, Liang Qiuyu bought me a machine for 38 times and owed me 38 times. Liang Qiuyu. Liang Qiuyu took a look and saw that it was filled with things that Xiao Xiao owed him. A bowl of spicy hot pot was owed 13 times, and 38 times for his own cell phone was not excessive at all. Holding the phone, Liang Qiuyu didn't dare to use it. If I keep remembering like this, how many 100 years will it take to pay it off? What's wrong? Don't you like the color? Why not use it? He has plenty of them. Xiao Xiao also came back at this time. Seeing Liang Qiuyu holding the mobile phone, she asked in confusion. He keeps so many accounts. What shall I do in the future? I am afraid I can't pay them back. Liang Qiuyu didn't really need a cell phone, so she was hesitating. Why do you care if he keeps a ledger? You can't leave anyway, and if he doesn't keep a ledger, you can't escape, right? If he wants to sleep with you, doesn't it make any difference whether you keep a ledger or not? You can take whatever he gives you. Why are you afraid of an empty ledger? Xiao Xiao has long been used to it. Lin Feng can remember it however he wants, even if he fills in 2 zeros at the end. As long as you are happy. Liang Qiuyu thought about it, and it made sense. I opened the phone, it was pink and looked very nice. Insert the SIM card, log into your WeChat, and after successful facial recognition, directly push the original WeChat out of the way. After looking at the remaining contacts, Liang Chuyu didn't find anyone worth staying with. My parents died in a car accident a few years ago. I used the compensation and my parents' savings to buy that house. Now I have nothing. Block everyone except Lin Feng. The others are useless. Say goodbye to your past life. Okay. Add me on WeChat. If you go out, we can keep in touch. Xiao Xiao took out her cell phone with a smile, which made Liang Chuyu feel warm in her heart. Good. With WeChat and contacts, my life doesn't feel so empty anymore. It seems that living in Lin Feng's safe house is also a good choice. Chapter 111. Li Wu's Road to Revenge. My head hurts. At Dong Wang Guifen's house, Li Wu was lying on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Honey, are you awake? Seeing Li Wu wake up, Zheng Shuya finally showed a hint of joy on her thin face. Fuck you. How dare these bastards hit me? And that Lin Feng, I'll take his last name if I don't kill him. Li Wu stood up, took a look at his broken arm, and then looked around the room. So, you're awake. Are you okay? Wang Guifen was so excited that she burst into tears when she saw her son wake up. Li Wu was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally passed the critical period. Mom, are you okay too? Where's that old wimp? Li Wu glanced around the room, but didn't see Li Dagua. Zheng Shuya glanced at the pressure cooker in the sun. Your father is in the pot. He didn't know where he ran off to. He went crazy and ran away after he was beaten that day. Wang Guifen didn't dare to say that Li Dagua was dead. What if Li Wu found his body after saying that he was dead? Fuck it. Just run. Staying at home is a waste of food. I'm hungry. Is there any food at home? I'll call someone after I finish eating. That bastard Lin Feng must have a lot of food stored at home. Wang Guifen quickly took the pressure cooker, opened the lid, and served Li Wu a bowl of Chinese brand pork rib soup. It's already been cooked. Please eat it, son. Li Wu took a bite, smacked his lips, and then said, What's that smell? Why is it so sour? Wife, didn't you eat? I see you look thin and hungry. Zheng Shuya was indeed thin because of hunger. She didn't want to eat this thing even if she starved to death. During these 3 days, Zheng Shuya has survived by relying on tap water and has not eaten anything else. Hubby, you eat? I'm not hungry. I've already eaten this morning. You're injured, so you need to take care of yourself. Li Wu didn't think much about it and continued eating. Zheng Shuya's face was filled with despair. Could it be that I was going to die? What should I do? Now, among all the households in Shishan Villa, the only one who has food stored is probably Lin Feng. It's disgusting. Give me the phone. I'll call my brother. After eating a bowl of Li Guo brand pork rib soup, Li Wu planned to call for help. At the beginning, there was enough food stored at home, so Li Dagua did not call his friends over. After all, the more people there are, the more food there is. Now that there is nothing left at home, I have to use my connections. Hey, Brother Feng, I need your help. I've got someone beat me up. Can you bring a few people to help me find a place tonight? I won't let you work in vain. That guy has stored billions of supplies at home. If we just open his door, it's enough to feed 100,000 people to death. I'm not lying to you. His name is Lin Feng, the one who rented the house. He's worth billions. Okay, can you come over now? I'll prepare wine and food for you right away. Okay, come on. Li Wu put down the phone with a sinister look on his face. Feng Jiarui is one of the 4 major underground gangsters in Huanghai City. When he heard Li Wu say that Lin Feng had hoarded hundreds of billions of supplies, how could he not be tempted? If any of the tens of billions of supplies slipped through Feng Jiarui's hands, it would be enough for his family of 3 to live on for a lifetime. Mom, Feng Jiarui is coming over soon. Do you have any food or wine at home? We have to treat him well. Hearing what Li Wu said, Wang Guifen hurried to the balcony and took down Li Guoguo brand sausage. We have wine and food. Mom will cut them right away. I'll give you some spare ribs and a plate of sausages. At this time, it's already a good meal. Li Wu looked at the balcony in confusion, then asked Wang Guifen, Where did this bacon and sausage come from? Wasn't ours sold out? Wang Guifen had already thought of her words and responded immediately. This is the big golden retriever stray dog in the neighborhood. I tricked it into my home and killed it to make bacon and sausage. Li Wu Nuda. The golden retriever was fed so fat and didn't bite people. It must weigh nearly 100 kilograms. This was normal. I was wondering why it was so sour. So it was that stray dog? It must have eaten a lot of garbage, otherwise dog meat wouldn't taste like this. Wang Guifen breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Li Wu no longer had any doubts. As long as Feng Jiruwei kills Lin Feng, he won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Zheng Shuya frowned. She always felt that she was going to be in big trouble. Feng Jiruwei is well known for being lustful. What good can come from him coming to our house? An hour later, Feng Jiruwei drove over. Although it was daytime, Feng Jiruwei's car was covered with sunscreen, and he also applied sunscreen, so it was hot just by driving over. When he arrived at Li Wu's house, Feng Jiruwei knocked on the door. He came to inquire about the situation. If the information was accurate, Feng Jiruwei would arrange for the brothers to come over tonight. Billions of materials, not to mention after the end of the world, even before the end of the world, is a huge amount of wealth that makes people excited. Who wouldn't be excited? Li Wu. Feng Jiruwei, open the door. Feng Jiruwei knocked on the door, and then Zheng Shuya opened the door. Sister-in-law? I haven't seen you for a long time. You've lost so much weight. As soon as he saw Zheng Shuya, Feng Jiruwei reached out to touch her face. Feng, brother Feng, the wine and food are ready. If you don't eat now, they will get cold. Zheng Shuya quickly dodged, and Feng Jiruwei was not in a hurry and went straight into the house. I reached out and scratched my crotch, and it started to itch again. Ha ha, brother, you're living a good life. It's been half a month since the end of the world, and you still have wine and meat. It's better than what I eat. Feng Jiruwei didn't mind the cheap xiaobing, pork ribs, and sausage. He thought they were all good food and wine at that time. Come on, brother Feng. We haven't seen each other for so long. You must not leave until you are drunk. Li Wu picked up the wine barrel and began to pour wine for Feng Jiruwei, while Feng Jiruwei sat at the dining table, pulled out a chair, and said, Come on, sister-in-law, sit next to me and have a couple of drinks with me. Zheng Shuya of course knew that Feng Jiruwei had bad intentions, so she quickly looked up at Li Wu. Li Wu waved his hand magnanimously and asked Zheng Shuya to sit down quickly. Sit down and have a couple of drinks with brother Feng. Zheng Shuya was reluctant, but she was just a weak woman and there was nothing she could do. Sitting next to Feng Jiruwei's dirty hands touched Zheng Shuya's thigh. Unbridled, going higher and higher. He has no respect for the law and does not care about anything. I don't care whether Li Wu is around or not. Feng, brother Feng, eat pork ribs. Zheng Shuya quickly picked up some food for Feng Jiruwei, and Feng Jiruwei then withdrew his right hand and took a bite. The dish my sister-in-law picked must be delicious. Let me try it first. Feng Jiruwei took a bite of Li Dagua brand spare ribs, chewed it for a few bites, and his face changed. Then he slammed the table and spat out the ribs in his mouth. Bah, Li Wu, did I give you face? Do you think I can't tell what kind of meat this is? I just came to your place to change my taste because I ate too much and vomited. Are you kidding me? A moment. Feng Jiruwei was extremely furious. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 112. Sick Feng Jiruwei. Brother Feng, don't be angry. You don't eat dog meat? I didn't know. I'll change the dish for you right now. Li Wu quickly apologized with a smile, while Feng Jiruwei took out a gun from his arms and pointed it at Li Wu's head. Still talking nonsense to me. Can't I tell whether this is human flesh or dog meat? Do you believe me? I will shoot you to death. Feng Jiruwei is not at the same level as Li Wu. He has a real gun. Brother Feng, calm down. Don't be like this. If you want to eat good food, we have it. Lin Feng's family has billions of supplies. Lobster and abalone for every meal. I'll take you there in the evening. We are all brothers. Don't be so excited. Li Wu dared to fight and kill ordinary people, but he didn't dare to say a word when facing Feng Jiruwei. Want to wait until night? That's fine too. Let my sister-in-law accompany me and have some fun. Then everything will be easy. As he spoke, Feng Jiruwei shifted his gaze to Zheng Shuya. Zheng Shuya panicked. What was supposed to come finally came. Can't escape? Okay, brother Feng. We can say whatever you want as long as you're happy. Li Wu agreed directly. He didn't hesitate at all. This made Zheng Shuya feel desperate instantly. What kind of man did she marry? Good brother. That's straightforward. Let's go, sister-in-law. I will be gentle. Feng Jiruwei simply picked up Zheng Shuya by the waist, and Zheng Shuya was now left with only endless despair. Li Wu, you don't even want your wife. Is this what a human being would do? Bah! The door was closed, and Wang Guifan came over and asked, Son, Shuya is your wife after all. Isn't this too much? Li Wu waved his hand casually, showing great disdain. We've been married for 5 years, but she still hasn't gotten pregnant. She's a hen that can't lay eggs. What use do I have for her? After hearing what Li Wu said, Wang Guifan didn't say anything. It was indeed true. Li Wu, on the other hand, looked at the bedroom door with a sinister look on his face. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. You can't catch a gangster without sacrificing your wife. I'll let you be arrogant first. After you open the door of Lin Feng's house, I'll let you know what cruelty is. Hey, sister-in-law, I will be very gentle. Stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited I will be. Feng Zhurui threw Zheng Shuya on the bed and started talking nonsense. The moment I saw Hugin, Zheng Shuya's face was full of despair. It's obvious. Feng Zhurui has it. He is sick. Brother Feng, I beg you, let me go. Zheng Shuya knew she couldn't resist and could only protect herself as best as possible. Is this stable? It's time to give out gifts again. If you want to see it, you have to recharge. Feng Zhurui is as inhuman as he can be. How could he say such a thing? Zheng Shuya had no choice but to minimize the damage. Zheng Shuya was crying and could only obey. Now I want to die. Everything was finally over. Zheng Shuya didn't care about anything else and rushed out of the bedroom, came to the bathroom, grabbed the basin, and started washing like crazy. I can only pray to God for help. If I get sick, it would be better to jump off the building. This is why Lin Feng never touches other people's wives. Being a thief is deadly dangerous. Seeing this scene, Li Wu didn't say anything. Anyway, Zheng Shuya can't have children. With tens of billions of resources, what kind of woman can he find? At this time, Feng Zhurui returned to the living room, cigarette in his mouth contentedly. Brother Feng, are you satisfied? Feng Zhurui shook his head. Normally. Li Wu smiled awkwardly, then quickly said, Brother Feng, what kind of woman can't you find when you have 10 billion in supplies? As far as I know, Lin Feng's house is not easy to open. There is high-voltage electricity outside the wall, and Lin Feng has a gun. Li Wu had been unconscious for so long that he really didn't know that Lin Feng had a cannon, so he didn't say anything. It's okay. I'll make a phone call and ask the brothers to get ready. My forklift and excavator are not idle. Feng Zhurui was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem and continued to make the phone call with a cigarette in his mouth. As soon as the sun sets tonight, bring a bulldozer and an excavator to the West Hill Villa District. I'm looking for 20 people. Bring 5 guns. After hanging up the phone, Feng Zhurui was full of confidence. I can even buy you a flat house. This is just the beginning. Okay, then Brother Feng, let's have a drink. The meat isn't tasty, but drinking some wine can always help relieve fatigue, right? When Feng Zhurui heard this, he agreed. Just make do with it. It's not like we haven't eaten it before. We are brothers. So who are we? The two men returned to the table to continue drinking and eating meat, while Zheng Shuya looked at Li Wu and Wang Guifan with a vicious look on her face. Li Wu, although I, Zheng Shuya, am a model, I've only been with 3 men. How dare you treat me like this? Don't blame me for being cruel. Zheng Shuya has had 3 romances, one in college, one when she just started working, and the last one was with Li Wu. Although she is not a virgin, she is not a fickle person either. Zheng Shuya couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. If it happened once, it would happen countless times in the future. While they were drinking and eating meat, Zheng Shuya returned to the bedroom. Find all of Li Wu's underwear, as well as Wang Guifan's underwear, and wipe the floor like crazy. You are unkind. Don't blame me for being unjust. After wiping, Zheng Shuya still felt unsatisfied, so she picked up her phone and added Lin Feng as a friend. I'm going to die anyway. I'm going to do something big even if I die. Lin Feng was lying on the bed, rewarding and watching a live broadcast, when he suddenly received a friend request. Zheng Shuya? Why did she add me? After thinking about it, Lin Feng agreed since he had nothing to do. Lin Feng, Li Wu has someone drive a bulldozer and excavator to dig up your house tonight, so you must be careful. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment when he saw the message, and then a video came. In the video, Li Wu and Feng Zhurui were drinking and discussing how to violently dig up their house, which proves that Zheng Shuya was not lying. Lin Feng scratched his head. What did Zheng Shuya mean? Chapter 113. Retinas can be donated if not needed. What do you want to talk to me about? Tell me about it. Lin Feng didn't care, let alone you driving an excavator. I wouldn't panic even if you drove a tank. Lin Feng, I know you have money and a house. Can you let me in? I will be your nanny, give you massages, cook, and do housework every day. You can use me as a slave. I was wrong in the past. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. You don't remember the little mistakes. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Just leave me a way to live. Please, I really know I was wrong. Zheng Shuya typed and begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. She couldn't go on like this for another day. It's fine if you have nothing to eat. It's fine if you eat human flesh. It's fine if you accompany other men, but you even found someone with genital warts for me to accompany. I can't stand it anymore. Use your pants to clean it. I'll make you sick too. Lin Feng smiled contemptuously. You scolded me a few days ago, and now you know you were wrong? If apologies are useful, then what is the point of having police? You're doing a mission when you have no food to eat? Didn't I send out a mission a few days ago? Go chop off Jia Lily's fingers, one sausage for each finger. Seeing this scene, Zheng Shuya was in despair. Jia Lily was her last friend. There was no way she would do that kind of thing. Lin Feng, I'm 168 centimeters tall, weigh 112 kilograms, and I don't look bad. I'm a model. Don't you want to see me walking the runway in your room? And I'll do whatever you want. Just give me leftovers for every meal. I'm not picky. Lin Feng looked at the information and found that Zheng Shuya was indeed very beautiful. But Lin Feng had no sexual interest in her. I don't know how many hands I have. What if I get sick? I have so many things, but I still want someone else's wife? Is he mentally ill? I have no interest in chatting with you. If you can't bring yourself to do something to Zhao Lily, you can do it to Li Wu and Wang Guifan. If you cut off Li Wu's intestines, I will give you a box of ham sausages. If you cut off Wang Guifan's tongue, I will give you a box of instant noodles. Send me photos after completing the task, and don't bother me if you have nothing else to do. When Zheng Shuya saw Lin Feng's news, a hint of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Wang Guifan and Li Wu, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless for treating me like this. You forced me to do this. Lin Feng, I haven't eaten for 3 days. I can't beat them. Can you give me some food as a deposit? I can deduct it from my supplies after the job is done. Seeing this news, Lin Feng took a puff of cigarette and smiled slightly. Open the window. If you don't complete the task before tomorrow morning, don't contact me anymore. After seeing this news, Zheng Shuya instantly saw hope. A box of ham sausages plus a box of instant noodles. If she eats sparingly, it can last her a month. And Lin Feng will definitely have other tasks in the future. As long as I finish them, then I can live forever. Okay, I will complete the task for you before dawn. Zheng Shuya saw the hope of survival. And Wang Guifan and Li Wu, you actually treated me like this. You really deserve to die. Lin Feng took out a sausage and a pack of instant noodles from the space, put them on the drone, and flew out of the safe house. At this time, Liang Qiu saw it and frowned slightly. It turns out that what Xiao Qiao said was right. Even if I died, I couldn't stop Lin Feng from having another woman. Just think positively. Compared to being gang raped and caught by Zhou Kaihua, you have a lot of dignity now, don't you? Xiao Qiao patted Liang Qiu on the shoulder and advised her, and Liang Qiu nodded. Apart from being a little bit lustful, there's nothing wrong with Lin Feng. It is not perverted and respects women's will. Still lasting, Zheng Shuya locked the bedroom door and waited for Lin Feng's drone. Li Wu and Feng Jirue were drinking and should not have entered the house. After a while, the drone really came over. Zheng Shuya took out the ham and instant noodles without even cooking them, fearing that they would have a bad smell. She just tore open the package and gobbled them down. She hadn't eaten for days and was really starving to death. He licked the instant noodle residue in the bag clean and then threw the packaging directly downstairs. He lay on the bed contentedly and began to think about how to cut off Li Wu's intestines and Wang Guifan's tongue. Li Wu is easy to deal with. He can just coax him to drink too much and sleep like a dead pig, and then cut him open. But Wang Guifan lives in a room by herself. What should he do? By the way, doesn't Li Dagua have insomnia? I wonder if he still has his sleeping pills? Thinking of this, Zheng Shuya quickly got up and opened the door. Li Wu and Feng Jie were drinking and bragging. Zheng Shuya found the medicine box at home and found that there were indeed 8 sleeping pills left by Li Dagua. 8 pills should be enough to make me fall into a deep sleep, right? Zheng Shuya smiled slightly, then put 8 sleeping pills in her pocket. Wang Guifan always gossiped with her neighbors, saying that she was a hen that could not lay eggs. Zhao Lily had told her all this. This time I see that you have lost your tongue. How can you pull your wife's tongue? When I enter Lin Feng's house and get pregnant with a child, I will piss you off to death. Zheng Shuya is quite confident about her appearance. Besides, how can a young girl be as fragrant as a young woman? Just tap the drum, and you'll know what to do next. Thinking of this, Zheng Shuya put the kitchen knife back into the basin of water that had just been used to wash the granary. I have to enchant my weapon. Zheng Shuya is very beautiful, but Wang Lin Feng is not a thief, and he is not interested in other people's wives. What if he gets sick? Won't all the supplies King Go Lin Feng have stored be in vain? Zheng Shuya had already thought of a countermeasure, while Lin Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, took back the drone. Lin Feng, your taste is getting stronger and stronger. She's almost 30, right? You want one too. Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu also stood behind and watched. Lin Feng never did anything behind anyone's back. He was very thick-skinned. That's what you said is wrong. You don't want to play jelly-popping candy with me. Can I find someone who is willing to play with me? Lin Feng smiled wickedly, while Xiao Xiao blushed. Liang Chuyu didn't say a word. In her eyes, she and Lin Feng were just in a business relationship, and she had no right to interfere in the affairs of the couple. Well, can I try popping candy tonight? Sure enough, there are only 0 times and countless times to compromise, and Xiao Xiao compromised again. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. It seemed that his plan was very successful. I'll keep the account for you. I definitely don't have time tonight. Wait until I have time. Lin Feng took out a small notebook and started to keep accounts. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, Xiao Xiao owed me a popping candy. Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. Your face is thicker than the city wall. Why are you still wearing the same clothes? Aren't all those clothes enough for you? It's all bloody. Aren't you afraid of the wound getting infected? Lin Feng looked up at Liang Chuyu and asked, why hasn't she changed her clothes yet? I looked and the sizes are all too big. I can't wear them. They will fall off. Liang Chuyu's pretty face turned slightly red, and there was one question she didn't ask. She had never worn anything so sexy in her life, and she was embarrassed. Lin Feng touched his chin and went to the locker room. He forgot about this. Liang Chuyu, who was so skinny, really couldn't wear Xiao Xiao's size. It wouldn't fit anywhere. He closed the door, put another wardrobe in it, filled it with Liang Chuyu's, Lin Feng, favorite clothes, and then opened the door. Can you two donate your retinas? You have such a big wardrobe and so many clothes, but there is no suitable one. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Liang Chuyu and Xiao Xiao also came over. When they saw the wardrobe, the two were dumbfounded. What is going on? How come we didn't see it? Chapter 114. It's a deal. Double happiness. Lin Feng, when did you release it? How come I didn't know? Xiao Xiao came over, took out a piece of clothing, and tried it in front of the mirror. It was indeed not her size, but she was at home every day. So how could she not know? You are the eldest wife, but you can't even remember what's at home? Aren't you such a failure? It's okay if there are too many things, but if there are too few, you won't even know how you lost them. Lin Feng immediately blamed Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao's face was full of grievance. I really don't know what's going on. Liang Chuyu walked over, and her face turned even redder when she saw the large wardrobe full of clothes. She has never used cosmetics since she was a child, just some sunscreen and skincare cream. Is it too embarrassing to wear such clothes in the future? Sister Chuyu, try this one. Aren't you a doctor? This short skirt with white silk should look good, right? Xiao Xiao had long been used to it. Since there was no one else at home, it didn't matter if she wore the emperor's new clothes. What else had Lin Feng not seen? Isn't this not good? Liang Chuyu was still very hesitant. How could this be like her decisive and ruthless self? Lin Feng smiled wickedly, then walked over and directly tore off Liang Chuyu's clothes. How could Liang Chuyu, who weighed only 200 kilograms, resist? Lin Feng was pulling her like it was a game. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Didn't you say you didn't need to force yourself? Turns out you're a pervert too. Liang Chuyu was almost crying with anger. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng had already seen what she was supposed to see, she would have wanted to die now. I didn't say force. Besides, isn't force what you're best at? You keep saying I'm a wall pusher. I don't even dare to take off my clothes. You called it a wall pusher? Lin Feng's words angered Liang Chuyu. Don't even cover your hands. Just straighten your chest. I've seen it all. What am I afraid of? Then come on. Don't you want to take the dry road? I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Feng nodded. As expected, with a woman like Liang Chuyu, you have to use provocation. Too stubborn, won't admit defeat. You have to be tougher than her. Let's talk about it after you've recovered from your injury. Lin Feng will not take advantage of others when they are in trouble. Anyway, you have no clothes left, so pick out a set you like, or the emperor's new clothes. I'll do whatever you like. Lin Feng turned around and left, which made Liang Chuyu angry. Lin Feng, you are really good. You are shameless, aren't you? I am even more shameless than you. If you don't apologize to me for what happened today, I will not wear it anymore from now on. Hearing Liang Chuyu's words, Lin Feng clapped his hands. I have never seen such a request in my life. It's a deal. Double happiness. Liang Chuyu. As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up his phone and started recording. Liang Chuyu was even more angry. You just watched it, but you also recorded it. I have never seen such a shameless person. After recording for a few minutes, Liang Qiyu became scared. Getting that bastard Lin Feng to apologize is harder than blowing open his steel door. Liang Qiyu picked up the white nurse uniform and started to put it on. She couldn't stay naked forever. Could she? What was going on? Sure enough, there are only 0 times and countless times of compromise, and Liang Qiyu also began to compromise. Lin Feng is so shameless. His face is thicker than the door of his safe house. Liang Qiyu is very thin, and when she puts on a nurse's uniform with white stockings, her temperament immediately improves. Sure enough, for men, the beauty that is hidden and revealed is more stimulating than seeing the whole thing. Bah! Shame on you. Of course, Liang Qiyu saw that Lin Feng was looking at the divine realm on her legs where her stockings were not worn, and now she could only vent her dissatisfaction with Lin Feng in this way. If I, Lin Feng, had any shame, would I be able to marry such beautiful wives like you two? Which of you has not thought of killing me? Liang Qiyu, you have killed so many goddesses who licked your dogs. Do you think it is useful for you to be a licker? From now on, you two should listen to me obediently. I've been very kind to you. I have never forced you and given you a certain amount of freedom. If it were another man, you two would know what your situation is now. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the two looked at each other. Lin Feng was right. If Lin Feng had any shame, then he would have been erected a long time ago and is now hard. I've gotten used to it. I don't know about him and you, but his outrageous actions simply shattered me. You can sleep peacefully living here. No one has ever been able to take advantage of him with his shameless energy. Xiao Xiao spread her hands helplessly. She was used to it. Since I can't resist it anyway, I might as well lie down and enjoy it. At least it's not like those days at home, when I couldn't sleep due to the heat and was worried all night long, afraid that people would steal water and supplies. Life now is already very happy, and happiness is not something that only one person can achieve. There is nothing wrong with what Lin Feng said. Okay, Lin Feng, I admit that I lost. But in my eyes, you are always a weak dog. You couldn't hold on for 4 hours. Even Abe is better than you. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Lin Feng's anger suddenly rose. You said I can't do it after only 1 hour? Which man can bear such an insult? Liang Qiyu, I must cure your problem. Otherwise, you don't know who is the boss in this family. Sure, I've never heard of such a request. Just wait for me. At worst, I won't want this second wife anymore. Having said that, Lin Feng walked away with a cigarette in his mouth. Xiao Xiao knew Lin Feng's temper and hurried over to persuade him. Sister Qiyu, what are you doing? Can you change your temper? Lin Feng has been good enough to you. If you dare not obey him, he has countless ways to deal with you. No one can withstand his tricks. Hurry up and apologize before he really gets angry. Xiao Xiao had struggled and resisted before, but Lin Feng's show of force made her scalp numb. Later, Xiao Xiao gave up and just lay down and enjoyed it. She was very experienced in this matter. I won't go. The worst that can happen is death. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of him, Lin Feng. If he has the guts, he can kill me. Liang Qiyu is a stubborn person, although she has changed a little, but she is not afraid of this temper. Oh, why are you so stubborn? If death were that easy, I would have died long ago. You don't have to be afraid of Satan, but you absolutely must not be afraid of Lin Feng. Xiao Xiao continued to persuade her that it would be too late to wait for Lin Feng to come back. What can I do? I'm not even afraid of Satan, so why should I be afraid of Lin Feng? Lin Feng is even scarier than Satan. Just then, Lin Feng came over with Abe. I've never seen such a request in my life. I'll meet your request. Abe, fuck her for me. Let her see what a real dog is. Xiao Xiao and Liang Qiyu. Sure enough, Lin Feng's amazing moves will never disappoint people. Chapter 115. It's better not to have this second wife. I just advised you to be obedient, but you didn't listen? You can solve it yourself this time. Xiao Xiao spread his hands. Abe didn't listen to anyone else but Lin Feng. Abe did whatever Lin Feng asked him to do, and he didn't even frown when Lin Feng asked him to eat shit. No one can take away the status of this Lin Feng's iron lackey. Abe glanced at Liang Qiyu. Then his dog eyes were filled with human wisdom. The master is trying to scare his wife. If he really does that, he will definitely lose his life. Then just pretend. The master must cooperate in the performance. Even I, the dog, could tell that my master was acting. Those who can't see are not even as good as my dog Abe. Who says dog brains are inferior to human brains? Some people just don't have as good a brain as Abe. Woof! Abe yelled at Liang Qiyu. This frightened Liang Chuyu so much that her legs went limp. Liang Chuyu has been afraid of dogs since she was a child. She was almost bitten to death by a dog when she was a child. Now that Lin Feng was leading such a big dog, Liang Chuyu felt his calves were cramping. However, Liang Chuyu still refused to admit defeat. She was just stubborn. The worst that can happen is death. Being bitten to death by a dog is also death. Come on, Lin Feng, if you have the guts, loosen the rope. If I scream, I'll take your surname. Lin Feng took a puff of cigarette and loosened the dog leash. If you don't listen, you can't stay. Even if you have a baby in your belly, I won't stay. Go. She's yours now. Play with her however you want. If you die, it's my fault. Lin Feng was so angry. Liang Chuyu was not qualified to enter the safe house in the first place. Letting her in has caused a lot of trouble. I'll just bury her later. It's really annoying. Lin Feng had already made up his mind to kill. He would not allow his safety to be threatened by anyone, not even his wife, not even his own son. I don't know why Abe has been getting smarter lately. If it had happened in the past, Liang Chuyu would have definitely been dead. Woof! Abe rushed over. He threw Liang Chuyu to the ground. Then he started tearing off Liang Chuyu's clothes. Xiao Xiao closed her eyes and dared not look. She also regretted bringing Liang Chuyu in. Isn't this just looking for trouble? She doesn't care who Lin Feng brings in from now on. It's really too troublesome. Xiao Xiao will never do this again in this life. Since you don't want to live, I don't care. It's not that I can't have children. Let's have children slowly with Lin Feng in the future. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Liang Chuyu was so scared that she lay on the ground and cried loudly. But Abe just pulled her clothes. He didn't bite her. Did Abe really want to do that to her? Thinking of this, Liang Chuyu panicked. She can die, but she can't die in such an insult. Liang Chuyu can accept people, but she can't accept dogs. Finally, Liang Chuyu compromised again. Lin Feng, take your dog away. I was wrong, okay? Lin Feng held a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Liang Chuyu, and asked angrily, "Who are you calling Lin Feng? Is this your attitude to beg me?" Liang Chuyu cried and covered her chest. If they continued to pull it, she would really be fucked by that dog. "Hubby, I was wrong. Please stop doing this. Don't be angry. I will never make you angry again, okay?" After hearing this, Lin Feng's anger dissipated a little. But she still needs to learn a lesson. This can only happen once. It can't happen a second time. Then tell me, am I a thin dog? Do you feel that? Will you still be stubborn with me in the future? Liang Chuyu felt like she was about to be stripped naked by the dog and quickly shook her head and begged for mercy. "Hubby, you're so strong. You're not a weakling. I just said that because I was angry. Can I not pretend that I have no feelings for you in the future?" For hours later, I went home and lay down all night before I recovered. I almost fell apart and died in bed. Hearing these words from the stubborn Liang Chuyu, Lin Feng knew that her psychological defenses had been broken, making her say this is harder than killing her. "I'm warning you, Liang Chuyu. This can only happen once today. If it happens again, try it next time." The feeling of humiliation in Lin Feng's heart finally disappeared completely. After all, you can't say a man is not good enough, even if he only has 3 seconds of being a real man. I know. I won't dare to do it again. Husband, please take it away. I'm really scared." Seeing Liang Chuyu crying so miserably, Lin Feng also shouted, "Abe, go home." When Abe heard this, he stopped eating immediately. He thought he wouldn't have to eat leftovers at night. After all, this acting should have won an Oscar for Best Supporting Role for a dog, right? Abe went home directly, and Lin Feng also said to Xiao Xiao, "Give Abe some braised chicken legs tonight. He likes spice food." Xiao Xiao nodded, and Abe looked very happy. It turned out that this dog's brain was not in vain. Lin Feng glanced at Abe. Was the mutation so advanced? Was Abe's IQ now no less than that of a 10-year-old child? Fortunately, it was obedient. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have definitely cut it into pieces. If such a large Tibetan Mastiff mutates completely, it will be difficult to deal with it. I guess you can't kill it even if you shoot it. You have to keep an eye on the situation and kill it if it shows any signs of disobedience. Woo woo woo. Husband, I will be obedient from now on. Please don't let it out. I have been afraid of dogs since I was a child. Liang Chuyu lay on the ground, crying, and completely broke down. The psychological trauma that Lin Feng had left on her this time would take her a lifetime to heal. All right, stop crying. I'm just trying to scare you. Can't you be as sensible as Xiao Xiao? You don't have to worry about food and drink every day, and I don't care what you want to do. I didn't force you to do anything, did I? But the prerequisite is that you have to be obedient. If you don't obey, I can only use non-cooperation as a means. Lin Feng gave Liang Qiyu a sweet reward by holding her little face and wiping her tears with his thumb. Lin Feng also knew that Liang Qiyu was actually not wrong. Which woman could accept her husband having 3 wives and 4 concubines? If she had no reaction at all, she would not be a normal person. The reaction is too great, so we have to use extraordinary measures. Liang Qiyu looked at Lin Feng's handsome face and couldn't help but think of the 4-hour bloody battle. If she were Lin Feng's first woman, Liang Qiyu would have been devoted to Lin Feng long ago. However, he could never get over the hurdle in his heart, and now it was forcibly broken by Lin Feng. Mental illness must be treated with strong medicine, otherwise it will never be cured in a lifetime. Come, give me a kiss, and be a good boy from now on. Just ask me if you need anything. Lin Feng kissed Liang Qiyu, and Liang Qiyu shyly closed her eyes and put her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Xiao Xiao felt a little jealous, but didn't say anything. As long as he resists, he will show off his amazing skills again. Since you can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. If you think about Lin Feng's good points, apart from his sexiness, there's nothing wrong with him. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao accepted it calmly. The better you perform, the more secure your position as the first wife will be. After all, if Lin Feng died, it would not be long before he would be captured and used as a gun mount. Xiao Xiao had seen the women in Zhou Kaihua's family. Compared with Zhou Kaihua and others, Lin Feng still has some humanity. At least Lin Feng treats them as wives, not slaves. Chapter 116. Compromise only 0 times. Sure enough, there are only 0 times and countless times of compromise. Liang Qiyu was terrified. She had compromised several times. Lin Feng had no choice. You can't give me the cold shoulder every day in the future, right? Am I the boss, or are you the boss in this family from now on? So Lin Feng had no choice but to take Abe, the dog with a brain, to act out a show. Abe is also very capable. His brain is not in vain. It is smarter than some people's. Okay, stop crying. As long as you behave well, you will be my, Lin Feng's, second wife in the future. You will be the oldest besides me and Xiao Xiao. After giving Liang Qiyu a kiss, Liang Qiyu's panic was much better. Liang Qiyu blushed very much, which made Lin Feng very satisfied. This was how a second wife should behave. Being cold and silent for hours as if there was something wrong with you? What's the point of having a second wife? There are only 3 of us and 2 dogs. Am I not in control of anyone? Thinking about his future situation, Liang Qiyu is now scared. If you don't obey, you will be fucked by the dog, which is definitely more painful than death. It's just the beginning. You won't regret becoming Lin Feng's second wife in the future. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a piece of medical waterproof tape from his pocket and put it on the wound on Liang Qiyu's shoulder. Then he carried Liang Qiyu to the bathroom, gave her a bath, and cultivated their relationship at the same time. We're going to live together in the future, so we can't be on guard every day, right? That would be too tiring. Lin Feng also thought about locking them up alone, but that was too much, right? Isn't it good for both of us to agree? Liang Qiyu blushed as Lin Feng carried her into the bathroom without resistance. She had been touched and seen before, so taking a bath was no longer an embarrassing thing. I know a lot about massage. I'll give you a massage. After putting Liang Qiyu into the hot spring, Lin Feng began to massage Liang Qiyu all over. Can Lin Feng give a good massage? Focus on attacking special areas. Ah, husband, don't do this. I'm pregnant. Liang Qiyu couldn't help but scream, which made Lin Feng even more satisfied. This was called being obedient. Lin Feng started the massage normally, which also made Liang Qiyu very relaxed. Xiao Xiao swept the torn clothes into the trash can, then took out a new set of clothes and brought them into the bathroom. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't do anything, Xiao Xiao felt a little better about her jealousy. After all, when Lin Feng gave me a massage... Oh, Lin Feng, you are so bad. Xiao Xiao threw down her clothes, covered her face, turned around and ran. What happened to her? Why did she run away suddenly? Liang Qiyu was very surprised. It was a normal massage, so why was Xiao Xiao blushing? If you were sick, you can get well with an injection. Lin Feng carried Liang Qiyu out, wiped the water off her body, and then peeled off the medical waterproof tape. While Liang Qiyu was putting on her clothes, she was wondering what illness Xiao Xiao had. After all, Liang Qiyu is a doctor and is very sensitive to the topic of illness. Suddenly, Liang Qiyu's face turned red, as if she understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng, You are a real pervert. Others may pretend to be perverted, but you never pretend. Lin Feng was not angry either, and asked Liang Qiyu with a smile. That was because of the official pressure in the past. Look at it now. Do people with guns still need to pretend? Just be content. I have been restrained enough. If I wanted to, I could snatch back thousands of women in a day. They are much more obedient than you. Liang Qiyu nodded after hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng could tolerate her so many times, he really had a good temper. If another man saw me doing this, I don't know what the outcome would be. Hubby, I was wrong. Can I listen to you from now on? Hearing Liang Qiyu say this, Lin Feng felt relieved. If she doesn't approve of a woman like Liang Qiyu, it would be harder to beat her to death than to pry her mouth open. Since she said so, she will most likely not regret it. Don't worry, follow me, Lin Feng, and you'll have a good time. Now that you're doing well, I'll cook tonight. Just order whatever you want to eat. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Liang Qiyu thought about it. She was not the kind of materialistic girl, so she said, I want to eat glutinous rice cake. It's hard to make, right? Can you make it? Liang Qiyu put on her clothes and expressed her thoughts. She felt that her request seemed a bit excessive. Okay, just wait. Lin Feng doesn't care, just tell him the name of the dish. But Lin Feng also remembered that Xiao Xiao liked spicy food, and Liang Qiyu liked sweet food. It seems that the milk tea I sent her touched her heart. When I came to the kitchen, Xiao Xiao was preparing to clean the pot and braise the chicken legs. Lin Feng took a look and said to Xiao Xiao, I'll cook tonight, you go and take a rest. Xiao Xiao nodded and left. Lin Feng always locks the door and never lets anyone in when he cooks. I wonder why he should be afraid of people watching him while he's cooking? After Xiao Xiao left, Lin Feng locked the steel door, then sat on a stool and browsed his phone for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Feng took out 3 servings of rice, a plate of spicy crayfish, a portion of glutinous rice cake, a portion of braised chicken leg, a portion of smashed cucumber, and a portion of braised pork from the space. Put it in the bowl and plate, collect the takeaway box, and call Xiao Xiao directly. It's done. I'll go feed Abe, and Jojo will set the table for dinner. Xiao Xiao was talking to Liang Qiyu in the room. When she heard Lin Feng's voice, she hurried over to set the table for dinner. Lin Feng fed chicken legs to Abe and Fengzi, looked at Abe, and saw that he didn't have any rebellious intentions, so he could continue to observe for the time being. Then Lin Feng locked the steel door. Even if Abe mutated, he would not be able to break it open, so he had to be careful with it. Abe breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the dog's life was saved. I brought 2 chicken legs to my wife. When she grows up, Abe, won't be so lonely anymore. It was obvious that Yoshiko's brain wasn't as good as Abe's. She wagged her tail and started eating the chicken leg, just like a normal puppy. Liang Qiyu came to the restaurant. She was injured and couldn't serve dishes for the time being. Honey, did you make this? Are you such a good cook? Liang Qiyu was confused. If it was Xiao Xiao who did this, she could accept it, but Xiao Xiao had been chatting with her the whole time. Eat it, but don't eat anything too spicy. Wait until your injury heals before eating. Lin Feng placed the glutinous rice cake, smashed cucumber, and braised pork in front of Liang Qiyu, while he and Xiao Xiao focused on the 5 pounds of crayfish. Liang Qiyu felt a little warm in her heart when she saw Lin Feng's little movements. When Lin Feng is not angry, he still cares about people. I picked up the glutinous rice cake and took a bite. It was soft, sweet, and tasted really good. Liang Qiyu shed a tear of sweetness. How long has it been since she last ate something so delicious? Don't cry. If you want to eat something, just tell Lin Feng. He will cook anything for you. As long as you don't make him angry, he's pretty good except for his perverted ways. Xiao Xiao was eating crayfish and drinking ice-cold beer. It was a heavenly treat to be able to eat such delicious food on such a 60-degree day. Thank you, I understand. I won't be angry with you again. I just have a strong sense of self-esteem and can't accept this kind of relationship for the time being. Liang Qiyu took a bite of the smashed cucumber. It was 16 days into the apocalypse and all the plants had died. How could he still eat vegetables? It was such a treat. Sure enough, no matter how stubborn a woman is, she cannot refuse delicious food even after the end of the world. Chapter 117. Feng Jirui's Attack. Lin Feng drank beer and ate lobster while checking the surveillance cameras around him on his mobile phone. Didn't Zheng Shuya say that Li Wu was going to drive a forklift over here? It's a good opportunity for you to help me try out whether this bulletproof glass is durable or not. King Go Lin Feng would not wait until the anti-tank rocket launcher explodes to see the actual effect. This is called being prepared. The 3 of them ate and chatted at the same time. Except for Lin Feng not allowing Liang Qiyu to eat spicy food or drink alcohol. Everything was so harmonious. Finally, they looked like a family of 3. Liang Qiyu didn't like strong-flavored food, so she wasn't craving for crayfish at all. I just look at the wine bottle occasionally, rub my stomach, and decide not to drink it. After all, it is not good for the child. Whoa! Just then, several cars and trucks finally drove up to the villa. More than 20 people came down. Some of them had guns on their waists, and then directed the excavators and bulldozers to get off the vehicles. Seeing this scene, Liang Qiyu panicked a little. As expected, when the end of the world comes, there will be no peace, no matter where you live. Lin Feng, do you have a gun? Give me one. I'll go and kill them before they unload the truck. Xiao Qiao smiled and said to Liang Qiyu, please sit down and have your meal. The wall is made of 50 centimeters of titanium alloy and 100 centimeters of steel. The glass is 1.5 meters thick with an explosion-proof interlayer. Even a tank cannot crash into it. This safe house was designed by Xiao Qiao. She often goes to the construction site to check out the situation, so she understands how safe this safe house is better than Lin Feng. No way? Are you so arrogant? Liang Qiyu was a little unconvinced, so he stood up, went into the house, and looked at the glass. Seeing this, Liang Qiyu was speechless. Is this the world of the rich? I'm afraid I can't afford this piece of glass, even if I work all my life. Why should I live here? I feel like I don't deserve it. At this moment, the last bit of stubbornness in Liang Qiyu's heart was completely conquered by Lin Feng's ability to make money. Being the second wife of such a rich man? Don't even mention that it's the end of the world now. Even before the end of the world, there would be hundreds of millions of women of marriageable age vying to be the queen. Too arrogant. Liang Qiyu looked at the excavators and forklifts unloading the truck outside the window, and this time she was not panicked at all. In front of this behemoth, these two cars are like toy cars? Brother Feng, this is Lin Feng's house. There are tens of billions of supplies in here. Just open it. Everything will be ours. Li Wu reeked of alcohol, and he had already contacted his men. As soon as the door of the safe house opens, they will rush in. Although Li Wu's left hand was broken, he felt that he could subdue Feng Jirui with just his right hand. The gun is faster at 7 steps away. My sword is faster at 7 steps away. Do you think I'm your wife for fun? As he spoke, Li Wu touched the dagger at his waist. It will be unsheathed at any time. Kill with one strike. What the hell? What's going on? This is stronger than the Imperial Capital Central Bank, right? Feng Jirui walked over and took a look at the glass covered with white spots. He thought the glass was about to break, but when he checked, he found that it was just the sunscreen film that was smashed and covered with white spots. When I shine a flashlight on it, I see that the glass is 1.5 meters thick. Can this thing be broken? As he said that, Feng Jirui took out a gun and fired a shot at the glass. Bang! Ah, boss. Why did you hit me? The bullet hit the glass and shattered it. The bullet hit a little brother's thigh directly. This unfortunate child is probably dead. How can he remove the bullet in such a hot day? How can he avoid infection? It's a waste of bullets to shoot you. You can only blame your bad luck. Go back and pour some white wine on it and pray that you don't get infected. Feng Jirui was too lazy to look at him. He walked over and checked the place where he was shot. His brows were furrowed. It was just a scratch. Even though it's an ordinary pistol, it can easily penetrate the security door. Is it so scraping? Is there still any sense of game experience? Feng Jirui leaned over to the window and looked out to see if there were any supplies inside. If there are no supplies, wouldn't this be a waste of effort? If the effort and reward are not proportional, no one would do such a stupid thing. Who would be so bored as to smash open a locked, empty safe? Are you here? Come in and have a drink. Lin Feng waved at Feng Jirui, and Feng Jirui swallowed when he saw the food in Lin Feng's home. There must be supplies here, and there is water, electricity, and air conditioning. Even smashed cucumbers? Where can I find fresh vegetables now? Moreover, there are 2 extremely beautiful women in this room. The skinny one looks good, but is too skinny, while the 36-year-old one is the goddess of all men. This is what Feng Jirui looked at. Even Hugin is starting to feel itchy. Start the crane. Take the glass down for me. Be careful. Don't touch the power grid. There is high voltage on it. After hearing what Feng Jirui said, the crane driver drove the crane directly over to remove the glass. With the sound of the bucket rubbing against the glass, the sunscreen film on it was completely scratched. But after scraping for a long time, it was of no use except leaving scratches all over the glass. At this time, Lin Feng stood up very unhappily. I didn't want to pay attention to you, but you're making such a creaking noise. How can I eat? You two eat. I'll go and digest the food. He stood up and kissed Xiao Xiao and Liang Qiuyu, which made the two of them embarrassed. Was he so bling? Should we go over and help? Liang Qiuyu always felt that he couldn't eat for free. At least he was now a member of this family. Don't worry about him. I've already said it. You cannot be afraid of Satan, but you cannot be afraid of Lin Feng. Xiao Xiao continued to eat the crayfish. The ones Lin Feng made were as delicious as the ones bought in the store. How is this done? Liang Qiuyu nodded, and she began to accept her identity. So when danger comes, there is no need to take action? Is it so safe to live with Lin Feng? It is easy to cause death when there is danger. It is easier to cause death when there is no danger. Lin Feng opened a shooting port, lit a Molotov cocktail, and threw it directly into the excavator cab. Boom! The cab exploded, and the excavator driver jumped out of the car and ran away in a flash. Oh shit! There's a fire! Help! As soon as he got off the car, the driver started rolling on the ground. It's a pity that it's completely useless. This is oil. How can it do any good if it gets on your body? A few younger brothers could only watch from the side. It was too hot, and they were all wearing slippers. They couldn't even put out the fire with their feet, as they would get burned by the oil. Feng Jirui looked at his burning excavator with heartache. It was such a hot day, and without water, he could only watch it burn to pieces. Oh, where's the forklift? Aim at the glass. Go full throttle. Hit it. Feng Jirui is also a decisive person, even if there are no supplies in the house. Those two beautiful women have to work hard. My wolf-tooth wisdom. Finally, I can enjoy myself. Chapter 118. Short pain is worse than long pain. When I think of the two beauties in the room, Feng Jirui's wisdom, there was another wave of unbearable itching. There is no way. Feng Jirui is sick. Only when he practices the Autumn magic skill, the itchy feeling will be diluted by the pleasure. As he spoke, Feng Jirui reached his hand into his pants and scratched it. He became so itchy that he could no longer control himself. Brother Feng, stop bumping into me. Come to the front door. We have something to discuss. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice begging for mercy came from the gate. Feng Jirui showed a look of delight, as it turned out that violence could solve all problems. Lin Feng, it only took me a little effort to break open your bastard shell. If you know what's good for you, just open the door yourself. I'll leave you a portion of the supplies at home. Give me those two women too. I can spare your life. Feng Jirui was very arrogant with a cigarette in his mouth, but his wisdom was becoming more and more itchy. He couldn't help but want to practice the magic skills with the two women in the room. Originally, Lin Feng just wanted to shoot Feng Jirui with an arrow, but when he heard this, he immediately became furious. I can ignore you for scolding me, Lin Feng, but you want to touch my wife? I must cure your bad habit. Lin Feng took out a pair of gloves from the space, put them on, and took out a Carolina Reaper pepper. This thing is a specialty of the United States, and Lin Feng also grabbed a lot of it. It has been useless. Do you eat this because you have nothing else to eat? Is this the food that humans should eat? Then Lin Feng picked up the bow and arrow and stabbed the death pepper back and forth for more than 10 times. After making sure it was applied properly, Lin Feng stood at the shooting position and aimed at Feng Jirui, who was scratching his crotch. Brother Feng, don't move. I have a remedy for itching. Don't move. I'll record your facial recognition, and you can come in. Then I'll find a remedy for you. When Feng Jirui heard that there was a folk remedy for treating itching, he was overjoyed. You are quite sensible. You are so obedient. I will leave you a way out. You can hang out with me, Feng Jirui, from now on. In Huanghai City, no one dares to bully you if you mention my name, Feng Jirui. Lin Feng's archery skills were not very good, and he was afraid that Feng Jirui would move around and shoot off target. It would be boring to kill him with one arrow. After all, no neighbors in the community dare to come and play with Lin Feng now. Who can understand the loneliness I feel, living alone with my two wives in such a well-fed and well-off environment? Lin Feng saw the right moment and pulled the trigger. Just at this moment, a little cold light arrives first. Where can I find a soulmate in this world? Feng Jirui felt something sliding across his crotch. Then he felt a burning, heart-wrenching pain. It almost made him die. Ah, ah, ah. What is this feeling? Ah. Feng Jirui covered his crotch and wailed. Being shot in the intestines was already excruciatingly painful. What was this burning sensation that kept hitting the brain? The feeling is more painful than roasting ham. The pain was like my brain exploding. I couldn't even faint. How's it going, Brother Feng? The folk remedy worked, didn't it? It doesn't itch at all now. Lin Feng smiled wickedly and started watching the show. Ah, someone please save me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I want to be a good person. Ah, this Carolina Reaper pepper stuck to Hugin's wound. That feeling. This has already exceeded the limit of pain level 10. It's directly off the charts. Go for the pain level 100. Feng Jirui's face was twisted with pain. If Feng Jirui met Zheng Dehai at this time, I will definitely shout. My pain! Above you! Inside the house, Qiao Qiao and Liang Chuyu watched Lin Feng's amazing moves, and their scalps felt numb from seeing Lin Feng's show. Sure enough, Lin Feng was still very gentle to us. Not to mention how it felt when the death pepper stuck to Hugin. I couldn't even imagine how it felt when they ate that pepper. How cruel! You could have just shot him to death. Why did you torture him like this? Liang Chuyu didn't understand. She had always thought that Lin Feng didn't have any major problems except that he was a bit lustful. After all this time, she still doesn't understand Lin Feng at all? Little girl, go back to your room quickly. This kind of scene affects your psychological development. I'd just like to see them trying to kill me, but failing. Lin Feng was holding a cigarette in his mouth, and he didn't care at all. This scene frightened Qiao Qiao and Liang Chuyu. They both wanted to kill Lin Feng once, but luckily they didn't do it. What if they had done it? The one outside is the best example. Let's go, don't worry about him. Let's be good people from now on. I told you that you cannot be afraid of the god of death, but you cannot be afraid of Lin Feng. Do you believe it this time? Liang Chuyu nodded. This guy was polite when he spoke, but he was extremely brutal when he acted. If you can't stand Lin Feng's powerful skills in the future, it would be better to commit suicide. Kill Lin Feng? Will this go on give you a chance to kill him? Once you fail, look at the results outside. Aw, can someone come and save me? Kill me? Give me a quick death. Feng Jirui's pain now is far greater than Zheng Dehai's. The ground where Feng Jirui rolled was covered with red and white fluid. His facial features are all distorted. This time it doesn't itch at all. Boss, what should we do? Can you give me a definite answer? It's all broken. Cut it up. A group of little brothers looked at each other, and no one had any idea. When Feng Jirui heard that it was cut off, he quickly took off his pants, as if he saw the hope of life. Hurry, hurry. I can't stand it anymore. Cut it off for me. This pain is too much. Maybe cutting it off will alleviate it a little? Boss, hold on for a while. I'll disinfect the knife. Otherwise, you'll be dead if you get infected. With that said, the younger brother Wei Zhongxian took out the dagger, poured gasoline on it, and started to burn the knife. When the blade turned red from the heat, several younger brothers came over and looked at Feng Jirui sympathetically. Boss, can you bear it anymore? If you cut it off, it will be gone. Wei Zhongxian burned the knife and asked Feng Jirui one last time. Cut it for me. Feng Jirui roared. Who knows the pain of Hugin's wounds being smeared with the god of death pepper? It hurts more than being put on fire. There's no way to get dizzy. The stinging pain makes your consciousness extremely clear. Sex can cause disaster. Cut it off and cure it forever. Lin Feng didn't take it too seriously to watch the excitement, and he didn't forget to mock Feng Jirui. Cut. Hurry up and cut off my wisdom. Lin Feng, you are dead. Just wait for me to go in. I will let you know what cruelty is. Feng Jirui collapsed. He really collapsed. A younger brother nervously picked up Feng Jirui's rotten Hugin, and Wei Zhongxian took out a red-hot knife. Wei Zhongxian raised his sword and slashed it down. He cut off Hugin directly. In the room, Qiao Qiao and Liang Chuyu almost vomited while watching the surveillance video. Dr. Liang Chuyu could tell at a glance that Feng Jirui had it. If he really caught this, it would definitely be worse than death. It seems that following Lin Feng is indeed the best choice. There is no other choice. At the moment when his wisdom was cut off, Feng Jirui did not scream in pain, but instead had a look of relief. After all, the pain of keeping it was too intense. Compared to keeping it, the moment of cutting it off was really a complete liberation. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Chapter 119. Cut off for permanent rule. How brutal! When Li Wu saw this scene, he covered his wisdom. The Li family has no descendants yet. If he were to be cut off, he would be better off dead. Li Wu took a look at Lin Feng's safe house and quickly hid far away. If you get shot by an arrow, it would be worse than death. Thanks to Wei Zhongxian's timely treatment, Feng Jirui's wound did not bleed. At this time, Wei Zhongxian also took a Kuan hair and said to Feng Jirui, Boss, I'll plug it in for you. I saw it done this way in TV dramas. Otherwise, the wound will heal in 2 days and you'll be dead. Feng Jirui looked at Wei Zhongxian speechlessly. You are treating me as the last eunuch of China in 2050. However, Feng Jure also knew that Wei Zhongxian had good intentions. If he didn't do this, he would be dead. You can do it. Be gentle. This is my first time too. After saying this, Feng Jure burst into tears. How many women had he heard say this to him in his life? He had experienced what this felt like for the first time in his life. Okay, boss. Try not to drink water for the next 3 days. If you're thirsty, use the bottle cap to moisten your throat. Take it out after 3 days. If you can pee, then you'll be fine. After Wei Zhongxian had sex with Feng Jiarui, he patiently reminded him that this was not nonsense. You're quite professional. Who did you learn this from? Feng Jiarui was so angry that he wanted to kill Wei Zhongxian, but without him, he would probably be dead. My boyfriend used to love watching palace fighting dramas, and he even insisted on dragging me to watch them with him. I learned how to do it after watching them many times. Wei Zhongxian scratched his head and told the truth. Wei Zhongxian is a talented person. We in the East Factory need people like you. Lin Feng touched his chin and thought, should we spare Wei Zhongxian's life? If he were to establish a feudal empire in the future, he would also need talents like Wei Zhongxian. With so many beautiful wives, shouldn't you take some precautions? Originally wanting to shoot all of them, Lin Feng decided to give up. It's better to take your time and help Wei Zhongxian improve his business proficiency. Xiao Qiao and Liang Chuyu were also watching the surveillance video in the room, and they both laughed when they saw this scene. Lin Feng, do you know how to play? Where's the forklift? Get on it. Use full speed to smash his shell. Feng Jure was furious. He caught Lin Feng. He used the death pepper to cut Lin Feng's intestines into pieces. Cut one piece every hour. Otherwise, I won't feel relieved. A forklift driver quickly got on the forklift, then backed up a long way, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed towards Lin Feng's glass. Everyone was waiting to see what was going to happen next. Then, a huge flame suddenly rose into the air. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The forklift was blown away. The guy driving the forklift was smashed into the cab by the overturned forklift and was crushed into a pool of mud. Fuck! I can understand that Lin Feng has guns, but he also has landmines. Feng Jure doesn't have any mines. How did Lin Feng get them? I shouldn't have come here today. This guy is inhumane. He even has landmines. This is China. Is there still law? Is there still law? Feng Jure was so scared that he ran to the car without even putting on his pants. There's a Kuan hair stuck in the crotch. It looks so funny. The excavator burned. The forklift was blown up by a mine. How did they get in? Did they use their hands to pry open the door? Zheng Shui's tip-off was not ineffective. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have laid the mines to blow them up. It depends on whether Zheng Shui can complete the task tonight. If not, I will ignore her in the future. Brother Feng, don't leave. I can't let you go back empty-handed. You have to bring some gifts. The way Feng Jue ran was particularly funny, with a Kuan hair stuck in the middle, shaking back and forth. He limped with his feet turned inward, like a lady running for her life. Feng Jiarui ignored Lin Feng's words and limped to the car. If you can believe what Lin Feng said, it's better to believe that a dog won't eat shit. We were having fun. Why are you running away? Seeing Feng Jiarui was about to run away, Lin Feng took out the drone and loaded the things. After all, everyone who comes is a guest, so I have to send something back, right? When Feng Jiarui climbed into the car, he saw a drone flying out of Lin Feng's house. After taking a look, Feng Jiarui's face was filled with shock. Hurry! Drive! Feng Jiarui, was inhumane enough. But Lin Feng is even more inhumane than me. Tying a bomb to a drone. Is this something a human would do? When I heard this, I quickly got in the car and drove away. A few people with guns saw the drone approaching and quickly opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. But the drone is too small, and it flies so fast. It's just like using an air gun to shoot a mosquito. You can't hit it. Fortunately, several cars were ignited. Just drive and run. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and launched a suicide attack with a drone. Boom, 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 boom. In a flash, 4 cars were blown up by drones. The people inside were unknown whether they were alive or dead. Only a car driven by Wei Zhongxian carried Feng Jiarui out of the sea of fire. It's not because Wei Zhongxian is a good driver. It's because Lin Feng thinks he is a talent. Let him live. It turns out that you have to have some skills these days. Otherwise, your boss will not only look down on you, he may also kill you at any time. Feng Jiarui looked at Lin Feng's villa behind him with a gloomy face. This trip resulted in heavy losses. More than a dozen men died, and 2 guns were lost. A forklift, a crane, and several vehicles were destroyed, but Lin Feng was not hurt at all. Lin Feng, if I don't take revenge, I will not be a human being. I will not slice your intestines with a death pepper. I will take your last name. Feng Jie was furious. Then his eyes went dark. He fainted from anger. Wei Zhongxian drove the car and took the 3 people in it back to the base quickly. This loss is simply too great. Xiao Xiao, you are right. I may not be afraid of Satan, but I cannot be afraid of Lin Feng. Looking at everything on the surveillance camera, Liang Chuyu felt scared for the first time in his life. After all this time, Lin Feng is really kind enough to trade fairly with you. If Lin Feng wants to use force, who can stop him? After thinking about it for those 4 hours, Lin Feng actually didn't refuse. Liang Chuyu felt fortunate that he had completely followed the woman's will. If Lin Feng had no conscience, he would have died long ago. Liang Chuyu couldn't help but begin to accept the identity of the second wife. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, I didn't know Lin Feng was so powerful and terrifying. Now I know that it is not shameful for a woman to obey a strong man. Just be thankful. If you weren't pregnant, you would have died many times. I've told you, if you listen to Lin Feng, you won't have to worry about food and drink, and you'll have everything you want. If you don't listen to Lin Feng, it will be worse than death. Do you believe me this time? Xiao Xiao has long been accustomed to Lin Feng's fancy moves, which are simply impossible to learn. In this world, only Lin Feng can do so many cool things. Others? Just go to bed. Chapter 120. This little notebook is not for random notes. The surviving owners in Shishan Villa have long been accustomed to what happened in Lin Feng's family. The more you experience, the less surprised you feel. Setting buildings on fire and running over people with cars. Bombs blow up buildings and rockets clear the way. Didn't we just plant billions of mines today, blow up billions of cars with drones, and kill billions of people? This is just the beginning. This is nothing. Isn't this Lin Feng's usual operation? What is there that Lin Feng dare not do? Isn't this normal? They had already become cowards. Unless they wanted to die quickly, they should not hang around Lin Feng's house. When you arrive at Lin Feng's house, your death will be countless times more miserable than dying of thirst, heat, or starvation. You may not believe in the government's disaster relief capabilities, but you absolutely cannot fail to believe in Lin Feng's tricks. The owners of Shishan Villa had long given up attacking Lin Feng in the group because it was useless. From now on, just live one day at a time. Destroy it quickly, I'm tired. Lin Feng returned to the house with a cigarette in his mouth. Lin Feng seems to have a lot of supplies. Is that enough for me to eat for 1 billion years? But, can you convert it again? Is it enough for 1 billion people to eat for a year? Isn't this question clear? Lin Feng can't use food to support any idle person. If this happens once, it will happen countless times. If you support your neighbors, you have to support Shishan Villa. If you support Shishan Villa, you have to support Huanghai City. If you support Huanghai City, you have to support the entire North China. If you support North China, you have to support the whole country. If you support the whole country, you have to support the whole world. Can this precedent be set? Lin Feng holds all the food in the world. Can he feed all the people in the world? Eat too much, and there are animal protectionists? Want to protect nature? Their demands are endless. So Lin Feng will not give a grain of rice to any idle person. If you can't survive, then all I can do is send you to the West to ask for help from the Buddha. The Buddha can still support a lot of idle people. Thinking of this, Lin Feng returned to the bedroom with a cigarette in his mouth. Although it is inhumane to do this, there is no other good way. At this moment, Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu saw Lin Feng coming back and quickly hugged each other. Lin Feng is the most reliable man when you are in danger. But when there is no danger, he is the biggest danger. What are you two doing? Isn't it just blowing up 1 billion cars and killing 1 billion people? Did I ever force you to do anything? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu looked at each other and then shook their heads together like 2 rattles. This really not. It seems that Lin Feng has a mental obsession with cleanliness and is very tolerant towards his wife. Fortunately, I am a virgin. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be qualified to live here. For a moment, the 2 girls' pupils widened, as if they could hear each other's thoughts. Is this really what you think? Is this okay? Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. Now not only dogs began to mutate, but humans also began to awaken special powers. Should I kill them both now? If I kill them both, I will definitely be safer. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that judging from the current situation, the problem was still under control. Xiao Xiao's wife has completely listened to me. Although I, Lin Feng, have no humanity, I can't let her take the blame. It's not a big problem. As long as she doesn't change her mind, I will support her for the rest of her life. Liang Qiuyu's second wife, although stubborn, now she doesn't dare to be stubborn with me. And she is so loyal and devoted that she will never look back. Even if she gets a gun, she will only think about suicide and won't pull the trigger on herself. It's not a big problem, and now she knows how cruel I am, so she doesn't dare to get angry with me. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to continue observing and, like Abe, kill any disobedient or unusual move directly. Gudon! For some reason, Xiao Xiao and Liang Qiuyu seemed to have heard Lin Feng's thoughts. The two women looked at each other. This king of Go Lin Feng wanted to kill him? Is it possible? This is even more difficult than blowing open his door. Lin Feng looked at the two of them. He was certain that this was a sign before a person's superpowers were awakened. During this process, the perception ability will increase exponentially, and even the brain waves of people nearby can be felt. This process will not end until the supernatural power is fully awakened. There are pros and cons. You two know what I am thinking, and I also know what you two are thinking. Lin Feng could have controlled this feeling a long time ago. As long as he didn't think about things related to space, they would know what he was thinking. As for other things, they were not important. The process of awakening superpowers is irreversible. Even if it happens to them, this situation may happen to everyone in the future. It doesn't matter if they're a little tired. At least I can feel their brain waves, and they don't have their own thoughts now. And they are both afraid of me now? That's good too. Everything for life. Everything for the future. What's going on? It's only been a few days since the end of the world. It's okay for dogs to start mutating, but humans are also starting to mutate. Lin Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and began to think about the solution to everything in front of him. All this cannot be reversed. It is only a year later. Why is it happening now, at the very beginning of the apocalypse? My own rebirth? Could it have caused so many things to happen earlier? Is this the butterfly effect? It seemed that the two girls realized that Lin Feng did not disrupt their thoughts, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Just accept your fate. Lin Feng is just a pervert. As for the rest, they are all minor issues. Who can resist a handsome guy who is 185 centimeters tall, strong, cynical, handsome, and worth billions? Ouch! What was I thinking? Xiao Xiao and Liang Qiuyu blushed instantly and hugged their faces. There's no way women won't love bad men. Lin Feng thought about it and decided that he should do something. Then let's settle the accounts. After all, Liang Qiuyu was pregnant, and Lin Feng just liked to talk big and didn't do anything excessive. Liang Qiuyu ran away with a red face. I'd better go back to the house and leave the rest to Xiao Xiao. Don't let Lin Feng come to see me. It's really inconvenient for me now. Xiao Xiao looked speechlessly at the small notebook that Lin Feng took out from his arms. If I had known it would be like this, I would not have agreed to it so rashly. It turns out that Lin Feng's little notebook was not just random notes. Oh no! I will never let Lin Feng keep accounts blindly again. When will I be able to pay off my debt? It's not finished yet. It's not finished at all. Lin Feng was speechless. I was just settling a debt. I'll pay you back slowly in the future. There's plenty of time anyway. Chapter 121. Zheng Shi's Mission. Lin Feng was enjoying his life in the safe house, while Li Wu was looking at the moon, which was already in the middle of the night, and started cursing. Fuck it. Feng Jure is a piece of trash. He brought a bunch of people with him. They are nothing. Li Wu cursed, then stood up from the corner and started to go home. Passing by the two destroyed cars, Li Wu happily went to look for a gun. After searching for nearly half an hour, Li Wu finally found two guns, one with 14 bullets and the other with 12 bullets. Damn it, God must be helping me, Li Wu. As long as I have a gun, what am I afraid of? Li Wu put his two guns in his pocket and went home happily. With these two guns in hand, I don't have to be afraid of that bastard Feng Jure anymore. As long as the injury on his left hand is healed, he can seek revenge on Lin Feng. When Li Wu returned home, he saw Zheng Shi busy in the kitchen, cutting intestines and cooking pork rib soup. She was very virtuous. Husband is back? Come and try today's soup. I found a packet of instant noodle seasoning. It tastes delicious. Li Wu had been busy all night and was a little hungry. He walked over, tasted the soup, and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. What's the point of eating without saltiness? Wang Guifan also drank the soup happily. It tasted so good. How long had it been since she had eaten something delicious? After cutting the Li Dagua brand sausage, Zheng Shi brought it over virtuously and poured wine for Li Wu. Honey, how is Lin Feng handling it? Why didn't you bring anything home? When Li Wu heard Zheng Shuya ask this, he became even angrier. Fuck it. Feng Jie is a piece of crap. Nearly 20 people died. All the tools exploded. His own aide was even knocked down by Lin Feng. He is such a coward. Li Wu angrily ate a piece of sausage, while Zheng Shuya obediently poured a glass of wine. It's fine as long as you are fine, boss. Come, have a drink and have a good sleep. We can think of a way to deal with Lin Feng tomorrow. After hearing Zheng Shuya say this, Li Wu felt much better. Aren't you going to eat, wife? I feel like you've been getting thinner and thinner lately. Zheng Shuya shook her head and said casually, I ate while I was cooking. You and Mom should eat more. Li Wu didn't think much about it and drank the pork rib soup while drinking. This pork rib soup tastes so delicious with the instant noodle seasoning packet added. Li Wu and Wang Guifan couldn't help but drink the whole bowl of pork rib soup. It's not that they are greedy, but it's been such a long time that being able to eat instant noodle seasoning packets is a real treat. Li Wu was coaxed into drinking 2 more glasses by Zheng Shuya's sweet talk, and even told Zheng Shuya that he had picked up 2 guns. After hearing this, Zheng Shuya became even more determined to complete the task given by Lin Feng. A box of instant noodles, a box of sausages, and 2 guns. With these things, you can start your own business. More than an hour later, Li Wu and Wang Guifan were full and lay down on the bed, fast asleep. Hubby, are you asleep? Zheng Shuya pinched the broken part of Li Wu's left arm several times. Seeing that Li Wu didn't react, Zheng Shuya felt relieved. He pulled the gun from Li Wu's waist and put it on his own waist, then took out the enchanted kitchen knife and took off Li Wu's big cool fork. One knife. Cut it off directly. Li Wu drank so much alcohol, and with the sleeping pills that Zheng Shuya put in the pork rib soup, he no longer felt the pain. He found the 2 guns and put them in his arms. These were life-saving weapons, and he could not leave them to Li Wu. After finishing all this, Zheng Shuya took out her cell phone to take a picture and sent it to Lin Feng. Then it's Wang Guifan. Go all out. I want the ham sausage. I want instant noodles too. When I arrived at Wang Guifan's room, she was also asleep. Zheng Shuya took a kitchen knife and pushed Wang Guifan twice, but Wang Guifan didn't wake up. Then he opened Wang Guifan's mouth and cut off her tongue. Wang Guifan was awakened by the pain in an instant. This scared Zheng Shuya. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wang Guifan's mouth was full of blood, and her whimpering sound was not loud. Zheng Shuya picked up Li Dagua's ashtray on the table. It was a critical hit on Wang Guifan's temple. Wang Guifan fainted on the spot, lying on the bed. No one knew whether she was alive or dead. Zheng Shuya was so scared that she gasped. After she calmed down for a long time, she picked up her phone, took a photo, and sent it to Lin Feng. After doing all this, Zheng Shuya decisively ran away. I can't stay in this house anymore. You are unkind. Don't blame me for being unjust. Throwing the enchanted kitchen knife aside, Zheng Shuya ran out of the house with 2 guns. Who would dare to use this thing to cut vegetables in the future? I went to the 14th floor and knocked on my best friend Zhao Lily's door. After a while, Zhao Lily opened the door. Zhao Lily lives alone and doesn't like to go out. Zhao Lily is a homebody, so she has some food left over. For the time being, she is the best choice to seek refuge. Shuya, are you telling the truth? Li Wu actually asked you to accompany another man, and that man still has one. After entering the room, Zhao Lily began to question Zheng Shuya. Really? So I cut off Li Wu's tongue. I also cut off Wang Guifan's tongue. When Zhao Lily heard this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in her eyes. Good cut. That Li Wu has added me before, and he wants to sleep with me? That Wang Guifan is not a good person either. She always says behind your back that you can't have children. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup. I know there's nothing wrong with you. The one who has a problem is Li Wu. You can stay at my place. Although the water pressure on the 14th floor is not great, it's barely drinkable. If it's not enough, we can go to the 1st floor to get water. We are good friends, and we need to rely on each other at times like this. Zheng Shuya breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Zhao Lily's words. It turns out that there is true love in this world. Lily, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. It will be too hot in the morning, and I won't be able to sleep. Zheng Shuya still had to collect supplies, so she just said she wanted to go to sleep. You sleep on your side, and I'll sleep in the master bedroom. There's still some food at home, and maybe in a few days, the disaster will be over. Zhao Lily didn't think much about it, and then took Zheng Shuya back to lie on her side. Okay, then Lily, you should go to bed early too. Well, good night. Zheng Shuya closed the door and sent a message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you didn't reply, so you must be sleeping, right? I am now lying on my side at 401, 14th floor, Unit 4, Building 4. I have completed my mission, and I hope you won't break your promise. Zheng Shuya felt both scared and excited. What if Lin Feng really gave her the thing? Then I have food and a gun, so I will definitely survive. Open the window and take the things. After seeing Lin Feng's words, Zheng Shuya instantly went from being afraid to being surprised. Yeah. I won't starve to death anymore. Li Wu. Wang Guafen. You deserve it. Treat me well. Would I do such a thing? You deserve it. Zheng Shuya waited for a while, and was even happier when she received the things delivered by the drone. A whole box of sausages, a whole box of instant noodles. Lin Feng did not deduct his own portion. He could hold on for another day. Thank you, Lin Feng. If you want me to help you with housework, laundry, and cooking, call me anytime. I don't have a big appetite, and I don't eat much. Zheng Shuya was very happy, because now the only one who could help her was Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was too lazy to reply to Zheng Shuya, holding a cigarette and playing with his mobile phone at home. Chapter 122. I'm a big star. The main reason why Lin Feng didn't take out the sausage and instant noodles from the box was because he was too lazy to take them. It's not hard enough to open it and seal it again. Lin Feng was holding a cigarette, and Xiao Qiao was still sleeping. I spent a long time eating popping candies, but she swallowed them all. How stupid. But Lin Feng didn't force it. He had time anyway, so he could just learn slowly. I opened my phone and checked the owner's group, but there was no news. Now most of the ordinary people in Shishan Villa don't dare to cause trouble for Lin Feng. If they want to die, it's faster to jump off the building. It's so boring. I wonder if Feng Jiarui can bring some surprises next time. Bye. Just then, a friend request popped up from WeChat. Lin Feng looked at the information. Why does this person look so familiar? After opening the information and taking a look, Lin Feng couldn't remember. Why did she add me? I don't even know her. Click to agree. Lin Feng has never been afraid of adding people. Who are you? Lin Feng asked casually while smoking a cigarette. After a while, Lin Feng saw that the other party was typing. Hello Lin Feng, I'm Qin Bixuan. Are you happy to have me added? And excited? I understand how you feel right now. You should feel honored to have me added on WeChat. Lin Feng thought about it, but still couldn't remember who she was. Where did this stupid coin come from? I don't know you. You talk too much nonsense. If there's nothing else, I'll delete it. Qin Bixuan. On the other end of the phone, Qin Bixuan was fanning herself because of the heat. Her hands were shaking as she replied to the message. It's not that she doesn't want to reply, but she is too hot. The indoor temperature is over 40 degrees Celsius, and her hands are starting to become uncontrollable. I'm Qin Bixuan. You really don't know me? Lin Feng laughed when he saw the news. Where did this stupid coin come from? Why should I know you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are the star? Does everyone have to know you? Who do you think you are? Lin Feng was very dissatisfied with her attitude. Even if it was a transaction, it was fair. Your condescending attitude makes me, Lin Feng, very unhappy. Lin Feng, I saw your profile in the owner group, so I added you. You talk too much nonsense. I'm not blind. Can you say something useful? When Qin Bixuan saw the news, her chest heaved with anger. After being angry for a long time, Qin Bixuan continued typing. Lin Feng, my family is running out of food. I saw in the owner group that you have 10 billion worth of supplies. You can't finish them all by yourself, so I can buy some from you at a high price. Moreover, I can take a photo with you and sign for you. As long as you sell me some supplies, I can give you all these conditions. Seeing this news, Lin Feng smiled. Photo? Autograph? You are out of your mind. Do you have water at home? Qin Bixuan was ecstatic when she saw this reply. I have water. I live on the 4th floor. I save water. If you need water, I can trade with you. 1 bottle of water for 1 sausage. You won't lose out. Lin Feng was typing slowly, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Drink more water, then take a piss and look at yourself. Do you think you are Star Master? Why should I take care of you? Qin Bixuan read the news about Lin Feng, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. From her debut to today, when has she ever been treated like this? Although I am not Master Xing, I believe I will definitely surpass Master Xing. Just search for Qin Bixuan, and you will know immediately. Lin Feng looked at the message, thought about it, and then searched it. Qin Bixuan, female, was born in Huanghai City in 2029. One of the 4 young actresses, height 162, weight 96. She starred in I Am Not the God of Death 6, Shin Kuan Heroes 2048, wandering on the moon 8, etc. She is a pure lady and has never had any scandals in her 5 years since her debut. When Lin Feng saw the information, he remembered who she was. However, what does this have to do with me, Lin Feng? Oh, anything else? If not, I'll delete it. Qin Bixuan. Qin Bixuan was so angry. From childhood to becoming a popular actress. When had she ever been so humiliated? As long as she posts a status update, her fans can drown Lin Feng with their spit. But things are different now. I added a few fans some time ago and exchanged autograph photos for some food and drink. Now that the fans themselves are almost dying, Qin Bixuan added Lin Feng. She thought that a photo and an autograph photo could be exchanged for food, but Lin Feng obviously didn't take her seriously. Qin Bixuan was so angry that she really wanted to block Lin Feng. What can I do? I am hungry. Lin Feng, you know who I am, so I won't waste my time talking to you. I've also taken screenshots of your chat history. If you don't want to be cyberbullied, then you should quickly send me a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles for emergency use. I'll give you the money, and I won't let you work in vain. Seeing the news from Qin Bixuan, Lin Feng smiled, holding a cigarette in his mouth. No, Big Star. I can't stand cyberbullying. Please let me go. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me once. I am really afraid of those idols and black beans. Seeing Lin Feng's news, Qin Bixuan smiled slightly. As expected, with my status, no one can withstand the pressure of cyberbullying. Then, Lin Feng sent a transfer. Yuan. Big Star. This is my last 60,000. Go buy whatever you want to eat. I'm really afraid of cyberbullying. Qin Bixuan. Looking at the screen, Qin Bixuan couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. You say he is afraid of cyberbullying? He gave money. You say he is not afraid of cyberbullying? He gave money. After thinking about it, Qin Bixuan accepted the 66,666 yuan. How could she refuse the money? Which celebrity doesn't reap the benefits of his fans? I appreciate your kindness. Please send me a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages as soon as possible, so that I won't cyberbully you anymore. Qin Bixuan is full of confidence. Doesn't she even look at my status? Who can resist licking me? In the end, aren't you just like other dog-licking fans, giving me whatever I want? Do you have any pee? When Qin Bixuan saw Lin Feng's news, she was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Lin Feng had some special fetish? He wanted his own urine? Yes, if you want, I can keep it for you. After thinking about it, Qin Bixuan decided to give it to him. Isn't it possible to pee by just lifting your legs? Take a piss and look at yourself. After a few words, Qin Bixuan was speechless. Lin Feng, Principal Wang's son wanted to add me on WeChat, but I rejected him. You'll be honored if you have my WeChat. This is a great merit for 18 generations. What the hell are you talking about? Lin Feng was not in a hurry and replied casually. You are so awesome. Go and ask Principal Wang's son to bring you some food. You better hurry up. Otherwise, you will become a big star. You will become a big yellow star. Chapter 123. Lin Feng was cyberbullied. Qin Bixuan. Qin Bixuan was completely speechless about this stubborn Lin Feng. Pick up your phone and start taking screenshots. Lin Feng, you will soon understand the power of cyber violence. Lin Feng lay at home for a while, and then he heard his cell phone ringing. It was an unfamiliar number, and Lin Feng had nothing to do, so he answered it directly. Lin Feng, hurry up and send some food to my goddess Qin Bixuan. If anything happens to her, I will go to your house tonight. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then replied calmly. Silly coin, your goddess is eating at my house. She's starving. She ate 8 bowls of rice in a row. She's so full. I won't let her eat, but she wants to eat more. Then, just hang up. I just pulled out the SIM card and broke it, and I didn't want the small account anymore. What's the big deal? Anyway, I have many accounts, so I can just go wild. I'm just sitting at home, doing nothing anyway. If someone abuses himself, at least it proves that he is still alive, right? Opening his phone, Lin Feng directly set his secondary account to prohibit adding friends. Then he flipped through Qin Bixuan's circle of friends. How dare you cyberbully me? I will definitely make you pay a bloody price. Lin Feng, now you know how terrible cyberbullying is, right? Hurry up and send me a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages. Otherwise, I will definitely not delete the article, and you will not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but he had to admit that Qin Bixuan had the capital to be so popular. With a good figure and good looks, Lin Feng immediately thought of a good idea. Post the photos of your amazing skills directly to the internet, and then you, the big yellow star, will definitely be on the hot search headlines. Are you a virgin? If you are, I can give you a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles. Qin Bishuan looked at the message and didn't understand what Lin Feng was thinking. After thinking for a while, Qin Bishuan replied, I'm only 21 years old. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't have any scandals. Why are you asking this? Lin Feng smiled mischievously and then replied, Come and stay with me for an hour, and I'll give you a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages. Qin Bishuan. How come Qin Bishuan never thought that Lin Feng would be so direct? This is exactly the same as asking the director to shoot a movie for you, without giving you any chance to refute. Okay, you can be the heroine. No, just get out. Qin Bishuan rubbed her stomach. She hadn't eaten for 3 days. Was she hungry? After thinking about it, Qin Bishuan compromised. Anyway, I have been with so many fat middle-aged uncles in order to play the leading female role. It doesn't seem like I'm at a disadvantage since Lin Feng is so handsome, right? Okay, I'll go now. I'll call you when I get to the door. Qin Bishuan actually agreed? This made Lin Feng a little confused. Isn't it too quick to agree? Lin Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, immediately understood what was going on. When I arrived at the door, Qin Bishuan came over after a while. Lin Feng saw that there was no one around and opened the door directly. Are you Lin Feng? Qin Bishuan glanced at Lin Feng, who was tall, handsome, and cynical. It shouldn't be too disadvantageous for me to follow him. Happiness does not belong to one person alone. Lin Feng didn't say anything either. He simply reached out and touched it. Sure enough, it was exactly as I thought. You, what are you doing? You are too direct. Qin Bishuan panicked for a moment, and Lin Feng closed the door. He went to the sink and washed his hands several times before he finished washing his hands in disgust. As expected, among those who have fans, none of them are clean. Every day you are with her. He is with her, and he is with him. Your circle is so chaotic. Lin Feng, what do you mean? Just a touch, and you're done? Why don't you give me the thing? Lin Feng picked up the phone and replied, Go home and wait. I'll deliver it to you in a moment. Qin Bishuan was skeptical and went home. Lin Feng took out the drone, hung a sausage on it, and followed. The address was determined to be 401, Unit 2, Building 8, and then the drone dropped the sausage and left. Lin Feng, didn't we agree on a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages? Who would eat this little bit? Do you still want to be cyberbullied? Qin Bishuan ate the sausage angrily. She felt that she had suffered a great loss. Just being touched gave her a sausage? I'm a big star. It's okay. You'll be able to eat your fill in a little while. Lin Feng smiled wickedly, then took a screenshot of their transaction, as well as a video of himself touching Qin Bishuan, and posted it online. It was pushed to the top of the trending searches in a short while. Oh my God! My goddess only needs a sausage to play with her now. I still have sausages at home. Who can tell me the address? Count me in. I'll give you a bag of spicy noodles. The goddess is also a human being. It's understandable that she's starving and has nothing to eat. Although my family has run out of food, but I can still do my part. I can treat the goddess to a meal. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then typed out Qin Bishuan's address. Instantly, the forum exploded. Countless people don't want to miss this opportunity. The owners of Building 8 also started smashing Qin Bishuan's door. Is this Qin Bishuan's house? I'm your fan. Goddess, open the door. I brought you food. Count me in. I can treat the goddess to a good meal. This scared Qin Bishuan so much that she didn't dare to open the door. Lin Feng, you are such a bastard. How can you post such news online? Aren't you trying to kill me? Lin Feng smiled mischievously and said casually, Weren't you the one who cyberbullied me first? Besides, aren't these your fans? They just brought you food and drinks. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and open the door. Bah! At this moment, the door of Qin Bishuan's house was pried open. It's really Qin Bishuan. I'll give you a sausage. I'll go first. As he spoke, the man took out a sausage and handed it to Qin Bishuan. Qin Bishuan burst into tears immediately. So many people? Isn't this going to kill me? Don't do this. Get out. You are all my fans. How could you do this to me? Qin Bishuan no longer had the domineering attitude she had when she was typing on the keyboard. Instead, she was frightened by the scene in front of her. As he said this, the fan started to take off the cool words, revealed his epic weapon. Line up, 3 people in a group. It's worth dying to play with the national goddess before we die. As they said that, the 3 men began to attack Qin Bishuan. No, what are you doing? You are on the edge of your seat. I will cyberbully you. Qin Bishuan still thinks cyberbullying is useful. This group of people were not in a hurry. It was daytime now, and they had plenty of time to play slowly. If other people want to come, they have to at least wait until night, right? Chapter 124, Lin Feng's Super Double. Hubby, how did she offend you? Isn't this too cruel? Xiao Xiao woke up and glanced at her phone. Does she know this famous star? Isn't this Qin Bixuan? She likes her very much. She cyberbullied me, so I should fight back and double her bullying. Otherwise, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Lin phoned through the small cell phone to Xiao Xiao. Seeing Qin Bixuan's domineering look, she also felt unhappy. We don't owe you anything. Why should we give you food? And you cyberbully us instead? You deserve it. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but start treating Lin Feng's things as her own, acting like the eldest wife in the family. She deserves it. Don't you see what's going on now? Okay, I'm going to cook. I'll also check if Sister Chuyu's wound is inflamed and change the dressing for her. Xiao Xiao put on her new clothes. She had gotten into the habit of changing her clothes every day. The house was clean and tidy, which was a comfort to the eyes. Lin Feng transferred the live broadcast directly to the platform. I want all Chinese people to know how you, a big star, surpassed Stephen Chow. In this respect, you, Qin Bixuan, have indeed surpassed Master Xing. No one can surpass you. Big yellow star, you are famous. After Xiao Xiao changed Liang Chuyu's medicine, she also found her a new set of clothes. Fortunately, Lin Feng doesn't accept all women. Otherwise, both of them might be infected with the disease. After cooking for a while, Liang Chuyu couldn't sit still and came over to help. Liang Chuyu loves sweets and vegetarian food, so he made a cold dish and a pudding. Xiao Xiao made a dish of braised prawns, a chicken soup, and cooked a pot of rice. 3 people for dishes just enough to finish. Hubby, it's time to eat. Xiao Xiao came over to invite Lin Feng to eat. Lin Feng nodded, put his phone away, and stopped watching Qin Bixuan's live broadcast. This time Qin Bixuan didn't have to worry about being hungry, because there were big men all over her body and she could eat as much porridge as she wanted. Xiao Xiao is a good cook, and her cooking skills have improved recently. Lin Feng also ate some fried prawns, which tasted no worse than takeout. Just then, someone called Lin Feng in the group. Lin Feng and this son of a bitch, wait for me. Damn it. You little brat can't afford to play with me. You actually launched a sneak attack. You don't even dare to confront me head on. Do you think my aid is cut for nothing? Just wait for me to die. Lin Feng took a look and then smiled. Did Li Wu just wake up? It seems that Zheng Shuya gave him a lot of wine. Come, I'll wait for you at home. Haven't you always been worried about not having an heir? From now on, you don't have to worry about not having an heir because you already have one. I have fundamentally solved your problem, and you should thank me. Li Wu looked at Lin Feng's message and squeezed his phone until it creaked. I got up with difficulty and went to find my wife and mother. What happened last night? How come I have no memory of it at all? After one night, the wound stopped bleeding. I arrived at Wang Guifen's house with great difficulty, only to see that Wang Guifen's mouth was full of blood, and it seemed that she was dying. Mom, wake up! Li Wu went over and shook Wang Guifen, and after a while, Wang Guifen was woken up. Whoa. Wang Guifen wanted to speak, but her tongue was broken, and she could only make humming sounds. Fuck you. Lin Feng, killing people is not enough. How dare you play tricks on me like this? You are dead. Li Wu was so angry that he almost ascended to heaven. But there is nothing I can do now. I can only wait for the wound to heal before thinking about revenge. Pick up Wang Guifen's Kuan feather duster and pull off a Kuan feather. He imitated what Wei Zhongxian did last night and inserted himself. Learn and use it now. There is no skill in this world that cannot be learned. Once you learn it, it will be useful when the time comes. In a moment, Li Wu almost flew off from the pain. Fuck it. Lin Feng is a psychopath. It would be fine if he didn't attack me, but once he attacked, he cut my intestines. Does he have a grudge against me? Li Wu had no choice as a Kuan hair was stuck in his lower body. The pain is excruciating and I can't drink water for the next 3 days. Who can tolerate this? Whoa. Wang Guifen wanted to speak more, but her tongue was broken and she couldn't utter a word. Wang Guifen picked up her phone and started typing, then handed it to Li Wu. Zheng Shuya did it. When Li Wu saw these words, he instantly became even angrier. Fuck you, Zheng Shuya. You can't even lay eggs yourself, but you still want to cut me off. Just wait for me. I will never let you go. As he spoke, Li Wu took out his cell phone and called his brothers. Hurry up and find out where Zheng Shuya is gone. If she's alive, I'll find her. If she's dead, I'll find her body. If you catch her, you can do whatever you want with her. Just leave her alive. After hearing what the boss said, the younger brothers were eager to try it out. Finally, I can play with my sister-in-law as I please. At this moment, Zheng Shuya was eating noodles in a teacup at home. Zheng Shuya calculated how much food Zhao Lily had stored and then took out the same instant noodles. When two people eat together, eat less every day and think about the future after you have finished eating. Shuya, you still have instant noodles at home? Let's take turns eating today. You eat compressed biscuits and pickles, and I eat instant noodles. Is that okay? After hearing what Zhao Lily said, Zheng Shuya picked up the instant noodle bowl from the sun and handed it to her. Okay, you can eat whatever you like. I can eat anything. The two of them have a very good relationship, and now only Zhao Lily is taking her in, so it's not impossible for them to take turns eating. Hey Shuya, when do you think this natural disaster will end? Will the authorities really stop caring about us? I never thought that I would drool over a bowl of instant noodles. Zhao Lily's mouth was watering as she ate the delicious bowl of instant noodles. It had been 17 days since the end of the world, and many families had been hungry for several days. Zheng Shuya soaked the compressed biscuits in water, then poured the excess seasoning packet in to increase the flavor and make it edible. Looking in the direction of Lin Feng's house from afar, Zheng Shuya made up her mind. I must move in. Even a crane or forklift can't open it. Is there any place in the world safer than Lin Feng's home? After watching the live broadcast of Qin Bixuan being gang-raped on her phone, Zheng Shuya's face was filled with despair. Li Wu also offered a bounty for my capture in the group. It seemed that I should not have been soft-hearted last night. Wouldn't it have been better to just kill them both? Zheng Shuya had no choice. She didn't want to kill anyone. What if the disaster was over? Wouldn't she have to go to the sewing machine? Now the order has not been completely disrupted, and everyone still retains a trace of humanity in their hearts. What if order is restored in a few days? Wouldn't that be just asking for trouble? Zheng Shuya took a bite of the compressed biscuits that tasted like instant noodle seasoning. It didn't taste good, but Zheng Shuya had been hungry for so long that she no longer disliked it. At least, you don't have to eat porridge. As expected, I cannot offend Lin Feng. I should think about how to appease Lin Feng. Although she is almost 30 years old, Zheng Shuya feels that she still has the capital to give it a try. Men rule the world by force. Women rule the world by conquering men. Let's keep working hard and see how it goes. Chapter 125. There are true fans. Gin Bixuan, is it really you? I'm here to save you. Bixuan's true love fans. Come on. At this moment, several luxury cars stopped downstairs of Building 8, obviously coming to rescue people. Lin Feng watched the live broadcast with great interest. Someone actually came to rescue people? Lin Feng took a look and found that this was Guan Xinghe, his teammate from his previous life. During the 7 days and 7 nights, when he was brutally tortured, Lin Feng was taken care of by him. This time, let's have some fun. Bang! Rushing to the 8th floor, Guan Xinghe shot a man who was attacking Qin Bixuan crazily in the head. Qin Bixuan is in a horrible state now. Naked, full of big men. Blood was all over the ground. Tears were streaming down his face like crazy, and it was obvious that he was tortured. Hurry! Come and save me. Whoa. Qin Bixuan huddled in the corner, hugging the granary and shivering. She finally realized the horror of cyberbullying. Guan Xinghe simply waved his hand and said to his subordinates, "Kill all the men in this house. Throw them on the roof and dry them in the sun." Afterwards, a dozen or so younger brothers came with machetes and started chopped at any man they saw. They all came to Bai Piao female star, so they didn't bring any weapons. Many of them were so excited that they had no clothes on and had no power to resist at all. Okay, Bixuan, don't be afraid, I'm here. Why didn't you post on Weibo earlier when you said you were in danger? Even if I, Guan Xinghe, die, I won't let anyone touch a hair on your body. Guan Xinghe was so angry. He had liked Qin Bixuan for so many years. He couldn't even add her on WeChat. I didn't expect so many people would get there first. Who wouldn't be angry? Xinghe, then will you dislike me? Qin Bixuan cried and leaned into Guan Xinghe's arms. She was really afraid that Guan Xinghe was just like those men and would only vent his animal desires on her. Bixuan, it's not you who is wrong, it's this world. Guan Xinghe hugged Qin Bixuan, and then the blood in the room was dyed red. The brothers were still hacking and killing frantically, but no one dared to disturb them. The two walked in a sea of blood and corpses. The prince held the injured and insulted princess, stepping on corpses, crossing the sea of blood, on the path to hope. So touching. If this wasn't a live broadcast, I would have doubted whether this was a movie. So romantic. Lin Feng, if I were bullied like this, would you still come to save me like Guan Xinghe did? Would you still want me? Xiao Xiao watched everything in the video with her eyes wide open. That's easy. Just find a random post and post it on your moments saying you want to drink porridge. You'll know if you try it. Xiao Xiao. No, I'd better stay at home. Xiao Xiao got scared on the spot. Even if Lin Feng really goes to save himself? I was the one who was hit by the wheel. Is there something wrong with my brain? Using this to test Lin Feng? Xiao Xiao. How can this be romantic? Why can't I see it at all? This Qin Bishuan obviously just treats Guan Xinghe as a fool. Otherwise, why didn't they contact each other before? Why is she so grateful only after something happened? Liang Qiyu had a different opinion, and one of his words hit the nail on the head. Don't worry. As long as you two don't commit suicide on your own initiative, this kind of thing will not happen. Do you think romance comes after something bad happens? Am I the kind of person who would let something bad happen to you too? I'm in a good mood today, so I have to have some sex anyway, right? Lin Feng's words scared Xiao Xiao so much that she held the granary tightly. I just finished reciting Peach Blossom Spring last night, and you're still not done with it, right? Lin Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, got out of bed and went to the armory. He pulled out a mortar gun from inside, made sure there was no one outside, then used spatial perception to calculate the distance and fired directly. Bite! With a muffled sound, the shell was fired. When? One shot. All of Guan Xinghe's luxury cars were blown up. Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiyu. Looking at the video transmitted by the drone, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiyu were speechless. It's obvious that he's leaving. Aren't you being too mean? Lin Feng was in a good mood after firing a shot. Now that you are here, can I let you go? Now that humans have begun to awaken their superpowers, wouldn't Guan Xinghe be even more difficult to kill if his superpowers are awakened? So you should stay in Shishan Villa and we can have fun together. What happened? Whose shelling was that just now? Guan Xinghe hugged the naked Qin Bishuan, looking confused. Boss, we don't know either. There was a sudden explosion. Our cars were all destroyed. The three of us are very unlucky. We probably can't be saved. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Guan Xinghe was furious. There are so many people in this place. Supplies must be scarce. But there is no car. How can we get back to the base in the suburbs? Should we walk back? Xinghe. This must have been done by Lin Feng. He has a huge safe house at home. It has water, electricity, and air conditioning. It is said that there are tens of billions of supplies in the house. As long as you take over that safe house, then you still have to worry about whether there is food. No one was sure whether Lin Feng's hundreds of billions of supplies were lost. After all, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Everyone was just guessing, and Qin Bishuan herself was not sure whether anything was lost. Qin Bishuan quickly directed her criticism at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't treated her like that, would she have been targeted by the live broadcast? Are you serious? 10 billion supplies? You can't eat them all even if you live for 100 lifetimes. Guan Xinghe was obviously also tempted, as the suburban base was a granary. All he could eat for every meal were corn grits, cornmeal porridge, and steamed cornbread, which made Guan Xinghe vomit. Guan Xinghe's family runs a grain warehouse drying tower. They have 2,000 tons of dry food stored at home, which is also Guan Xinghe's confidence. After all, the weather is so hot that the food won't get moldy or spoil, but who can eat this stuff all the time? If we have hundreds of billions of supplies, wouldn't we have everything we want? Really, Xinghe, if you don't believe me, just look. As she spoke, Qin Bishuan took out her cell phone and showed the photos to Guan Xinghe. In an instant, Guan Xinghe didn't want to leave anymore. If I could live here with 2,000 tons of dry food and tens of billions of supplies, I would be able to dominate Huanghai City. Bishuan, you are really my lucky star. Let's go. Go home. I'll contact someone right away. Seize Lin Feng's house tonight. I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks and enjoy a good life. There's plenty of rice. I'll let you eat as much as you want. I don't care much about other things in Xinghe. I just like rice. Chapter 126. Lin Feng steals everything he sees. Looking at this scene, Xiao Qiao and Liang Qiyu were speechless. Husband, you were just looking for trouble. You seem to be enjoying your shot. But have you considered our feelings? They all want to leave. Why don't you let them go? Xiao Qiao was a little scared. She had heard of Guan Xinghe, the little prince of Huanghai City's granary. He has so much food at his disposal. What weapons can he exchange for? It's a personal grudge, but don't worry. This is for you. I have something else to do. You guys go back to sleep. You have to work overtime tonight. Lin Feng handed the mortar to Xiao Qiao, and Xiao Qiao nodded. Lin Feng's thought process is always different from that of normal people. Lin Feng closed the door, applied sunscreen, then found a place where there was no one and no surveillance and started digging. Huanghai City is such a small place. Isn't it easy for me to find your granary? Play with me, Lin Feng? Do you have the ability to do so? Lin Feng drove a small underground plane all the way to the bottom of Guan Xinghe's granary. It was broad daylight and the guards were lax, so Lin Feng directly collected the 2,000 tons of grain. I'll just rob your house. How can you still play with me? Driving home, I passed by several cold storages. In order to ensure that the temperature in the cold storages reached below zero, they were burning oil frantically to ensure that the frozen food would not spoil. Lin Feng entered the cold storage and rubbed his nose. As expected, in such hot weather, the refrigeration machine was not effective and it had already started to smell. Lin Feng did not indulge their bad habits and took the meat away directly. Even if he did not eat the meat himself, there would always be someone else who wanted to eat it. After finally getting out to play, Lin Feng stole everything he saw without considering the lives of the descendants of his hometown who were stolen by him. When he came to a private arsenal in Huanghai City, Lin Feng also met his sister-in-law, Su Hongrui. At this moment, Su Hongrui and a man around 25 years old are trying their best to have a baby. Lin Feng is a good man. He did not disturb the great process of human reproduction of the next generation. He just stole their arsenal. Sure enough, there is an anti-tank rocket launcher, but from now on it belongs to me, Lin Feng. Passing by the largest sewage treatment plant in Huanghai City, Lin Feng collected all the feces and urine inside. Next time he wanted to drown people, he would not use the water from Lake Baikal because they were not worthy of it. When I got home, it was already evening. After Lin Feng's theft, all major forces in Huanghai City will definitely be in chaos tonight. But these things have nothing to do with me, Lin Feng. I just helped you to get a little bit of inventory in advance. Otherwise, won't you have to fight if you have eaten up all the stock? I just moved the time forward a little bit. Lin Feng harmed others and did not benefit himself. He even demolished several viaducts. I, Lin Feng, have no use for the viaducts, and I will not let you use them either. Whether they are useful or not, Lin Feng stole billions of dollars. Anyway, the officials have run away, and I didn't offend them, so no one will care about me, right? Booze, booze, booze. In the building, when Guan Xinghe was concentrating on creating the next generation of civilization in his room, his cell phone rang. Who is it? If you have something to fart, please fart. I'm busy. Guan Xinghe was wielding the silver spear as if he was in an empty space. This call was really a bummer. Boss, it's bad. Our granary has been robbed. There's not a grain of rice left. It's completely gone. If a rat gets in, it'll cry. Upon hearing this, Guan Xinghe's body shook violently. This domineering aura directly knocked Qin Bishuan to the ground. He fell flat on his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have 2 granaries. There are at least 2,000 tons of grain in them. Even if it's 2,000 tons of cotton. Even if 100,000 people were to move it, they wouldn't be able to move it all in 3 days and 3 nights. How could they just throw it away? It's no wonder Guan Xinghe didn't believe it. No one wants to believe such an unbelievable thing. Boss, not only did we lose all our stuff, but the meat processing plant, the flour mill, other factories, and even the sewage treatment plant lost all their stocks today. We are lucky that no one died. Other factories are even worse. Dozens of people are missing. This time there is no food. What should we do? Sure enough, wherever Lin Feng went, no one was spared. Whether Huanghai City is in chaos or not is up to Lin Feng. Don't panic. You won't starve to death. Throw those who were beaten to death on the roof and let them dry into mummies. Hurry up and bring all the brothers with weapons. Cars. Bulldozers. Come to Shishan Villa tonight. As long as we take over Lin Feng's house, we will still have no worries about food and drink. Guan Xinghe was on the phone while inviting Qin Bishuan to dinner. If you've been hungry for a day, you should eat more. Then he hung up the phone and turned on the invincible mode. It's time to give gifts again. The following is for those who give gifts to watch. As his body became weaker, Guan Xinghe was defeated. I took out a cigarette and smoked it. It was just a so. It turns out that what the liquor wants is not the actual gain, but the psychological pleasure of not being able to lick. Qin Bishuan ate a bowl of rice. His face was full of despair. If she had known this earlier, she would not have cyberbullied Lin Feng. Lin Feng was bullied online for a long time, but the shameless Lin Feng did not get into any trouble. Instead, he had all-you-can-eat rice today. Although Qin Bishuan had been sexually exploited many times, she couldn't accept this kind of free and easy play. Lin Feng, I must kill you. If it weren't for you, how could I be so miserable? Qin Bishuan gnashed her teeth in hatred. She swore not to avenge this. She swore she would not be a human being. Lin Feng watched the live broadcast with great interest, which made Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu frown slightly. Lin Feng is too abnormal in this aspect. How can he have the nerve to watch it? Don't look at me like that, okay? You have to learn to face reality. This situation will happen more and more in the future. If it wasn't for the sake of letting you two get used to it in advance, would I have looked at it? Do you know how much damage this has caused to the mental health of a young child like me? Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu. It has to be said that Lin Feng's shamelessness is beyond the comprehension of carbon-based creatures. How did he become so thick-skinned? People are coming, more than 100 of them, and there's a crane. At this moment, Xiao Xiao pointed at the surveillance camera and saw the situation outside. Is the crane very cool? Go and make dinner quickly. You women don't need to worry about such trivial matters. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out another arrow enchanted with Carolina's Death spicy strips, which made Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu feel a chill in their crotches. Although they're not men, they can more or less understand this kind of pain. Lin Feng, why don't you just give him a quick death? Isn't this too cruel? Although Xiao Xiao had killed people before, she had never done so cruelly. She couldn't help but feel that Lin Feng was going too far. I didn't go to his house to shoot arrows. How can I be cruel to him? These 800 acres of land are all my territory. I can play wherever I want. Who asked them to come? There was no way Lin Feng would let Guan Xinghe go, and he would not shoot him to death with one arrow. Lin Feng must repay the hatred of those 7 days and 7 nights double. Chapter 127. Lin Feng's acting skills. Okay, as long as you are happy, I will go cook. Xiao Xiao knew that she couldn't control Lin Feng. He had anti-tank rocket launchers, but he used such despicable tricks that no one could stop him. Liang Chuyu shook his head and went to help. Liang Chuyu's injury has improved a lot in the past few days. The wound has scabbed over and is no longer a big problem. Lin Feng took out another string of grilled kidneys and sprinkled them with Carolina Reaper chili powder. Let me collect some interest first. Then Lin Feng came to the door. Put on protective gloves, tie the iron door to the crane. I don't believe that he can't pull this steel door down. I will pull down your door frame for you. Violence can solve all problems. As they spoke, several younger brothers put on gloves and began to tie the steel wire rope to Lin Feng's steel door. Brother Guan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cyber-bullied my sister-in-law. Come here. We have something to discuss. As he spoke, Lin Feng stretched out a stick from the shooting hole. Then, there's a white cool fork tied to the stick. Seeing this scene, Guan Xinghe smiled. This kid is quite sensible. He even knows to raise the white flag to surrender. If you have a bit of foresight, I can spare your life. Having said that, Guan Xinghe walked over. Xinghe, don't believe what this bastard says. He is deliberately trying to lure you into the trap. He has used this method countless times. Hurry up and pull the door of his house. Qin Bishuan, who lived here, of course knew how many conspiracies and tricks Lin Feng had up his sleeve, so she quickly stopped Guan Xinghe from seeking his own death. Brother Guan, stop talking nonsense. I'll treat you to a barbecue. I'd rather offend no one than you, the little prince of the granary. You can kill me with food at the command of one. I really can't afford to offend you. I'm so scared. As he spoke, Lin Feng handed over a roasted kidney. Guan Xinghe drooled when he saw the roasted kidneys. He had been eating cornstarch for half a month. Who could resist such temptation? Did you add chili? It would be boring without chili. Guan Xinghe said this, and Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu looked at him sympathetically. Brother Guan, you still have such a request? I'm afraid the spiciness will make you cry, so I have some chili powder here. You can dip it in it. As he spoke, Lin Feng handed over another box of death chili noodles. Little brother, you have good eyesight and will open the door in a moment. Hand over the supplies and become my little brother, and I will spare your life. Guan Xinghe picked up the roasted kidney, dipped both sides in chili powder, and then ate it in one bite. This chili powder tastes good, doesn't it? The roasted kidneys are fresh out of the pan, and they still have blood and tendons. It's a bit interesting. Guan Xinghe felt something was wrong, and Lin Feng handed him another bottle of Abe's urine. Come on, Brother Guan, it's spicy, right? I'll give you a bottle of drink to help you get rid of the spiciness. Guan Xinghe didn't think much about it. He took the bottle of urine and took a sip. Ugh, what's that smell? My brain? What on earth did you give me to eat? Guan Xinghe rolled over in pain. Death chili powder was all over his body. Instantly, it seemed as if countless flames were burning his body, especially in the mouth and lower body. Skin touched by the death chili powder turns red and painful quickly. The instant pain level exceeds the limit of level 10. My pain? And above whom? There's no way. The weather is too hot, and most men wear cool clothes and slippers at night. Seeing Guan Xinghe rolling so happily, Lin Feng threw a few more thumbtacks on the ground. Ah, Lin Feng, you are courting death. What on earth did you give me to eat? Guan Xinghe's wailing became louder as he was stabbed by the thumbtack. The brothers quickly came over and dragged Guan Xinghe away. At this moment, Guan Xinghe, who was only wearing a big cool fork, had thumbtacks all over his body. Xinghe was so hurt by this checkpoint that he wanted to die. Someone please give me some relief. Water. I want water. Guan Xinghe desperately asked for help. But it had been 17 days since the end of the world. Who had extra water? Quick, carry Xinghe to the first floor of Building 2. The water will be available soon. Give Xinghe a bath immediately. Qin Bishuan quickly asked them to do as she said, but at this moment Guan Xinghe was in so much pain that his soul seemed to have ascended to heaven. Crane, pull down Lin Feng's steel door for me. I want to marinate Lin Feng with the death god chili powder. I can't bear this sin alone. Guan Xinghe said a word, and then his younger brothers hurried to carry it out. Seeing them coming, Lin Feng also took out an enchanted crossbow and started shooting Kuan. In an instant, several of the younger brothers covered their fatal weaknesses and retreated violently. They felt as if they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. Retreat! 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 The younger brothers never dared to approach rashly again. Seeing that they were not coming, Lin Feng decided to take the initiative. The drone was loaded with Molotov cocktails and chili powder and started to rush towards the crowd, throwing Molotov cocktails from a crane. This death chili powder exploded. It almost blinded them. They couldn't even open their eyes. Lin Feng, you bastard. What a dirty trick you were playing. Ah, I must kill you. Guan Xinghe was so angry. He could only watch his crane vehicle burning. This feeling, it's as if my heart is bleeding. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, I want to kill you. Hubby, wash your hands and eat. Just then, Xiao Xiao also came over and called Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also holding a cigarette, thinking about how to take revenge on Guan Xinghe next. Take it slow. It wouldn't be satisfying to kill him in one day. Back to the table to eat. Xiao Xiao made steamed sturgeon today. This sturgeon is a specialty of Lake Baikal and tastes extremely delicious. Even Liang Chuyu, who doesn't like meat, ate a lot of it. Second wife, you look much better. Eat more. You look so thin. I, Lin Feng, am broad-minded and don't mind if you make me suffer, but you can't make the child suffer, right? Liang Chuyu glared at Lin Feng. This guy always talked like that, never serious. Lin Feng smiled wickedly and started eating. After dinner, Lin Feng released a drone to check the situation on the battlefield. The vehicle had been burned and more than a dozen people had become charred corpses. The remaining 80-odd people were scrambling for water to wash their eyes. The chili powder was almost blinding their eyes. The owners of Building 2 and other buildings also began to attack these 80-plus people. They robbed the water source, which was their source of life. How could they not fight to the death? More than 80 people couldn't even open their eyes, and more than half of them were killed or injured in half an hour. At the critical moment, Guan Xinghe endured the severe pain all over his body and forced the owner to retreat with a gun. Otherwise, the mortality rate would be even higher. Lin Feng, just wait for me. If I don't take revenge, I will take your surname. Guan Xinghe endured the severe pain and held the gun until dawn, but he felt like he was about to fall apart. The skin and mouth are all covered with blisters due to the spiciness. My intestines were swollen from the spiciness, and even if I didn't touch them, it was excruciatingly painful. Qin Bishuan was speechless when she saw this scene. If I had known this would happen, I would not have cyberbullied Lin Feng. This guy is a monster. Lin Feng didn't care about Guan Xinghe's life or death. This was just the beginning, and there would be plenty of time to have fun in the future. Chapter 128. Can you even throw this thing away? That night, except for Lin Feng, all major northern forces in Huanghai City were in complete chaos. Thanks to Lin Feng, almost everything was lost on the way to Guan Xinghe's house, and now there is a complete lack of food in this area in the north. There is no other way. If you don't want to eat zombie meat, you have to rob from the south, west, and east. Whether Huanghai City is in chaos or not, Lin Feng has the final say. Huanghai City is destined to be sleepless tonight. The director of the sewage treatment plant was deep in thought, cigarette in his mouth, looking at the pit of feces that was cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog. I really can't understand it. This thing can't be eaten or drunk. Who has so much free time that there but hurts? They even steal shit? This is just idleness, right? I never thought of this in my dreams. You can even throw this thing away. Why did you steal it back? Are you going to eat it? The cesspool is empty, and the devil is on earth. There was chaos in Huanghai City, and Lin Feng was at ease. Lin Feng hugged Xiao Xiao's granary and slept until dawn. After waking up, I checked the old stuff I collected yesterday, and there was nothing interesting. Some of the meat had started to go bad, so Lin Feng couldn't eat it, so he just left it for Abe. Save the old stuff for those who want to eat it in the future. I opened my phone and saw the message from Feng Qian. Feng, I was wrong. I know I was too harsh on you before, but you still love me in your heart, right? When Lin Feng saw Feng Qian's message, he felt nauseous. However, seeing that the Carolina Reaper pepper was so powerful, Lin Feng also smiled wickedly. It's time to give you a little sweetness. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was still asleep, Lin Feng came to the dining table and placed a few bottles of 1982 Lafite, a king crab, a plate of abalone, a plate of sea cucumbers, 3 well-done steaks, and several salads and pasta dishes. Lin Feng doesn't like to eat raw food, so he eats everything cooked. I took a photo and sent it to Feng Qian. Have you had breakfast? If not, come and have some with me. After sending the message, Lin Feng called Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu to come for dinner. Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes, casually opened the bottle of red wine, and poured some for Lin Feng. Lin Feng? There's no steak in the refrigerator, but king crab, sea cucumber, and abalone? Where did you get these? Liang Chuyu was a little shocked. This meal would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, let alone now, even before the end of the world, right? Lin Feng has locked up all the valuables, so you can eat without worry. Don't drink, it's not good for your health. As she said that, Xiao Xiao handed the cut steak to Liang Chuyu. After all, she was still hesitant to use force with her left hand. This was Liang Chuyu's first time eating abalone and sea cucumber, so she couldn't help but eat a little more. Her family is well off, but this is not something that everyone from a well-off family can afford. Liang Chuyu blushed and rubbed her belly, feeling a little shy. Did she eat too much? Would she gain weight? Eat it. The rest is for Abe. Abe is not picky about food. Xiao Xiao picked up another crab leg and handed it to Liang Chuyu. When a person has no worries about food and drink and can't finish the food, he will not snatch the food from you. Liang Chuyu shook his head and said, Pregnant women can't eat king crabs. They are cold and not good for them. I just eat sea cucumbers and abalone. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao and Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. They still needed a professional to help. Lin Feng was even more embarrassed. How could he know these things? He was just busy competing with Feng Qian. Xiao Xiao continued to eat king crabs, while Liang Chuyu ate sea cucumbers and abalone. It cannot be left to Abe. It would be such a waste. It would be nice for Abe to eat some crab shells. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at his phone. Why didn't Feng Qian, this green tea girl, reply? Shouldn't it? Don't you want to eat king crab steak? At this moment, Feng Qian and Wang Qing were looking at their phones, at a loss as to what to do. Wang Qing, what should I say? I really want to eat, but if I go over there, Lin Feng won't open the door. Won't I have to stay in the sun for another day? It was obvious that Feng Qian had gained experience after 3 days of sun exposure, and she really didn't dare to go. Lin Feng has a drone. Can you ask him to send you some? Wang Qing swallowed as she looked at the photo. The two of them had run out of food and now had nothing to eat. If this continues, I can only... Pulling your nails? Okay, let me ask. Feng Qian nodded. It was impossible for her to go, so the only option was to ask Lin Feng to drive over to pick her up or send her over by drone. Feng, I've been feeling unwell this month. Can you come pick me up? I haven't had steak in a long time. How about you send me one with a drone? Lin Feng received the message and smiled slightly. How can I bear to let you starve? Open the window. I'll bring it to you right away. Xiao Xiao had long been accustomed to it. Lin Feng never did anything behind people's backs. He was open and never pretended. Liang Chuyu felt a little aggrieved and leaned over to see who Lin Feng was talking to. Why is it that you are always so tough when talking to me, but so gentle when talking to her? Liang Chuyu pouted, looking a little unhappy. Baji. Lin Feng gave her a kiss, which made Liang Chuyu's face even redder. I was testing you. Of course, I have to treat you seriously if you become my wife. I was just teasing her. As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up and went into the kitchen, bringing out a medium-rare steak. Then, in front of Xiao Xiao and Liang Chuyu, he applied a layer of death chili powder with a brush. Liang Chuyu couldn't believe it. He picked up a little bit with chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. Baiji. At first, there was no smell. Didn't feel anything was wrong. Wow, can this stuff really be eaten? What would it feel like if it stuck to a wound? After a while, I got excited. Liang Chuyu felt unwell after eating just a little bit. So he opened the refrigerator and guzzled the milk tea. Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. You are so mean. Does this thing really not eat dead people? Lin Feng took the drone, put the steak on it, and flew directly to Feng Qian's house. The moment Feng Qian took the steak, her face instantly broke into smiles. Feng Feng, you are so nice. Mium. Feng Qian sent a message to Lin Feng and then started to cut the meat with a knife and fork. Delicious. This is the life I should be living. Wang Qing scratched her head. She felt something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. Looking at the steak, Wang Qing swallowed her saliva. She also wanted to eat it, but was afraid something might go wrong. Considering Lin Feng's cool move, is it possible to give Feng Qian steak for free? Sure enough, when Feng Qian was halfway through eating the steak, she put down her knife and fork. No, something is wrong. What's that smell? Why does it feel so spicy? Feng Qian picked up the cup and started drinking water, but it was no use. Feng Qian's lips turned red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Feng Qian feel so hot that she jumped into the bathtub and swallowed the cold water in big gulps. But it's useless. Feng Qian felt like she was about to die. This level of spiciness is simply not something humans can eat. Someone please come and save me. What on earth is this? Feng Qian screamed and then passed out from the spicy taste. Wang Qing looked at Feng Qian with sympathy and said, I guess Lin Feng wouldn't be so kind as to send you food. Eating steak with chili powder on such a hot day? Today you will lose half your life if you don't die. Chapter 129. The most conscientious entrepreneur of this century. Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw Feng Qian fainted from the spiciness, he smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Qiao and Liang Chuyu were both speechless. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had some conscience, and the food and drinks he sent to them were normal. I don't know how Feng Qian offended Lin Feng, but she is being tortured so badly. Wang Qing looked at the remaining half of the steak and wanted to eat it, but she knew that it would make her feel even more uncomfortable. He sat aside, ignoring Feng Qian, and was hesitating whether or not to complete the task given by Lin Feng. On one hand, there is Lin Feng's generous reward, and on the other hand, there is her own plastic sisterhood. Is it really hard to choose? Do I really have to pull out all her nails? I don't even dare to pull out the chicken feet, not to mention human fingernails. What should we do? What are you two looking at? If you want to eat it, I can give you a taste. Lin Feng picked up the chili powder with a wicked smile, and the two women shook their heads at the same time. Eating this? It would be easier to commit suicide. Seeing that they didn't want to eat it, Lin Feng also covered the lid. This was a dangerous item, and he had to keep it personally. Ding! Alipay has received the payment. 38 yuan. Ding! WeChat payment received. 69 yuan. Ding! Alipay has arrived. 250 yuan. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. In recent days, his cell phone kept ringing for payments. Who is this? You have too much money and don't know where to spend it? Why don't you just give me money? If I want to beat you up, give me more. You're just giving me dozens and dozens of money. Isn't this annoying? Pick up your phone and start checking. Lin Feng doesn't mind having too much money. What if he needs it someday? Lin Feng has stolen all the shit, and now he's short of this little virtual currency. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he opened the payment record. It seemed to be the gas stations he bought in the beginning. What's going on? There's no gas at the gas station? Who's got time to scan the money for me? Lin Feng was a little confused. The gas stations in 2050 will have a self-service refueling function. After scanning the code and paying, you can fill up the gas yourself for the same amount of money, and there is no need for a gas station staff. Lin Feng opened his phone to check the situation, but the headline today was about an innocent female star being raped live on TV. This made hundreds of millions of fans feel like they had missed out on a big project worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Why doesn't my family live in Building 8 of Shishan Villa? To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. I missed out on a big project worth hundreds of millions in vain. The first hot search was about Qin Bishuan being gang raped on live broadcast, and the second hot search was about herself. Lin Feng clicked on it out of curiosity and saw an article. Filling gas station. Year. The most conscientious entrepreneur of this century. Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Bring down the housing prices. It's Lin Feng. Lower the water price. You used to need to pay full price for a house. Now you can live there forever at half price. Water, which used to be priceless, is now only $9.80. Take a liter of clean water home. If you don't believe it, go to the Guanshui gas station and scan the code to buy water. Lin Feng not only brought down the housing prices, he also gave many people affordable houses. Moreover, Lin Feng was very conscientious and left people a way out. There is no oil in Lin Feng's water filling station. It's all water. This gives hope to many people who have no water to drink. Just scan the code and pay a little useless cash. You can get some water to drink from the gas station. You must know, water, it's the source of life. Life, it is priceless. Lin Feng actually left a way out for millions of compatriots in Huanghai City. What a conscientious entrepreneur. What a conscientious person he is. How selfless he is. Water filling gas station. Give you a way out. The most conscientious entrepreneur of this century. It must be Lin Feng. Selfless. Well-deserved. Justice from heaven. Lin Feng is selfless. When Lin Feng saw this, he was stunned. Why do I keep getting payments popping up on my phone lately? So this is the reason. At gas stations, you can scan the code and refuel yourself without the need for several gas station attendants. Lin Feng filled the oil tank with tap water because he was afraid that the oil pressure gauge would show too low. Lin Feng himself didn't expect that his casual action would actually make people think it was a good deed. Lin Feng took a look at the author's signature. Wu Yong, are you bored at home? Why are you writing this? Lin Feng is not afraid of cyber violence at all, nor is he afraid of being a bad guy. However, Lin Feng scratched his head and decided to go see Wu Yong when he had time. I don't know how people like Wu Yong are doing. Judging from the way Wu Yong is doing nothing, he must be living a pretty good life. After all, if you were dying, you wouldn't be able to write such a stupid headline. The key point? Some people actually liked it, collected it, followed it. Lin Feng was really speechless. Humans can go without food for 7 days, but cannot go without water. Now 18 days after the end of the world, almost every household has no food left. In the building, a group of people, led by Zhang Zhen, began to break into houses from the lower floors to the higher floors to steal food. Zhang Zhen and his group lived on a high floor and had no water to begin with. Now that they had no food, they began to smash, loot, and rob even more unscrupulously. After robbing 5 houses, they only managed to get 2 kilograms of rice and 1 kilogram of flour. This made Zhang Zhen very troubled, as so many people were not enough to fill their stomachs. Damn it, if we keep going like this, even if we hit the roof, it will just be a waste of energy. We'll all starve to death sooner or later. Zhang Zhen felt unlucky just looking at the little food in his hand. It would be a waste of effort to provide so much food for so many people. At this time, his younger brother came over, pointed at a middle-aged man who was knocked unconscious and said, "Brother Peng, how about we—" As he said this, he swallowed. Zhang Zhen took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, poured it out, and lit it. This is his last cigarette. Carry him up there. There's nothing we can do. He can't starve to death, right? The younger brothers looked at each other and said they really didn't want to eat. But what? If I don't eat now, I will die. They carried it to Zhang Zhen's room on the 18th floor, and several people brought over a large pot and started to boil water. No conditions, just a little salt. Chop the heart, lungs, arms, and legs into pieces and throw them into a big pot and start cooking. After a while, the water boiled. The pot is bubbling with bubbles. Arms and legs rise and fall in the water with the heart and lungs. Everyone looked solemn and said nothing. Come on, I'll finish it first. If you're a brother, eat it today. If you don't want to eat, leave now. If we meet again, just pretend we don't know each other. Zhang Zhen is a ruthless man. He was the first to take the lead in doing this kind of thing. I picked up a piece of cooked thigh, suppressed my nausea, and took a bite. After chewing it, it tasted good, but a little